Star Odyssey chapter 3433 to chapter 3483. A few days later, the head of the Kai family, Kai Bai, summoned Kai Juanhao. What happened to Kai Juanhao? Kai Bai stared at Kai Juanhao. Kai Juanhao did not hide anything and told him everything. Kai Bai looked at him for a long time and smiled. Is it clean? Kai Juanhao was not surprised. If Kai Juanhao's parents were still alive, the Kai family would not dare to do this. However, now that his parents were dead, a mere Kai Juanhao was left behind. It's clean. No one will say anything. That's good. This must not be leaked. Warn Nier not to say anything. Yes, father. Don't worry. By the way, father, I heard that the outside world is in chaos. Has Origin Sang Tian returned? Kai Bai nodded and said, Origin Sang Tian has gone crazy. After returning from the Tian Yuan universe, he openly challenged Sky Beyond and wanted to break the rules of the spiritualized universe. Many people guessed that he had obtained an opportunity in the Tian Yuan universe and was confident that he could compete with Yu Sang Tian and replace him. Many people contacted Sky Beyond and begged Yu Sang Tian to take away Origin's position, but Yu Sang Tian remained silent. Kai Juanhao was shocked. He returned from the Tian Yuan universe? Yes, Origin Sang Tian went to the Tian Yuan universe a long time ago. This time, he returned in such a high-profile manner. No one knows what he wants to do. Also, they changed their direction and are heading this way. No one knows where they are going. Kai Juanhao suddenly thought of Kai Juanhao. Returning from the Tian Yuan universe must have passed through the Tian Yuan universe. Could it be that he saved Kai Juanhao and came back to the Kai family? Impossible. He laughed and thought that he was overthinking. How could there be such a kind person in the world of cultivation? Even if he saved Kai Juanhao, why would Sang Tian help him? Based on the time, Kai Juanhao should have died by then. There were many regions in this direction, and Kaiyu was just one of them. Origin Sang Tian's matter is not something we can interfere with. Since those people along the way did not interfere, we will not do anything. Just watch. Kai Bai instructed. Then, he thought for a moment and said, Have you made any friends in the Lushan region? Kai Juanhao did not understand. Lushan region? Father, are you referring to the Origin family? Kai Bai was deep in thought. There are some things that you have to consider. Although you can't interfere, you have to be prepared. Kai Juanhao shook his head. Although the Yuan family has developed well over the past few years, there are many people who view us as enemies. They are all waiting for Yuan Sang Tian's position to become vacant, so no one wants to befriend the Yuan family. However, I did fight with Yuan Mia during the competition for a spot to go to the Tian Yuan universe. We even went to Torch City together. If not for Yu Sang Tian's sudden order, we would have already arrived at the Tian Yuan universe. Only then did he recall that several decades ago, a group of elite geniuses had competed for a spot to go to the Tian Yuan universe. His son had been one of them, and he had even succeeded. Alright, you can leave now. Kai Bai had to think about the next situation. The Primordial One definitely had his reasons for doing all these things. Perhaps the heavens of the spiritualized universe would change a little, and the talent domain would also need to make a choice. Kai Juanhao walked to the door and turned back to look at Kai Bai. He wanted to say something but hesitated. Kai Bai looked up. Is there anything else? Kai Juanhao hesitated for a moment. Father, what are your arrangements for Aunt? Kai Bai frowned. It has nothing to do with you. Kai Juanhao said, Father, Aunt is at the sequence level after all. She is obviously younger than you, but she has such achievements. She is very close to old ancestor Three Blades. If she stays in the family. I said it has nothing to do with you. Leave. Kai Bai shouted. Kai. Juanhao did not dare to disobey and could only leave. Looking at Kai Juanhao's back, Kai Bai's eyes narrowed. How could he not know what his son was thinking? A beautiful figure appeared in his mind. It was his sister, Kai Keqing. What a headache. Kai Keqing was extremely talented. Every few generations, there would be a genius in the Kai family. In the past, the old ancestor used dual immobility to stop Sang Tian. After that, it was Old Ancestor Three Blades, and now Kai Kiching. If not for the dual immobility sequence method, regardless of whether it was Old Ancestor Three Blades or Kai Kiching, they could have gone higher. However, Sky Beyond Sky did not allow it. The Kai family had its limits. Now, what gave him the most headache was his sister's marriage. Kai Kiching was known as a charming fox in the immortal realm. She had the enchanting charm of a fox, but she was cold and dignified. She had a pair of enchanting eyes that were filled with coldness. She had two completely different temperaments that attracted everyone who saw her. It was precisely because of Kai Kiching's beauty, temperament, and talent that the Kai family could not decide. The Kai family had always wanted to use Kai Kiching to achieve the greatest benefits. It would be best if they could touch the high and mighty position of Xianxia. Their first choice was naturally Xianxia. However, Xianxia's eyes had never fallen on the Kai family. They had also been choosing other Xianxia. They had dragged it out until now. When Kai Kiching reached the sequence level, the Kai family was even more reluctant to let her go. If she stayed, the Kai family would have another expert at the sequence level. If she could not be exchanged for benefits, it would be better for her to stay. Kai Bai had been having a headache over this for many years. He would wait and see how the changes in Yuan Xianxia would develop. Did the Yuan family have a suitable candidate? Wu Jiang passed through one region after another. These regions all had strong factions, but no one dared to stop Wu Jiang. Before Yuan Qi even attacked, the strength beast tore apart the three-headed death beast. It was too shocking. However, everyone knew that Wu Jiang would not have an easy time. At least, the 10,000 beast border and god-governing mountain would not let Yuan Qi off. They were all waiting for a chance to kill him. On this day, Wu Jiang arrived at the Kai region. Everyone thought that it would be the same as before. Wu Jiang would slowly pass through the Kai region. However, Wu Jiang turned and headed towards the Kai family. Countless gazes following Wu Jiang changed. The Kai family? What did Yuan Xianxia have to do with the Kai family? At the Kai family, Kai Bai suddenly stood up and looked into the distance in shock. How could this be? Why was Wu Jiang heading towards the Kai family? He also thought that Wu Jiang would pass through the Kai region and did not care. However, he did not expect Wu Jiang to turn around. The Kai region was huge. Each of the 36 regions was huge. The Kai family was located at the back of the middle of the Kai region. After passing through the Kai family was the entrance to a parallel universe. It was because of that parallel universe that the Kai region developed. The Kai family was not only the leader of the Kai region, they were also the leader of that parallel universe. When Wu Jiang arrived at the Kai family, a huge shadow covered the mountain range. All the cultivators of the Kai family walked out and looked up in shock. All they saw was the bottom of the ship. In the depths of the Kai family, Kai Sandao's eyes flickered. Those people from the Tianyuan universe did not plan to let him go. They actually chased him all the way to the Kai region. On the other side, Kai Fei woke up from his stupor. He looked up at Wu Jiang and felt many terrifying auras. What happened? In a courtyard filled with white leaves, a pair of charming yet incomparably cold eyes opened. She stared upwards, at Wu Jiang. Her gaze didn't waver, as if Wu Jiang didn't exist, even though she also sensed many terrifying auras. Kai Juanhao and Kai Jinyi looked up. Why would Yuan Xianxia come here? Kai Jin's shadow flashed again. Kai Juanhao shook his head. Impossible, definitely impossible. Wu Jiang floated above the Kai family. Kai Jun looked down at the familiar Kai family and clenched his fists. His eyes were bloodshot. This day had finally arrived. He flew towards the spiritualized universe. He flew for a long time until he was in despair. He hated the Kai family all the time. He thought that he was going to die, but he didn't expect that he would be saved and that there would be a day where he could take revenge. He had waited for this day for a long time, but it had come very quickly. He had never dreamed that such a day would come. The Kai family was a colossus to him, but now, it was beneath his feet. The Kai family was just the first, and there would be more to come. Let the spiritualized universe become lively. Kai Bai rose into the sky and appeared in front of Wu Jiang. He did not know what to do. Bow respectfully? No, Yuan Shi had clearly rebelled against the spiritualized universe and was provoking beyond heaven. The more respectful he was, the more the Kai family would be dealt with by beyond heaven. But if he was not respectful, he was afraid that Yuan Shi would slap him to death. Why had Wu Jiang come to the Kai family? What was going on? Even Ancestor Triblade and Ancestor Kai Fei had not come out. Was Yuan Shi, the spirit ancestor, not courting death by facing Xianxia? Whether it was in the open or in the dark, countless eyes were focused on Kai Bai with different expressions. Although Kai Bai was the head of the Kai family, he had never received such attention in his entire life in the spiritualized universe. He took a deep breath and tried his best to appear neither servile nor overbearing. May I ask why Yuan Shi has come to the Kai family? There is no such thing as primordial mulberry sky here, only primordial first master. Wu Zhang's voice rang out and shook the entire Kai domain. It also shocked the cultivators who had followed Wu Jiang. No one had expected Yuan Shi to say such a thing. This was equivalent to stripping him of his position as Xianxia. Lu Yin sat there leisurely with a smile on his face. Some time had passed since Yuan Shi had provoked beyond heaven, but Yu Xianxia had not said anything. Lu Yin did not believe that no one had requested to strip Yuan Shi of his position, but Yu Xianxia was worried that the spiritualized universe would fall into chaos if the position was left vacant, so he had suppressed it. If you suppress it, then I will strip myself of my position. The joy of a game was to counter every move and occasionally predict the opponent's moves. Yuan Shi's words had pushed Yu Xianxia down a cliff, and he had stripped him of his position. If Yu Xianxia did not say anything, then what would others think? With the border incident, more and more people in the spiritualized universe would become dissatisfied with Yu Xianxia. This was a game between Lu Yin and Yu Xianxia, but Kai Bai was in trouble. He did not know how to respond. When it came to Xianxia's position, it was not something that a mere family head like him could intervene. He had never wanted to participate in this matter, but he had somehow become the center of attention. Yuan Shi walked to the bow of Wu Zhang's ship and looked at Kai Bai. Kai Bai saw Yuan Shi walk out and felt that it was inappropriate to bow. This person had provoked beyond heaven, and if he did not bow, then he was afraid that Yuan Shi would slap him to death. He could only stand there and pray that Yuan Shi had walked out. You are the head of the Kai family? Yuan Shi slowly asked. Kai Bai tried his best to be neither servile nor overbearing, but he could not hide the respect and fear in his voice. I am Kai Bai. May I ask what Senior Yuan Shi wants to teach me? Yuan Shi waved a hand, and Kai Jun exhaled and suppressed his excitement. He slowly walked forward and stood beside Yuan Shi. The Kai family's scenery was beautiful from this angle. Yuan Shi had already given up on the spiritualized universe, and his actions could not be tolerated by the spiritualized universe. Even if he could explain himself, Yu Xianxia would definitely find a chance to get rid of him because he knew about the spiritualized universe. He might not even give him a chance to explain himself. His only way out was to survive in front of Lu Yin, and he would do whatever Lu Yin wanted him to do. Do you know this young man? Kai Jun looked at Kai Bai, his eyes filled with killing intent. Kai Bai looked at Kai Jun, and his pupil shrank. Kai Jun? At the same time, Kai Juanhao and Kai Junyi saw Kai Jun at the bow of Boundless ship and turned pale. How was this possible? Why was Kai Jun still alive? Why was he above Boundless and related to Yuan Shi's Xianxia? Kai Juanhao was stunned, and his mind was in chaos. His bad guess had actually come true. Boundless had come because of Kai Jun, but why? A mere disciple of a branch family of the Kai family, an ant that should have died at the hands of Yuan Shi, was actually related to Xianxia and attracted Boundless. Why? What did he have? No one could answer Kai Juanhao's question, and this was what Kai Bai wanted to ask the most. What did he have? How could a mere Kai Jun attract Boundless? He looked at Yuan Shi. Senior, why is Kai Jun in Boundless? Yuan Shi clasped his hands behind his back and did not speak. Kai Jun gritted his teeth and stared at Kai Bai. Master, long time no see. Kai Bai and Kai Jun looked at each other and saw the killing intent in Kai Jun's eyes. Kai Bai's mind raced, and his expression changed to one of concern and doubt. Howard and Er returned a long time ago. Little Jun, why didn't you come back with them? Why are you still in Boundless? What happened? Looking at Kai Bai's faint expression of concern, Kai Jun laughed. He laughed heartily and his laughter was filled with ridicule. Kai Bai's fingers twitched, and he wanted to kill Kai Jun, but he could only pretend. Little Jun, what happened? Why are you laughing? Kai Jun laughed. Master, your hypocrisy is so disgusting that I want to vomit. Kai Bai did not understand. Little Jun, what do you mean? What happened? Is there a misunderstanding? Kai Jun sneered, don't tell me you don't know what your precious son did. He conspired to steal my parents' belongings and look down on my branch family. He has always been using me. When my parents died in battle in the consciousness universe, Kai Juanhao joined forces with Kai Junyi to leave me behind to fend for myself. Kai Bai, you raised a good son and daughter. Kai Bai was furious, so there is such a thing. Little Jun, don't worry, the Kai family will not tolerate such a thing. If it really happens, I will personally kill them to correct the family's reputation. You would kill your own son and daughter for me, a branch family member? The genius mocked. Kai Bai gritted his teeth. It's not for you, it's for my Kai family's reputation. My Kai family will never allow this kind of thing to happen. He lowered his head and said, Little Jun, come with me. I will definitely give you an explanation. No need. Xianxia said coldly, they are above Boundless. Kai Bai's face turned pale. How and were on Wujiang? When? Wujiang, Rain Observatory. Small raindrops fell on the limestone floor and also fell on Kai Juanhao and Kai Junyi. They were clearly cultivators, but because of the rain, they felt cold all over. They were standing in front of Luin, looking at him with deep fear. They did not know how they came up without a trace. The Kai family could not stop them. And the young man in front of them gave them a lot of pressure, even if this pressure was just even old ancestor Three Knives did not give them any pressure. This pressure was unimaginable. Luin looked at the two with interest but did not ask anything. The Kai family had to pay a price. If they did not do this, how could they think of Diu Manor in their despair? Kai Bai suppressed his fear and said to Xianxia, since Hao and are in Wujiang, this matter needs to be confronted. He looked at Kai Jun, Little Jun, I will leave them to you. If they have harmed you, you don't have to be courteous. Just treat it as correcting the family's reputation. Kai Jun was disdainful. For the Kai family, Kai Bai directly threw his own children out. His heart was bleeding, but there was nothing he could do. In front of a colossus like Wujiang, the Kai family was too weak. So what if it was only Three Knives? A pet on Wujiang could tear apart Three Knives. Three Knives dared to fight for Sang Tian's position and dared to challenge Xianxia. Three Knives could not compare. The White Soul list represented the future, but not the present. Unless Three Knives broke through to the primordial realm, only then would he have the qualifications to negotiate with Wujiang. Kai Bai did not know that Kai Sandao was no less afraid than him because he had personally seen Wujiang massacre the border. Sang Tian almost could not return. Sang Tian did not personally make a move. There was a huge secret here. He was very clear, but he did not dare to think too much. Now that he saw Wujiang come for the younger generation's grievances, he wanted nothing more than to slaughter Kai Bai's family and force Wujiang to leave. I heard that the Kai family has Kai Sandao who is ranked 9th on the White Soul list. Tell him to come out. Lu Yin's voice came out of Wujiang. Kai Bai subconsciously looked into the depths of Wujiang, but he could not see anyone. The voice was very young, but it had an inexplicable majesty that made him apprehensive. Who could it be? Xianxia looked up at the Kai family and shouted, Kai Sandao, come out. In the surroundings, the cultivators both in the open and in the dark rejoiced in their misfortune. Kai Sandao was unlucky. In the past few years, the Kai family had relied on him to monopolize the Kai domain, which made many people jealous. Once he broke through to the primordial realm, the Kai family's status would be different again. Now that he had been targeted by Wujiang, he was truly unlucky. Kai Bai relaxed. Old ancestor Kai Sandao had come out, so he did not need to support this matter anymore. Above Wujiang, Kai Juanhao and Kai Junyi's legs went soft. Old ancestor Kai Sandao was an unreachable existence. Even in the entire spiritualized universe, he was a peak existence. Xianxia had treated him with respect, but this young man had directly asked him to come out. Just who was this person? Was he Xianxia's disciple? No, a younger generation? They became even more terrified. Below the Kai domain, Kai Sandao's heart sank. It was not only because of the younger generation, but also because Wu Jiang was looking for him. Yes, he was definitely looking for trouble. Wu Jiang had massacred the border, but he had escaped. Aside from him, only Xianxia had escaped. Wu Jiang did not plan on letting anyone go. No, he could not meet Wu Jiang. Kai Sandao gritted his teeth, raised his hand, and tore through the void to escape. Above Wu Jiang, Lu Yin's eyes widened. The starry sky around his heart was instantly enveloped, shaking the void. Just as Kai Sandao was about to leave through the void, he was blasted out by the shaking force. This force seemed to have changed the entire starry sky, and he saw stars that did not belong to the Kai domain change. He saw a strange constellation, and it was as if he had seen a young man with a pair of eyes. Lu Yin stared down. So it's you. Get out here. As soon as he spoke, the ground of the Kai domain shook and cracked open. Kai Sandao was blasted out from below by a terrifying force. Lu Yin did not know who Kai Sandao was, but when the man tried to escape, Lu Yin immediately noticed him. It was only then that he realized that Kai Sandao was one of the cultivators who had escaped from Wu Jiang's border. Only 2 people had been involved in the spiritualized universe's border battle. One was the president, and the other was this person. No wonder he had wanted to escape. This person had thought that Wu Jiang was looking for trouble. Kai Sandao rushed out from the ground and looked up at Wu Jiang. His eyes were filled with shock, but he could not resist. Wu Jiang was too strong, and Xianxia was just on the surface. During the border battle, Xianxia had not even made a move. The ones who had massacred the border were the people from the Tianyuan universe. He had no chance to resist at all. In the surroundings, countless gazes fell on Kai Sandao. They did not understand why he had suddenly fought with Wu Jiang. It seemed that he had been defeated and did not even manage to escape. Xianxian de Xianxing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan P. I only have 3 strikes. Sighed. Not a sound could be heard. The stars were bright and clear. Everything was like nothingness. It was also like a mirror that shattered in an instant. In the sky above the domain, only 3 blades turned into nothingness. It was right in front of Limitless, right under Lu Yin's nose. Lu Yin suddenly stood up and looked up at the sky. Within Boundless, the ancestor walked out, his expression grave. Yu Xianxia had made his move. Chu Yi, Suwang Tian, Desolate God, and the other experts all looked at the starry sky. In that instant, they felt a chill from the bottom of their hearts. That moment of fear came from Yu Xianxia. Yu Xianxia actually made a move. He didn't deal with Wu Jiang, but only Sandao. It was obvious that Sandao's words were not tolerated by Yu Xianxia. Lu Yin looked at the starry sky for a while and slowly sat down. Yu Xianxia's strength was deeply felt every time he got close to him. However, if Yu Xianxia had directly attacked Wu Jiang, it would not have been so easy. The ancestor's test would not have been so easily passed. However, Sandao's death was too unjust. Lu Yin had not come for him. Lu Yin and the others knew that Sandao had died at Yu Xianxia's hands, but the others did not. Regardless of whether it was the cultivators watching Wu Jiang or the Kai family, none of them knew that Yu Xianxia had made a move. They only thought that Wu Jiang was unhappy with Sandao and wanted to escape. This scene shocked everyone once again. Sandao, 9th on the White Soul list, a future spirit prime powerhouse, had been killed without a trace. It was as if he had never existed. Ruthless, too ruthless. He did not even let Sandao finish his words. Kai-san trembled. Killed just like that? What was the Kai family to Wu Jiang? How could he just kill without any hesitation? Just for a junior? Kai Jun did not expect Sandao to die just like that. He had thought of taking revenge on the Kai family, but that was only limited to Kai-san. He did not dare to think of going any further. Now, Lu Yin's gaze appeared in his mind again. He felt that gaze was high and mighty, looking down on everything as if they were ants. Sandao was not the only Kai family member, but he was the most famous. After Sandao's death, Kai Fei could no longer hide and hurriedly appeared. Kai Fei of the Kai family greets Xianxia, Sr. Xianxia was also shocked by Sandao's death. He knew that it was Yu Tian, not Wu Jiang. Yu Tian's aura was even more unfathomable than before. Kaijun's matter is my family's fault for not being strict enough. We are willing to give Wu Jiang an explanation. It's the Daiyu Villa, Xianxia said. The more unfathomable Yu Tian was, the more he had to follow Lu Yin. Otherwise, he would not even know how he died. He looked at Kai Fei solemnly and his voice rang out, Kaijun is a member of the Daiyu Villa. We cannot be bullied by others, do you understand? Kai Fei had never heard of the Daiyu Villa, nor did he understand why Xianxia had created it. However, he could only nod. Understood, understood. It's the Daiyu Villa. Xianxia's voice grew louder. The Daiyu Villa accepts disciples from the outside, and they are only separated by good and evil. Anyone who joins the Daiyu Villa, regardless of what they have experienced in the past, will be protected by the Daiyu Villa. The Daiyu Villa promises to protect all disciples to the greatest extent possible. Regardless of whether they have violated the rules or not, as long as they are not evil, they can join the Daiyu Villa. Following his words, the flag above Boundless fluttered in the wind, and the words, true love is unequaled, were especially eye-catching. Within Boundless, Lu Yin laughed. Xianxia is becoming more and more cooperative. Chui smiled. He wouldn't dare not cooperate. There is no place for him in the spiritualized universe. Kai Juanhao and Kai Jinyi were shocked. Xianxia had not volunteered, but had been forced. These people were the masters of Boundless. Who were these people? They hurriedly knelt down. We request to join the Daiyu Villa. Please grant us our request. Please grant us our request. The Kai family is willing to die for you. Lu Yin did not care about them, and his voice traveled to Kai Fei's ears. How does the Kai family plan to answer to the Daiyu Villa's disciples? Kai Fei did not know who had spoken, nor did he want to know. The more he knew, the more troublesome it would be. A ruthless look flashed past his eyes, and he raised his hand to strike Kai Bai. Kai Bai had thought that he did not need to make a decision, but he had not expected Kai Fei to attack him. Kai Bai died, and his corpse fell to the ground. Kai Juanhao and Kai Jinyi are in Boundless and are at your disposal. From now on, the Kai family's direct line of descent will be changed to the Daiyu Villa's line of descent. Is the Daiyu Villa satisfied? Kai Fei's attitude was very humble. Xianxia was calm, but this kind of thing had happened too often. For someone like Kai Fei, family was the most important. Regardless of whether they were direct or collateral descendants, as long as they had the surname Kai, it was fine. All of them were willing to sacrifice themselves for the Kai family. This was the family's philosophy. Old Tao shook his head and sighed. He had not expected that the Kai family would be forced into such a state. However, when he thought about the battle at the border, where Xianxia had joined forces with the Grand Domain and the experts at the border had been massacred, the Kai family did not stand out. Kai Jun, what do you think? Lu Yin's voice. Kai Jun said respectfully, I'll follow Third Master's decision. Third Master? Kai Fei didn't understand this form of address. You can make your own decisions, Lu Yin said. Kai Jun took a deep breath and looked at Kai Fei. Kai Fei also looked at him. He had never thought that there would be a day when he would look at a junior with a pleading gaze. Moreover, it was a junior from a branch family, a character that was originally unworthy of his attention. Kai Jun experienced the feeling of being above his family. This was all given to him by the Daiyu Villa and the Third Master. He suddenly thought of something and said in a deep voice, the Daiyu Mountain Manor made the decision for me because I joined the Daiyu Mountain Manor and was recognized by the Daiyu Mountain Manor. My matter has been resolved, but I'm not an ungrateful person. I need to pay the price for the Daiyu Mountain Manor. Kai Fei was puzzled. What price? Lu Yin was curious as well. This prodigy was actually fighting for his benefits. What could a prodigy possibly have that could catch his eye? Kai Jun loudly opened his mouth, Kai family's pearl, Kai Kaching. Kai Fei stared blankly at Kai Jun. He was astonished at first, but only then could he be clear. Old Tao's eyes lit up. This kid knew how to do things. Kai Kaching's reputation had spread throughout the spiritualized universe, and she was coveted by countless people. The Kai family had been troubled by her for a long time, and they didn't know how to deal with her. This kid actually wanted to bring Kai Kaching into the boundless universe. With Kai Kaching's beauty and temperament, would the third master be tempted? There was a 99% chance that he would. And this credit belonged to Kai Jun. This kid wasn't stupid, and he knew how to use limited resources. The surrounding people who were staring at the boundless universe grew anxious. What, Kai Kaching? How can that be? Our sect master has taken a fancy to her. That's enough. How can your sect master be worthy of Kai Kaching? She's a powerhouse of the sequence laws, and only those major powers can covet her. Immediately send word back that Kai Kaching can't enter the boundless universe. The boundless universe has already broken the rules. If you take Kai Kaching away, don't blame us for being impolite. No one will let the boundless universe go. Even Xianxia can't stop it. Luin heard the discussions around him, and he looked at Kaiyu. He saw a courtyard and a woman, and he was stunned. This woman's appearance might not be the most beautiful he had ever seen, but her unique temperament was charming with a hint of coldness, and her holiness with a hint of seduction. She was indeed very attractive. Moreover, this woman was a powerhouse of the sequence laws, and her talent was extremely good. She could attract even more powerhouses. Luin stood up and slowly walked to the bow of the boundless universe. Kaifei looked at Kai Jun, hiding his ruthlessness. This kid actually had designs on the Kai family's pearl. Bastard, Kai Jun Hao, that junior, was also stupid. Since he had made a move, why didn't he clean it up and implicate the Kai family? He couldn't understand why the dignified Sang Tian would stand up for Kai Jun. Kai Jun stared at Kai Fei. Ancestor, you're not willing? Kai Fei was troubled. Kai Kaching is already engaged to someone. If she boarded the boundless universe, it wouldn't be good. Kai Jun frowned. Engaged? Who? Kai Fei wanted to slap Kai Jun to death. This junior was too impudent, but he didn't dare. Who? If he said it at this time, it would be the truth. But who? A name flashed through his mind. Before he could think of anything, Luin walked out and stood in front of Xianxia. No matter who it is, even if it's Sang Tian, this woman will still board the boundless universe. Kai Fei looked at Luin in astonishment. What a big tone. Xianxia was surprised. Did he take a fancy to that woman? Kai Jun was excited. This was the right step. He wanted to repay Lu Yin's help. He didn't have the ability, but the Kai family had Kai Kaching. As long as the third elder valued her, he would repay the favor. Luin stood at the bow of the boundless universe and looked down. Kai Kaching, board the boundless universe. Kai Fei hurriedly said, Sir. I am the third elder of the Dayue Manor. Third elder? Kai Fei looked at Xianxia and wanted to say something, but Old Tao walked out and reluctantly said, Old friend, we meet again. Kai Fei was surprised. Old Tao? Old Tao laughed dryly. I am the second elder of the Dayue Manor. Kai Fei was speechless. What was this? Kai Kaching walked out of the white courtyard in the Kai domain and looked up. The boundless universe's shadow covered the Kai family, just like the hazy life she had lived for so many years. Kai Kaching, the boundless universe. It didn't matter where she went. She was just a bargaining chip. So what if she had the sequence laws? In the spiritualized universe, were there few powerhouses at this level? If both sides didn't move, they were destined to be chess pieces. Kai Kaching slowly rose into the air and appeared in front of countless people. Numerous gazes fell on her, and the sound of rapid breathing could be heard. What a beautiful woman. That kind of temperament made people want to have her. That kind of beauty was irresistible. Kai Kaching was familiar with such gazes. Even when she was young, she would attract countless gazes when she went out. She was used to it. Luin watched Kai Kaching slowly approach. The closer she got, the more obvious her cold and charming temperament was, and the more intoxicating it was. A snow fox that had fallen into a volcano. That was how Luin felt. When a person was in a volcano, the heat was unbearable. This snow fox was a person's greatest desire. This woman was easy to get addicted to. Kaifei was bitter. The Kai family had protected this pearl so well in exchange for the greatest benefits, but in the end, it had become like this. His heart was bleeding. It was all because of that genius. Damn it, the Dayu Manor had violated the rules and defied Xianxia. He would definitely die a horrible death. He had to keep an eye on the Dayu Manor and find an opportunity to make that genius beg for death. As for Kai Kaching, once she ascended to the boundless universe, she would no longer have any value. Her only use would be to stay in the Kai family and become a sequence law expert. If Kaifei could think of this, then so could Kai Kaching. She ignored Kaifei, Luyin, and Yuanqi, minding her own business as she ascended to the boundless universe. Not being protected by the Kai family was the best protection she could give herself. A delicate fragrance swept past, bringing with it an icy chill. Yuanqi sighed. No wonder even Luyin couldn't help but want to take this girl away. She was definitely a pearl of the spiritualized universe. Not long after, the boundless universe left the Kai domain, leaving behind the shattered Kai family. The news that Kai Kaching had ascended to the boundless universe was far more important than the Kai family. The spiritualized universe was in an uproar, and all the young masters and powerhouses who coveted Kai Kaching looked towards the boundless universe. They wanted to tear it apart, as well as the third master. He was so young, and he was so eager to let Kai Kaching ascend to the boundless universe. This person had to be killed. In the spiritualized universe's eyes, Kai Kaching had ascended to the boundless universe because Luyin had taken a liking to her. However, the people of the Tianyuan universe knew that this was not the case. Luyin had too many close female friends in the Tianyuan universe, and the spiritualized cultivators were more anxious. This was the fundamental reason why Kai Kaching had ascended to the boundless universe. He was here to cause trouble. The boundless universe had caused a ruckus in the Kai family, forcing them to pay the price for persecuting a genius. This was a promotion for the Dayu Villa, but the one who had truly spread the news was Kai Kaching. As the news spread, many people who were on the verge of despair looked towards the boundless universe. Could the Dayu Villa really protect them? There would always be people who could not be tolerated by the world, and such people were either idiots or geniuses. At the same time, in the Lushan domain, the Yuan family was surrounded by many people. Senior Yuan Hong, please come out for a meeting. The Yuan family must give us an explanation regarding the boundless universe. We once respected Yuan Qi, but now he has violated the rules and provoked the realm beyond heaven. The Yuan family must give us an explanation. Come out, Yuan family. The Yuan family. Within the Yuan family, the ancestor, Yuan Hong, the family head, Yuan Jing, and the various branch family heads had all gathered. Even the younger generation of cultivators had gathered. There were tens of thousands of people present, and they were all members of the Yuan family who lived in the Lushan domain. There were even more Yuan family members scattered throughout the Lushan domain. These people were far away from the main line of descent, and they could not come even if they wanted to. The entire Yuan family was surrounded. You all know about what happened in the outside world, right? Everyone in the Yuan family looked at Yuan Hong, waiting for the ancestor to speak. Yuan Hong was Yuan Qi's nephew. Yuan Qi's son had died a long time ago, so Yuan Qi did not have any direct relatives. Our family has always been viewed with hostility, even when our ancestor was still alive. It's all because of Xianxia's relationship with our ancestor. After our ancestor left for the Tianyuan universe, more and more people started to view us as enemies, all of them vainly coveting Xianxia's position. Our ancestor has clearly broken the rules and established Dayu Mountain Manor. He's already brought us to the opposite side of beyond heaven. Remember what I'm about to say. Yuan Hong's gaze was cold. Our family has never enjoyed the grace of beyond heaven. Since our ancestor has broken the rules, we will follow. If anyone is unwilling to follow our ancestor, they can leave now. The family will not stop them. No one left. They all knew what the family had been through in the past few years. Even if they left and joined beyond heaven, they wouldn't be accepted, and even if they did, what use would it be? They would be nothing more than stray dogs that would forever bear the name of a traitor. Not only had the family betrayed the spiritualized universe, but they themselves had also betrayed the family. Only by following the family could they move forward. Yuan Hong was satisfied. No one's leaving. Good, then remember this. From now on, we will wait for our ancestor in Lushan domain. The family has sealed off the mountain, and no one is allowed to enter or leave. Unless they attack us, we will not move. The Yuan sealing of the mountain had infuriated the surrounding people. They wanted to attack Lushan domain, but they also had misgivings. The primordial origin had openly rebelled against the spiritualized universe, so he was clearly prepared. No one knew how many experts there were in the boundless universe, so who would be willing to take the lead? All they could do was surround the Yuans and put on a show for Beyond Heaven. If the primordial origin was finished, they would immediately attack the family and steal their resources. If the primordial origin left Beyond Heaven helpless, they would have to think of other methods. As long as they didn't attack, everything would be fine. The Yuans didn't know that the primordial origin wasn't willing, but that was no longer important. The primordial origin had already accepted his fate. The primordial origin didn't know about the Yuan's attitude, so he didn't really care about them. Cultivators cultivated both power and the heart. Many cultivators didn't care about relationships, and they believed that emotions would affect one's cultivation. The Eternals believed this, and the primordial origin was the same. Indifference to family was the only way to go further. There were also people who believed that emotions were a ladder for humans to climb up, and Lu Yin was one such person. It was hard to say who was right and who was wrong, and Lu Yin's example could not become everyone's target. He had only been cultivating for a short period of time, and his emotions were still there. Yuan Qi had left the spiritualized universe a long time ago, and his family had long since faded away. She hadn't met Lu Yin, and he hadn't planned on meeting her either. As long as she was above boundless, it would be fine. Dozens of days later, Wu Jiang arrived at the Alan region, which was not far from the 100 Herb region. Looking into the distance, Lu Yin exclaimed, "Is that the water curtain?" Old Tao sighed, "Yes, that is the water curtain sky, the wonder of the Alan region." The water curtain sky was an arched bridge. Water flowed down from the bridge, splitting the starry sky and connecting the two ends of the Alan domain. It was a huge object, similar to the rainbow bridge of the starry sky of trees. The difference was that the rainbow bridge was connected from top to bottom, while the water curtain sky was connected horizontally. Anyone who passed through the Aolin region would pass under the water curtain sky. There is a special kind of soil in the Aolin region that is only attracted by the Aolin spacetime. The Aolin spacetime is connected to the spiritualized spacetime, and the gravity is the strongest. The further one is, the weaker it becomes. The Aolin region arranged this soil horizontally, and as time passed, the soil was gradually attracted by the Aolin spacetime and moved upwards, forming this bridge. The bridge. Due to the passage of time, the soil has solidified and become extremely hard. The people of the Aolin region guided the water flow up and down the entire bridge, forming the wonder of the Aolin region, the water curtain sky. Lu Yin looked into the distance. This water curtain sky is very important to the Aolin region, right? Old Tao said, "Yes, the water curtain sky is the symbol of the Aolin region. There are two leading forces in the Aolin region, and they are separated by the water curtain sky. Each of them has a powerhouse guarding the sequence rules." Lu Yin smiled, "Two sequence rules? It's a very obvious aura, but it's too obvious." Wu Jiang, rise. Old Tao didn't understand. Rise? This height was just enough to pass through the water curtain sky and rise again. Old Tao's expression changed. No way. Wu Jiang slowly rose and headed towards the water curtain sky. At this moment, above the water curtain sky, many eyes looked at Wu Jiang. Why is it rising? What is the meaning of this? This way, it will hit the water curtain sky. Not good, Wu Jiang is going to hit the water curtain sky. In the dark, someone was anxious, it can't hit it. My dreamscape needs to be guided by reality. Reality is that Wu Jiang will pass through the water curtain sky and enter the dream through the water curtain sky. Once it hits it, the dream will fail. Can't it change reality? Change it to hitting the water curtain sky. From the looks of it, Wu Jiang is going to hit the water curtain sky. No, I can't do it. You are Master Meng Sang's disciple. I am not Sang Tian. Many eyes, some fierce, some fearful, all stared at Wu Jiang from all directions. This place was actually a place where they could kill Wu Jiang. The Daiyu villa had caused trouble in the Kai domain, stolen Kai Keqing, and sealed the Zhen family's mountain. All of these things had formed a killing intent towards Wu Jiang. All of the great powers had gathered in the shortest time possible to take action in the water curtain sky. The first to act was Meng Sang's disciple, trying to get Wu Jiang to enter the dream. However, the dream failed before it even started. Wu Jiang headed straight for the water curtain sky. Two figures hurriedly blocked it. Senior primordial origin, the Alan domain did not offend the Daiyu villa. Please lower your altitude and pass through the water curtain sky. Lu Yin walked out and stood at the bow of Wu Jiang's ship with an arrogant smile. No one can make Wu Jiang lower its head. You are underestimating it. The two were furious. It's just a bridge, it can't make Wu Jiang lower its head. Lowering its altitude is lowering its head. Are you looking down on the Daiyu villa? Lu Yin shouted. The two opened their mouths but did not know how to refute. This guy was obviously twisting words and forcing logic, and his arrogance made them want to kill him. Lu Yin was impatient. Get out of the way. Don't blame us if you die. Who are you? Tell us your name. One of them had a fierce look. Lu Yin sneered, I'm the Daiyu villa's third master. You can call me seventh bro. Wu Jiang headed for the water curtain sky, and the two avoided it while staring at Lu Yin, who was standing at the bow. Boom. There was a loud noise, and countless people in the Alan domain looked up to see a shocking scene. The water curtain sky that had stood tall in the Alan domain for countless years had been split in two by Wu Jiang. Due to the attraction of Alan's spacetime to the soil of the water curtain sky, the fragments did not fall. However, the water that existed in the water curtain sky scattered in all directions, causing a heavy rain to fall on the Alan domain. Wu Jiang crashed into the water curtain sky in the rain, and many pairs of eyes filled with murderous intent stared at Lu Yin from behind the rain. Lu Yin turned around and walked into Wu Jiang, completely ignoring the murderous intent. Kill. Someone could not help but attack. It was a powerhouse from the sequence laws, and his sequence particles soared into the air and spread towards Wu Jiang. Powerhouses attacked from all directions, and the most eye-catching of all were three violent and terrifying auras that accompanied their enormous bodies. They exploded from three different directions and attacked Wu Jiang at the same time. Not only did they want to deal with the people on Wu Jiang, but they also wanted to destroy Wu Jiang. Within Wu Jiang, Ba Lu, Yi Yao, and the others were deathly pale as they stared blankly at the sharp claws descending from the sky. What a terrifying powerhouse! Kai Jun was shocked and stunned. He had never encountered such a terrifying aura in his life. Kai Jun watched the claws descend, but his gaze was very calm. Old Tao raised his head. It was another old fellow from the Myriad Beasts border. As expected of one of the few organizations in the 36 domains that could rival the Divine Driving Mountain and the School of Arts. They had many hidden powerhouses. Two of the three old fellows were from the sequence laws, and one of them had broken through to the primordial realm and cultivated the sixth-ranked God's Radiance. The God's Radiance caused the terrifying beast to grow even taller, and a human figure appeared behind it. It was clearly a beast, but a human had appeared behind the God's Radiance. No one was unfamiliar with this person. Two of the 7 great mulberry skies had spiritualized beasts. One was Meng Sang, and the other was this human figure, Wu Huang. Not many people knew what kind of beast form sovereign Wu Huang was. He always appeared in his human form, which was his appearance before he shed his spirit. However, everyone knew that he was a beast form sovereign Wu Huang. Emperor Wu Huang was the ruler of the 10,000 beasts border, and he was currently in the consciousness universe. It was normal for the experts of the 10,000 beasts border to cultivate the divine reflection art. Meanwhile, the peerless emperor that came out of the divine reflection was aimed at Boundless. He raised his palm and pressed down. The peerless emperor's ultimate battle skill, lifeless destruction. Many people were familiar with this expert, and they had also heard of his legend. Although he had failed in the competition for Sang Tian's position, his strength was very close to Sang Tian's, surpassing the death of 3 heads. He should be able to lead to a battle of the origin. At this moment, Limitless was locked in place. Three colossal figures had made their move. In addition, there was Limitless Emperor, who had appeared from nowhere, as well as the Sequence Law powerhouse who was hiding in the dark. Countless people were looking forward to limitless destruction. The origin was Xianxia, who was extremely powerful, but could he block so many attacks? Just the three old fellows from the land of myriad beasts were enough to make Xianxia suffer. The radiant god was a law of sequence, but it was used by a primordial realm expert. The other two old fellows did not use any laws of sequence, so they could not approach him. This encirclement would allow them to see through Wujiang at the very least. Luyin walked towards the rain observatory step by step. Three figures charged out towards the three colossal figures. They were Su Wang, the strength beast, and the star toad. The star toad was aggrieved, but there was nothing it could do. Since Luyin wanted it to take action, it had to take action. Charging out of Wujiang, Su Wang swung its tail at the colossal beast to its left, while the strength beast threw a punch at the colossal beast to its right. The primordial realm beast that had used the divine reflection art and the sovereign Wu Huang's battle technique, end of life and destruction, was targeted by the star toad. Since it had taken action, it obviously had to pick the most powerful one. That was the only way to show off, and only it could deal with a primordial realm expert. Bang! 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 Three loud sounds rang out, and blood mixed with the rain from the water-curtained sky, splattering across the Alan region. Countless people stared at the sky blankly. Who was it? Why had it turned scarlet? The three colossal figures fell from the sky, crushing mountains, overturning seas, and shaking up the entire Alan region. Luyin sat back down and raised his head, his gaze deep. Huang and Force Beasts represented the limits of the Heaven's origin universe. Even Hongyan Mavis of the Three Realms 6 Daos could not defeat them in terms of strength. Hongyan Mavis was at the peak of the law sequence, and she could challenge primordial realm experts from the Three Realms 6 Daos. Huang and Force Beasts were not a problem for them to deal with two law sequence beasts. They could break through everything with brute force. As for the star toad, it was even less of a problem, as it was a bitter calamity realm expert. After dealing with the three spirit-molted beasts and the hidden expert, the star toad waved his hand. The golden staff was raised high into the air and swept out in all directions, scattering all of the law sequence beasts that attacked Boundless. Boundless slowly passed through the shattered water curtain space. When the water completely fell onto the Alan region, light illuminated Boundless from above. The Celestial had returned, his clothes stained with blood, but his expression was calm. The battle had ended very quickly, but it had not been easy for him. He had traded his life for another, as his opponent was a spiritualized law sequence cultivator. Fortunately, the Celestial had a combination of the triumphant battle technique and the law sequence, so trading life for life was most suitable for him. Luyin stood up and stretched. Collect the corpses. Second Adama walked out and collected the corpses of the law sequence experts. On the other side of the shattered water curtain space, the two law sequence cultivators from the Alan region were stunned. The spirit-molted beasts from the myriad beasts territory had fallen right in front of their eyes, and the Celestial had killed them all. That person bathed in golden light was undying. Was this the strength of the Dayuvilla? Was this the strength of the origin Xianxia, who had rebelled against the realm beyond heaven? Xianxia had yet to make a move, so they still could not see Boundless' true strength. Ba Lu and the others were indescribably shocked. Even though they had seen the battle at the border, and that battle had been even crueler, this battle was just too dazzling. Even the rain was dyed red. Boundless was just too powerful, and they knew very well that there were still many people who had yet to make a move. The third boss, in particular, claimed to be the third boss, but in reality, everyone had to listen to him. He was the true master of the ship, and no one knew just how powerful he was. In the water curtain space, beneath the shattered soil, a man patted the mud off his body. He watched as Boundless left bathed in light and sighed. It was too terrifying. Fortunately, he didn't enter the dream, or else he would have died without a doubt. There was definitely an even more terrifying expert hidden in the Boundless realm. It was rumored that even Yu Xianxia was afraid of primordial Xianxia's Dao Bell. It was not without reason. Primordial Xianxia had not made a move yet. He was probably waiting for Yu Xianxia. Yu Xianxia did not make a move. Perhaps he was also afraid of primordial Xianxia. If these two really fought, the remaining cultivators of the spiritualized universe might not be able to take down Wu Jiang. Those cultivators were not united. Fortunately, he didn't make a move. Fortunately. When the news of Shui Liankong's battle spread out, it shook the spiritualized universe. They did not know that there was an even more intense battle at the border. The result of this battle was already shocking. The radiant stage expert from the 10,000 Beasts border had once competed for Xianxia's position. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have been much weaker than Xianxia. However, according to the news, Xianxia hadn't done anything. It was a toad that killed the spirit stage expert from the 10,000 Beasts border. Toad? No one believed it. They all thought they had seen wrongly. Xianxia must have taken action secretly. Otherwise, how could a toad kill a spiritual prime? What kind of joke was this? Unless the toad was also a spiritually molted beast. No one had ever heard of Xianxia befriending a spiritually molted beast. However, the battle in Shui Liankong had strengthened many people's confidence. The Dayu Mountain Villa definitely had a strength that was difficult to detect. One by one, they headed towards Boundless. Those who had been chasing after Boundless were getting further and further away, as they were afraid that Boundless wouldn't be able to catch up. Their spirits were dampened. They were all afraid of Boundless. Even if the words on the banner were dazzling, they did not dare to be impudent. Before Boundless had even left the Allen domain, someone had already chased after it and requested to join the Dayu Mountain Villa. Luin was interested, and he allowed the person to ascend Boundless. The person was excited, as he had actually managed to ascend to Boundless. This was a place that not even those who controlled the laws of the universe could reach. When he arrived at Boundless, he saw many people and sensed many unfathomable auras. He tried his best to make himself appear less fearful. He arrived in front of Luin and bowed. "I'm Sherbei." "Greetings, Third Master." Luin sized up Sherbei. "You're so young, but you're already at the spiritual wander realm. Not bad." The spiritual wander realm was equivalent to an enlighter in the Tianyuan universe. This person's age was about the same as Hai Chi-Chi's, which meant that his cultivation was not bad. Sherbei respectfully replied, "I'm still far from Third Master's level." "Thank you for the compliment." The surrounding people had strange looks. Compared to Luin? Sherbei did not know Lu Yin's strength, and he had only speculated based on common sense. Luin had not obtained the position of Third Master through his own strength, but rather through his connections with the primordial origin. Regardless of Lu Yin's strength, flattery was the right thing to do. Luin raised a brow. "Why did you join the Dayu Mountain Villa?" Sherbei respectfully replied, "I believe that my talent is passable, and I'm willing to join the Dayu Mountain Villa as Third Master to serve the primordial origin." Luin frowned. "That's it?" Sherbei was stunned. This tone was not right. Shouldn't they be happy? Someone was willing to take the risk of offending the realm beyond heaven and even the entire spiritualized universe to join them, so the Dayu Mountain Villa should be happy. This meant that their strength had been recognized. That's it, that's it." Luin stared at Sherbei. "No grievances?" Sherbei was confused. "Grievances? Should I?" "You should." "I don't." "Has your life been smooth sailing?" "I'm just a wandering cultivator. I don't offend anyone, and I don't have many opportunities. However, my talent is not bad, and I once competed for a spot to enter the Tianyuan universe. I almost succeeded." Luin casually waved his hand and threw Sherbei out of Boundless. What a joke. How could one be qualified to ascend Boundless without any grievances? He was here to cause trouble, not to take in disciples. Sherbei was stunned. Why had he been thrown out? Had he said something wrong? Why had he been thrown out? No grievances? Have you had a smooth sailing life? Lu Yin's words kept ringing in Sherbei's ears. This was the first time in his life that he had felt humiliated. He had indeed lived a good life because his talent was passable, and he did not offend anyone. Now, however, he had developed a strong grudge against Boundless. This guy was definitely a good-for-nothing who did not know how to cherish talents. Xianxia should have met the primordial origin. Someone appeared in front of him and grabbed Xianxia away. He was one of the few people who had been able to ascend Boundless and come out safely. Naturally, there were people who wanted to understand Boundless through him. This incident reminded many people that they wanted to understand Boundless. Why did they have to use force? Since the Daiyu Villa was recruiting people, it was entirely possible for them to join. The primordial origins people were very powerful, but they could not see through people's hearts. At this thought, many people began to rack their brains. Large organizations were very efficient. Boundless had just left the Alan domain and was slowly traveling through space when people wanted to join. Luin looked at the beautiful girl in front of him. Why do you want to join the Daiyu Villa? The girl was a stunner, at least to most men. Although she was not as beautiful as Kai Yuqing, she had a seductive temperament that was irresistible. She also had an extremely alluring fragrance. Ah. There was a scream as the girl was thrown out of Boundless, just like Xianxia. Not long after, more people requested to join the Daiyu Villa. They came from various organizations, and they used various methods and excuses to join. Some of them used tragic backgrounds or persecution as reasons to join, but none of them succeeded. What's going on? You can't even join with your background? Some people did not understand. They had learned from Xianxia that the third master required people with grievances to join. You want grievances? Simple? They found people who had been wronged, but none of them could join. Some of them were even more wronged than the geniuses. They were as miserable as they could be, but they could not join. After summarizing these people's situations, they realized that the third master would do something. He flicked his finger. What did this have to do with joining the Daiyu Villa? No one understood. Luin was very relaxed and even happy. Why? Of course, it was because of the people who were constantly trying to join the Daiyu Villa. Actually, killing them directly would deter them and make it impossible for them to plant people here, the primordial origin said. Luin smiled. Don't you think it's interesting? The primordial origin did not understand, but he did not say anything. He only felt that it was a waste of time. To Luin, it was not a waste of time at all. Everyone who wanted to join the Daiyu Villa, regardless of whether they were ordered by someone or wanted to join wholeheartedly, could try the self-illuminating heavens technique. Although he had created this technique, it was still very unfamiliar to him. He needed to constantly try and cultivate it. This was the only cultivation method that Xianxia and Grandmaster Greengrass were afraid of. It was the technique that Luin wanted to cultivate the most. Karma could lead one to eternal life. How could he be careless? In comparison, it was quite interesting to see those people trying to join the Daiyu Villa. It was more interesting than fishing. There were indeed some people who had been wronged, but their grievances were too small. Luin was only looking for trouble, not helping the spiritualized universe purge the sinister. It would be better if it was a big one. Along the way to the 100 Herbs region, there was a constant stream of people trying to join the Daiyu Villa. Since Luin didn't kill anyone, there was a chance that they would be able to enter. Luin did not tire of using these people to test out karma, and both sides tacitly agreed to be at peace. It was just that the words on the flag were too eye-catching. Wu Jiang left Aolin domain and left an eternal legend in Aolin domain. As long as people couldn't leave Aolin domain, they would never forget the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood. Xianxian de Xianxing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan P. It was truly a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Beast form, spirit molt, corpses as big as mountains, blood as big as seas. The days of continuous sailing were not so boring, and various powers were trying to squeeze people into Wu Jiang. Luin was never tired of it, and Wu Jiang was more lively than anywhere else. People were constantly entering and leaving. Some of the bolder ones even wanted to sneak in, but they would definitely be discovered. No matter how big Wu Jiang was, it could not compare to primordial origin senses. However, they wanted to test the Daiyu Villa's bottom line, and those who wanted to sneak in were prepared to die. Their goal was to find out just how many experts the Daiyu Villa had. In the end, they found that there were many, many of them, and it was terrifying. The user of the black energy source was equivalent to the spirit progenitor, the disaster expedition, the Tianyuan army, the mechas, and so on. These people didn't really sneak into Boundless Realm, but what they saw when they tried to sneak in already made the outside world scratch their heads in confusion. Many people said different things, but if all these differences were combined together, then it was terrifying. The Dayuvilla had become a monster that occupied the spiritualized universe. He's here too. Old Tao was surprised. Luine casually threw out the man who thought that he had some talent and had an unruly temperament. Who is it? Prince Yu, as in stupid. Luine was surprised. Nickname? Old Tao nodded. Luine laughed. You have a personality. Old Tao was solemn. Prince Yu is from the Wisdom Sky Domain. Third Master should have heard of him. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. The Wisdom Sky Domain? Now that was interesting. The Wisdom Sky Domain was one of the 36 domains of the spiritualized universe. Compared to the Divine Ruling Mountain and the Myriad Beast Territory, not many people knew about the Wisdom Sky Domain. Even the spiritualized universe's cultivators did not know much about the Wisdom Sky Domain. However, Yu Xianxia had determined that no Xianxia would be allowed to appear in the Wisdom Sky Domain. It was not that the Wisdom Sky Domain could not be reached, but that it was not allowed. If the spiritualized universe was a timeline, then the Imperial Mulberry Sky, the 7 major Mulberry Skies, the Sequence Foundation, the Sequence Method, and so on were all embellishments to this timeline. Then, the Wisdom Space Domain was the origin of this timeline. Like the Supreme Pole, it belonged to a certain extreme of the spiritualized universe. The Supreme Pole represented the extremes of the spiritualized universe's cultivation and battle prowess. The Wisdom Sky Domain set the spiritualized universe's future. Whether it was the Unified Cultivation Method or the Sequence Foundation, all of these ideas came from the Wisdom Sky Domain. There was a saying among the spiritualized universe's upper echelons: the Wisdom Sky Domain is an era ahead. The Wisdom Sky Domain had never produced any shocking powerhouses, but the spiritualized universe's future was inseparable from the Wisdom Sky Domain. Currently, the spiritualized universe's resources were distributed and its development direction was inseparable from the Wisdom Sky Domain. Yu Xianxia did not care about the 7 great Xianxians teaming up, but they cared about the Wisdom Sky Domain. The Wisdom Sky Domain was like another spiritualized universe's Yu Xianxia. Luine had learned about the Wisdom Sky Domain, and it was one of the places that he had to go. He didn't expect that someone from the Zhikong Domain would come ahead of time. In the tributary of the Long River of Time, Wang Wen formulated a plan to deal with the spiritualized universe and proposed a plan to attack it. He once said that the spiritualized universe would definitely have extremely intelligent people, but such people would also be drowned in the consciousness of the spiritualized universe's civilization. At that time, Luine had agreed. However, the premise was that such a person was under the civilization consciousness. The intelligent space domain, on the other hand, was above the spiritualized universe's consciousness. It could even be said that the spiritualized universe's consciousness came from the intelligent space domain. The cultivation culture of the spiritualized universe was created by the intelligence void region. If the Wisdom Sky Domain had truly transcended the current era, then they would have been able to see the disadvantages that existed in the war against the Tianyuan universe. However, in the tributary of the River of Time, the first batch of spiritualized cultivators who had invaded the Tianyuan universe had been defeated. They had been defeated by Luine, but they had also been defeated by their battle strategy. This made Luine unable to understand the Intellivision region. If the Intellivision region could clearly see the differences between the cultivation cultures of the two universes, then why hadn't they warned those people? Or was the Intellicon domain overestimated? Or perhaps they had other plans? If it was any other plan, the only one Luine could think of was Yu Xianxia. The intelligent space domain had created the spiritualized universe's cultivation model to control the future of the civilization consciousness, but they could not control Yu Xianxia. Yu Xianxia's refusal to allow Xianxia to appear in the intelligent space domain was proof of this. If Luine was someone from the intelligent space domain, then Yu Xianxia was an uncertain factor that should be resolved. A spiritualized universe could only move in one direction if the ultimate extremity did not appear. Right now, it felt like a person's brain and body had been separated. The body wanted to go left, but the brain wanted to go right. With this thought in mind, Xianxia stepped onto Boundless and walked towards Luin. This person had an ordinary appearance and temperament, but his eyes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. As he walked on Boundless, every step he took seemed to have been precisely calculated. Every step he took was steady and confident, which represented the strength of his heart. Luin looked at Xianxia and suddenly released his pressure, which swept towards him. However, Xianxia seemed to be able to predict it in advance. The moment the pressure descended, his step did not stop. Just like before, he landed at the exact same time, at the exact same distance, and with the exact same expression. Luin raised his brows. Xianxia had predicted that Luin would release his pressure and had prepared in advance. His pressure increased sharply. Xianxia suddenly stopped and looked at Luin. I overestimated you. Luin smiled faintly. Oh? What do you mean? Xianxia shook his head, using strength to suppress others. You are no different from Xianxia. Luin was surprised. Are you comparing me to Xianxia? You overestimate me. I am only the third head, and the first head is Xianxia. Xianxia stared at Luin. Are you from the Tianyuan universe? Luin did not refute. Xianxia has sealed off the news about this matter. It seems like my guess is correct. Then, allow me to guess again. He has been to the Tianyuan universe, right? Xianxia continued. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, but he did not refute. Yes, but also no. Xianxia had indeed been to the Tianyuan universe, but that was in a tributary of the Time River and not the mainstream. Xianxia took a step forward and walked towards Luin again. Luin sat there calmly and just looked at him. Not many people in the spiritualized universe knew about the intelligent space domain, but the major forces that were watching Boundless definitely knew something. Although Xianxia was not recognized by most people, he was treated with respect by the major forces. Since he had boarded Boundless, he represented the intelligent space domain, and everyone was waiting for the results. They also did not know why Xianxia had boarded Boundless. Xianxia stopped 10 meters away from Luin and sized him up. He then looked up and scanned the surroundings. There must be an existence on this warship that is comparable to Xianxia. He is the master of the Tianyuan universe, and regardless of whether it is you or Xianxia, you are all controlled by this person. Old Tao stood behind Luin and sized up Xianxia. There were very few people from the intelligent space domain, and each of them had unparalleled wisdom and could see through the situation. What he said was not wrong. The outside world believed that the master of the Dayue Villa was Xianxia, but only this person could see that Xianxia had no choice. Xianxia had also guessed that this warship had come from the Tianyuan universe. Xianxia's gaze landed on Luin again. You should be the descendant of that existence. It seems like Xianxia is the master of the Dayue Villa, but it is actually you. Let me guess. On the surface, you seem to have reached some sort of agreement with Xianxia, but in reality, you've been tricked by him. You've been forced to come from the Tianyuan universe. You've been forced into a passive position, but you can't do anything to him. Xianxian de Xian Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan P. Lu Yin's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but clap. So these are the people from the Zhikong domain. Amazing, amazing. Young Master Yu's expression was calm as he said, I can see through every single one of your actions. Now that you want to do the opposite, you want to make me mistakenly think that I have guessed wrongly. In fact, you have only strengthened my guesses. Xianxia has already suppressed the Tianyuan universe. You will all be buried by him. The battle at the border has already caused the grand entirety domain to be defeated. This is only his first step. Tell me, what has he grasped? I can help you. Otherwise, you won't have a good end. Luin was truly impressed by this young Master Yu. In a situation where he didn't have any information, he had already guessed almost half of the truth. He had indeed been grasped by Xianxia, and he had no choice but to come from the Tianyuan universe. His identity was also that of the primogenitor's descendant. Aside from the fact that the primogenitor didn't control the Tianyuan universe, no one could have guessed his own rise. During the battle at the border, they had indeed been used by Xianxia to bury the grand entirety domain. They would still be used by Xianxia in the future, and this was something that couldn't be changed. Under normal circumstances, this person should have guessed 90% of the truth. In the distance, Su Wangtian dug his nose and stared at young Master Yu. The more intelligent a person was, the more likely they would have a bad end. Lu Yin stood up and walked towards young Master Yu. Young Master Yu looked at him calmly. He was extremely confident in his own guesses, and this was the confidence that had been acknowledged by the Zhikong domain. I heard that the successor of the Zhikong domain has a ball. Let me see, Lu Yin said, completely different from the previous topic. Young Master Yu raised his hand, and there was a black ball in his hand. It was pitch black, and it seemed as if all light had been sucked into it. There was nothing else other than black. Lu Yin didn't stand on ceremony. He picked up the ball and examined it. Twinning. Young Master Yu's gaze turned cold, and he looked at Lu Yin. Did Xianxia tell you this? Lu Yin looked at the black ball and said as he walked, there are two successors of the Zhikong domain, the overt one and the covert one. The overt one walks the world and holds the twinning, while the covert one is hard to know. He holds the twin yang, and the covert one is said to be the true successor of the Zhikong domain. He has seen the world through the overt one, yet he sits alone outside of the world. Young Master Yu laughed, you only know one, but you don't know the other. It seems so, but if you don't personally walk the world, you won't be able to understand the prosperity of the world. Does he really think that he has transcended just because he sits alone outside of the world? What a joke. Compared to me, he will always lack the experience of the world. What about you? After walking the world, can you still sit alone outside of the world? Lu Yin asked. Young Master Yu said, there is no need to sit alone outside of the world. Everyone is in the world, so what is outside? What is inside? It is just where the heart is. Once you see through the heart, you will be able to transcend. Lu Yin casually threw the black ball to young Master Yu, well said. Those who think that they have transcended will never be able to transcend, but you are far from reaching this realm. He sat down again and looked at young Master Yu, you are very smart, and you are worthy of your identity as the overt successor of the Zhikong domain. However, if you want to cooperate with us, you need to be smart. You want to use us to experience some kind of change in the world, but we are not your chess pieces. Young Master Yu was surprised, and only then did he look at Lu Yin seriously. This person actually saw through his goal. His performance just now would make ordinary people think that the Zhikong domain was dissatisfied with Yu Xianxia and wanted to do something. In fact, ever since Yu Xianxia didn't allow the Zhikong domain to become Xianxia, the Zhikong domain had deliberately created this illusion of opposition. Everyone in the spiritualized universe who understood the Zhikong domain thought so, including the Xianxia. However, his real goal was to create a change in the world, so that he could see the changes clearly, deduce the changes, surpass the covert one, see through the era of the spiritualized universe, and finally become the successor of the Zhikong domain. As for Yu Xianxia, he was just a ripple in the timeline. He could not achieve eternal life. In this timeline, Yu Xianxia would change, but Zhikong domain would never change. Whether or not he became Xianxia was meaningless. Lu Yin shook his head, it seems like you're not ready yet. Maybe I should wait for that secret messenger. He might be able to give me a pleasant surprise. He then waved his hand and threw the foolish prince out of the boundless void. Yu Gongzi had not expected Lu Yin to be so decisive and throw him out just like that. He had guessed the truth correctly. It was fine if this person didn't kill him, but he actually threw him out without any hesitation. This was something he had never imagined. Even if he had to leave Wujiang, he should have walked out on his own. He didn't need temperament, but he couldn't be humiliated like this. Falling through the heavens, Yu Gongzi looked towards the boundless universe. He did not see the primordial origin, nor did he see the true ruler of the Tianyuan universe, the person who could rival Yu Xianxia. However, Lu Yin had left a deep impression in his mind. This person was definitely not someone who liked beauty and was overbearing. His vision was definitely not bad. Above boundless, old Tao hadn't expected Lu Yin to throw the foolish prince out like that. No matter how he looked at it, the two of them seemed to appreciate each other. He's too purposeful, and he's neglected the fact that he doesn't have the qualifications to talk to us about anything. I'm actually looking forward to that secret transmission, Lu Yin said indifferently. Xianxia appeared. The wisdom void domain has always been dominated by covert communication, with overt communication as a supplement. After countless years, the overt communication has tried everything to turn the situation around, but to no avail. This person is extremely intelligent, and he truly isn't afraid of death. He also has no respect for you, Xianxia. His intelligence, willpower, and spirit are all excellent. It's just that he lacks power, Luin commented. Normally speaking, the secret transmission won't come out. Since the boundless border is so eye-catching, the secret transmission won't come. Old Tao said. Luin looked into the distance. Aren't we almost at the 100 Herbs realm? When the time comes, we'll set a rule and fully open the 100 Herbs dimension. The seeds of the 100 Herbs realm can't be given to anyone, not even your own son. They'll belong to whoever finds them. Old Tao was speechless. He didn't care about his reputation at all. A single sentence from Yushan had caused the 100 Herb region to decline, and Luin was standing at the very bottom of that peak. He had directly overturned the entire region, and he didn't care at all. Still water? That was a good idea. No one dared to go against the rigid rules. The infamy brought about by the situation created by Yushan was borne by Dayumanor alone. To be exact, it was borne by Yuanshu alone. After Yuanqi left, he knew he was going to be scolded again. Yu Gongzi being thrown out of Boundless Border caused quite a stir. However, compared to Boundless Border's violation of the law, this stir was negligible. They were not far from the 100 Herbs region. Half a month later, they crossed a region. The next region was the 100 Grass region. Luin stretched lazily. They were finally about to reach their destination. Another person wanted to join the Dayu Villa, and Luin continued to meet them. The karma of the self-illumination technique required an opportunity to break through. Not long after, a corpse floated in the starry sky, making many people quiet down. This person had just ascended the Boundless Mountain and was about to join the Dayu Villa, but when he came out, he was already a corpse. This was the first time Wu Jiang had killed someone who wanted to join Dayumanor. Before this, the various great powers all sent people over, some of them brazenly carrying objectives, easily seen through. At most, they were thrown out. Wu Jiang didn't kill them. Only this person was killed. Why? Suddenly, another piece of news arrived. The power that had sent this person to monitor Wu Jiang had been killed. A ray of sword light had come from Wu Jiang, and it was unstoppable. Not only had the person who had ascended the Boundless Mountain been killed, even the person who had been sent there had been killed. Why had everyone who had gone out been killed? This result made others not dare to continue sending people to ascend the Boundless Mountain. The genius walked out and faced the starry sky. The Dayu Villa doesn't care about the past, only good and evil. This person's evil is rarely seen in the world, and everyone has the right to punish him. With that, he returned. Countless gazes fell on the corpse, and many people began to investigate. The Dayu Villa considered evil, so they had to be careful to prevent sending out similar people. At the same time, they had a new understanding of the Dayu Villa. Only good and evil? Since when had Xianxia been so kind? Not long after, that person's evil deeds were exposed. Even though the world of cultivation was cruel, this person's evil deeds still angered many, as they had crossed the bottom line. Above Wu Jiang, Luin was in a gloomy mood. That person's evil deeds were unbearable, and this was only what he had seen. In fact, there were too many such evil deeds in the universe, and he had never planned to do anything about it. However, he still felt depressed, perhaps because of the promise he had made in the Tianyuan universe. It was harder to guide people to good than to ascend to the heavens. Some distance away from Wu Jiang, some people looked anxious as they continuously rushed towards it. There were also people chasing after them. Because there were too many powers watching Wu Jiang from all directions, someone had long since seen this scene. The person being chased felt his heart sink, as he was afraid that he would be delayed. Once he was delayed, he would not be able to approach Wu Jiang. However, not only did the people around him not delay him, they even helped him obstruct the person chasing after him, which puzzled him. That was one thing, but his goal was to join the Dayu Villa. The Dayu Villa had once said that it could protect anyone, regardless of good or evil. This person needed protection. The surrounding powers also wanted to see who could join the Dayu Villa, and so far, only Ba Lu, Yi Yao, and the genius had succeeded. My name is Yu Block, and I request to join the Dayu Villa. Behind him, the person chasing him hurriedly stopped and looked at Wu Jiang in shock. This was Wu Jiang? The existence that caused countless people in the spiritualized universe to view him as an enemy, but they could not do anything about it. In the Battle of Water Curtain Sky in the Ellen region, the 10,000 Beasts Borders Alliance of Sequence Laws experts were all buried. Only 3 giant beasts had attacked. That was all. Above them, there was an expert at Sang Tian's level. They wanted to retreat, but their escape route was blocked by the people around them. They wanted to see if the Dayu Villa would accept Yu Block. Yu Block was also forced into a corner. He and the people chasing after him had accidentally entered a spatial rift. They came from a sect a long time ago and obtained that sect's cultivation techniques and resources. He had also obtained that sect's battle techniques, so he was being chased by everyone. He had been chased for many years, and no matter where he fled, that group of people would find him. The powers behind that group of people were tangled and complicated. Although he had a family background, his family background was far inferior to those people, so he could only escape. Now that he had nowhere to go, he came after hearing about the Dayu Villa. It was a desperate attempt. Yu Block anxiously waited for Wu Jiang's response. The people chasing after him looked at each other. They could not retreat, but if they advanced, it was Wu Jiang who could kill them in an instant. They could only watch helplessly. Unless Wu Jiang did not interfere, Yu Block would not be able to escape. Come in. Yu Block was overjoyed and quickly boarded Wu Jiang. Everyone looked on, waiting for the result. The group of people chasing after Yu Hai turned pale. They didn't want to fight against Wu Jiang. Soon, Yu Block came before Lu Yin and knelt down to beg. Yu Block requests to join the Dayu Villa. I'm willing to offer a treasure in exchange for safety. Lu Yin moved his finger, and the karmic spiral pierced through Yu Block. Yu Block's eyes widened, and he looked down subconsciously. There was nothing, but it felt like he had been pierced through. Was it an illusion? He did not dare to move and just knelt on the ground. Lu Yin looked up, sure. Yu Block was overjoyed. Thank you, Senior. This is the treasure I obtained. It's a battle technique. No need. Keep it for yourself. Lu Yin did not care. Yu Block was confused. No? Lu Yin's lips curled up. My Dayu Villa is not recruiting for business. Since you're accepted, you can stay. Those outside can scram. 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 The sound waves overturned the starry sky. The people chasing after Yu Block were shocked and quickly fled. Yu Block really joined the Dayu Villa. Everyone was puzzled. Why did the Dayu Villa accept Yu Block? Among the people they sent out at first, there were those who were wronged and those who were being chased, but they all rejected. This Yu Block was really being chased, so he could join. How could the people above Wu Jiang tell the truth? No one could answer their questions. Yu Block was confused. He only wanted to save his life, but he did not expect to keep his battle technique. The Dayu Villa did not want anything and allowed him to join. How could this be? He looked up and saw the flag fluttering. The 17 words made him shudder. Now that he came back to his senses, he realized what kind of force he had joined. This was heaven-defying. He smiled bitterly. So what if it was heaven-defying? As a dying man, he could only rely on this to survive. From now on, he could only take one step at a time. A month later, Wu Jiang arrived at the 100 Herb domain. Looking down at the 100 Herbs region, Yuan Qi sighed. The 100 Herbs region used to be so prosperous. There were people everywhere. The queue to enter the 100 Herbs region was so long that it stretched endlessly. Now it has become like this. Old Tao said, the 100 Herb domain exists in name only. If not for the 100 Herb domain being helpful to cultivators, it would have been replaced long ago. Now, anyone who is willing can enter the 100 Herb domain to look for herbs, but not many people go. By the way, Yu Shan is here. Lu Yin was puzzled. Didn't he climb to Yusang's sky by stepping on the 100 Herb domain? Why is he still here? Old Tao said, I heard that he is here, but I don't know the details. Luin was interested. Then I'd like to meet this Yushan. I'm afraid he won't dare to meet me. In the 100 herb domain, Yushan walked out of the mountain stream. This person had a jade-like face and was extremely handsome, just like Kai Keqing. He had a masculine aura and the elegance of a scholar. His every move had a unique temperament, just like an immortal. Yushan was infatuated with countless women in the spiritualized universe. Coupled with his second place on the White Spirit list and his master, Xianxia, many forces were jealous of him and hoped to marry their women to him. Even the Kai family took the initiative to ask Kai Keqing to marry Yushan, but Yushan rejected them. He's finally here. There's no response from master. I'd like to see what Xianxia wants to do. He took a step forward and disappeared into the mountain stream, heading towards Wujiang. Yushan was not alone. Just like how Wujiang attracted many people to follow him, there were many people around Yushan as well. However, they were all women. When he moved, those women followed him. No matter where one went, there was no lack of obsession with beauty. Yushan was a man that countless women in the spiritualized universe would fall head over heels for. He was gentle to all of them, and just like his name, Yushan was unparalleled. Boundless slowly sailed through 100 Grass region, deliberately slowing down as Luin wanted to take a look around. Not long after, he looked in a certain direction, where the void distorted and Yushan walked out. He bowed to Boundless. Junior Yushan greets Senior Primal Origin. Luin looked at the newcomer. He really dared to come. Had Xianxia not warned him? Or was this person just too daring? You're Yushan? Luin asked, standing at the bow of the ship and facing Yushan. Yushan looked at Luin. Who are you? 7th Bro, the 3rd Master of Dayu Villa. Yushan looked at Luin. Who are you to Senior Primal Origin? Luin was amused. Looks like you came without knowing anything. Didn't Xianxia tell you? Yushan spoke clearly. Since ancient times, etiquette cannot be ignored. Please respect me and address me as Lord Xianxia. Luin smiled. He's not qualified. Yushan shook his head. No matter how Senior Primal Origin views the spiritualized universe, even if you're my master's enemy, there should still be respect between us. Your rudeness shows your lack of upbringing and arrogance. You will pay the price. Luin clasped his hands behind his back. I will pay the price, but neither you nor your master are qualified to make me pay. Dayu. Dilla has taken in a taboo offender, and it seems that your character matches yours. I have nothing else to say, so please come out and meet me, Senior Primal Origin, Yushan said loudly. Luin stopped looking at him and calmly looked towards 100 Grass region. Boundless slowly sailed past Yushan, but no one paid any attention to it. Behind Yushan, many women appeared. Some traveled through the void on their own, while others were accompanied by experts. All of them looked at Yushan excitedly. Luin saw this and thought of Ling Quebec. Could this guy be another Ling K? That shouldn't be. Ling K was a hired woman, and some of the women behind him had high cultivations. They were definitely elite geniuses. Yushan was ranked 2nd on the White Soul list and Xianxia's disciple. His face was like jade, and he was peerless. Junior Yushan's name is Primal Origin. Yushan's voice came to Boundless. Wujiang didn't respond and continued to sail. Yushan's silhouette flickered as he appeared in front of Wujiang. Junior Yushan, would like to invite Senior Primordial Origin to meet me. Limitless continued to sail. Luin looked straight ahead. Yushan continued. Junior Yushan, would like to invite Senior Primordial Origin to meet me. Junior Yushan, would you like to meet me, Senior Primordial Origin? For more than 10 days, Yushan had no intention of giving up. His attitude and voice did not change at all. He was not angry at all. On the other hand, the group of women who supported him scolded Wujiang and even scolded Yuanqi. Whether it was in the open or in the dark, the people of the various great powers exclaimed in admiration, as expected of Yushan peerless. This kind of bearing makes people sigh in admiration. Compared to him, the original Xianxia is stingy. That's right. He doesn't even dare to meet a junior. He is no longer Xianxia. Lord Xianxia is in seclusion and has yet to come out. Once he comes out, he will definitely strip Xianxia of his position. However, this Dayu Mountain Villa is extremely powerful. Even without Xianxia's position, no one in the spiritualized universe can deal with it unless Lord Xianxia takes action. Junior Yushan, would you like to meet me, Senior Primordial Origin? Junior Yushan, would you like to meet me, Senior Primordial Origin? Within Wujiang, Ba Lu, Kai Jun, and the others opened their eyes. The second on the white spirit list was following them just like that. Old Tao had a headache. There were more and more important people, and this did not match his low-profile style. Kai Keqing looked to the right. Yushan, Kai Jun's family had tried to marry her off to Yushan. Was this the person? He was very gentlemanly. Primordial Origin calmly waited within Wujiang. Without Lu Yin's permission, even Yu Xianxian would not meet him, let alone Yushan. Yushan could endure it and continued to follow Wujiang, but the others could not. An old woman led a woman in front of Wujiang and scolded, "How dare you, Primordial Origin? Brother Yushan has asked to meet you so many times, but you have ignored him. This is too much." Lu Yin's gaze landed on the old woman beside the woman. She was actually a spirit progenitor. This woman had an extraordinary background. However, compared to them, she was just SOSO. "Little Yin, go back," Yushan said. The woman gritted her teeth, "Brother Yushan, they are too rude. I will teach them a lesson." Beside her, the old woman's face was pale and sweat dripped from her forehead. She resisted the urge to drag the woman away and advised softly, "Miss, go back. We cannot afford to offend Wujiang. Even the sect cannot afford to offend him." The woman did not care. "What are you afraid of? We have so many sisters. No matter how strong Wujiang is, he can't kill us all. Sisters, come out." Around them, women appeared and blocked Wujiang's path. "Primordial Origin, listen up. You must meet Brother Yushan today, or we will not let you off." "That's right. Do you know how many domains we sisters represent? Back then, even Yi Xianxian was polite to us. Primordial Origin is about to be stripped of his position. What right does he have? Come out. Come out." The people following Wujiang were watching the show. These ladies were not to be trifled with. After all, to be able to follow Yushan and know his whereabouts, they must have some backing. Especially since they were focused on Yushan, they did not understand the outside world and did not know how terrifying Wujiang was. Now, it was up to Wujiang to deal with them. With these women in front of him, if Wujiang crashed into them, there would be a river of blood. Yushan kept telling the women to leave, but the more he persuaded, the more they refused to leave. Lu Yin watched as they cursed with righteous indignation. They were all people who were immersed in their beautiful fantasies. They should pay the price, but not to the extent of losing their lives. Lu Yin curled his finger. The toad walked out unwillingly. "Go, toad." The toad grinned, wanting to emphasize that it was a toad, but Lu Yin's cold gaze made it endure. If it could not bend on Lu Yin, then it would have to deal with them. The next moment, the toad leapt out of Wujiang and charged towards the group of women. There was a scream as one of the women turned pale and fled in fear. "Toad, there's a toad! Help! Granny, take me away! Brother Yushan, there's a toad, a toad!" In just an instant, all the women that obstructed Wujiang's path were terrified away. All of them seemed to have lost their souls, and their countenances were ghastly pale. There was almost no woman who was not afraid of toads, whether they were normal people or cultivators. The more they liked beautiful things, such as Yushan, the more they would be afraid of disgusting creatures like toads. Although these women's reactions were within expectations, the toad was still unhappy. Was it that disgusting? Its pride was hurt. Great-grandmother had clearly said that it was cute. The crowd was speechless. Everyone who saw this scene was speechless. Was this even possible? Kai Keqing's expression changed slightly. She was disgusted as well, but when she thought about that toad landing on her body, she immediately went into seclusion. However, this Dayu villa was not as cruel as she had imagined. Yushan was stunned as well. There was such a method? He looked deeply at Lu Yin, who smiled at him and continued sailing. To deal with someone like Yushan, one had to be down to earth. The more down to earth one was, the more helpless one would be. What that group of girls brought was nothing more than a farce, but it put Yushan in an awkward position. That group of girls was after all standing up for him. Now that they were scared off, if he didn't do anything, the constellation he had constructed earlier would collapse. He stepped forward and stood in front of Wu Jiang, looking at Luyin. If Senior did not wish to see me, I could have waited. Even if it took 100 years or 1,000 years, I could have waited. But those girls just now were innocent. They were just a little anxious, and Senior used despicable methods to scare them. This will leave a shadow in their hearts for the rest of their lives. I cannot tolerate such shamelessness. Please give me an explanation. Wu Jiang, Dayu Manor, please give me an explanation. Wu Jiang ignored him and charged towards Yushan. It was not polite to him at all. Yushan's gaze turned cold, and he raised his hand to strike Wu Jiang. Wu Jiang trembled, the huge force causing everyone to look askance. Even Luyin was shocked. What strength? This person looked refined, but he actually walked the path of strength. Interesting. Yushan blocked Wu Jiang, wanting to stop it. Countless eyes watched. Yushan alone could not stop Wu Jiang, but behind him was Xianxia. Would Yuanqi really dare to do anything to this person? If you want to ascend Wu Jiang, join Dayu Villa, or enter yourself. Luyin looked down at Yushan. Yushan looked at him, enter yourself? I'm standing here. If you have the ability, enter yourself. This is the rule of the cultivation world. If you are strong, you can enter yourself. Everyone was solemn. There were all sorts of rumors about Luyin in the outside world. Some said that he was Yuanqi's disciple, while others said that he was Yuanqi's direct descendant. There were even some who said that he was a great person from ancient times whose cultivation was close to Xianxia's. All sorts of rumors had made Luyin famous in the spiritualized universe. There were more discussions about him than about Yuanqi. On the other hand, no one talked about Old Tao. He was very ordinary, and while his cultivation was not bad, he was still ordinary. However, the fact that Old Tao would lead to Torch City was intentionally suppressed by the Grand Entirety domain. Yushan retracted his hand and appeared in front of Luyin. Wu Jiang slowly bumped into him, and he met Lu Yin's gaze. I'm a person who uses peaceful means before resorting to force. Since Wu Jiang is so rude and won't even let an innocent girl go, then I can only fight my way in and reason with Senior Yuanqi. Lu Yin said, I have a question for you. I have a question for you as well. Do you regret the decline of the 100 Herb region? Although we lost the 100 Herb region, it showed everyone in the spiritualized universe that people can be selfless and have no regrets. Yushan said righteously, at this moment, I will ascend Wu Jiang. If I accidentally kill you, will it be good or bad for Yuanqi's violation of the rules? Lu Yin's lips curled up, if I die, then there won't be such a thing. Yushan's eyes widened, good. If that's the case, then even if I have to pay with my life, I will kill this matter. The spiritualized universe is surrounded by enemies, and there cannot be chaos. He took a step forward and was about to ascend Wu Jiang. Luyin took a step forward, causing a gust of wind to sweep out and distort the space beneath their feet. Yushan was unable to step onto Limitless. If he tried, he would lose his balance and fall into a disadvantageous position. He was shocked, as he had not expected Luyin to have such strength. He took out a fan from his cosmic ring and pointed it at Luyin. The fan struck the air like a boulder striking the surface, causing ripples to appear. Each ripple contained a layer of power that was very close to that of a beast, which was the limit of a living being's strength. For this person to be able to do this, he would be considered extremely powerful even in the Tianyuan universe, comparable to the 3 realms and 6 Daos. Luyin did not underestimate this person, as he was still ranked second on the White Spirit list. Although not all spiritualized universes sequence powerhouses were on the list, the fact that he was ranked second spoke volumes. This person had the ability to challenge primordial realm powerhouses. He seemed young, but he had already cultivated for far too many years. He was not much younger than the 3 realms and 6 Daos, and the 100 Herbs realm had also been in decline for far too many years. Yushan wanted to rely on this to push Luyin back and step onto the boundless boundary, but Luyin flicked his finger and similarly struck the void, causing ripples. His ripples were like dragons that pushed across the void, pushing away Yushan's ripples tyrannically. This scene caused Yushan's expression to change, and he looked at Luyin in shock. Luyin actually had such strength? How could this be? This person clearly looked very young and had only cultivated for 1,000 years at most. As for Lu Xian, he had cultivated for so many years. With the guidance of his master, he had cultivated for so many years. He had even captured creatures at the limits of spiritualized universe creatures to fight with him. How had this person done it? He no longer underestimated Luyin, even if he could tell that Luyin was only a soul progenitor. The sequence particles spread out, and Yushan's aura suddenly soared. A terrifying force surged from his body, pressing down on Luyin like an illusory pillar. Old Tao blurted out, "The 9th sequence technique, infinite strength." Yuan Qi narrowed his eyes and said, "Of the sequence arts, the 14th is limitless strength. The 9th is limitless strength. You can borrow the power of the starry sky to display limitless strength." I didn't expect this person to cultivate the sequence art. You have to follow the rules and regulations of the Umbrella Euro? P strength was Yushan's foundation, but he did not know that it was also Lu Yin's foundation. Lu Yin could rely on the starry sky in his heart to repel these sequence particles, but when faced with Yushan's infinite strength sequence law, he changed his mind. Repulsion? There was no need for that. Resisting head-on was the true essence of strength. He didn't believe that this person could surpass him in terms of strength just by relying on sequence laws. If he could, Hongyan Mavis wouldn't have lost to the power beast in terms of strength. As the sequence particles erupted, Yushan was a meter away from boundless void. The pillar of strength pressed down fiercely. Luyin raised a hand, his palm facing the sky. Yushan's eyes flashed coldly. Courting death. Boom. However, the expected tremors did not occur. Luyin used a single palm to block Yushan's pillar of strength and channeled the terrifying power from the pillar of strength outwards, attacking Yushan horizontally. Yushan was caught off guard and was struck by the enormous force, causing him to spit out blood as he was sent flying. The next moment, Luyin shattered the pillar of strength and waved his hand, dispersing the clouds and the void. The shocking scene from before did not seem to have occurred. The surroundings were silent. Am I seeing things? Yushan used the 9th sequence technique, infinite strength, but he was defeated just like that. One hand. That third master only used one hand. How is that possible? Is this person a spirit prime? Spirit prime? Even a spirit prime would find it difficult to do that. I didn't see any sequence laws. This person defeated Yushan with pure strength. I don't believe it. Impossible. No one could believe what they were seeing. Yushan had been defeated by Luyin with pure strength. Luyin clenched his fists. It was the same strength. Yushan had used infinite strength to display the same strength as Strength Beast, which was the limit of a living being's strength. In reality, Luyin himself could not reach this limit. Strength Beast and Su Wang were able to reach the limit of a living being's strength by relying on the sequence laws. Yushan had used different methods, but they had both reached the same limit. Only Luyin had broken through that limit and been able to suppress Strength Beast. Su Wang was also able to suppress Yushan, who had used the sequence laws. Without using the sequence laws, Yushan's strength was about the same as Hongyan Mavis, or perhaps a little weaker. But with the sequence laws, he surpassed Hongyan Mavis and was comparable to Strength Beast. This was the level of his strength. However, his future was different. The stronger the sequence laws, the more power he could borrow from the stars, and the greater his strength would be. It was like a springboard that could send people into the spiritualized universe. It could not be achieved by relying on human strength alone. No matter how strong a person was, they could not surpass the universe's stars. This infinite strength sequence law could borrow the power of the stars, which was a pretty good sequence law. Luyin was tempted. He wanted to learn it, but there was no need for him to do so. He did not know if the Gate of Techniques had a sequence foundation that could create infinite strength sequence laws. If there was, he could snatch it and break it down. The stars in his heart would make up for it, and he would not need to cultivate it himself. Hopefully there was. No, there should be. Did Xianxia not consider his disciple? Baoqi had taken a shortcut and relied on the cauldron bell to reach Xianxia. Yushan could do the same. He had lived for so many years, and he hoped that he had not lived in vain. Yushan stood in outer space, unable to believe what he had just experienced. He had actually lost in terms of strength? How was that possible? That was infinite strength, and there were very few beings in the spiritualized universe that could match his own strength. Using the sequence laws allowed him to reach the limit of a living being's strength. How had he lost? He looked at Luin in disbelief. Luin was disdainful. It seems that you haven't even reached boundless. In order to see the primordial origin, he had to surpass Luin. However, this was only possible if he could reach boundless. When Yushan had attacked, all he had thought about was how to kill Luin. He had never thought that even after using the sequence laws, he would still be unable to reach boundless. The cultivators who had been following boundless also noticed this, and they were all stunned. This was Yushan, a powerhouse who would definitely reach the primordial realm. He was ranked second on the White Soul list and the future Xianxia. Xianxia's disciple could not even reach boundless, and he had been stopped by a youth. Who was this third manager? Xianxia laughed heartily, as this brat had kicked an iron plate. While the Tianyuan universe's progenitors seemed to be the strongest, Luin was definitely the most difficult to deal with. Chui and the rest retracted their gazes. With Luin at the bow, even Xianxia could not enter. In the entire spiritualized universe, perhaps only Xianxia could enter. Only then could she clearly look at the bow. Was this person really that powerful? She had thought that he had taken a liking to her appearance, but even after ascending boundless for so long, this person had not seen her. Could he have forgotten? Ba Lu, Kai Jun, Yu Dan, and the rest were all excited. They had not expected the third manager to be so powerful. Luin stood at the bow of boundless and waved at Yushan. Continue? Kill me, and all of this will be over. You can also help your master. Yushan released his hand and slowly exhaled. He looked deeply at Luin. I underestimated you. May I ask your name? Luin stretched. I'll tell you if you win. The loser has no right to know. Yushan was not angry, as Luin had the right to say such things. Then please enlighten me. My master will teach me the 9 heavens change. Let's see how many changes you can endure. Yushan stepped forward, and his figure moved. 9 heavens change. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. In the tributary of the river of time, the scene of heavens above being massacred appeared once again. Just like that, Xianxia's figure had moved that day. Every time he moved, his strength would double. The pressure had made it hard for Luin to breathe, and he had been defeated in a single exchange. He could not resist at all. The 9 heavens change had left a deep impression on Luin. Countless powerhouses of the Tianyuan universe had died under these changes. An uncontrollable killing intent surged from Lu Yin's body. Yushan's figure appeared in front of Luin, and a palm fell towards Lu Yin's forehead. Yushan's aura was even stronger than before, but it was suppressed in a certain area. It was like boiling hot air that had been compressed to the extreme, and it was released with a loud bang. This palm contained the 9 heavens change and the sequence laws. Sequence particles surged. Luin suddenly raised his hand and struck out with a palm. Bang! The 2 palms collided, and Yushan's expression changed. Intense pain traveled from his palm, and the bones in his hand cracked. This person's strength could be even greater. He did not hesitate to use the second change of the 9 heavens change. His palm pressed down with a terrifying force, but it was not enough. Lu Yin's palm round battle force spread out from his arm, and the starry sky was released from his heart. Limitless strength swept out, and Luin grabbed Yushan's arm and slammed him into the ground. Boom! Yushan spat out a mouthful of blood, and his eyes widened. He endured the pain and used his spiritual innate gift, human prisoner. Thorns spread out from Lu Yin's palm, wanting to surround him. Luin casually waved his hand, and the thorns shattered. He then kicked Yushan into a tree on the rain observatory. Yushan slammed into the tree trunk and coughed up blood again. His strength seemed to have been sucked out, and he could not move. His body slowly fell down the tree trunk, and he was finally hooked by the tree trunk. He hung there, blood dripping from his palm and mouth. It was a miserable sight. Luin stood at the bow and let out a sigh, venting a little. He had unknowingly mistaken Yushan for Xianxia. The Nine Heavens change had left him with bad memories. These memories had happened before, but he had managed to salvage them. He would not allow them to happen again. The surroundings were silent. Ever since Yushan had used the Nine Heavens change, those who had followed Wu Jiang had been excited. The Nine Heavens change was Xianxia's ultimate technique, and they had not thought that Yushan would be defeated. They had not expected him to be defeated so quickly and so miserably. In just one exchange of palms, Yushan had been slammed to the ground, and the third master had kicked him into the tree trunk. He had ascended to Wu Jiang, and perhaps he would be able to meet Yuanli. However, he was unwilling to meet Yuanli in such a manner, and he had never thought of it before. At this moment, everyone's understanding of Lu Yin's strength was constantly being refreshed, and they felt that he was unfathomable. The second place on the White Soul list had been taken care of just like that. It had been so simple, and he had not used any echelon techniques or battle techniques, yet he had been completely defeated with brute strength. Just how strong was this person? He was probably on par with that monster from the Myriad Beasts border. This person looked so young. Within Boundless, Ba Lu and the others were stunned. Xianxia's ultimate technique had been defeated in an instant, and Yushan had been beaten so badly. Xianxia wouldn't come, would he? This third master was too ruthless. Kai Keqing was shocked, as she could feel Lu Yin's overwhelming strength. He had dealt with Yushan so easily, and it would only take him an instant to deal with her. No wonder he could kill her with just 3 strikes. How many powerhouses were hidden in the Daiyu Villa? At the bow of Boundless, Luin looked at his palm, which was stained with blood. Of course, it wasn't his, but Yushan's. The bones in Yushan's arm had been shattered, and the broken bones had pierced through his skin. He took out a cloth and wiped his hand, looking at the sky and shaking his head in disappointment. This is the second on the White Soul list? Xianxia's disciple? How disappointing. Xianxian de Xianxian Xingchuan 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 Xian Xingchuan 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 Xingchuan? Go tell Xianxian that his disciple is in the Daiyu Villa. If he wants him, tell him to come beg me. Ha ha ha. Arrogant. That was everyone's impression of Luin. However, so what if he was arrogant? Luin easily defeated Yushan, preventing him from even reaching the unbounded realm. He didn't even use any battle techniques, yet he was able to suppress Yushan to the point where he couldn't even raise his head. This was something only Xianxian could do. Although there were many fierce people in the spiritualized universe who had competed for Xianxian's position, each one more powerful than the other, they would always be lacking if they couldn't become Xianxian. But they saw Xianxian's strength in Luin. Where did this expert come from in the Daiyu Villa? The first and third masters were all at this level of strength. In comparison, the second master, Old Tao, whom they were familiar with, seemed very ordinary, aside from being more popular. Boundless continued to sail through the 100 Grass region. Yushan was hanging from a tree in the Rain Observatory, half dead. He couldn't escape, but he couldn't die either. This was Boundless deterrence. With Boundless repeated attacks, the spiritualized universe became more and more afraid of direct confrontation. Many people changed their direction, trying to get people to join the Daiyu Villa while trying to find Old Tao. Luin didn't stop them and allowed them to do as they pleased. Yushan's fate angered the ladies, they firmly believed that Yushan acted because of them. Otherwise, why would Yushan follow Wu Jiang for so many days and not act? They started to use their influence to form an alliance with various factions to suppress Wu Jiang. The outcome was very simple. They were all grounded. Now, as long as one was not stupid, they would not provoke Wu Jiang, unless there was a necessary reason or a way to win. Many people hadn't expected that the Daiyu Mountain Villa would land in the 100 Grass region. They had thought that Wu Jiang would continue to sail. The entire spiritualized universe used spirit threads to connect 36 parallel universes, forming the word spirit. The higher the word spirit, the stronger the parallel universes were. For example, the Myriad Beasts border, the God-commanding mountain, the Gate of Arts, and the Azure Water Heavenly Palace were all in the region above the word spirit. The 100 Herb region was located in the middle of the word spirit according to its position. However, if one were to calculate based on the number of regions, it would be split into 2/3. There were only 12 regions to the north of the 100 Herb region, and 24 regions to the south. Along the way, Wu Jiang passed through 11 regions before finally arriving at the 100 Herb region. Everyone was trying to guess why the Dayu Mountain Villa had landed in the 100 Herb region. Some people recalled that the 100 Herb region's decline had something to do with Xianxia. Tian. They then thought about how the Dayu Mountain Villa had provoked the realm beyond heaven and continuously violated the rules. They believed that this was also a form of provocation against Xianxia. From the looks of it, the Dayu Mountain Villa's only enemy was Xianxia. As long as the others did not follow the Dayu Mountain Villa, they would not follow the Dayu Mountain Villa. The Dayu Mountain Villa had no intention of causing trouble for the Zhuang clan, but that was on the premise that the Dayu Mountain Villa did not have any disciples who had been persecuted by their own family. There was no lack of smart people in the universe, and some people had already thought of a way to counterattack the Dayu Mountain Villa. The Dayu Mountain Villa's first order after landing in the 100 Herb region was that anyone who entered the 100 Herb region to search for herbs would only be able to use the 100 herb seeds they found. This seemed like a normal rule, but under Yushan's brilliance, it seemed extremely selfish. If not for Yushan's words to the 100 Herb region, no one would have said anything about this rule. However, because of Yushan's words, this rule was cursed by countless people as soon as it was announced. But did Luyin care? Did the Tianyuan universe care? No one cared. In reality, most of the cultivators in the spiritualized universe heaved a sigh of relief. They had hoped to enter the 100 Herb region to search for 100 herb seeds to increase their strength, but due to Yushan's brilliance, they could not enter and could only give up on the 100 herb seeds. Now, the Dayu Mountain Villa's rule gave them a way out, allowing them to search for 100 herb seeds without being criticized. Immediately, many people were tempted and decided to enter the 100 Herb region. On the tree at the front of the Rain Observatory, Yushan heard the rule, but he did not react. His words were based on Xianxia's approval. If anyone dared to resist Xianxia, these words would be useless, and they would be easily disintegrated. On the surface, the scolding did not hurt, but in the dark, the blade was the most fatal. When the Dayu Mountain Villa landed in the 100 Herb region, it did not establish a sect. It was just a boundless territory. Some people joined the Dayu Mountain Villa one after another. These people were not arranged by the major powers, but rather voluntarily joined the Dayu Mountain Villa. Some of them had been tortured to the point of despair, while others had great treasures. No one would join a power that was Xianxia's enemy until the very last moment. Once they joined the Dayu Mountain Villa, there would be no place for them outside of the 100 Herb region in the spiritualized universe. After using the karmic spiral on everyone, Luyin had a new understanding of the self-illumination technique, and he was just short of a flash of inspiration. They looked at the person wrapped in a blanket with strange expressions. What kind of appearance was this? Junior Xianxia requests to join the Dayu Mountain Villa. Luyin looked at the young man who was wrapped in a blanket and trembling. He had seen this person before in the tributary of the River of Time, during the 37 years that had been reversed. This person had been captured by Luyin along with the spiritualized universe's battleship and brought back to the Above Heavens sect. This person had been one of the elite geniuses who had participated in the invasion of the Tianyuan universe's battleship. At the time, Luyin had been curious about this appearance and had specially examined this person, but he had not found anything out of the ordinary. Thus, he had thrown this person into the 5th tower. He had not expected to see this person again. There was nothing special about this person, but he liked to wrap himself in a blanket and tremble. Among that group of elite geniuses, this person was the strongest. Why do you want to join the Dayu Mountain Villa? Luyin asked. Xianxia trembled so much that even the blanket was trembling. I have nowhere to go. Luyin stared at Xianxia and moved his finger. He flicked his finger, and the karmic spiral shot towards Xianxia. He had thought that the karmic spiral would pierce through Xianxia, but the moment it touched the blanket, it was blocked and changed direction. Luyin suddenly stood up and stared at Xianxia in shock. Impossible. Atop boundless boundary, Chui and the others looked at Luyin, not understanding what had just happened. Luyin had never lost his composure like this before. Xianxia trembled even more, and he quickly retreated. Sorry for disturbing you. I'll leave. Luyin stared at Xianxia in disbelief. Xianxia had failed. The self-illumination technique had failed. How could this be? This person only had the strength of a spirit warrior, which was equivalent to an emissary. It was impossible for him to block the self-illumination technique. Was it because of the blanket? Or was there another reason? The karmic Tao had caused Xianxia to rush from the spiritualized universe to the Tianyuan universe. The primogenitor had praised him, and the maiden had envied him. However, this brat had actually blocked it. It was too inconceivable, and Luyin could not imagine how Xianxia had managed to do it. This shock was no less than when he had seen Xianxia slaughter the above heaven sect. What did you say your name was? Xianxia. Did you join the Dayu Villa because you have nowhere else to go? Yes. Sorry for disturbing you. I'll leave. No need. Stay. Xianxia was puzzled. Why? Didn't you have nowhere else to go? Luyin asked. Xianxia thought about it. Do you have some sort of goal for me? Luyin sighed and slowly sat down. You were the one who came to the Dayu Villa to ask to join. Now that I'm asking you to join, you're still doubting me? Your attitude just now was not right. Did I offend you in any way? Luyin naturally replied, your blanket is too dirty. I'm a clean freak. Xianxia was silent for a moment. I'll wash it. It'll be healthier if you wash it. Sun it when you have time. It's dirty. I'm sorry. Xianxia did his best to shrink the blanket and even wiped the floor. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Luyin used the karmic spiral once more. However, the moment it hit Xianxia, it was stopped and shifted. Luyin's pupil shrank. He could not understand this person. This person was definitely normal. In anyone's eyes, other than having a slightly higher innate gift and being wrapped in a blanket, everything else was normal. Only Luyin could see that something was wrong with the karmic spiral. In the tributary of the river of time, this person had been thrown into the fifth pagoda without any abnormalities. Why are you wrapped in a blanket? Luyin asked. Xianxia replied, I'm afraid of light. Are you sick? I don't know. I'm just afraid. Luyin let him go. The boundless land had a place for these people to stay, and that was the desert of forgetfulness. However, they could also find their own place to stay since the boundless land was huge. After Xianxia left, Luyin sent a message to Ba Lu, Yi Yao, Kai Jun, and the others, asking them to approach Xianxia and see if there was anything wrong with him. Another half a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, 3 more people joined the Dayu Villa after Xianxia. During this half a month, Ba Lu and the others constantly approached Xianxia. Xianxia did not resist and would occasionally poke his head out from under the blanket to chat with them. He seemed rather easygoing and did not seem to be abnormal. The only thing that stood out about him was that he was very, very sloppy. Luyin also asked Chui, Suwang Tian, and the others to see if there was anything wrong with him. The results showed that there was nothing abnormal. They could pull Xianxia out from under the blanket without any hesitation. Xianxia was afraid of light, but that was only a psychological problem. He could still live without the blanket. Luyin pondered this. Nothing abnormal? The results were the same as what he had found out. Without using the karmic spiral, there was nothing abnormal about Xianxia. He was just an elite who had a psychological problem, was afraid of light, and hid under the blanket with an extremely high innate gift. He was no different from what Luyin had seen in the river of time. How many people in the 3 universes could see karma? It was so rare that even the primogenitor could only sense it, but not resist it or see it. Even Xianxia was afraid, which was why Luyin had time to use karma to awaken Zhao Ran. But this Xianxia could actually avoid karma. What did he have? Talent? Battle techniques? Techniques? None of those. After joining the Dayu Villa, Luyin had already found out everything that Xianxia knew. It had nothing to do with karma. Actually, it was obvious that it had nothing to do with karma. No matter how powerful this person's battle technique or talent was, it was impossible for him to avoid Lu Yin's heavenly illumination technique. No one could be so heaven-defying. Lu Yin could not figure it out, no matter how hard he tried. This person had to stay in the boundless by his side. It did not matter if he had intentionally approached Lu Yin or not. Even if he was Xianxia or Paramount, he had to stay in the boundless. On this day, someone visited the Dayu Villa, looking for a friend, Xianxia. There used to be a library in the boundless, but it had been burned down by the crazy director and turned into a villa. Within the villa, Lu Yin looked at the middle-aged man in front of him. "Are you from the Zhan family?" The man looked at Lu Yin. "I am Zhan Hua, Xianxia's uncle. May I ask if you are the master of the Tianyuan universe?" Lu Yin nodded. Yuan Qi and Old Tao were behind him. "You know Xianxia is here?" Zhan Hua said, "If she's not dead, she's definitely here. Tell me your purpose." Lu Yin was casual. The Zhan family of the Door of Arts was a colossus in the spiritualized universe. Zhan Hua's arrival had attracted many people's attention, and they were all waiting for the conversation between the Door of Arts and the Dayu Villa. The Myriad Beast territory had long since formed a death grudge with the Dayu Villa. If the Dayu Villa offended the Door of Arts, then the spiritualized universe would be filled with enemies. After all, the Royal God Mountain belonged to Xianxia. Zhan Hua looked at Lu Yin and said in a low voice, "I want to know how Xianxia is. Let me see her." Lu Yin raised a brow and looked in a direction. "The last person who spoke to me like that was already dead." Zhan Hua frowned. "I don't mean to be disrespectful," Lu Yin said, "but I need obvious respect." Zhan Hua stared at him. "Do you know that I represent the School of Arts?" Xianxia said so too. Zhan Hua realized that the third master was not easy to talk to. "I know why the Dayu Mountain Villa represented the Tianyuan universe in my spiritualized universe. If I'm not wrong, primordial origin must have been controlled by you guys. He's just a cover for the Tianyuan universe. Your Tianyuan universe is the one that's truly fighting against you, Xianxia. You know the goal of the spiritualized universe. I admire you for daring to come to the spiritualized universe, but this won't stop the Tianyuan universe from being reactivated. You've already offended the Myriad Beasts region, and the same goes for you, Xianxia. If you make an enemy out of the Gate of Skills, no one in the spiritualized universe will speak up for you. If the Tianyuan universe is destined to be reactivated, I believe that your ultimate goal is to keep a group of people from the Tianyuan universe alive. That group of people is you. You have come to fight for a position in the spiritualized universe in the future." Lu Yin laughed. "You said a lot, but I didn't understand." Zhan Hua said, "Do you think that by displaying your strength and causing Xianxia to have some misgivings, you can delay the reactivation of the Tianyuan universe and raise your status in the spiritualized universe? You are too naive. The spiritualized universe has a unified cultivation model, and all the distribution has been perfected long ago. Aside from us, the School of Techniques, no one else will help you. We don't need any resources because the Sequence Foundation is one of the foundations of the spiritualized universe. No matter how much resources are fought over in the outside world, it won't affect us. Only we can help you." Xianxian de Xian Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Pi Lu Yin sighed. "I've said so much, but I still don't understand. Just tell me what price you want to pay in exchange for Xianxia." Zhan Hua's eyes lit up. "Xianxia is not dead." Lu Yin nodded and smiled. "How could I bear to let such a lively and adorable girl die?" Zhan Hua heaved a sigh of relief. "I told you that I can help you gain a foothold in the spiritualized universe. I don't want to listen to empty words. I'll give you one more chance. If you continue to waste my time with empty words, I'll tie you up outside with that Yushan," Lu Yin threatened. Zhan Hua was furious and wanted to say something, but after thinking about it, he held himself back. Yushan's name made him realize that Yushan was the disciple of Xianxia, who was second on the White Soul list. Yushan was currently tied up in front of the Dayu Villa, and this person had even threatened that Xianxia would only release Yushan if Zhan Hua begged him. This person was lawless, and he was extremely powerful. Xianxia had yet to return, so it would be unwise to confront him head-on. Zhan Hua took a deep breath and regained his composure. What do you want in exchange for letting Xianxia go? Luyin thought about it. I don't know yet. Give me a sequence foundation to play with first. Xianxia was stunned, and his face twitched. A sequence foundation to play with? Was there a need to use the word play to describe a sequence foundation? On the surface, there were only 10 sequence foundations in the spiritualized universe, but that was one of the foundations of the spiritualized universe's cultivation. This person was too arrogant. You people from the Tianyuan universe have no idea how difficult it is to create a sequence foundation, and how many people have died. Xianxia gritted his teeth. Luyin was disdainful. What does that have to do with me? In any case, give me a sequence foundation to play with first. Otherwise, don't even think about bringing Xianxia back. Xianxia suppressed his anger. Xianxia is the apple of my Xian family's eye. She's a genius who can help my Xian family achieve the position of Xianxia, but she's not the only one. Please be careful. My Xian family would rather give up on Xianxia. Then scram. Luyin waved his hand, and a golden staff suddenly appeared and swept out. Xianxia was shocked, as he had not expected Luyin to attack so quickly. A sequence particle appeared in front of him, Devour. The golden staff viciously smashed into the sequence particle, but the Devourer did not even have time to react before it was swept away. Xianxia coughed up blood in midair. This person was a powerhouse of the sequence foundation, but he was far weaker than Victor the Celestial. However, he cultivated the Devourer sequence foundation, which was the same as Xianxia. Xianxia had helped the Eternals start a war in Primordial City, and the Xian family was the enemy of the Tianyuan universe. The entire spiritualized universe was the Tianyuan universe's enemy. Luyin had never thought of cooperating with anyone, as there were only benefits and benefits. It was that simple. As long as he had Xianxia under his control, he would not be afraid of the Xian family overturning the situation. Xianxia was swept out of Boundless by the staff, and he only stopped after flying far away. There was blood at the corner of his mouth, and he angrily glared at Boundless. How dare Boundless ignore the School of Arts? If not for the fact that Xianxia was in their hands, Xianxia would have led the School of Arts powerhouses to destroy Boundless. Even Xianxia would not treat him this way. How preposterous. In the surroundings, the cultivators who were staring at the Dayu Villa were horrified. Even the School of Arts had been swept away, which was too domineering. The Dayu Villa was not afraid of anyone, and they dared to offend anyone. Within Boundless, Luyin said, "Did you hear that?" Xianxia walked out and looked at Luyin's back. What are you trying to do? Luyin stood up. It's nothing. I just don't trust them. You won't trust anyone here, Xianxia said. Luyin looked at her. That's why you can't leave. Xianxia was helpless, as she really could not leave. She had complicated feelings about Luyin, and she did not know what this person was thinking. Hate? No, it did not exist. They were on opposite sides, and there was no need for such unnecessary emotions. This person had saved her life in the game of life and death. At that time, she was a little grateful, so she had complicated feelings about Luyin. However, this gratitude disappeared when she saw that Xianxia was still alive. Xianxia was not dead, and she was not dead either. That game was clearly fake. There are too many old masters hidden in the School of Arts. Although these masters do not belong to the School of Arts, to a certain extent, the School of Arts can influence them, Xianxia reminded him. Luyin did not care. Don't worry about that. As long as you are in my hands. They will not dare to act rashly. They have to listen to me. Xianxia was helpless. She had been forced to reveal the secret of the key, which was Luyin's greatest reliance. Whether it was the School of Arts or Xianxia, they all wanted her key. However, at this moment, the key was in Luyin's hands. The 100 Herbs region gradually gained popularity. The Dayu Villa's rules made many people go to the 100 Herbs region to look for the 100 Herb seeds. However, because the Dayu Villa was hostile to Xianxia, not many people came. They were afraid of being implicated. Many people were waiting for the School of Arts response. Xianxia had been kicked out, and the School of Arts had lost face. They would not let the Dayu Villa go so easily. If the School of Arts cooperated with the Myriad Beasts region and the Royal God Mountain, it would be hard to say what kind of powerhouses they would send out. It would definitely shock an era. More and more people gathered in the 100 Herbs region, waiting for a good show. However, the School of Arts did not respond. No one joined the Dayu Villa during this time, and Luin soon found out the reason. Someone had secretly colluded with various forces to seal off the 100 Herbs region, preventing anyone from joining the Dayu Villa. Although they did not dare to attack the Dayu Villa was only restricted to the 100 Herbs region. Unless they spread out, they could not unseal the region. As long as the seal was not lifted, no one would be able to join. Although the major forces did not know why the Dayu Villa was recruiting desperados, it was right for them to stop what the Dayu Villa wanted to do. "I will go out and take care of it," Celestial Champion said. Luin waved his hand. Wait a little longer. A few days later, a piece of news came. It was a list of names from various regions. Luin looked up with a cold gaze. It's time to make a move. The Mongshan region was one of the 36 regions that Wu Jiang had passed through. There was a sect and a family here. The sect was called True Feather and only recruited female disciples. The family's surname was Nye. The True Feather sect and the Nye family had joined forces to occupy the Mongshan region and controlled the resources there. Although the Mongshan region was not very eye-catching in the 36 regions, it was still one of them. There was a huge underground lake between the True Feather sect and the Nye family. At the bottom of the lake was a villa where a man and a woman lived. The man was the Nye family's ancestor, Nye Fei, while the woman was the True Feather sect's ancestor, Qi Yin. Almost no one knew that the reason why the True Feather sect and the Nye family had joined forces was because these two forces were originally a couple. They had split up to create the True Feather sect and the Nye family so that others would not be afraid of them. They would think that the two forces controlling the Mongshan region were the same force. Will there be a problem with this? I've seen the primordial saying Tian before. He's sinister and ruthless. Without full confidence, he wouldn't rebel against Sky Beyond Sky. Now that the Dayu Villa is going against him, the primordial saying Tian must have grasped something. He might even have a breakthrough in his cultivation and reach the peak of bitter disaster. Then, he'll be able to fight against Sky Beyond Sky. Niefei was worried. It was Ji Yan. What are you afraid of? It's not just us. The 5 regions are working together this time, and it's just a blockade. Our goal is to show our loyalty to Sky Beyond Sky and get Sky Beyond Sky to give us more resources. Once our goal is achieved, we'll retreat. We won't be enemies with the Dayu Villa. Niefei was worried. I keep feeling uneasy. Qi Yan snorted. Even if the Dayu Villa takes revenge, True Feather sect and the Nye family will be destroyed. You and I can create another True Feather sect and the Nye family. Don't forget who's behind this scheme of the 5 regions. That person's goal isn't the Dayu Villa, but the alliance. The 36 regions are fighting for themselves. Sky Beyond Sky's eyes are always on the north. We won't get any resources at all. Only by working together will we have a chance to speak. Do you still doubt that person's wisdom? Niefei agreed. Let's not go out for now. How's the arrangement for the direct descendants? We've avoided it. It doesn't matter even if the Mongshan region is destroyed. Qi Yan didn't care. As soon as she said that, the void shook. An indescribable sense of danger rose in their hearts. It was as if they were facing the mouth of a ferocious beast. The horror from the source of their bloodline made their expressions change. With a boom, the lake shattered. A giant beast claw slammed down toward the two. The two were shocked. Who was it? They dodged together. Surging sequence particles spread in all directions. At that moment, they saw a giant beast standing above the lake under the stars. It was looking at them with bloodthirsty and cruel eyes. 10,000 beasts territory? Why? Niefei was confused, but he didn't hesitate to attack. Even if he was facing 10,000 beasts territory, he wouldn't give up. Qi Yan's body moved. She was beautiful, but this kind of beauty was meaningless in the eyes of the giant beast. The behemoth was an origami. On this day, the Dayu Villa would show the spiritualized universe what it meant to not make enemies. The Avicii dagger axe was both real and illusory. It pierced through the sequence particles and directly pierced through Niefei and Qian's bodies. Both of them were masters at the level of sequence precepts. Even though they attacked with sequence precepts, it was useless. They were facing the Aragami's destructive sequence precepts. How could the two of them fight against a self-created destructive sequence precepts? Their individual strengths were not even comparable to old monster Mo's. There were many levels of sequence laws in the spiritualized universe, which originated from the unified cultivation method and the spirit seed's self-awareness. The difficulty of cultivating sequence laws in this universe was far lower than in the Tianyuan universe. In comparison, anyone who cultivated sequence laws in the Tianyuan universe would be considered an expert in the spiritualized universe. Niefei and Qian did not understand why their sequence method was useless. They did not understand why the seamless dagger axe used space as the pole and time as the blade. Time was too illusory in the spiritualized universe. Although Lu Yin and the others were unable to draw out the river of time since they had arrived in the spiritualized universe, the river of time still covered all of the universes, and their usage of time would not decrease. You have to follow the rules and regulations of the Umbrella Euro? P. Join hands, wings of Nirvana true art. Niefei roared. Qian's face was pale as she approached Niefei with streaks of blood. Their palms collided, and a giant palm shadow appeared behind the two of them, covering the sky as it slammed towards the Aragami. On this day, everyone in the Mongshan domain saw it. The giant palm struck the giant beast in the sky, but it was torn apart by the giant beast. The Avicii spear pierced through the palm and Niefei and Qian's shoulders, lifting them up. Everyone from Nie family and True Feather sect were horrified when they saw the miserable state of their old ancestor. The Aragami let out an earth-shaking roar. How can trash like you provoke the Dayu Mountain Villa? Today, all 5 domains will be empty. With that, the giant beast's claws pressed down on the Nie family and True Feather sect. The 2 great powers that controlled the Mongshan domain were not weak even in the realm beyond heaven, but they were crushed by the beast's claws, and no one could escape. Niefei opened his eyes, and under his mangled vision, he saw countless people from the Nie family being slapped into nothingness. They should not have listened to that person. They were wrong, they were wrong. How could they participate in a battle at the Xianxia level? They were all wrong. Qian was in despair and fear. She and Niefei had worked together secretly to control the Mongshan domain, which was enough to record the history of the spiritualized universe. Why did this happen? Did this giant beast come from the Dayu Mountain Villa? She had never heard of such a giant beast in the Dayu Mountain Villa. Let us go, let us go. We are willing to join the Dayu Mountain Villa, Qian pleaded. The Aragami gripped the seamless dagger axe and suddenly pulled it out. It streaked across the sky, tearing through the void and leaving. Niefei and Qian turned into blood that scattered everywhere. They would not have another chance. This was the Dayu Mountain Villa. At the same time, 4 other domains were attacked. Lu Tianyi, Celestial Lord Victorious Battle, Su Wang Tian, and Mu Zhu all attacked. On this day, the 5 domains were empty, and the powers that once controlled the 5 domains disappeared. On this day, the spiritualized universe was shaken. The Dayu Mountain Villa did not only affect the 100 Grass region. They could go out and kill, causing the 5 domains to be empty. They also had a powerful intelligence network. Otherwise, how could they know that the 100 Grass region was sealed by the 5 domains in such a short time? This information about the spiritualized universe was even more frightening than the power they displayed. Everyone knew that there must be other powers behind the Dayu Mountain Villa. Or rather, the Dayu Mountain Villa had already set up the spiritualized universe and had not just appeared. Xianxia of the origin had been planning for a long time. Some people were excited, while others were afraid. The Yuan family of the Lushan region was completely relieved. Their ancestor did not provoke the realm beyond heaven on a whim. The Dayu Mountain Villa was too well prepared. The cultivators surrounding the Yuan family retreated one by one. They still needed to wait and see. It seemed that even if they became enemies with Yu Xianxia, the Dayu Mountain Villa would not be defeated so easily. The battle of the 5 domains caused everyone to re-evaluate the Dayu Mountain Villa. 7 sequence law experts had died in that battle. The bright stars shone with a cold light. Countless people knelt on the ground and prayed to a statue. The statue depicted a middle-aged man with an elegant temperament. He looked up at the starry sky and was holding something up with one hand. Suddenly, the statue cracked, and the cracks grew larger. Finally, it shattered and fell to the ground. Those kneeling on the ground screamed in despair. It was as if their faith had collapsed. They frantically tried to snatch the statue's fragments. Not long after, the statue's fragments were all snatched away. Only a barren land was left. Luin walked out of the void and landed on the barren land. He clasped his hands behind his back and looked calm. Is this a show for me? Are you the Dayu Mountain Villa's third master? A gentle voice sounded. A man walked out in front of Luin. It was the person depicted in the statue. Luin looked at the man. What are you trying to say? The man smiled and looked at Luin. As expected of the person who defeated you, Shan. Even I feel threatened when facing you. Your strength is not much weaker than Xianxia's. I'm curious. Who are you? Didn't I tell you when I asked you to deal with the Dayu Mountain Villa? I like to investigate on my own. Luin laughed. Sometimes, what you find out is beyond your control. The middle-aged man calmly replied, Did you see those people? When my statue shattered, their first thought was to protect their beliefs. In their hearts, I am more important than anything else. Similarly, in the hearts of all the cultivators in the spiritualized universe, Xianxia is more important than anything else. The Dayu Mountain Villa provoked the realm beyond heaven and tried to deal with Xianxia. This is destroying the spiritualized universe's beliefs. You should not have done this. Luin met the man's gaze. After saying this, I'm not even interested in knowing your name. You're confident in your beliefs? Then I'll let you see if you're really that confident. With that, he flicked his finger, and a karmic spiral swept towards the man. The man could not see the karmic spiral, but he instinctively dodged. He did not underestimate Luin, especially since Luin dared to face him alone. He definitely had the confidence to do so. After all, he was a powerhouse who had survived bitter adversity. Why were the 5 regions so confident that they dared to join forces and fight for the right to speak in Xianxia? Why did they dare to deal with the Dayu Mountain Villa, which had already made a name for itself? It was because they had a powerhouse who had survived bitter adversity standing behind them. This person was from the Zhikong domain, and he was a secret protector there. The alliance of the 5 regions had come from the Zhikong domain, which was why Luin had been interested in taking a look. However, he had not expected this person to say something like this. What was the relationship between the Zhikong domain and Xianxia? Why was this person siding with Xianxia? Luin did not know, and he did not want to know. He also did not want to know what the secret protector was planning. What should appear would appear in the end. The middle-aged man attacked. Someone who had survived bitter adversity was definitely not weak. This person might not be as strong as Xianxia, but he was not much weaker. At the very least, he had the strength of a star toad. This strength was worthy of Luyin's attention. Luin had another goal in coming here, which was to test out the self-illuminating technique. During this period of time, he had continuously used the karmic spiral and tried to use the self-illuminating technique. Now that he had a direction, this person would be the best test subject. The middle-aged man faced Luin and drew with his finger. Light flashed in the void as countless stars rotated, allowing Luin to see endless scenes. It was as if he had experienced these scenes before, but at the same time, he had not. This was a sequence technique, and it was ranked 5th out of the 88 sequence techniques. It was called the second image. The second image, the second phenomenon, or even the second illusion, could be anything. Luin released the starry sky from his heart and repelled the sequence particles. The karmic spiral swept towards the middle-aged man from behind. The middle-aged man could sense the danger of the karmic spiral. After all, he was at the level of bitter adversity. Even Xianxia was at this level, but he had already reached perfection. This level represented the peak of the universe. Although there were differences in power levels, they were extremely sensitive to the dangers of karma. I don't know what you've done, but you've made me feel danger. The middle-aged man sighed. Since that's the case, I'll have to be more serious. A strand of air appeared and circled around the man's fingertips. It then transformed into a sword that slashed towards Luin. The attack was casual, not even aimed at Luin. Instead, it was aimed at the void. Luin easily dodged it. No, an attack from a Kuwu expert should not be so easy to dodge. However, dodging the middle-aged man's attack was just that easy. It was so easy that it was abnormal. The middle-aged man did not care about Lu Yin's evasion and continued to slash at the void. Without any hesitation, Lu Yin appeared in front of the man and forcefully received the attack. The middle-aged man slashed down. Clang! Lu Yin caught the tip of the sword with 2 fingers and struck it. A terrifying force spread along the blade, trying to shake off the man's hand. The man was surprised. What strength! No wonder Lu Yin could defeat Yushan. He immediately let go, and the sword turned into a stream of air and returned to the man's hand. I am the wild grass of calligraphy from the wisdom void domain. If you don't die, let me see you. I am Mr. Li. The middle-aged man's sword slashed down as if he had completed the final stroke. A grass character appeared under the starry sky. It immediately turned into endless sword chi that tore through the sky and destroyed the void. Lu Yin's expression changed. The might of the sword chi actually made him feel cold. This was not just sword chi, it also contained the mysteries of time reversal. This person had grasped the power of time, and his usage of time had surpassed Yi Songtian's. A single grass character was enough to destroy the void. Even a primordial realm expert would not necessarily be able to escape. However, breaking through this battle technique was actually very simple. A small bolt of light appeared around Lu Yin and shot off in a certain direction. The sword chi that could destroy the void suddenly vanished. The grass character had been formed from the sword chi that had been shot into the void. The sword chi had already been shot out and should not have appeared again, but the middle-aged man had used the power of time reversal to create the grass character. The way to break through this was obviously to make the sword chi unable to reverse time. The boat of light loved to devour time that was not part of the river of time. The sword chi that could reverse time was also not part of the river of time. The Tianyuan universe's fixed mirage domain cut off the river of time. As a result, no other universe outside the Tianyuan universe could draw upon the river of time to change the past or the future. However, this did not stop them from cultivating to a level where they could reverse time. He had never thought that he would encounter someone like Lu Yin, who had mastered the power of time. He was someone who could cross the river of time. Even Wei knew, the fairy woman of time, could not break free so easily. The middle-aged man was stunned. What had happened? Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Yin raised his hand and unleashed a karmic spiral. The middle-aged man felt a sense of crisis, and he retreated once again. However, he had forgotten that Lu Yin had also unleashed a karmic spiral from the very beginning. The 2 karmic spirals intersected in the void, forming a roulette that collided with the middle-aged man. The Wheel of Karma. This was the first attempt of the self-illuminating the heavens technique. The middle-aged man touched the karma wheel and saw images after images. He saw people devoutly holding up his statue fragments and worshipping him. This was a different kind of satisfaction, but it was within his expectations. But at the same time, there were many people who trampled on the fragments of the statue that they brought back, insulted them, and even threw them into the smelly pits. This scene made the middle-aged man extremely angry. These people were too impudent, they actually dared to insult him. These people had placed their faith in him. If he could not fulfill their wishes, their faith would not be established. The karmic wheel allowed the middle-aged man to see these scenes. Originally, he could have seen them himself. After all, they were all ordinary people. But for some reason, it was as if this was the first time he had seen this scene. The feeling of being trampled on and being humiliated flooded his world. He felt as if he had fallen into the smelly pit. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood. The middle-aged man gasped for breath. Not good, his bitter adversity was unstable. He looked at Lu Yin in shock. How had this person done it? Lu Yin had actually caused his originally stable bitter adversity to fluctuate, causing the ominous signs of cultivation deviation. Lu Yin was not in a hurry to act. He simply stared at the middle-aged man. The karmic wheel was useful, especially for powerhouses who were trying to cross bitter adversity. However, it was still far from enough. This was just a direction, and as time passed, Luin would be able to find more directions. Third Master, I'm impressed. I've underestimated you. Your threat is even greater than Xianxia's. The sword in the middle-aged man's hand transformed into a swirling current, and he disappeared into outer space. Goodbye. At that moment, a green sword light flashed past, and the middle-aged man's foot missed a step. He felt dizzy, and he suddenly turned around. The power of spiritual force? Luin waved his hand, and Setting Sun appeared. Setting Sun, total afterglow. Burn your martial arts. The middle-aged man's expression changed. This was a concept battle technique. In front of him, Shizu walked out and slashed down with boundless might. The current turned into a screen of light that blocked Shizu's path. Shizu's sword could not break through the current. The middle-aged man's gaze passed through Shizu and landed on Luin. A secret transmission greets you. Welcome to the spiritualized universe. He then retreated into the void. Luin did not force him to stay. This person was still hiding a trump card. After all, he was from Zhikong territory. Shizu put away his sword. This person is very strong. Although he can't compare to an eternal, he's not easy to deal with. After all, he was at the level of bitter adversity. However, the backlash from the karmic wheel was enough to make him suffer. If he could not stabilize bitter adversity, it was very likely that he would fall and never be able to step into bitter adversity again. This price was not much better than death. Luin did not expect to easily take the life of a bitter adversity powerhouse. Of course, if everyone in the Tianyuan universe attacked together, or if Shizu took action, it would be possible, but now was not the time. Luin could not see through Zhikong territory's plans. Secret transmission? Since the open transmission had appeared, Luin wanted to try the secret transmission. The law domains, where the gates of law were located. The entire law domain was surnamed Zhan, and the Zhan family's ancestor was Zhan Ming. He was also one of the 7 great Xianxias. Not long after Mr. Li was defeated, the image of an old man appeared in front of Zhan Ming. It's not good for you Xiangtian to see me so openly. Zhan Ming looked old, but he had white hair and a youthful face. The old man smiled. There are too many things that you Xiangtian does not want to see. For example, the key is in Dayu Mountain Villa. Zhan Ming's eyes flashed. I don't understand what you are saying. Old friend, are you doubting my intelligence? I've always doubted it. Haha, the key is in Dayu Mountain Villa. I've already confirmed it. Zhan Ming looked at the old man. The 5 Regions Alliance was done by you guys to test Dayu Mountain Villa and my Gate of Law. Without the cooperation of the Gate of Law, Dayu Mountain Villa would not have been able to figure out the 5 regions so quickly. It's just a small trick. Only by understanding your relationship can we take the next step. Zhan Ming was curious. What's your next step? I want to know. The old man smiled. I'm also very curious. How's your cultivation of the sequence method? With that, the image disappeared. Zhan Ming's face sank. How much did this old thing see? He did not expect the key to turn out like this. He had originally planned to let Zhan Yan take it. With the key in the Tianyuan universe, he could avoid Yu Xiangtian's scheme and gain merit. If the Tianyuan universe suddenly restarted, it would be perfect. No matter how he looked at it, it would not be a loss. However, he did not expect the Tianyuan universe to not only walk out of danger, but the humans had also defeated the Eternals and seen through the spiritualized universe's scheme. They had captured Yuanqi and Zhan Yan and forced Zhan Yan to tell them about the key. Now that the key was in Dayu Mountain Villa, even the Gate of Law could not force Dayu Mountain Villa to hand over the key. They could only follow in the footsteps of the third head. The most troublesome thing was that this old thing had seen through them. He had seen through the key, the Gate of Law's passivity, and his own sequence method. This old thing was one step ahead, and he was always ahead. Zhan Ming's face sank. The key, he had to get the key back. Ever since the 5 regions were empty, Dayu Mountain Villa's surroundings had become much quieter. No one found trouble with Dayu Mountain Villa, and there were fewer and fewer people eyeing Dayu Mountain Villa. Even though Dayu Mountain Villa had violated the rules and taken in many people who had been targeted by various great powers, its unfathomable strength made it so that no one dared to provoke it. Imperial God Mountain and the myriad beasts border had not made a move, so it would not be their turn. They did not want to become the next 5 regions. Thus, half a year passed in a flash. During this time, more than 20 people had joined Dayu Mountain Villa, and they were all people who had been forced into a corner. Luin understood their experiences, and in the end, he chose a couple to help them stand up for themselves. Petty people. I'm Xianxia. Thank you, third head. You are our benefactor. If we can find our daughter, we will serve you forever. Luin said, You're welcome. Outsiders cannot bully the people of Dayu Mountain Villa. Those who had joined the Dayu Villa had been forced into a corner, and the reason why Luin had chosen these two to help him out was because they were related to a power, the Cloudwater Palace. Bianji and Xianxia were husband and wife, and they had a daughter named Bian Xiaoxiao. However, she had been snatched away by the Jade Water Palace. They had pleaded with the Jade Water Palace several times to release her, but the Jade Water Palace had refused. They had even severely injured them, and the last time they had even tried to kill them. If not for their good luck, they would not have survived to join the Dayu Manor. The reason why the Jade Water Palace had snatched Bian Xiaoxiao away was very simple. Bian Xiaoxiao was suitable for the Jade Water Palace's battle techniques. The Jade Water Palace's famous battle technique was none other than the Sword of Tranquil Jade Water. When the sword was drawn, there was no injury, only death. Once the Sword of Tranquil Jade Water was drawn, there were very few who could match it. However, it was not easy to cultivate the Sword of Tranquil Jade Water. It depended on one's aptitude and one's ability to adapt to the Sword of Tranquil Jade Water. The Jade Water Palace constantly traveled the spiritualized universe and allowed suitable children to come into contact with the Sword of Tranquil Jade Water. If they could cultivate, they would take them away. Originally, this was a good thing. The Jade Water Palace's Palace Lord Yao was known as the #1 person under Xianxia, and it was very likely that she would become Xianxia in the future. Even in the spiritualized universe, she would be a top figure. However, the Jade Water Palace had its own rules. Once they entered the palace, they had to cut off all external ties. This included family ties, friendship, and so on. All the children taken away by the Jade Water Palace would have their memories erased, and they would only recognize the Jade Water Palace for the rest of their lives. As a result, no one was willing to send their children to the Jade Water Palace. Bian Xiaoxiao had accidentally come into contact with the Sword of Tranquil Jade Water and was confirmed to have a supreme aptitude. The Jade Water Palace had been searching for her for many years, so naturally, she would be taken away. Bianji and Xianxia's pleas did not matter to the Jade Water Palace. They had gone to the Jade Water Palace several times to request to take Bian Xiaoxiao away. To prevent them from affecting Bian Xiaoxiao, the Jade Water Palace sent people after them. This matter was infuriating, as the Jade Water Palace was too tyrannical and had cut off all familial ties. To the child who entered the palace, their memories would be erased, and they would not know anything. They would forever lose that child. Bianji and Xianxia would not give up even if they died. This matter made Lu Yin's expression sink, as he had not expected the Jade Water Palace to do such a thing. Palace Mistress Xiao had a close relationship with Yu Xianxia, and she was also one of Beyond Heaven's twin absolutes. Lu Yin had not expected her to have such a cruel side. It just so happened that he wanted to find Palace Mistress Xiao to make up for his karma, and this matter could be used as a reason to deal with the Jade Water Palace. When he heard that Lu Yin wanted to deal with the Jade Water Palace, Old Tao grew worried. The relationship between Palace Mistress Xiao and Yu Xianxia has always been speculated, and no one knows for sure. However, one thing is for certain, Yu Xianxia will not sit idly by if anyone tries to deal with Palace Mistress Xiao. This is directly going against Yu Xianxia. Lu Yin raised his brows. What we're doing now is not going against Yu Xianxia? This is different. There's nothing different about it. I'll deal with the Jade Water Palace, Lu Yin said. Old Tao said, it won't be easy to deal with the Jade Water Palace. The Jade Water realm is completely sealed off, and only those from the Jade Water Palace are allowed to enter. If you force your way in, Palace Mistress Xiao will have time to leave and head straight for Beyond Heaven. Luin frowned, as this was a problem. If he scared Palace Mistress Xiao away, he would not be able to make up for the karma. Yu Tian knew that Luin wanted to make up for the karma, and he also knew that Palace Mistress Xiao was related to Lu Yin's karma. Would he hold back? Luin had been provoking Beyond Heaven all this time, but Yu Tian knew that Lu Yin's ultimate goal was to make up for the karma, so all he had to do was wait for Luin here. Unless something major happened and Yu Tian could no longer care about the Jadewater Palace, then even if Yu Tian knew that Luin was the culprit, he would still have to deal with it and allow Palace Mistress Xiao to be taken away by Luin. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Something major, something major. No, if Yu Tian was prepared and Palace Mistress Xiao knew about it, she would be on her guard. Luin thought of Wei Rong and the others, and he felt that it was a pity. He should have brought them along, as Wei Rong should have been able to come up with a solution. Actually, it's not like there's no way to deal with the Jadewater Palace, Old Tao suddenly said. Luin looked at him, you have a way? Old Tao thought for a moment. Palace Master Yao is a very conceited person, thinking that she is the number one person under Xianxia. Moreover, because of her close relationship with Yu Tian, even the seven great Xianxia treat her with respect, to the point that she is somewhat arrogant. Even though she doesn't show it, there aren't many people in the spiritualized universe who can catch her eye. Such a conceited person definitely won't allow herself to lose face. Instead of scheming against the Jadewater Palace in secret, it's better to directly come knocking on her door. Perhaps she'll be scared off, but as long as I think of a way and make some preparations, I might be able to force her to stay, or even force her to open the Jadewater Palace. What kind of preparations? Old Tao rolled his eyes. Preparations related to face. Luin understood and looked at Old Tao. You seem to know Palace Mistress Xiao quite well. Old Tao laughed dryly, who doesn't know about the twin absolutes of the sky beyond heaven? Palace Master Yao is also someone who is most likely to become a Xianxia. Everyone knows about this. If you can really resolve this matter, I'll remember your contribution. I wouldn't dare. It's my honor to be of service to the third master. Old Tao hurriedly said. The Daiyu Villa gradually quieted down. After the Battle of the Five Realms empty, no one dared to cause trouble for the Daiyu Villa, and the Daiyu Villa remained in the 100 Herb region. Daiyu Mountain. The topic of Zhuang had died down, but the topic of Genesis did not. After all, this was related to Xianxia's position, and everyone had their eyes on it. Someone suddenly raised the question of who would be the next Xianxia if Genesis was stripped of his position. Once this question was raised, countless people's interest was piqued. I think it'll be City Lord Xia. Torch City is extremely important as it's a transit point for attacking the consciousness universe and the Tianyuan universe. City Lord Xia is backed by the General Chamber of Commerce, and he also cultivates the laws of the Devourer sequence. He'll be the next Baoqi Xianxia. I think it'll be the Lord of the Heavenly Hand. The Heavenly Hand has always ranked first on the White Spirit list. The Lord of the Heavenly Hand has lived for a long time, but he has never become Xianxia. It's not because he can't, but because he doesn't want to. Now that the situation is different, the Tianyuan universe will definitely be reactivated. The Lord of the Heavenly Hand will definitely come out and strive to break through to the eternal life realm. You're wrong. The Lord of the Heavenly Hand doesn't need to rely on Xianxia's position to break through to the eternal life realm. Lord Yu Xianxia once said that all cultivators in the spiritualized universe who have reached the spirit ancestor level will have a chance when the Tianyuan universe is reactivated. The Lord of the Heavenly Hand is no exception. I think it'll be Lord Tianxi. Lord Tianxi has always been in the Tianyuan universe, and he almost went on an expedition to the Tianyuan universe, but he was stopped by Lord Yu Xianxia. Perhaps something happened in the Tianyuan universe, and the only one who can keep an eye on the Tianyuan universe is Lord Tianxi. Of course it'll be Palace Lord Yao. She's the number one person under Xianxia, so she should be the next in line. She cultivates the invincible azure water sword, and how many people in the spiritualized universe can match her? Her relationship with Lord Yu Xianxia is extremely mysterious. Yes, I also think it'll be Palace Lord Yao. Palace Lord Yao is very strong. There was once an expert who challenged her because he didn't want to accept her title as the #1 person under Xianxia. In the end, he died under the invincible azure water sword. I think there might be an old monster in the sect of arts pretending to be dead, but he will appear during the fight for Xianxia's position. It must be Palace Lord Yao. It must be Palace Lord Yao. In fact, whoever can deal with the Dayu Villa might replace the original Xianxia and take over Xianxia's position. That's right. The Dayu Villa is still a threat. They provoked the sky beyond heaven and violated the rules. They should be killed. Once Xianxia's position is vacant, someone will definitely find trouble with the Dayu Villa. The aquamarine water domain was very small, and it could be considered the smallest among the 36 domains. Because of the aquamarine palace, outsiders were not allowed to step into the aquamarine water domain. In order to enforce this rule, the aquamarine water domain's territory had shrunk again and again. Palace Lord Yao had already returned from the sky beyond heaven. Yu Xianxia's words made her feel indignant. It might have been possible in the past, but it was impossible now. Why? How long had she waited for Xianxia's position? How could Yu Xianxia take away her hope with a single sentence? What was the difference between the past and present? The only difference was the appearance of the Dayu Villa. How could those people in the Sky Origin universe affect her fight for Xianxia's position? She felt indignant. Shui Hua walked over and bowed respectfully. Palace Lord. What's the matter? Palace Lord Yao's tone was cold. Shui Hua said, there are more and more guesses about Xianxia's position, but the most popular one is still Palace Lord. Palace Lord, do you want to stop it? In the past, Palace Lord Yao would have stopped it. She had approached Yu Xianxia step by step steadily. But now, she looked at Shui Hua. There's no need. Shui Hua did not understand, but she did not ask. Yes, I will take my leave. Wait, what are the guesses of the outside world? Shui Hua said, the outside world says that Palace Lord is the #1 person under Xianxian and should take over his position. You are the best candidate for Xianxia's position. Palace Lord Yao was surprised. Virtue? Strength was normal. Xianxian wanted to be strong. However, who would judge a person based on their morals? Never had. Did Baoqi have virtue? Did Yi Xianxian have virtue? And Wanshou Zhang's Wu Huang, from the beginning, which one of them had virtue? Who came up with these two words? Shui Hua said respectfully, the outside world says that Palace Lord protects the common people and maintains the order of the spiritualized universe. Women are like water, but Palace Lord uses gentleness to overcome strength. Your courage and strength surpass the other Xianxian. You are the best candidate for the next Xianxian. Palace Lord, the outside world is praising you very much. Palace Lord Yao's mood improved. Yes, although those people are not strong, they have good foresight. Shui Hua saw that Palace Lord Yao's mood improved and continued, the outside world says that you will definitely become Xianxian. Even the Master of Heavenly Hand and those old fellows from School of Arts cannot compare to you. Your courage is unparalleled, and your appearance is the best spiritualized. In the future, you might even become Yu Xianxian, or even achieve eternal life. Palace Lord Yao raised her hand. Enough, that is too far away. She stood up and looked at the starry sky outside. Yu Xianxian said that she could not become Xianxian, but she wanted to try. Why was it impossible? Just because of Yu Xianxian's words? If she could become Xianxian, she would not be so humble in front of Yu Xianxian. The outside world's debate became more and more intense. Some people even started fighting because of the debate. A group of people who supported Palace Lord Yao shouted crazily. It was as if Palace Lord Yao could not become Xianxian, the spiritualized universe would have no future. Palace Lord Yao had been paying attention to the outside world. She did not know where those crazy people who supported her came from. She asked Shui Hua, and Shui Hua said that it was not the Jadewater Palace's arrangement. That was strange. Where did this group of crazy people come from to support her? Even she felt that the words that praised her were a little too much. However, her appearance was unparalleled. It was normal for her to have such a group of people supporting her. Palace Lord Yao will definitely become Xianxian. The spiritualized universe will walk towards the light under Palace Lord Yao's lead. What Dayuvilla? Palace Lord Yao will deal with them all. Palace Lord Yao will not allow such a forbidden existence. Palace Lord Yao's beauty is unparalleled. Her strength is unparalleled. Palace Lord Yao is saying Tian. Palace Lord Yao is saying Tian. Countless people shouted, forming a craze that spread outside the Jadewater Palace. Shui Hua was stunned. These people were too supportive of Palace Lord Yao. Where did they come from? However, soon after, many people objected to Palace Lord Yao becoming Sang Tian's successor. The two groups of people cursed crazily outside the Jadewater Palace, each with their own reasons. At this moment, news came from Dayuvilla, asking the Jadewater Palace to release all the children and restore their memories. At the same time, they would open up the Jadewater Palace. When this news reached the Jadewater Palace, Palace Lord Yao did not react. Those who supported her were furious. It is the children's fortune to be able to join the Jadewater Palace to cultivate. Cultivation is heartless. How can you deprive them of their future just because of some kinship? What is Dayuvilla? How dare they speak to the Jadewater Palace like this? Do they think they can do whatever they want after killing a few pieces of trash? They are too arrogant. They will definitely die if they meet Palace Lord Yao. Those who objected to Palace Lord Yao becoming Sang Tian also said, Dayuvilla was built by Origin. Origin is Sang Tian. Why must he die? I think your support of Palace Lord Yao has damaged your brains. Palace Lord Yao is the most powerful person under Sang Tian. It's fine if Yuanqi makes a move, but that third head can only be defeated. Yushan is only second on the White Spirit list. He can't be compared to Palace Lord Yao. Palace Lord Yao is at the Spirit Prime Realm and can enter bitter disaster at any time. Let Dayumanor come. Let's see how Palace Lord Yao teaches them a lesson. Save Lord Yushan while you're at it. Lord Yushan is too pitiful. We don't believe Palace Lord Yao dares to go against Dayumanor. If Palace Lord Yao can suppress Dayumanor, we'll support her to become Sang Tian. We won't go back on our words. You really won't go back on your words? Of course not. Whoever goes back on their words is a coward. Palace Master Yao, please suppress the Dayuvilla and return the spiritualized universe to its former glory. Palace Lord Yao is invincible. Palace Lord Yao is unparalleled. It was very lively outside the Jadewater Palace. The argument between the two groups attracted more people, especially the news from Dayumanor. More and more people came to wait for a result. Wanzhou territory made a move and Dayumanor made the 5 regions empty. Among them, no one as powerful as Palace Lord Yao made a move. Even the Wanzhou territory's Emperor Radiance expert was not as famous as Palace Lord Yao. Besides, Yushan was captured by Dayumanor. Palace Lord Yao couldn't ignore it for Yu Sang Tian's sake. Before the Jadewater Palace said anything, the outside world had already analyzed the situation. Palace Lord Yao looked at the countless people arguing outside the Jadewater Palace with a gloomy face. She didn't want to get involved with Dayumanor. Yu Sang Tian knew that Dayumanor was provoking him, but he didn't do anything. There must be something wrong. But now, she couldn't back down. Countless people had forced her to the edge of the storm. Dayumanor had unceremoniously provoked her, and Yushan had been captured miserably. With her relationship with Yu Sang Tian, she couldn't let Yushan suffer so miserably. All of this forced her to confront Dayumanor. She also wanted to fight for Sang Tian's position. What should she do? Should she really fight Dayumanor? Yuanqi was an old monster with powerful strength. Not long after, Dayu Mountain Villa sent another message to the Aqua Water Realm. 3 days. They would only give the Aqua Water Realm 3 days. If the Aqua Water Realm was not released in 3 days, the third master would personally come looking for them. There was no need for anyone else to do anything. This news once again ignited the fury of countless people. The group of people who supported Palace Master Yao cursed angrily. Preposterous, Yuanqi didn't even show up, only letting the third master come out. You've gone too far. Palace Lord Yao's strength is unparalleled, that third master is not worthy at all. Tell Yuanqi to come over. Tell Dayumanor to come over. Palace Master Yao heaved a sigh of relief when she heard the news. Only the third master came? As long as Xianxia didn't make a move, she wasn't afraid of anyone in the Dayuan Manor. Listening to the people outside shouting for Xianxia to attack, Palace Master Yao's face turned black. Were these people helping her or harming her? Shueihua walked over. Palace Lord. Palace Master Yao's face turned cold. Report to the outside world that if that third master dares to come, I will make sure that he won't be able to walk out of the Blue Water Domain. Shueihua was shocked. Are we going to war with Dayuan Manor? Palace Master Yao's eyes flashed. That third master just defeated Yushan, he's in the limelight. I'm only targeting him, I won't involve Xianxia. If Xianxia is involved, we'll leave. She wasn't stupid. Although she was obsessed with Xianxia's position, she wouldn't provoke Dayuan Manor when she knew that they weren't to be trifled with. If Xianxia didn't make a move, why should she? Although the third master could defeat Yushan, Yushan was only at the level of sequence laws while she was at the spirit prime realm. This person was definitely not her opponent. She would deal with the third master and use him to exchange for Yushan. As for Dayuan Manor, it had nothing to do with her. She could leave after she succeeded. Thinking of this, she secretly sighed and looked outside. In fact, if it wasn't for these people, she might not have said anything. Go and find out where these people came from, I feel that something is wrong. Yes. In the 100 Herb region, Lu Yin laughed. Success. Palace Master Yao publicly replied that as long as he dared to go, he wouldn't be able to walk out of the Blue Water Domain. This move worked. On one hand, he sent people to create momentum for Palace Master Yao. On the other hand, he provoked Palace Master Yao. Palace Master Yao couldn't take it. Since Xianxia didn't make a move, it gave Palace Master Yao the courage to fight. Old Tao smiled and said, "Congratulations, Third Master." "Congratulations." Lu Yin praised, "Well done. This is how Dayuan Manor's second master should be." Old Tao complimented again, but then he said worriedly, "Palace Master Yao's title as number 1 under Xianxia is related to you Xianxia, but her strength is definitely not weak. Her invincible jade sword is the best in the entire spiritual universe. Third Master, be careful." Of course, Lu Yin knew that Palace Master Yao's strength was not weak at all. In the tributary of the River of Time, it had taken him a lot of effort to capture Palace Master Yao. However, that was under the premise that he didn't understand her. Now, he knew Palace Master Yao like the back of his hand. Her sequence laws, spiritual weapons, and battle techniques were all too clear. Dealing with her would be easy. After leaving the 100 Herb region, Lu Yin headed for the Blue Water Domain. He walked out of the 100 Herb region openly and even a little arrogantly. Before he left, he said arrogantly, "You won't let me walk out of the Blue Water Domain? I want to see what this number 1 under Xianxia is capable of." In the Blue Water Domain, Palace Master Yao sneered when she heard Lu Yin's arrogant words. This person thought that he was invincible after defeating Yushan. She would let him see how terrifying the 4th sequence laws were. Perhaps this person might not even be able to withstand the invincible jade sword. The Blue Water Domain was not far from the 100 Herb region. The 100 Herb region was at the center of the spiritualized universe's 36 domains. 3 days was enough for Lu Yin to arrive. More and more people gathered outside the Blue Water Domain, waiting to see what would happen. Those who supported Palace Master Yao were shouting fanatically, to the point that their throats were smoking. Shueihua had been investigating the origins of this group of people, but she had not been able to find anything. She needed time. The more time she needed, the more problems there were. She did not dare to be careless. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and on this day, Lu Yin arrived at the Blue Water Domain. He looked at the blue sky and azure sea in front of him. It was a beautiful place. The Blue Water Domain was enveloped by the azure sky, and the water flowed like jade. Anyone who tried to force their way into the Blue Water Domain would be detected, and they would be greeted by the invincible jade sword. Outside the Blue Water Domain, everyone fell silent when Lu Yin arrived. Lu Yin was quite famous in the spiritualized universe as the third master of the Dayuan Villa. He had been cursed by a group of women every day because he had defeated Yushan, which had caused even more dissatisfaction. Lu Yin approached the Blue Water Domain step by step, but he had no intention of stopping. He pressed. A hand against the surface of the blue water domain and forcefully shook it, tearing the water apart. Rays of sword chi swept over. It was the invincible jade sword. Lu Ying casually dispersed the sword chi. Tell Palace Master Yao to get out here. She can't bully the people of the Dayu Villa. Impudent. Shui Hua shouted, raising her hand to shoot an ice soul at Lu Ying. This was her spiritualized weapon. Shui Hua was a powerhouse of the sequence laws, and she was second only to Palace Master Yao. Lu Ying grabbed the ice soul, and it was extremely cold to the touch. Even he could feel the chill, but it did not affect him at all. With a bang, the ice soul shattered. Shui Hua spat out a mouthful of blood. How could he be so strong? Her spiritualized weapon had shattered, and her power had plummeted. She gritted her teeth and used her sequence law, divine reflection, to attack Lu Ying. Palace Master Yao walked out of the void and stared at Lu Ying coldly. You're the third master? Lu Ying casually tossed away the ice soul fragments and looked at Palace Master Yao with his hands behind his back. He was stunned and could not help but praise, what a beautiful woman. You live up to your reputation as one of Outer Sky's twin beauties. You're even prettier than Kai Keqing. You, come with me to the Dayu Villa to be a servant. Inside and outside the blue water domain, countless people were stunned, followed by an overwhelming number of curses. Those who had come to watch the show were shocked. Everyone knew that Palace Master Yao was from Xianxia, but no one knew what their relationship was. This third master was too ruthless. He actually wanted to snatch Palace Master Yao away, and to make her a servant. Even Xianxia did not receive such treatment. Yuan Qi had provoked Outer Sky and violated the rules again and again, but this third master was targeting Xianxia. They were really going against the heavens. Shui Hua was furious. Impudent. Palace Master Yao's expression was cold. You're courting death. As she spoke, she raised her hand, and her white fingers were as beautiful as jade. As she lightly tapped the void, the water surrounding the blue water domain turned into sharp blades that slashed towards Lu Ying. Endless streams of water slashed down. Each stream of water was the harmless jade water sword, which came from Palace Master Yao's harmless jade water sword. When the sword struck out, there was no injury, only death. Lu Ying was disdainful. Little tricks. His expression became serious, and his body suddenly disappeared. Parallel time instantly appeared beside Palace Master Yao. Palace Master Yao's gaze followed Lu Yin's appearance, and in her hand, the blue sword light slashed horizontally. She could keep up with Lu Yin's parallel time, but she did not defend herself. Instead, she exchanged injuries, hoping to use absolute reversal to make a comeback. However, she did not know that Lu Yin was very clear about her sequence method. Absolute reversal could not be used at all. Lu Yin reached out and crushed the blue sword light while pressing one hand on Palace Master Yao's shoulder. He did not hurt Palace Master Yao, but she could not move. Palace Master Yao's heart sank. She turned around and looked at Lu Yin in shock. Lu Yin's lips curled up. What, you can't use absolute reversal? Palace Master Yao could not believe it. You know? If Lu Yin injured Palace Master Yao, then absolute reversal could make him suffer the same injuries. Palace Master Yao's spiritual weapon was jade water, and she could revive from the dead. No matter how injured she would not care. This was the reason why she was the strongest person under Xianxia. She was in an invincible position. However, Lu Yin was much stronger than her, and he could control her without hurting her. Palace Master Yao felt the difference between them. The irresistible power in Lu Yin's hands made her feel as if she was facing Xianxia, or even Xianxia. Fake, it was all fake. This third master's strength was definitely not weaker than Yuan Qi's. In fact, he was even stronger. She knew that the Dayu Villa came from the Tianyuan universe, and she also knew about Lu Yin's group. However, she did not know how strong Lu Yin was. In the entire spiritual universe, only Xianxia knew. Lu Yin could exchange a few blows with him. Even Xianxia could not do that. Palace Master Yao did not even need to be mentioned. Inside and outside the jade water domain, everyone looked on in confusion. The two stopped attacking, and Lu Yin pressed one hand on Palace Master Yao's shoulder. What was going on? Could it be that Palace Master Yao had lost? This battle was not as intense as the one between Yushan and Luin. Palace Mistress Yao did not even make a move, and Luin only moved a few times. It looked more like an act. Luin frowned. Something was wrong. What do you want? Palace Mistress Yao accepted her fate. She knew she had been played. Luin stared at Palace Mistress Yao. Where is your jade water sword? Where is your spiritualized weapon? Palace Mistress Yao said, I lost. Even if I used my spiritualized weapon, I would still lose. Let me ask you, where is your spiritualized weapon? Lu Yin's eyes flashed with killing intent, and a suffocating pressure descended. Palace Mistress Yao felt the killing intent and subconsciously said, it's with you Xianxia. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, what did you say? At this time, Palace Mistress Yao suddenly vomited blood, and the blood splattered in front of Lu Yin. Her face was pale, and she was on the verge of collapsing. Lu Yin stared at her. He did not make a move, but she was heavily injured. Moreover, he looked at the water painting. This injury was similar to the water painting's ice spirit shattering. Could it be? Why? Palace Mistress Yao muttered to herself. She could not believe it, and her body fell from the sky. Lu Yin quickly grabbed her and shouted, your spiritualized weapon was destroyed? Palace Mistress Yao looked at Lu Yin in a daze, how did you know? Lu Yin let go and let Palace Mistress Yao fall to the ground. Inside and outside the Jade Water domain, no one understood what had happened. Lu Yin slowly landed and looked at the heavily injured Palace Mistress Yao. Yu Xianxia was ruthless. He knew that Lu Yin would find Palace Mistress Yao to make up for the karma, so he left her spiritualized weapon behind. After Lu Yin took control of Palace Mistress Yao, he destroyed her spiritualized weapon. Without her spiritualized weapon, Palace Mistress Yao could not use Jade Water Sword. Lu Yin's understanding of Jade Water Sword came from Palace Mistress Yao's spiritualized weapon, Jade Water. Without Jade Water, he could not make up for the karma. He would never be able to make up for the karma. This was Yu Xianxia's plan. He did not need to make a move. No matter what he did, it would still be difficult to make up for the karma. This was Yu Xianxia's home ground, and he could do whatever he wanted. As for Palace Master Yao, he didn't care at all. At this moment, Palace Master Yao finally understood why Yu Xianxia said that she could become Xianxia in the past, but it was impossible now. Because the moment Wu Jiang came to the spiritualized universe, she lost her spiritualized weapon forever. Even her spiritualized weapon was destroyed, so how could she become Xianxia? She stared blankly at the sky. She was just a chess piece. The true chess player was Yu Xianxia and the Tian Yuan Cosmos. That's right, it should be this person, the third head. He was the one playing chess with Yu Xianxia. His chess piece had been shattered at this moment. Ha 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 ha, number one under Xianxia? What a joke, what a joke. Many things could only be seen clearly in the end. For Palace Master Yao, this was the end. She had never dreamed that this day would come so soon. Lu Yin stood in place as the blue water poured down from the sky, drenching the Jade Lake and many of the spectators. Everyone looked at Lu Yin, the third head had won. Although it had been a baffling victory, it was still a victory. In contrast, Palace Master Yao's miserable state made everyone tremble in fear. The number one under Xianxia had been defeated so miserably. It was fine if they could understand, but they couldn't even understand how she had been defeated. Shui Hua's eyes widened, and she glared at Lu Yin with hatred and killing intent. She shrieked, members of the Jade Water Palace, kill this person. Yes. Yes. Figures rushed out from the Jade Water Palace, stabbing at Lu Yin with their swords. Their bodies were wrapped in blue water. The invincible Jade Water Sword could only kill. Lu Yin suddenly coughed up blood. Everything around him felt like a dream. Where was he? A spiritualized universe? The Tian Yuan Cosmos? Or a forbidden zone? The karmic backlash had arrived, and he couldn't differentiate between reality and the cycle. Around him, streaks of blue sword light slashed down. Lu Yin casually waved his hand, causing blood to fill the sky and dye the blue rain red. The rain of blood swept across the Jade Water realm, piercing through the void and piercing through some people's bodies. They couldn't resist Lu Yin's terrifying power at all, and many of the spectators hurriedly retreated, not daring to get close. Lu Yin's aura was chaotic, and no one knew what had happened. Perhaps he had been injured in the battle with Palace Master Yao, but his victory hadn't been that easy. Shui Hua slowly fell to the ground, unable to figure out how Palace Master Yao had been defeated. Palace Master Yao watched the blood splatter onto her face. She didn't hate Lu Yin, but she hated Xianxia. Xianxia had used her, but in the end, he had abandoned her. The Jade Water Realm was as beautiful as Palace Master Yao's, and it was the most beautiful spiritualized universe. However, at this moment, this beauty added to the desolation and the color of blood. Lu Yin stood on the pool of blood, his body swaying as he looked in front of him in a daze. He saw Longxi smiling at him in the rain with little Xian in her arms. The child's innocent smile was so adorable, and her bright little eyes were staring at him, her pupils filled with his image. This was his child. Blood dissolved in water, and it was similar to the line of blood between heaven and earth. If one didn't cultivate karma, then it would only cause a backlash. However, if one cultivated karma, then the backlash would be completely different. It would cause one to doubt reality, to deny oneself, and to doubt what had happened in the past and what might happen in the future. At this moment, Lu Yin felt like he had returned to the forbidden zone, and he saw fruit after fruit. Should he eat it or not? Longxi was waving at him. Little Xian's crisp laughter constantly echoed in his ears. Lu Yin's eyes went wide as the fruits and trees that bore his likeness transformed into a karmic spiral that shot into the sky. They continued to entrench themselves in the sky until they connected to the distant horizon. Soon after, endless karma replaced the starry sky, the universe, and everything that he could see. Everything in this world seemed to be made up of karma. Everyone saw the world differently. The world that an ant saw was completely different from the world that an elephant saw. Did everyone see the world the same? Lu Yin was certain that it was different. He didn't see the blue sky, the white clouds, the stars, or the darkness. All he saw was karma, a world made up of karma. He saw another world. Was this world real? Did he exist because of karma, or did karma exist for him? Did he live for himself, or did he live for others? Lu Yin clutched his head and waved his hand, causing the karma spiral to revolve around him. 1, 2, 3, until there were countless spirals. He was surrounded by people that he had met before, and all of them were related to him. He also saw Night King Zhenwu, Yan Gang, and everyone else who had interacted with him. The numerous karma spirals formed karma wheels, and he pierced through them. Time flowed, and he saw himself after himself. He had made different choices and had different endings. Did karma exist because of him, or did he appear because of karma? What was it? What was it? Lu Yin's eyes were bloodshot, and his heart beat violently as if it was about to explode. His entire body trembled as the karma wheels around him flickered and increased, causing him to go mad. At that moment, a cold gaze opened from underground. It was time. This person's aura was so chaotic that he could succeed. His name was Booyah, and he came from the heaven's hand. He cultivated a spiritualized weapon, the hand-suppressing flying dagger. Ever since he had started cultivating, he had been learning flying daggers. 1 day, 1 year, 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years. There was no end to his cultivation of flying daggers. Sequence laws? No training? Innate gift? No training? Cultivation technique? No training. No training at all. He only trained with flying daggers. Because of his dedication to flying daggers, his spirit mold had allowed him to obtain a spiritualized weapon, the hand-suppressing flying dagger. The so-called hand-suppressing flying dagger began with suppressing one's hand. Suppressing one's hand, the dagger would pierce the enemy's body. Booyah had practiced this technique countless times. In a normal battle, his strength could not compare to any powerhouse of the sequence laws because he did not cultivate the sequence laws. However, if it was a sneak attack, he could use this technique to instantly kill any expert when he thought it was appropriate. He was confident that he could defeat any expert, including Empress Xiao, who was the #1 expert under Xianxia. This was him, Booyah. With the hand-suppressing flying dagger, he was firmly ranked in the top 3 of the Heaven's Hand. The 3 assassins were also part of the Heaven's Hand and were ranked 5th. 3 powerhouses of the sequence laws had joined forces, but they were still ranked below Booyah. One could imagine how powerful Booyah was. This time, Booyah's target was Luin. A flying dagger appeared in Booyah's hand. The blade was blunt and thick, and it did not have the slightest trace of sharpness. No one could have imagined that such a dagger would take the lives of so many experts. Booyah raised his hand, and the flying dagger vibrated in his palm before instantly disappearing. When it reappeared, it was already right in front of Luin. There was a point between Lu Yin's eyebrows where the flying dagger would take his life. Booyah was very confident in this attack. His enemy's state of mind was unstable, and his aura was chaotic. It was obvious that he had gone mad. Booyah had been preparing for a long time and had even snuck into the realm of Jade. Even Empress Xiao had not discovered him. This attack was enough to take this person's life. A karmic wheel appeared in front of Luin. More accurately, there were many karmic wheels revolving around his body, and the flying dagger had coincidentally pierced through the one in front of him, bringing with it a trace of karma. It seemed to have happened in the blink of an eye, but to Luin, it felt like an entire lifetime. He had seen the beginning and end of this karmic wheel. It had originated from a warship named Boundless, which had come from the Tianyuan universe. It had crossed the distance of a square inch and entered the spiritualized universe. It had repeatedly violated the rules and provoked the realm beyond heaven. This was the origin of the flying dagger. When it fell, it was him. The flying dagger had pierced his forehead, and the karmic wheel had been completed. However, the completed karmic wheel was not for Luin. He was already dead, so how could a dead person complete karmic wheel? Since a dead person could not complete karmic wheel, then what was the point of this karmic wheel? Lu Yin's gaze suddenly focused, and his pupils shrank to the size of needles. Time around him stopped as he raised his hand and slowly grasped the flying dagger. What a blunt dagger. Is it trying to take my life? It came from underground. It was obvious at a glance whether or not this was a karmic wheel. The ground beneath his feet split apart, and Booyah was inconceivable. Had he actually blocked it? The moment the flying dagger landed in Lu Yin's hand, he felt a sense of disbelief. How could this person do such a thing? His body was pulled out by a huge force and smashed into the ground. Empress Xiao was beside him. Booyah wanted to escape, but a face appeared in front of him. It was Luin. Luin stared at Booyah. Booyah could not move. At this moment, Lu Yin's aura was like that of a primordial beast. He could not control his body or move, and his blood froze. He forgot everything except for those eyes and that face. If you don't know me, then this is reality. Luin smiled as blood slowly flowed out from the corner of his mouth. However, his smile was relaxed as he walked out. Booyah did not understand what this person was smiling about. What karma? What reality? He did not understand. However, he did not need to understand. Luin pressed down on Booyah's head and pressed him into the ground. He lost all signs of life, leaving only his legs outside. This person had tried to assassinate him, but he did not need to know who it was. There were enemies everywhere in the spiritualized universe. He slowly stood up and looked around him. There were still many karma wheels around him. These karma wheels had been created from the heavenly reflection technique, and he had once been confused about whether he existed for the sake of karma or if karma existed for him. If he died one day, would someone else finish the rest of his path? Was the universe's final outcome predestined? These questions had troubled him before. His cultivation deviation had magnified his confusion about karma. If not for Booyah, who had never seen him before, recognizing reality, Luin did not know what would have happened. Perhaps he would have continued to be confused about karma, or perhaps he would have walked out of it. Now, he no longer wanted to be confused about karma. Since he did not know why he existed, then did it mean that he existed because of karma? Wrong. Karma had to exist for him. There was him first, and then there was karma. If this karma existed before him, then he would break it and remake it. Luin exhaled as karma spirals emerged from his karmic wheels and soared into the sky. The starry sky at his heart encompassed all directions. Above his head, the Divine Seal catalog appeared, its golden light illuminating the dark universe. Beneath his feet, the general appointing platform shattered the ground, its image sinister and terrifying. Lu Yin raised a hand, and the karma spirals emerged from his body, piercing through the sky and shattering the earth. They circled around the Divine Seal catalog and the general appointing platform, forming a cycle of karma. Since I am confused about karma, then I will remake it. Divine Seal catalog, ascension to the heavens. General appointing platform, imprisonment. This cycle is the heavenly Tao. This is the self-illuminating technique, the heavenly Tao of karma. Boom. Around the Jadewater region, countless people's minds buzzed. Thunder rumbled in the universe, shaking the heavens. The constellation swayed, extending from the Jadewater domain to the entire spiritualized universe. It was like a huge boulder being tossed into a calm lake. Countless people fainted and many cultivators coughed out blood. For some unknown reason, they felt like they were being targeted by something. In sky beyond sky, Xianxia suddenly stood up and stared in the direction of Aqua Water Domain. His face turned pale, and his eyes were filled with unimaginable killing intent and fear. He suppressed his desire to attack and said, "How is this possible?" "Impossible. You shouldn't be able to comprehend it here. No one can comprehend it here. Lu Yin, you must die." In the spiritualized universe, Yi Sang-tian, Bao Qi, Yuan Qi, Zhan Ming, and the others looked at the starry sky in shock. They felt that the universe had changed. The ancestor walked out of the boundless void and looked in the direction of the blue water domain. Next to Meng Sang, the only true God also looked in the direction of the aqua water domain. Who is it? He actually managed to reach this step. Unbelievable. Master Grass turned his head to look in the direction of the spiritualized universe. His eyes were also filled with disbelief and indescribable complexity. The spiritualized universe was huge, but Lu Yin's creation of the heavenly Tao of karma had shocked the entire universe. This was an earth-shattering power that he had created with the self-illuminating heavens technique after suffering from the backlash of karma. However, at this moment, he himself did not know how much of a shock this new power would bring to others. He only knew that the Divine Seal catalog and the General Appointment platform were useful again. As his cultivation increased, the Divine Seal catalog and the General Appointment platform became less and less useful. Even the die was no longer useful. If someone was stronger than him, his innate gift could not make up for it. If someone was weaker or on par with him, he could use various methods to defeat them. He did not need any innate gift. Now, his innate gift had merged with karma and the starry sky in his heart, forming the heavenly Tao of karma. He did not know how far this heavenly Tao of karma could go in the future, but he felt that it could go very high and very far. After all, this was a grand promise that he had made to create karma. If this universe was filled with karma, then he would have created a universe of his own. Lu Yin looked up and slowly waved his hand. Light shone and dispersed the blood. Behind him, within the Jade Water Palace, many fearful gazes looked at him from the children who had been brought to the Jade Water Palace. Lu Yin saw Bian Xiao. Her little face was pink and chubby. He lowered his head and looked at Palace Mistress Xiao. Palace Mistress Xiao lay on the ground with lifeless eyes. She was like a rose that could be picked by anyone. She was beautiful, but she had lost her charm. This woman no longer had any meaning to him. The karma related to her had already backfired. Whether she lived or died, it did not matter. However, it was a good opportunity to test out the heavenly Tao of karma. Lu Yin's gaze was cold. "Yao, from this moment onwards, you will be sent to the heavenly Tao of karma." After speaking, Palace Mistress Xiao's body turned into a stream of light and flew towards the General Appointment platform. Finally, she landed there. She did not die. She was not appointed, but trapped alive in the General Appointment platform. To the heavenly Tao of karma, the Divine Seal catalog was like ascending to heaven, while the General Appointment platform was like going to prison. She was sent to hell. Palace Mistress Xiao landed on the General Appointment platform and looked around in confusion. She saw old friends, and enemies. They were all her karma. She wanted to avoid them as if she had seen a ghost, but she could not. She had to face these karmas. Perhaps there were people and things that she did not want to face the most. This was hell. The hell of the heavenly Tao of karma. At that moment, Luine discovered that karma spirals were emerging from the general appointment platform and moving towards the heavenly Tao of karma. They were constantly expanding the scope of the heavenly Tao of karma. He was shocked. So this was how the heavenly Tao of karma expanded. Palace Mistress Xiao had expanded the heavenly Tao of karma by quite a bit. If more sequence laws experts were added, the heavenly Tao of karma would continue to expand. If it could cover the entire universe one day, would this universe be the original universe or Lu Yin's heavenly Tao of karma? Luine did not know. Perhaps he was the true master of the universe. He was looking forward to that moment. Bianji and Xianxia had already found Bian Xiaoxiao. They did not dare to approach Luine and were grateful to him. Luine retracted his gaze. This trip had been unexpected. He had underestimated Xianxia and had fallen into his trap. However, he had coincidentally created the heavenly Tao of karma. This was also his future path. Xianxia had seen through Luine, and he knew that Luine had to make up for the karma. No matter what Luine did, Xianxia would have the upper hand. Since that was the case, Luine felt that he should change his approach and walk the path of karma. He would use karma to suppress the backlash and increase the heavenly Tao of karma. He had a premonition that the heavenly Tao of karma could suppress the backlash. He wanted to expand the heavenly Tao of karma. Only by continuously expanding it would he have a chance to ignore the karma that needed to be replenished and counter Xianxia. This was the only way, or else he would be led by the nose by Xianxia. There was one very important thing about implementing this method. Luine could not allow Xianxia to immediately gather the entire spiritualized universe and attack them. Lu Yin's comprehension of the heavenly Tao of karma might have already made Xianxia apprehensive. If he no longer held back, then he would only need to say a few words, and the majority of the spiritualized universe's experts would besiege the Dayue Villa. This way, Luine would not have the time to increase the heavenly Tao of karma. The only way to delay Xianxia's actions was to stop him from having more apprehensions. If the Dayue Villa and the various powers of the spiritualized universe worked together and even showed signs of forming an alliance, then Xianxia would definitely have more apprehensions. Luine had made his decision. What he needed to do now was to reduce Xianxia's apprehensions and make the various powers of the spiritualized universe even more dissatisfied with the Dayue Villa. At the same time, he could increase the heavenly Tao of karma. He looked outside the realm of jade and slowly spoke, his voice echoing throughout the heavens. There aren't any experts left in the spiritualized universe. I, the third master of the Dayue Villa, want to challenge all the spiritualized universe's experts. Those who can fight against me can step forward. Outsiders could not understand the battle at the realm of jade. This battle had actually been a game between Luine and Xianxia. Regardless of whether it was the spectators or Palace Mistress Xiao, they had all been pawns. Xianxia thought that he had complete control over Luine and that by controlling his karma, he would be able to control his future. No matter what Luine did, his ultimate goal was to replenish his karma. Xianxia had only used a small trick, but he had not expected Luine to not only overcome the backlash of karma, but also comprehend the heavenly Tao of karma. He had also not expected Luine to challenge the world's experts. Even Chui and the others had not expected Luine to do such a thing, let alone Xianxia. From the very beginning, Lu Yin's plan had been to restrain Xianxia and cause trouble in the spiritualized universe. He wanted to subvert the spiritualized universe's cultivation civilization and disrupt the various powers. He wanted to cause the spiritualized universe to fall apart and take advantage of the chaos to replenish his karma. He would do whatever he could and try his best to do so. The spiritualized universe was not a monolithic entity, and the more chaos there was, the more powers would try to change the situation. The 5 regions were all empty, and while it seemed like the Dayue Villa was retaliating to establish its might, Luine and the others were actually very happy. This meant that there were powers that wanted to take advantage of the situation to change. Regardless of whether the 5 regions were backed by the Zhikong realm or something else, this change would not be good for Xianxia, but it would be beneficial for Luine and the others. The more changes there were, the more opportunities there would be for the Tianyuan universe. While the Dayuvilla seemed to have offended the entire spiritualized universe, the more they offended, the safer they would be. The internal struggles of the spiritualized universe were much more serious than they had imagined. However, Lu Yin had suddenly challenged the world's experts, and this was a step that Chui and the others could not understand. They felt that this step was meaningless, and there were other ways to cause trouble. The people who had joined the Dayuvilla could cause trouble for the various powers. What was the point of challenging the world's experts? Not only was it a waste of time, but it was also easy to be seen through. If Lu Yin walked around the spiritualized universe and challenged the world's experts, his aura that did not belong to the spiritualized universe would immediately be discovered. Previously, the various powers of the spiritualized universe had guessed that Wu Jiang had come from the consciousness universe. This was because before the primal origin had gone to the Tianyuan universe, he had also fought in the consciousness universe and made great contributions. It was normal for there to be life forms from the consciousness universe under his command. However, when these auras that did not belong to the spiritualized universe were mixed together, outsiders would not be able to tell which one belonged to the spiritualized universe. If Lu Yin was recognized as not being from the consciousness universe, then there was only one answer left: he was from the Tianyuan universe. This fact would cause the Dayuvilla to be attacked by all the powers in the spiritualized universe. Of course, this was the worst-case scenario that they had initially thought of, but now, Yu Sang Tian, the 7 great Sang Tians, and even the Ji Kong domain, who had guessed their identities, had not exposed Lu Yin. Thus, they just had to follow this plan. Lu Yin's actions could easily cause the Dayuvilla to fall into a passive position. This answer was explained when Lu Yin returned to the Dayuvilla. The primogenitor was shocked. "We don't need to make up for the karma?" Lu Yin looked around with a solemn expression. "If we must make up for the karma, then we will be passive everywhere." Yu Sang Tian did not need to reveal that we came from the Tianyuan universe, not only because he was worried that we would reveal his secret, but also because he was the one who initiated it from the beginning. If he left behind Palace Mistress Xiao's spiritualized weapon, then I would suffer a karma backlash. This is very easy for him, and he can do it easily. Whenever he wants me to die, I can die at any time. He wants us to exist because we are working for him. Although I can't see what he wants to achieve, we need to change. The general direction of causing trouble in the spiritualized universe will not change, but I will jump out of the spiritualized universe and not be under Yu Sang Tian's control. I will walk the path of karma and challenge the world's powerhouses. This change might cause Yu Sang Tian to change as well, and it might expose our identities as being from the Tianyuan universe to the entire spiritualized universe. We will be attacked by the entire spiritualized universe. However, this is a step that must be taken. Everyone, Yu Sang Tian is not easy to deal with, and the spiritualized universe is even harder to deal with. The true danger has only just begun. No one cared. The moment they had stepped onto the boundless universe, they had all been prepared to die. Going on an expedition to a region that surpassed their own universe meant that they would face death at any moment. All of their names would be recorded in the history of the Tianyuan universe. Walking out of the Dayuvilla and challenging the world's powerhouses to increase their karma was not an easy path to take. It seemed like Lu Yin's strength could surpass the spiritualized universe unless Yu Sang Tian acted, but that might not be the case. What he had to face was an entire universe. How many experts had existed since ancient times? There was no rule that stated that one had to fight him one-on-one. Those rules were not part of the consideration. Nobody knew what Yu Sang Tian would do next to deal with him. There was also the wisdom domain, the door of skills, and the divine mountain, which was the small spiritual universe. It was also a universe. Although there might not be an elite like Yu Sang Tian, it was not to be underestimated. Just walking out of Dayuvilla was not enough. Several days later, the Grand Universe Mountain Manor announced to the entire spiritualized universe that the third master would go to sky beyond heaven and carve the words boundless outside the Zenith Palace. These arrogant words caused the entire spiritualized universe to boil. This was no longer just a challenge to the world's top experts. If Lu Yin was allowed to walk outside the Supreme Palace and carve the words boundless, then the entire spiritualized universe would lose all face. Lu Yin wanted to force the spiritualized universe, but at the same time, he was also forcing himself. Karma Heavenly Tao. He wanted to walk the hardest path and become the strongest heavenly Tao. The only true God had managed to cultivate the heavenly Tao out of the sequence method. Once he unified the heavenly Tao, he would create another heavenly Tao that would suppress everyone. This was also karma. The more difficult the cause, the more powerful the effect. There were no shortcuts in this world. The heavenly Tao was a cycle, and everything was under the universe's starry skies. Kai Keqing saw Luyin in Boundless. Ever since she had ascended Boundless, she had not seen Luyin, and the outside world's guesses had all been false. During this time, she did not know why she had been asked to ascend Boundless. That third master was not what she had thought. Now, she finally saw him. "I need a maid," Luyin said bluntly. Kai Keqing's expression was clearly a question mark, but she had a cold expression and was not good with words. She did not ask any further questions and simply nodded. "Wait for me at the bow." Luyin then left. There were too many taboos in the spiritualized universe. The Grand Universe Mountain Manor had violated these taboos, and Luyin was provoking the spiritualized universe's sensitive nerves, such as Kai Keqing, Yu Shan, and Kuang Yin. Right, there was also Palace Mistress Xiao. This woman was known as one of Sky Beyond Heaven's twin beauties, and there were definitely more people who admired her than Kai Keqing. It was just that her status was too high, and no one dared to think about it. Now, he wanted to beat her down to the ground, and everyone dared to think about it. Luyin released the space in his heart. Within the appointment platform, Palace Mistress Xiao's face was pale, and she closed her eyes tightly to protect her mind that was on the verge of collapse. It was as if she had walked the same path as before, and she had seen everyone along the way. There were enemies, benefactors, and people she cared about. There were also people she despaired over. Karma caused her to continuously cycle through the past, and this process was incomparably despairing. Although it did not seem long, only a few days, the first few days were the most difficult to endure. Once she made it through, she would either grit her teeth and bear with it, or her mind would collapse. However, as a powerhouse, Palace Mistress Xiao's mind would not collapse so easily. She did not want to continue experiencing the cycle of karma. This was hell, and it was hell for cultivators. If she was a normal person, it would not be a big deal. How complicated could a normal person's karma experience be? Cultivators walked the path of slaughter, and what they fought for was their lives. "Do you want to come out?" Lu Yin's voice entered Palace Mistress Xiao's ears. Palace Mistress Xiao suddenly opened her eyes, and there was a flash of realization in her eyes. She even looked a bit sluggish. "How?" "Be my maid." "All right." Palace Mistress Xiao did not hesitate. She came out and stood in front of Luyin. At this moment, Palace Mistress Xiao was no longer as peerless as before, and her temperament had changed greatly. She was now delicate and sorrowful, but this made people want to protect her even more. Luyin raised a hand and slowly approached her. Palace Mistress Xiao subconsciously wanted to retreat, but when she thought about how she had been tricked by Xianxia and what she had just experienced, she held herself back and allowed Lu Yin's fingers to touch her cheek. Luyin smiled and retracted his hand. "Remember, you are my maid. You must learn to say nice things to coax your master." Palace Mistress Xiao was confused. Nice things? Seeing her like this, Luyin knew that she would not say anything. "Did you not flatter Xianxia when you were with him?" Luyin asked. Palace Mistress Xiao's gaze turned cold as she thought of Xianxia. Hatred flashed through her eyes. "No, he made me use absolute reversal to temper his heart." Luyin knew this. He had originally planned to make up for his karma with Palace Mistress Xiao, but after the backlash, he no longer needed to do so. As for the relationship between Palace Mistress Xiao and Xianxia, Luyin had already learned about it from the tributary of the River of Time. How should he put it? This woman was just a whetstone, and that was all. She was nothing else. She might have the strength to be number one under Xianxia, but the spiritualized universe might also have experts that surpassed her. These were what Luyin was looking forward to. Palace Mistress Xiao did not know how to say nice things, so he had to find someone who could. He missed the ghost monkey, Ku Wei, and Elder Tan from the Blaze Realm. They were all talents. Right, there were some here as well. Old Tao looked at Luyin blankly. I'll go too? Luine said matter-of-factly, I don't know much about the spiritualized universe. Won't you come along? Old Tao wanted to refuse, as he was already on the same boat as Xianxia. He had become an enemy of the spiritualized universe, and his future was uncertain. If he followed Luine on this trip, his reputation might even surpass Xianxia's. But seeing Luine like this, he knew that he had no other choice. Lu Yin's gaze turned dangerous. You're not thinking of leaving the Dayue Villa, are you, second master? Old Tao hurriedly puffed out his chest. Of course not. I was impressed by your bearing the first time I saw you. The Tianyuan universe is a mythical land, and this lowly one's lifelong wish is to get closer to that mythical land and admire its glory. How could I leave? This lowly one will prepare to accompany you on a tour of the spiritualized universe and teach these ignorant weaklings a lesson. I'll let them know what you're like in a mythical land. Luine was satisfied, and he glanced at Palace Mistress Xiao. These were nice words. Palace Mistress Xiao was dumbfounded. This old man was shameless. She had also climbed up step by step and experienced the dangers of the cultivation world. She had fought with others for her life, and she had also seen people flatter others. However, this was the first time she had seen someone who had cultivated to the level of a law sequence. How many years had it been? She could not even remember the last time she had heard such words. This old man's words were more disgusting than anyone else's. Not long after, Luine walked out of Boundless Boundary, attracting the attention of countless people. They were all waiting to see how the third master would challenge the world's experts. This person would definitely head straight for the Extreme Palace, and he could not be allowed to carve words there. Otherwise, the spiritualized universe would be crippled. The third master would definitely be surrounded and killed. When they saw Luine, everyone was stunned. He was just too relaxed and comfortable. Luine was sitting on a wooden palanquin that had no cover. The palanquin was a slide pole, and Li Shou and Su Wang were the ones lifting the pole. Su Wang was in front, his body upright and his tail split in two. He walked like a human leg. Li Shou was behind him, steadily carrying the pole on his shoulder. He bared his teeth, as if he found this very interesting. Beautiful women stood on either side of him. They were Palace Mistress Xiao and Kai Keqing. Old Tao led the way like a servant. Although his face was full of smiles, it looked forced. If one looked closely, they would see a small toad lying on the pole. It was completely golden and did not move, but anyone who had seen the battle in the Alan region knew how terrifying that toad was. This was Lu Yin's group. Luine sat leisurely on the pole, wearing sunglasses and holding a fan. He looked like a noble young master. He had never done something like this before. Causing trouble and looking for trouble did not seem like something that the master of the Tianyuan universe would do, but he was doing it now. It did not matter how much the spiritualized universe tossed about. Old Tao. I'm here. You're the second master. Yes, please speak, third master. Where are we going? Old Tao was speechless. He had not even thought of a destination yet? I'm going to the Extreme Palace to carve words. Lead the way, Luine said. Palace Mistress Xiao and Kai Keqing subconsciously looked at Luine. What? Extreme Palace engraving? They still didn't know about this matter. One stayed in boundless border, unable to come into contact with the outside world, while the other had just been released from the point of call. He felt like he had heard something incredible. Old Tao swallowed his saliva and carefully probed, Young master, are you serious? Luine was very serious. Of course. Let's go. You should know where the Extreme Palace is. Along the way, we'll enjoy the beautiful scenery. If there are any beauties, we'll tease them. If there are any delicacies, we'll try them. If there are any treasures, we'll snatch them. Old Tao revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. Yes, young master. He thought for a moment. We will pass through many domains on the way to the Extreme Palace. Our next destination will be the Great Ming Domain. What do you mean? The Great Ming Domain is relatively famous among the 36 domains. Firstly, the Great Ming Saint of the Great Ming Domain is very powerful. Secondly, there is a heavenly river in the Great Ming Domain. Rumor has it that bathing in the mist of the heavenly river can allow one to blend with the heavens, clear one's mind, and heal one's hidden injuries. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. He thought of the ancient gods. Is this Milky Way very magical? It's quite effective. It's also useful for sequence nomological experts. However, the heavenly river is a treasure of the great Liao domain. To bathe in the heavenly river's mist requires the approval of Saint Great Liao. Few succeed every year. Let's go to the Great Ming domain. Su Wang and Li Shou carried their poles out of the boundless void. The group seemed to be walking, but with each step, they traversed the void and headed towards the Great Ming domain. Both in the open and in the dark, countless gazes were fixed on him. Palace Master Yao didn't die. She actually became a maid. Preposterous, impudent, impudent. Kai Keqing, my goddess has actually become a servant. That third leader is too hateful. Bah, that old Tao is shameless. To think that I once treated him as an elder. How shameless. We must kill this person and save Palace Master Yao and Ai Qing. Brother Yushan is still tied up in Wujiang. Seize this opportunity and use him to exchange for Brother Yushan's life. Lu Yin smiled as he casually placed his hand on Palace Mistress Yao's head. He appeared very relaxed and at ease. This scene once again provoked many people. However, these people were not stupid, and they knew that they were not Lu Yin's match. They could only continuously spread the news and ask for the help of the spiritualized universe's experts. Yushan had been ranked second on the White Spirit list, but he had been easily defeated. Palace Mistress Yao, who was known as the #1 person under Sang Tian, had also been defeated in a baffling manner. There were too few people who could challenge Lu Yin right now. Lu Yin was looking forward to seeing who would be the first. It was impossible for no one to take action. Otherwise, he would have carved his name into the Extreme Palace. If they could carve the words boundless into the Supreme Palace, no matter what the final result of this trip was, it would all be worth it. The group quickly left the 100 Herb region and strolled through the starry sky. More and more people were staring at them. Countless voices also entered Old Tao's ears. He knew that he was completely smelly, even more smelly than Yuanqi. At the very least, Yuanqi had used the title of First Master to provoke Yu Sang Tian, but what about him? He was a lackey. But what could he do? That was all he could do. The star toad yawned and glanced at Lu Yin. It didn't want to follow them out either, as it was too dangerous. It wasn't impossible to escape, but this was the spiritualized universe, and its aura that didn't belong to it was too obvious. Once it left the boundless, where would it go in the future? The first person to act arrived. It was a middle-aged man who seemed to be down and out, but he was a spirit ancestor. Kai Keqing's body trembled when she saw who it was, and she frowned. A voice came from the shadows. A spirit ancestor? You actually dare to challenge the third master? You're courting death. He's just playing to the gallery. Right now, the third master is attracting too much attention. Countless people want to get rid of him, but they don't dare to. If he doesn't die, he'll definitely attract the attention of many important people. That's only if he survives. Wrong, he's not playing to the gallery. He's a servant of the Kai family and once admired Kai Keqing. However, due to the difference in status and power, he was forced to leave the Kai family. This person's willpower is firm, and he's extremely stubborn. It's just that he fell in love with the wrong person. Lu Yin glanced at Kai Keqing. He had heard it as well. A servant of the Kai family? TCH, a mere spirit ancestor like you dares to challenge our young master? Our young master wants to challenge all the experts in the world. You're not worthy. Scram! Old Tao shouted, his voice filled with killing intent. He was much stronger than this middle-aged man. The middle-aged man looked at Kai Keqing. Are you willing? Kai Keqing frowned. It has nothing to do with you. The middle-aged man stared at her. If you're not willing, I'm willing to fight for your freedom with my life. Even if I fail, I'm willing to erase any killing intent from this person. Kai Keqing's fingers moved. Although her expression was still cold, Lu Yin could sense that something was different. This difference was not because she had feelings for the man, but rather because she was touched. You can leave. I'm willing, Kai Keqing said in a low voice. The middle-aged man looked at her deeply and then at Luin. I can carry the palanquin as well. Luin laughed. But I don't need you. You're too weak, and you won't be able to carry it steadily. I'm the spirit ancestor. Too weak. The middle-aged man didn't believe it. He knew that he wasn't a match for this third boss, nor was he a match for old Tao. Kai Keqing and Palace Mistress Xiao were both stronger than him, and he was far from being their match. However, how could the two beasts carrying the palanquin be stronger than him? Even though Limitless had shaken the spiritualized universe, the only ones who truly understood Limitless and knew of its history were the large organizations that controlled a domain. Even the powerhouses of the sequence laws did not know about Limitless. Limitless had shaken most of the spiritualized universe's experts, but those who truly understood Limitless were only a handful in the entire spiritualized universe. The middle-aged man looked at Luin. You can try whether I'm weak or not. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Impudent. Since you had the courage to be the first to step forward, and you're only the spirit ancestor, I'll punish you. He then released the astral sky from his heart and sent the middle-aged man straight to hell. Kai Keqing was helpless. Please let him go. Luin felt the man's karma enter the astral sky from his heart, and he glanced at Kai Keqing. You're just a servant. Don't say anything else and continue walking. Kai Keqing did not give up. He didn't hurt you at all. Luin laughed. It'll be too late by the time he hurts me. Do you think he's really here for you, or is he just trying to play to the gallery? For me. Kai Keqing was very certain. Luin nodded. All right. Lock him up for 3 days as punishment. Kai Keqing did not say anything else. A person's eyes could not lie. He had really come for her, but it was a pity that they were destined to never be together. It was not because of their status, but because Kai Keqing would not face any feelings. Her experiences since she was young had made her loathe other people's gazes. She was the kind of person in the entire universe who could live comfortably. No one knew whether the middle-aged man was dead or alive, they only knew that he had suddenly disappeared. Some rejoiced in his misfortune, while others admired him. It was not easy for the spirit ancestor to step forward in the face of the Dayu Villa's notoriety and the third master's ruthlessness. Even if he was just trying to play to the gallery, he still needed to have enough courage. 3 days later, the middle-aged man was released. His face was as pale as Palace Mistress Xiao's, but his gaze was steady and abnormally steady. However, when he looked at Luin, his gaze was filled with disbelief. Luin waved a hand. Let's go. No one could explain the Tao of Karma clearly. The middle-aged man had been locked up in the general appointment platform hell and had endured the karma. However, it was very difficult for him to explain it to the outside world. Even if he did, it would not matter. Yusang Tian knew that Luin had mastered the Tao of Karma, and Luin did not need to hide it from others. Chui and the others all knew about the primogenitor. The more people who knew about it, the better. The middle-aged man took one last look at Kai Keqing. I will come and find you again. Kai Keqing's gaze was cold. There is no need. The middle-aged man left. His departure was destined to be extraordinary. Countless organizations were watching, and it was actually better to lock him up in the general appointment platform hell. Luin could see this clearly, but he would not protect this person. Everyone had their own path, and this person had nothing to do with him. He did not care whether this person lived or died. The group continued to head towards the Dayu region. Their direction was very clear, and the Dayu region knew that Luin and the others were coming. Dayu Saint looked into the distance and did not know what Luin and the others were doing here. Were they passing by? Or did they have a purpose? He hoped that they did not have a purpose. The air in the Dayu region was humid due to the existence of the Heavenly River. Many cultivators were attracted to the Dayu region. Although they could not bathe in the Heavenly River's mist, as long as they were within the Dayu region, they could still catch a wisp of mist if they were lucky. The mist they caught was not very useful, and they could only sell it to others. There were always people who could collect a lot of mist and bathe in it. This also gave rise to a job in the Dayu region called a water catcher. Su Kaikai was a water catcher, and his family had been doing this since he was young. It was unknown how many generations had passed down to his generation, and the family tree was already rotten. Originally, his family had a cultivation method that was passed down. Although it was ordinary, it was enough for him to become a water catcher. However, he was lucky and accidentally obtained another cultivation method. Coupled with his intelligence, he coincidentally joined Dayu Saint's sect and became Dayu's disciple. This identity allowed him to get closer to the heavenly river, which allowed him to catch more mist. Only Dayu Saint could enter the heavenly river at will. Others, including Dayu's disciples, were not allowed to. Today, Su Kai happily harvested a lot of mist. He hid the mist in his gourd and took it away. He was going to make a deal with someone. At the foot of the mountain range, when Su Kai arrived, terrifying auras made him tremble. Why were there so many people in this mountain range? And they were all experts. Su Kai, someone shouted in a low voice. Su Kai looked over and heaved a sigh of relief. Sixth brother, it's good that you're here. What's going on today? What's wrong? Shu, don't talk. Come here. Su Kai quickly suppressed his aura and went over. The man called sixth brother lay on the ground and looked around. Be careful. There are many important figures here today. Look over there. Su Kai looked in the direction he was pointing and saw an old man lying on the mountainside with half of his body sticking out. Who is that? Qianlan White Region, Jade Tripod Sect's one-word elder. Jade Tripod Alchemy Clan? The Jade Tripod Alchemy Clan that dominates the Thousand Orchid White Region? Shu, lower your voice. I was lucky enough to see him once from afar. Even the elders in our family are not qualified to greet him. Don't let him find out. Su Kai quickly agreed. And that one? The one buried in the ground? Shut up, that's a battle skill. Oh, then who is he? Wanderer Shuha of the Cloud Crane region. That Cloud Crane region? Which other Cloud Crane region can it be? A big shot. And that one? Which one? The most obvious one. The one standing like a wooden stake? Lower your voice, that's Sikong of the Bitter Sect. Hiss. Sikong of the Bitter Sect? Such a big shot is here? What are they doing? Is a treasure going to appear here? Humph, it's not a treasure, it's a ruthless person. They are all following the third master of the Dayu Villa and have been watching. Su Kai was puzzled. What Dayu Villa? Brother Six said, this is a big matter in the universe. It's normal that you don't know. Let me tell you. Hey, you two. A delicate voice was heard. Brother Six and Su Kai looked up and saw a fair-skinned and beautiful girl with her hands on her waist, staring at them arrogantly. The two of them stared blankly. Little princess? Su Kai was confused. This girl was the descendant of Saint Dayu and was known as the Little Princess in the Dayu domain. He had never interacted with this little princess, so how did she find them? The girl lowered her head and stared at Su Kai. Your name is Su Kai, right? Su Kai nodded. Yes. Give me the mist you caught. Su Kai asked in a daze, why? The girl snorted coldly. Just give it to me. Why do you ask so many questions? Why? Is my words not listened to? Su Kai remembered that he had heard a rumor that the little princess wanted to go to the heavenly river and was chased out by Saint Dayu. Only those who had the permission of Saint Dayu could enter the heavenly river. Otherwise, no one was allowed, including this little princess. Now, this little princess was obviously interested in the mist. As long as there was enough mist, she would be bathed in the mist of the heavenly river. Su Kai was unwilling to accept this. He had spent a year to collect this. He had originally wanted to sell it to sixth brother, but he had never thought that the little princess would set her eyes on it. Brother Six was glad that he hadn't bought it yet. Otherwise, he would have spent the money and lost the item. He looked at Su Kai sympathetically. Brother, consider yourself unlucky. Although I have some family background, I can't handle this little princess. What are you looking at? Give it to me. The little princess shouted. Su Kai reluctantly handed the gourd to the little princess. The little princess was satisfied. Remember, in the future, you will specially capture mist for me. Don't worry, I won't treat you unfairly. If anyone dares to provoke you, just tell them my name. It's good, haha. Sukaikai was stunned. Not only this time, but in the future? This wouldn't do. Wouldn't this be cutting off his path of cultivation? He relied on capturing water mist to obtain cultivation resources. Little princess, this. I want to cultivate too. The little princess was dissatisfied. Letting you catch the mist is already giving you face. If you continue to spout nonsense, I'll get Granny to beat you up. Not far behind her stood an old woman. Her cold gaze swept over. Sukaikai was so frightened that he didn't dare to speak anymore. He could only accept it. And you? The little princess stared at Brother Six. Brother Six was stunned. He hurriedly tried to please her. Little princess, what orders do you have? The little princess sized up Brother Six. You're here to find Sukaikai to buy the mist? Brother Six was about to lie when a killing intent came from the old woman. His face turned pale. He smiled and said, yes. The little princess sneered. Give me the mist you bought before. Of course, sixth brother was not willing to accept the offer. Little princess, my clan has served Saint Great Chiu for generations, transporting resources for him. This residence is given to me by Saint Great Chiu himself, and my clan is absolutely loyal to Saint Great Chiu and Little Princess. The little princess raised her eyebrows. Transport resources? At this moment, a shout came, causing the void to turn dark. The old woman instantly appeared in front of the little princess. She stared vigilantly at a person who was half buried in the ground. Where did this wild girl come from? Be quiet. The little princess was terrified. Just now, she seemed to have seen the biting cold killing intent of the flying crane's claw. It almost made her collapse. The old woman gritted her teeth. Wanderer Shuha from Cloud Crane region. This is the little princess of Dahlia region. Even Wanderer Shuha has to give her face. Wanderer Shuha stared at the old woman. Talk more and I'll kill you. Shut up. He's coming. Another shout exploded in the old woman's ears like thunder. She almost fainted. She looked over in shock. It was Sikong from Bufan region's Ku sect. It was actually him. The little princess's eyes turned red. She had never been so wronged since she was young. She was about to cry. The old woman hurriedly covered her mouth and whispered in her ear. Little princess, these people are not to be trifled with. They have been brought to various regions. The third master of Dayu Manor is coming too. Don't talk. The little princess was confused. She understood her grandmother. If her grandmother told her not to talk, she knew she couldn't talk. Sukai secretly stared at the little princess. Well trained. This unruly girl was lawless. Fortunately, she had met a ruthless person who helped him vent his anger. However, these people were all staring because of the person who was coming. They didn't even dare to make half a sound. Who was that person who was coming? He looked into the distance of the mountain range. A black dot appeared faintly and gradually grew bigger. His mouth was wide open. What kind of appearance was this? A nobleman sitting on a sliding pole. Giant beasts carried a palanquin in front and behind him. Beautiful maids were beside him. That kind of beauty left the little princess by 180 streets. They weren't even on the same level. The entire starry sky was silent because of the person who was coming. The little princess also stared with her eyes wide open. The third master of Dayu Manor? She had heard of it before, but she didn't listen carefully. Was this the expert who even the people of Dahlia region were afraid of? That person was so young. It seemed that he was even more lawless than her. The sliding pole swept past and suddenly stopped. Everyone who stared at this scene held their breaths. They didn't know why it stopped. Wanderer Shuha slowly buried his whole body into the ground. Sikong of the bitter sect of Bo Fan region retracted his head. Elder One of the Jade Tripod Alchemy clan of Qianlan White region bent down and didn't dare to raise his head. Everyone's hearts seemed to have stopped at this moment. Only one person stared blankly at the young master on the sliding pole. It was Su Kairan. He was very sure that the young master was looking at him. You have been wronged. The voice came from afar and lowered the sky, attracting everyone's attention. They followed the young master's gaze and looked at Su Kairan. Including the old woman, the little princess, Wanderer Shuha, and the others, they all looked at Su Kairan in an instant. Su Kairan was stunned. Wronged? Little brother, our third master is calling for you. Come over and reply. A gentle voice that had experienced the vicissitudes of life came from afar. It was old Tao, and the young master was, of course, Luin. Luin came to the Dahlia region. He originally wanted to go directly to the Heavenly River and find trouble with Saint Dahlia, but he felt that it was better to find a reason. Of course, it didn't matter if he didn't have one. His domain swept across, and those who were following him entered his eyes. He found the scene of Su Kairan being bullied by the little princess from afar. This matter could be used as a reason. Without a reason, there was no sense of accomplishment in bullying others. Su Kairan couldn't help but walk towards Luin under the gazes of countless people. He didn't know why he went, but he knew that at this moment, he was being watched by everyone. These people represented various regions, and they were all important figures. Normally, he wouldn't see them, but now, they were all looking at him with all kinds of gazes. At this moment, he seemed to have become the center of the universe. No one could resist this temptation, so he went. Perhaps he wouldn't be able to return, but he felt that he should go. A person's life was all about happiness. The happiness of love, the happiness of kinship, the happiness of fame and fortune, and the happiness of life. Even if they were to die, they would still want to be happy. Su Kairan went from apprehension to confusion, and then to forcibly stabilizing his state of mind. This process happened to coincide with the process of him coming from the mountain range to Luin. This little one, Su Kairan, greets the young master. Luin sized up Su Kairan with admiration in his eyes. Good name. You have been wronged. Su Kairan didn't understand what Luin was saying and looked at him in confusion. Luin leaned forward as if he wanted to see through Su Kairan. You are dissatisfied. Dissatisfied? Su Kairan looked towards the mountain range. Yes, he was dissatisfied just now. Why should his mist be snatched away by the little princess? He still had to work for her in the future, and all he got in return was not a beating? Why? Tell me your grievances and dissatisfaction. I like to help people. Luin raised his head proudly and looked down on the world. At the mountain range, the old woman trembled. How could this be? This Su Kairan knew the third master of the Dayu Villa? How could this be? He was just an ant. The little princess didn't know what had happened, but her entire body was cold. Although she was inexperienced, she wasn't stupid. The person she had bullied just now seemed to have a powerful backer, but why? Su Kairan retracted his gaze from the mountain range and mustered his courage to look at Luin again. He said respectfully, Yes, I have been wronged. I am dissatisfied. Speak. The Dayu domain has a Milky Way that raises mist. Bathing in the mist allows one to blend with heaven and earth and refine one's body. The Milky Way is unapproachable, but the mist pervades the entire Dayu domain. My family has captured the mist for generations to serve the Dayu domain. Today, the little princess of the Dayu domain snatched my mist and ordered me to hand over all the mist I captured in the future to her. This is my grievance. I used my own labor to exchange for the reward. Why should the little princess snatch it away? His voice wasn't loud, but under Lu Yin's arrangement, it spread in all directions and throughout the entire Dayu domain. Above the Milky Way in the Dayu domain, Saint Dayu's expression was ugly as he clenched his fists. That rude girl had caused a huge problem. The Dayu Villa had always wanted the world to be in chaos, but this girl was looking for trouble at this juncture. He hurriedly rushed towards Luin. At the mountain range, many eyes were looking at the little princess and the old woman. The old woman felt as if the sky was about to collapse. The little princess pulled the old woman's sleeve for help. Uneasiness and fear filled her mind. Brother Six silently retreated. This Su Kairan was extremely lucky to be able to talk to the third master of the Dayu Villa, who was a top-notch figure. Shu had dug up the soil and said, Stay away. There is a god of plague here. Sikong of the bitter sect ran away. The first elder changed his position. Around them, the people who were staring at Lu Yin all changed their positions, leaving the old woman and the little princess empty. These two were going to be unlucky, bloody unlucky. Who would have thought that a minor character like Lu Yin would actually catch the eye of the third mistress? Even if they spent their entire lives daydreaming, they would never have thought that such a thing would happen. Lu Yin tapped the pole lightly and looked at Su Qiren. "You're wrong." Old Tao was surprised but did not react. Around them, everyone was stunned. What kind of reaction was this? The old woman's eyes lit up. Could it be that the third head was not helping an aunt, but using this to establish a good relationship with the Great Ming region? Yes, Saint Great Ming was a sequence law realm expert who controlled the Heavenly River. If one wanted to bathe in the Heavenly River mist, they would need Saint Great Ming's permission. The third head must have thought so too. The little princess's breathing quickened as she looked into the distance with anticipation. Su Qiren's mind went blank. What did he say? It's over. It's all over. This person is clearly helping the little princess. Lu Yin slowly said, "Your injustice did not come from the little princess, but from Saint Great Ming." Su Qiren was stunned. Saint Great Ming? Lu Yin looked serious. Yes, you were born in the Great Ming region. The Heavenly River belongs to the Great Ming region and not Saint Great Ming. What right does he have to monopolize it? The little princess can bully you because she has Saint Great Ming behind her. It's Saint Great Ming who is bullying you, not that little girl. Su Qiren's head was buzzing. How did it escalate to such a level? Lu Yin looked up. Saint Great Ming, come out. Behind Su Qiren, the void distorted as Saint Great Ming walked out with an ugly expression. Su Qiren slowly turned around and saw Saint Great Ming, who was only a few meters away. He was so frightened that he almost fell. Saint Great Ming did not even look at Su Qiren. He stared at Lu Yin. What did you mean by that? Lu Yin's lips curled. What did you hear? Why? Do you want me to repeat it? Saint Great Ming suppressed his anger. The little girl was rude and bullied others. I'll give this little brother an explanation. From now on, this little brother can enter and exit the Heavenly River as he pleases. No one will stop him. Is the third head satisfied? In the entire spiritualized universe, more than half of the cultivators wanted to get rid of Dao Matter to express their goodwill to Yu Sang Tian. But who could do it? Who dared to do it? Yu Shan did it and was hung on Wujiang. Palace Mistress Xiao had become a servant girl. One expert after another had died in the Myriad Beast territory. The Battle of Alan Domain's Water Curtain Sky and the Battle of the 5 Domains are empty had shown the 36 domains how terrifying the Dao Matter was. Saint Great Lu did not want to be the first to test the third master with his own life. Perhaps only Sang Tian's level could fight against Yi Futian. Yi Futian was not qualified, so he could only admit defeat. Lu Yin sneered, not satisfied. Great Lu clenched his fists and asked, "Third leader, what else do you want?" Lu Yin looked in a certain direction, and his gaze pierced through the void. He saw a river that was filled with mist descending from the sky, and it carried a myriad of colors. Is that the Celestial River? It's a nice view, but it's too wasteful to leave it here. I'll help the Great Ming domain keep it. Once we get rid of Yu Sang Tian, it'll benefit all the cultivators in the universe. Saint Great Chiu was shocked. Once Yu Sang Tian was dealt with, the Great Yu Mountain Manor would not rest until Yu Sang Tian was dead. Furthermore, what did this person say? Keep it for the Great Ming domain? He wanted to seize the Heavenly River by force. Third Master, the Heavenly River belongs to the Great Ming domain. You can't take it away no matter what. Saint Great Chiu tried to stop him. Lu Yin stood up. Then let's see if you can stop me. Alright, you'll have to pay the price for attacking me. After he finished speaking, he took a step forward and headed toward the Heavenly River. Saint Great Chiu had no choice but to act. You've gone too far. My old friends, please lend me a hand. When he found out that Lu Yin was causing trouble for the Great Ming domain, he had already used all of his connections in hopes of getting a few powerhouses to help him deal with Lu Yin. At the very least, Lu Yin would be wary of him. Luing could not ask for anything more. The more people there were, the better. They could increase the way of karma and reduce the possibility of him being devoured by karma. Unfortunately, no one stepped forward. Saint Great Chiu was the only one who chased after Luing toward the heavenly river. The heavenly river was colorful, and the scenery was breathtaking. Mist filled the air, making it look like a celestial palace. Below, a few figures could be vaguely seen bathing in the mist, looking serene and peaceful. Suddenly, a stern voice rang out, "Third Master, stop." The people bathing in the mist opened their eyes and looked up in dissatisfaction. Who dared to disturb them? They had paid a huge price to obtain the right to bathe in the mist, and those who were qualified were all people with backgrounds. They had been here for several years and had been very quiet. Why was there suddenly such a commotion? Saint Great Chiu had gone too far. Just as they were about to say something, the heavenly river trembled and swept up from below as it was summoned by a huge hand. The terrifying pressure crushed them in an instant. They were all young elites, but they could not withstand such terrifying pressure. It was definitely at the level of a sequence law, or even higher. What was going on? Was there an enemy from the Great Ming domain? In the sky, a jade-white palm descended. It was the Saint Great Chiu's hand, Saint Great Chiu's ultimate technique. Under the Saint Great Chiu's hand, Luing guided the heavenly river into the starry sky at his heart with one hand and struck out with the other to face the Saint Great Chiu's hand. Below, the people bathing in the mist widened their eyes. This person was actually facing the Saint Great Chiu's hand head-on? Although Saint Great Chiu was not at the peak of the sequence law, he was still a top expert who was qualified to enter the White Soul list. In particular, the Saint Great Chiu's hand had been praised by Yushan, who was second on the list. In terms of strength, unless one cultivated the 14th or 9th infinite strength sequence law, it would be difficult to shake him. This person was actually facing him head-on? Then, an even more unbelievable scene occurred. The Saint Great Chiu's hand collapsed. The jade-white palm was torn apart and scattered from the sky. Saint Great Chiu's face was ashen, but he was not surprised. With his strength, he could only be considered qualified to enter the White Spirit list. However, he did not enter the White Spirit list. As for Yushan, he was ranked second on the White Spirit list. However, he was defeated by the third master in a single blow. As for the ninth master, he did not even have the strength to resist before he was annihilated. Especially Palace Master Yao, the number one under Sang Tian, was also defeated. The difference was too great. If he wanted to win, there was only one possibility, and that was that his sequence law could cause a backlash. That was the only possibility. Luing bent his finger and pointed it at Saint Great Chiu. He flicked his finger, and the void rippled. Saint Great Chiu had seen this scene before when he sparred with Yushan. However, Yushan could not do it as casually as Luing. This person's strength surpassed Yushan's. Unshakable. This was what it meant to be unshakable. "Old friend, help me!" Saint Great Chiu shouted. However, no one responded. Old Tao sighed. Saint Great Chiu must be thinking of a way to delay and withstand a few more strikes. Sikong of the Bitter sect shook his head and muttered to himself, Saint Great Chiu cultivates the 20th sequence law, forbidden return. With this sequence law, he can cause his opponent to suffer a backlash. Some people will suffer a backlash at the 5th strike, while others will suffer a backlash at the 3rd strike. This person has been cultivating diligently for so many years, sitting under the white willow. His sequence particles should have increased by a lot. Perhaps he can already cause an expert of the same level to suffer a backlash after 2 strikes, or even 1. However, this third master is very strong. Saint Great Chiu can't cause him to suffer a backlash after 3 to 5 strikes. 8 strikes? 9 strikes? Or 10 strikes? He hopes that he can use his old friend to delay the third master for a few more strikes and achieve his goal of forbidden return. Unfortunately, no one will help him. Even if the third master suffers a backlash, he might not necessarily lose. If he doesn't lose, then the person who attacked him will be in trouble. No one will provoke the Dayuvilla at this time. Unless Yu Sang Tian makes a clear statement and summons all the spiritualized universes to surround and kill him, it will be difficult for anyone to step forward. Saint Great Chiu is finished. Bang! Saint Great Chiu's shoulder was pierced through, and blood splattered across the void. Following that, his arms and legs were pierced through by Luin. He would not die, but he would be severely injured. He stared at Luin and counted silently as he endured the injuries to his body. 10 strikes. His eyes suddenly widened as sequence particles spread out and enveloped Luin. This was his only chance. Luin waved his hand, and the heavenly river was completely drawn away, falling into the void where his heart was. In front of him, the sequence particles enveloped him and dispersed. Saint Great Chiu's eyes cracked as he watched the sequence particles being completely dispersed. However, he smiled. How could he not have considered that the third master could use the law to not approach him? Of course, he had. This person could defeat Palace Mistress Xiao, who was a primordial realm powerhouse. Saint Great Chiu had considered the law to not approach him, but so what? The law of breaking and returning did not apply at this moment. This person had already entered the law from the very first strike. As long as there was a backlash, there was still hope. The appearance of the sequence particles was to guide the backlash. Regardless of whether this person had used the law to not approach him, the law had already been set. Backlash, please. Saint Great Chiu stared at Luin, his breathing ragged. He waited for a while, but there was no response. Luin observed the void where his heart was. There was now an additional heavenly river, and the scenery was clearly much better. The void where his heart was should be filled with something, such as rivers, mountains, land, and so on. Yep, he had a new goal for this trip. Eh? The heavenly river was wrapped around a tree, a white willow. Was this a tree that grew in the heavenly river? Luin looked at Saint Great Chiu, who was clearly waiting for something. Luin directly threw him into the hell of the appointment platform to increase the way of karma. Saint Great Chiu did not know why the backlash had not appeared before he had been imprisoned. 10 strikes had already passed, so why was there still no backlash? Was the difference that great? Without the heavenly river, there was only a ravine below. There were also many pairs of dazed eyes that stared at him blankly. The people following him were helpless. The difference between Saint Great Chiu and the third master was just too great. There was no way to make up for it. The Great Chiu region was finished. The little princess mind was in a mess. She finally understood that the third master was here to cause trouble for the Great Chiu region, but what could she do? The old woman held her hand, afraid that she would be impulsive. Luin returned and sat on the pole again. Su Qiren, I've already resolved your dissatisfaction. There's no need to be polite. Only then did Su Qiren react. Sir, where's Saint Great Chiu? With his strength, he could not see the heavenly river at all. Luin laughed. What do you think? Su Qiren was at a loss, not knowing how to answer. Luin suddenly waved a hand, and Su Qiren disappeared. Everyone who was watching this scene did not know where Su Qiren had gone. Luin sent him far away. If this person stayed in the Dali region, he would only be unlucky. While sending him away, Luin also changed his appearance so that only Sang Tian could see through him. Luin also gave him a sum of resources to make up for his loss. Karma, karma. Where there was a cause, there would be an effect. This matter could be considered a good ending. As for Saint Dali, he would continue to be locked up. The enemies of the spiritualized universe were still people, and Luin would not kill them for no reason. However, he would not allow them to have the ability to deal with the Tian Yuan universe either. Old Tao, where do we go next? Luin asked. Su Wang and Li Shou continued to lift the pole and head into the distance. Before leaving, they even praised their surroundings, which made Old Tao's teeth ache. Old Tao thought for a moment. Third Master, do you have any special needs? Luin said, anything that can cause trouble is fine. Old Tao said, then let's go take a look at the 9 domains ring. With your strength, you will definitely be able to let people who surpass the 9 domains see you. At that moment, everyone in the 9 domains will be able to see your actions, even if you can't transmit your voice. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. There's such a thing? Alright, let's go to the 9 domains ring. Lu Yin's group attracted the attention of countless people in the spiritualized universe, and those who could look over were not ordinary people. Just as they were about to leave the Dali region, Luin took out the white willow. I forgot to ask. What's the use of this thing growing in the heavenly river? Old Tao was shocked when he saw the white willow. Why is it here? Not only Old Tao, but even Palace Mistress Ya's expression changed. Luin felt that something was amiss. He had thought that the white willow was a plant in the heavenly river, but now it seemed that it was not. At the same time, those who were watching them were shocked. A white willow? Why is it in the third master's hands? Could it be that the white willow was stolen by the Dayu villa? Impossible. The white willow was stolen a long time ago, and the Dayu villa has only been here for a short time. I think it has something to do with Saint Dali. The heavenly river? Don't you think that Saint Dali was very strange for a while? Although it was not easy to bathe in the heavenly river mist in the past, it was possible as long as one paid a small price. However, ever since Saint Great Liao came out from his seclusion and announced that he had gained enlightenment, he was no longer allowed to bathe in the heavenly river mist casually, especially for those at the level of spirit ancestor. It was not like that in the past. Now that I think about it, the change in the rules of the heavenly river was not far from when the white willow was stolen. Hurry up and send the news back. Concepts are going to be overturned. This matter concerns concepts, and it even forced out a 7-star exalted sovereign. This matter is not simple. Luin heard the discussions around him, and his gaze landed on Old Tao as he waited for an explanation. Young master, is this white willow in the celestial river? Old Tao asked. Luin nodded. They were dragged in by me along with the heavenly river. Seems like there's a story behind it. Since the universe had developed to its present state, the ties and karma involved were far too deep. Mortals had a few lifetimes or even dozens of lifetimes of grudges, let alone the cultivation world that had developed for countless years. He couldn't see it because his level wasn't high enough. The karma involved in the white willow could not be dug out unless one was an absolute powerhouse. Luin planned to stir up trouble and seize treasures along the way to the heavens beyond Supreme Celestial Palace. This path would definitely involve too much karma. After all, those who could catch his eye were not simple. For those cultivators to be able to reach his level, it was impossible to say that there was no karma behind them. He was like a hoe that was about to start digging in the cultivation world. What could be dug out from the ground was karma. And this white willow was the first to be dug out. Old Tao looked at the white willow and sighed. There is indeed a story behind it. No wonder Saint Great Liao made the rule that cultivators above the spirit ancestor were not allowed to bathe in the heavenly river mist. The source is actually here. There is a region in the spiritualized universe called the concept. As the name suggests, the concept is a place to cultivate one's consciousness. Most of the cultivators who walked out of this place became the team leaders of the various teams that attacked the consciousness universe. Luin raised an eyebrow, as he had never heard of this before. When fighting against the consciousness universe, one's consciousness cannot be weak. It is impossible for our spiritualized universe to catch up to the life forms of the consciousness universe in terms of consciousness. The only way is to use a spirit treasure array. Using consciousness as a spirit treasure, we can form a spirit treasure array. The various teams that are scattered throughout the consciousness universe can work together to form a corresponding consciousness spirit treasure array in the shortest time possible. This is the power that can resist the consciousness of the life forms of the consciousness universe. Spirit treasure array? That was the source box array of the Tianyuan universe. Old Tao looked at the white willow. The concept is a place that specializes in cultivating consciousness and allowing them to work together to form a spirit treasure array that can resist consciousness attacks. It can be said that the appearance of the concept sped up the process of defeating the consciousness universe. Luin understood, as this was normal. Wars between different universes could not be completely controlled by oneself. The consciousness of the life forms of the consciousness universe was too strong, and if the spiritualized universes always used their own cultivation methods to fight, their efficiency would be too low. They were also changing. The concept was established by Yusang Tian, and the one who helmed it was the Qi family. However, after many years, they were unhappy with the Qi family's domination of the concept. Gradually, the other Sang Tians joined forces to support a faction called the Crusader Alliance. This faction quickly expanded until it was able to rival the Qi family and share the concept. This white willow is one of the most valuable treasures for cultivating consciousness in the concept. The person who guards it is called Lord Qi, and he is an ancestor of the Qi family. However, for some reason, the white willow was stolen, and the Crusader Alliance accused the Qi family of stealing it in order to monopolize the white willow. The Qi family had no way to defend themselves, as no one could steal the white willow from the concept without being detected. However, the white willow disappeared. Old Tao looked at Luin and said, "There are strong people in the intent realm. Although they are not as strong as Sang Tian, they are not necessarily weaker than Sang Tian. It is impossible to steal white willow right under the nose of such a strong person, especially when Lord Qi is guarding it. The only explanation is that the Qi family stole it." Luin studied the white willow, and the outline of the concept gradually appeared in his mind. The Qi family could not explain, so they could only interrogate Lord Qi. Because of the Crusader Alliance, Lord Qi risked his life to break through to the spiritual prime realm, but he actually succeeded. The Qi family could not bear to see Lord Qi die, so they showed their cards to the Crusader Alliance and allowed Lord Qi to escape the concept. All of this was because of this white willow. No one would have thought that this white willow would be under the Sky River in the Daliang domain. With Saint Daliu's strength, it is impossible to steal the white willow. This matter is very serious. Luin smiled and looked at the white willow with interest. This was interesting. He had originally wanted to cause trouble and add embellishment to the starry sky in his heart, but he did not expect to be involved in this old case. The concept? You saying Tian is behind the Qi family? Yes. Even if the Crusader Alliance has Sang Tian's support, Sang Tian will not appear directly. How can the Crusader Alliance fight against the Qi family? Palace Master Yao continued, because the Crusader Alliance gave birth to a consciousness cultivation genius. He is one of the few cultivators in the spiritualized universe whose consciousness has reached the spiritual prime realm. Old Tao said, in the concept, consciousness is king. This person has contributed greatly to the creation of the consciousness spiritual treasure array and has not stopped refining it. Using the intent realm to refine the spirit treasure array and create a new spirit treasure array, he cares more about the realm than the Qi family who created the intent realm. That's why he can protect the league against the Qi family. Luin was curious, you saying Tian did not look for him? Old Tao shook his head, no. After all, the 7 great Sang Tian are not just decorations. Even if you Sang Tian rules the spiritualized universe, the existence of the 7 great Sang Tian will still make him wary. Luin looked at the white willow swaying in the wind. Now that the white willow is in my hands, the news has spread. It seems that the concept will send someone to look for me soon. Old Tao asked, what do you plan to do? Luin put away the white willow, ignore him. Let's go. The appearance of the white willow made the spiritualized universe more excited than Luin stealing the heavenly river. No one expected that the white willow would appear in a robbery in the Daming domain. Why was the white willow in the hands of the 3rd Master? What was the role of the Dayu Villa in the theft of the white willow? This made everyone curious. Luin was carefree, and his maids were picturesque. Even though he was hated by most people in the spiritualized universe, there were too many people who envied him. Who did not want to live a carefree life? Luin had fulfilled many people's dreams. A voice shouted from afar, 3rd Master, is there anyone in the world who is afraid of you? Luin laughed, no. 3rd Master, what is the purpose of this trip? Engraving words in the G Palace. Why are you challenging the experts in the world? There are no experts in the spiritualized universe. 3rd Master, you are too arrogant. Find an expert for me to see. 3rd Master, who is your master? Come and ask yourself, Luin shouted. No one dared to come. 3rd Master, Kai Keqing and Palace Master Yao serve you. Is life bliss? Palace Master Yao and Kai Keqing looked to the right at the same time. Just as they were about to attack, they were stopped by Luin. Ha 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 ha, life is bliss. Ha 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 ha. Countless people gritted their teeth in anger, but their eyes turned red with envy. Palace Master Yao and Kai Keqing could not attack, so they could only grit their teeth. 3rd Master, you are unparalleled. You treat the experts in the world as nothing. You have the most beautiful woman and do the most arrogant things. We admire you. We admire you. We admire you. Ha 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 ha. Half a month after Luin and the others left the Daming domain, someone from the Intent Realm came. I'm Qiguan of the Intent Realm. Greetings, Third Master. A middle-aged man stood in front of Luin and the others. He looked refined, but there was a faint hostility in the depths of his eyes. This hostility was not obvious. It could even be said that even a spirit prime expert like Palace Master Yao could not sense it. However, Luin could sense it because Qiguan cultivated the power of consciousness. Lu Yin's consciousness was stronger than this person's. As a consciousness cultivator himself, Luin was able to sense this hostility. However, even if he could not sense it, he could imagine that the Qi family was backed by Xianxia. The Daiyu Villa had violated the rules and provoked Xianxia. How could the Qi family not be hostile to the Daiyu Villa? In particular, Lu Yin's destination was the Ji Palace. Engraving there was equivalent to engraving on Xianxia's face. This was something the Qi family could not tolerate. However, the Qi family did not dare to do anything. They knew that they could not go against the Daiyu Villa. Luin crossed his legs and looked very relaxed. Beside him, Palace Master Yao was holding fruits and snacks. What is it? Qiguan glanced at Palace Mistress Yao. He could only look up to her, but he never expected that she would one day become this person's servant. What a pity. May I ask if the third master has obtained a white willow? Nonsense. Luin was not polite at all. Qiguan was stunned. No one had ever dared to be so rude to him. He was from the Qi family, backed by Xianxia, and everything had been smooth sailing. Even if the Rebel Alliance and the Qi family were enemies, they would not be so rude. Lu Yin's attitude made him speechless. If you don't know the white willow, why are you looking for me? Do you think you're an expert and want to play with me? Lu Yin sneered. Qiguan adjusted his state of mind and suppressed his anger and hostility. He said in a low voice, the white willow is a concept's supreme treasure. If it's with you, the Qi family is willing to exchange it for the white willow and Saint Daiyu. Lu Yin took a snack from Palace Mistress Yao and stuffed it into his mouth before spitting it out. It doesn't taste good. Change it. Palace Mistress Yao handed over another snack. Lu Yin tasted it. It doesn't taste good either. Change it. It doesn't taste good. It still doesn't taste good. What's wrong? Don't the Daiyu domain have any delicious snacks or fruits? Local products are fine too. Old Tao tried to curry favor. Master, the Daiyu domain doesn't produce these. It will be different when we reach the 9 regions ring. People from all over the spiritualized universe gather there all year round, and there will be countless good wine and food. Master will definitely be satisfied. Lu Yin nodded reluctantly. Alright, let's go. Why? Aren't you leaving? Old Tao pointed at Qiguan. He's still here. Lu Yin was dissatisfied and looked at Qiguan. What's your name again? What are you doing? Are you trying to provoke me by blocking my path? Qiguan suppressed his anger. This person was clearly humiliating him. Damn it, why was no one dealing with Daiyu Manor? Daiyu Manor offended Xianxia and would not live long. When the time came, he would skin this person personally. I'm Qiguan, and I would like to make a deal with the third master. I'm willing to pay the price in exchange for the white willow and Saint Daiyu. Lu Yin rolled his eyes. The white willow is pretty. What do you want Saint Daiyu for? By the way, I heard that the white willow was stolen before. Don't tell me you think it was Saint Great Lu who stole it? Qiguan said, of course not. It's just that the concept of this matter needs to be investigated thoroughly. I hope that third master can make things easier for us. If you want to find a convenient place, then find one. I don't have a convenient place for you. Qiguan really wanted to slap this person to death, but in the current situation, he could only swallow his anger and bow slowly. Third leader, please state your price. White Willow and Saint Great Lu are useless to you, Qi family is willing to exchange for them at any price. Lu Yin was puzzled. Is the truth worth any price? Old Tao explained, Master, Qi Shangjuan, who guards the White Willow, is a spiritual prime. He is now on the Black Spirit list and has 7 stars. He is definitely a strong man. If the Qis can find out the truth, Qi Shangjuan can return. With another spiritual prime, the Rebel Alliance will not be a match for the Qis. The Qi clan is not exchanging for White Willow and Saint Great Liao, but for the entire concept. Qi Guan was furious. He stared at Old Tao. Even if Qi Shangjuan returns, he will not be able to suppress the Rebel Alliance. Old Tao, my Qi family has a relationship with you. Don't talk nonsense. Old Tao was surprised. You can't suppress the Rebel Alliance with another spiritual prime? Your Qi family is really desolate. Qi Guan glared at Old Tao. This old man deserved to be killed. Old Tao had no other choice. He could only follow Dayu Villa and try to please both sides. In the end, he could not please them. Even if he wanted to please them, it would not be the concept. He was already considered half a person of the Grand Domain. The Torch City's city lord was Xianxia, Sang Tian's man. Luin was impatient. The battle between your concepts has nothing to do with me. If you want White Willow and Saint Great Lu, sure, but give me a sequence foundation in exchange. Qi Guan was furious. A sequence foundation? In the spiritualized universe, even if the Gate of Arts had hidden sequence foundations, there would not be more than 15 of them. This was one of the foundations of the spiritualized universe. Where would they get a sequence foundation? Even if they did, they would not exchange it. Third manager, if you are not willing to exchange White Willow, then Saint Great Lu is useless to you. My Qi family hopes that you can give us some face. As long as the price is within an acceptable range, the Qi family will owe you a favor, Qi Guan requested. At that moment, another person arrived. It was a woman. The concept of the Rebel Alliance. I am Wu Tong. Greetings, third manager. The woman bowed. Her attitude was much better than Qi Guan's. Qi Guan was neither servile nor overbearing, but this woman was very respectful. Luin smiled. Wu Tong? What a good name. I like it. Wu Tong smiled sweetly. Thank you, third manager. Qi Guan's gaze turned cold, and he became even more furious. Wu Tong was just a spirit warrior and was like an ant in his eyes. However, because of her sweet and cute appearance, this third manager's attitude was so good. He was even rude to a powerhouse at the level of the sequence laws. Little Wu Tong, why are you looking for me? Luin asked gently. Wu Tong bowed elegantly and gracefully. She also had the cuteness of a girl next door. I heard that third manager captured Saint Great Lu. If Saint Great Lu is useless to you, I wonder if you can give him to the Rebel Alliance. The Rebel Alliance is willing to pay the price as long as third manager is satisfied. Luin smiled and pointed at Wu Tong as he scolded Qi Guan. Listen to what she said. Even if you want to make a deal, you should first ask me if Saint Great Lu is useful. If he is not, then you should give him to them. What about you? You've lived for so long in vain. Learn from this little girl. Qi Guan was furious and glared at Wu Tong. Wu Tong's face paled, and she quickly bowed to Qi Guan. Greetings, ancestor. As cultivators of the same concept, even those from the Rebel Alliance had to bow to Qi Guan and call him ancestor. Qi Guan did not say anything to Wu Tong. Instead, he faced Luin. Third manager is right. I will remember. The most important thing now was to take Saint Great Lu away. Both the Qi family and the Rebel Alliance had to get to the bottom of the matter of the White Willow being stolen. If the Qi family was willing to let the Rebel Alliance take Saint Great Lu away, the Rebel Alliance would not take the initiative to find a reason to oppose the Qi family. They also wanted to find the truth. She always felt that there was a hand behind her back. Qi Guan's attitude made Wu Tong's eyes flash. It seemed that the theft of the White Willow really had nothing to do with the Qi family. Qi Guan really wanted her to take Saint Great Lu away. Wu Tong smiled sweetly at Luin. Third manager, I wonder what price the Rebel Alliance will pay in exchange for Saint Great Lu. Luin was happy. Little Wu Tong, as long as you say it. Wu Tong sighed in relief. No. Wu Tong was stunned. Qi Guan was also stunned. Even Old Tao was stunned. This turn of events caught everyone off guard. The people who were watching them were also stunned. They had thought that Wu Tong could take Saint Great Lu away. What was going on? Wu Tong almost did not react. She looked aggrieved. Third manager, you don't want to make a deal? Is it because Saint Great Lu is useful to you? If so, the Rebel Alliance will not force you. Lu Yin sighed. Saint Great Lu is useless to me, but I just don't want to give it away. Little Wu Tong, sometimes my temper is so stubborn. There is no other way. Wu Tong was speechless. What kind of reason was this? Qiguan could not bear it anymore. He had suffered more humiliation today than he had in his entire life. He had reached his limit. Third manager, my Qi family has already been very polite to you. As long as it is within an acceptable range, you can state any conditions you want. But you have repeatedly made things difficult for me. Do you think my Qi family has no one to back you up? Lu Yin blinked. Yes. Qiguan was furious. Fine, fine, fine. Just you wait. My Qi family will let you know what a concept is. You will regret your words and actions today. He then turned to leave. Lu Yin sneered. You want to leave after saying such arrogant words? Do you think you are Yusang Tian? He then reached out. Endless power spread through his 5 fingers. Lu Yin's palm covered the sky in an instant. It was as if the heavens were pressing down on him as he grabbed at Qiguan. Qiguan was shocked. Third manager, do you want to fight to the death with my Qi family? With a bang, Qiguan was grabbed by the power of the giant palm and directly pressed into the hell of general appointment. From start to finish, Lu Yin had only used one move, and Qiguan had already used his strongest consciousness. It was useless against Lu Yin. Lu Yin's aura did not belong to the spiritualized universe. Everyone had guessed that he came from the consciousness universe, and this was further proven. Lu Yin's consciousness surpassed Qiguan's, which was very difficult to achieve. The fact that he could defeat Yushan and Palace Mistress Xiao meant that he was strong or had a high realm. However, these 2 points had nothing to do with consciousness. The cultivation of consciousness was a different path. Lu Yin had suppressed Qiguan on the path of consciousness, confirming his identity as someone from the consciousness universe. The exposure of this identity did not cause much of a stir. The true top figures knew that they were from the Tian Yuan universe, and those who guessed that they were from the consciousness universe could not threaten the Dayue matter. Regardless of whether it was the Tian Yuan universe or the consciousness universe, the Dayue matter was still the spiritualized universe's enemy. However, because Yusang Tian and the 7 major Sang Tians did not give any orders, no one took the lead. Otherwise, the Dayue matter would have been surrounded. Those who were secretly watching Lu Yin and the Dayue matter were actually waiting for that order, or rather, for the siege to begin. Before that order was given, whoever took the lead would be unlucky. The more arrogant Lu Yin was, the more unlucky he would be in the end. Unless he could defeat Yusang Tian and the 7 major Sang Tians. Although Qiguan was not powerful, he was definitely suitable to fight in the consciousness universe and use spirit treasure arrays. However, he was still too weak against Lu Yin. Karma Heavenly Dao, General Appointment Stage, and Hell had gained another master of the sequence laws. Wu Tong's face was pale as she looked at Lu Yin in fear. Lu Yin comforted her, don't be afraid, little Wu Tong. Qiguan is too impudent. I'm just teaching him a lesson. Wu Tong bowed, Qiguan's actions do not represent the concept. Third master, please do not take out your anger on him. Haha, don't worry, I won't. You can go back. Wu Tong pursed her lips, feeling wronged and afraid. She bowed to Lu Yin once more and left. Old Tao looked at Wu Tong's back and said, this little girl has guts. She dares to talk to master with just a spirit warrior cultivation. She will be someone important in the future. She wasn't afraid at all, Kai Keqing said. Wu Tong's personality was the complete opposite of hers. One was cute and passionate, while the other was cold and quiet. However, they had one thing in common, they were fearless. Kai Keqing could see this in Wu Tong's eyes. Lu Yin smiled. She's a good talent, but her cultivation is too weak. Otherwise, I would have taken her with me. He glanced at Palace Mistress Xiao. When Wu Tong had asked for Saint Dayu for the second time, Palace Mistress Xiao had told Lu Yin that the League of Destruction also belonged to Yusang Tian. This fact changed Lu Yin's mind. He now knew that Yusang Tian had set up a trap in the Intent Realm. The Qi family and the League of Destruction seemed to be opposing forces, but they both belonged to Yusang Tian. This effectively prevented other Sang Tians from interfering in the Intent Realm and made them suspicious of each other. Yusang Tian was a worthy opponent. Not only was he strong, but he was also smart. Lu Yin looked around. Don't bother me with the Intent Realm. The one who stole the White Willow was the League of Destruction. Saint Dayu said so himself. Don't bother me again, or I'll catch everyone who comes. His voice spread out in all directions, bringing with it many dumbfounded gazes. The League of Destruction stole the White Willow? Was this for real? Impossible. How could it be the League of Destruction? The League of Destruction can barely protect themselves under the pressure of the Qi family. How could they dare to make the Qi family their enemy? How is it impossible? Who else besides the League of Destruction can steal the White Willow in the Intent Realm? It must have been done by someone from the Intent Realm. Outsiders can't do it. Is it true? Could it be that the Third Master instigated it? I don't know, but the Intent Realm is no longer peaceful. On the other side, Wu Tong was far away from Lu Yin. She looked back and fell into deep thought. The Third Master seemed arrogant and despotic, but he wasn't stupid. What did he want to do instead of Saint Dayu? The Dayu Villa had already offended the Myriad Beasts Border, Royal God Mountain, School of Techniques, and Yusang Tian. Was it going to offend the Intent Realm as well? What did the Dayu Villa have? Kai Keqing was right. She wasn't afraid. Although her cultivation was low, she had a say in the Alliance Crusade. She was the one who made the decision for many things. She was able to speak to Lu Yin on behalf of the Crusader Alliance not because of her strength, but because of her status. Her status in the Crusader Alliance was not low. Right now, she wanted to know who had spoken to the Third Master. When she had asked Lu Yin for the second time, Lu Yin's attitude had changed. Someone must have said something to him. Who was it? At that moment, Lu Yin's words reached her ears. She was stunned. The Alliance had ordered the theft of the White Willow? The Third Master was trying to sow discord. Clearly, the White Willow was not stolen by the League, and the League had never had any dealings with Saint Great Yun. Yet, this man had just poured dirty water on the League. Logically speaking, it was impossible for such an obvious framing to succeed. However, the situation in the artistic conception was complicated. The upper echelons could see the truth, but the lower echelons could not. This would inevitably lead to disputes. She really wanted to look for Lu Yin again, but she decided against it after some thought. It was meaningless. This Third Master seemed to be polite to her and even teased her a little. But in fact, he didn't care about her at all. He turned hostile at the drop of a hat. If Qi Guan was captured, the Qi family would definitely think of a way to save him. The FA Alliance could only watch from the sidelines. Wu Tong looked back again, and a thoughtful look flashed across her eyes. Then, she left. At the same time, far away, a pair of eyes were also looking at the Great Yun region. His gaze was cold and sinister, like that of a venomous snake. The White Willow is actually under Saint Great Yun's celestial river. I won't let off anyone who dares to frame me. The universe's starry sky was endless, and the constellations that appeared were also endless. Some constellations could not be explained by humans, such as the springboard. Even Yusang Tian could not tell whether it was man-made or natural. The spiritualized universe also had similar constellations that could not be explained, such as the 9 regions ring Sunday. The 9 regions ring sun was not a region, and it did not exist in the 36 regions. It was in the starry sky, and it was a strange constellation. Every season, at a fixed time, there would be 9 regions that would see the same constellation at the same time. Regardless of whether it was a cultivator or an ordinary person, they would be able to see it at that moment. Hence, it was called the 9 regions ring Sunday. Because of this unique constellation, it naturally attracted many people. As long as one stepped onto the 9 regions ring sun at that special time, they would be seen by everyone in the 9 regions. To those who saw the 9 regions, that moment had been treated as the time since ancient times, and it was like the end of the year. This was the ancient people's understanding of the unknown starry sky. Even when people from the 9 regions left the starry sky and saw the constellation clearly, they did not stop using the 9 regions ring sun as the time of year. Instead, it was passed down as a tradition. Anyone who could magnify their image in the 9 regions ring sun was an elite genius. Countless youths fought for this privilege, and those who saw the 9 regions ring sun treated it as the end of the year festival. It was worth mentioning that the 9 regions ring sun was not only visible to those from the 9 regions. The 9 regions ring sun was the beginning, and it existed because of the constellation. Some people could be seen by those from the 10 regions ring sun, while others could be seen by those from the 15 regions ring Sunday. There were even some who could be seen by those from the 20 regions ring sun, which shocked the spiritualized universe. For example, Yushan had been seen by those from the 18 regions ring sun when he was young, and he had been seen by those from the 13 regions ring sun when he had only used 3 blades. The 9 regions ring sun had become one of the ways that the spiritualized universe's younger generation compared themselves. A few decades ago, most of the young elites who were qualified to board the battleships and head to the Tianyuan universe had come to the 9 regions ring sun, and they were seen by those from the 12 regions ring Sunday. Luin was interested. How long until the 9 regions ring sun? Old Tao respectfully replied, less than 3 months. Luin was curious. Have you been there when you were young? Old Tao smiled and shook his head. I don't have the heart to compete with the elites. Luin looked at Kai Keqing. What about you? Kai Keqing was indifferent. No. Luin looked at Palace Mistress Yao. What about you? Palace Master Yao said indifferently, the 17th domain. Luin was shocked. 17? That's one less than Yushan? Palace Mistress Yao said, the number of people who can see the 9 regions ring sun is not based on one's strength, but on one's bearing. What do you mean? Luin was confused. Palace Mistress Yao explained, it's a special constellation. It's called a constellation because it's not man-made. It's a natural birth of the universe, but this constellation is also man-made. It needs to be conquered. It's like a naughty child. The greater your bearing, the more you can conquer it, and the more people will see it. Conversely, fewer will see it, but at least people in the 9 regions will see it. Luin did not expect such a constellation to exist. The universe was vast, and there were all kinds of strange things. He had seen illusory gravel, narrow passages, and all kinds of strange things. It was not strange for such a constellation to exist. Magnanimity? It reminded him of the Lost Tribe's welcoming card, which also required one to attract it. He could use any method. When he had attracted the card to break the True God sky switching technique, he had also relied on bearing. True God sky switching technique. Where was the only true God? His side was too ostentatious, and the only true God was too low-key. However, once he made a move, it would be earth-shattering. Who was seen by the most people in the history of the spiritualized universe? Luin asked. Old Tao did not hesitate. Old man Xianxia and Yusang Tian. Old man Xianxia? An ancient person who died long ago. There are no records of him. What about Yusang Tian? How many? All of them. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Interesting. Let's go take a look. The distance between the Dian region and the 9 domains ring was not far. It was only 1.5 regions apart, which was equivalent to being between 2 neighboring regions. It was not hard to guess that the Dayu Villa's 3rd manager wanted to go to the 9 domains ring. After all, the 9 domains ring was very important, and the 3rd manager looked very young. No one knew how he had cultivated to reach such heights at such a young age. The 9 domains ring had attracted countless people from the spiritualized universe. Since ancient times, many geniuses had left their names behind. Gradually, a floating city formed around the 9 domains ring. It was called Ring Sun City. It was impossible to trace back who had built Ring Sun City. Its history was even older than Yusang Tian's. Yusang Tian had left his name behind in Ring Sun City, and the place where he had left his name became the city's greatest glory. With the place as the center, a place known throughout the spiritualized universe had appeared, the 100 Water Towers. Each tower represented a person, and the towers resonated with the 9 domains ring. The wider the area covered by the 9 domains ring, the taller the tower would be. The tallest tower now came from Xianxia. Although Ring Sun City was huge, it was still limited. The 9 domains ring's area of influence was also limited. Therefore, the number of towers remained at 100 throughout the year, and would only be replaced. The 100 Water Towers was the reason for this. If one could place one's tower in the 100 Water Towers, it might not mean that one was very powerful, but the aura would definitely shake people's hearts. Since ancient times, many people who had failed in cultivation had tried to make a name for themselves in Ring Sun City. Even if they could not make a name for themselves in cultivation, they would not have lived in vain if they could leave a mark in the 100 Water Towers. They would even be valued and nurtured by powerful forces. There were less than 3 months before the 9 domains Ring Sun City gradually became lively. Ring Sun City was not made of soil, but of water. The whole city was made of water. The walls, the roads, and all the facilities inside were made of water. This kind of water was gray and not transparent. The whole city was like a vertical lake that extended horizontally. Come, come, come. Don't miss out on the good spirit seeds. I don't know which generation my ancestor left it behind. Every time I enter my dreams, I can see a fairy floating towards me and saying something. However, I'm stupid, and perhaps I don't have enough luck, so I can't hear it clearly. Seeing that my lord has such luck, I'm willing to part with it. I don't want my treasure to be covered in dust. I hope that my lord can use this opportunity to transform into a mortal and achieve great things in the future. Just a little help from me will be enough. Scram, liar. My lord, I'm not a liar. Everything I say comes from the bottom of my heart. Although I can't cultivate, I'm not stupid. Scram. If you don't scram, I'll have someone break your legs. Young master, please don't be angry. Come to the pavilion and rest for a while. How about Miss Luer play a tune for you to soothe your body? Ha ha ha, alright, I'm coming. Tip me more. I have money. Bang. A fight broke out in the corner of Ring Sun City. The surrounding people cheered loudly. Ring Sun City didn't forbid fights. After all, the entire city was made of water. No matter how much damage was done, unless the entire city was vaporized, it was impossible to destroy the city. This city had a long history. No one had ever heard of anyone being able to destroy it. A man and a woman faced each other and started to fight again. Bitch, you dare to insult my ghost fire region. Today, I will burn you alive. Humph, how many times has your ghost fire region defeated my Linyu sect? You still dare to be so arrogant? The woman had wings on her back. Her face was like a flying bird. In a restaurant not far away, someone said with disdain, Ghost Fire region and Linyu sect are just 2 rivers. Their conflicts are not small. Rumor has it that the Ghost Fire region likes to burn the wings of beasts to increase their own flames. Linyu sect is made of flying beasts. Naturally, they don't get along well with the Ghost Fire region. However, the Ghost Fire region can't win against the Linyu sect. The Linyu sect has the 10,000 Beast region behind them. Ring Sun City was very lively. The place with the most people was the 100 Pagoda Forest. It was also the quietest place. No one dared to be presumptuous here. They had to show respect to the seniors who left the water pagoda here. Figures came and left one after another. Occasionally, there would be people exclaiming, "Isn't that Little Sky deaf? It's actually here. It's really Little Sky deaf. It's the descendant of the 10,000 Beast region's hidden expert, the 3-headed deaf. It's said that it's an elite of the 10,000 Beast region. It's extremely powerful. It was praised by the 3-headed death's ancestor. He said that it had the potential to surpass any 3-headed death in the future. Is it courting death? That's right. The 3rd master of the Dayu Mountain Manor is coming. If it's here, it will be destroyed if it's not pleasing to the eye. The 10,000 Beast region can't suppress the Dayu Mountain Manor. Shoo, don't let it hear you. In the 100 Water Pagoda Forest, hundreds of water pagoda towers stood tall, Under the light, they flashed with 7 colors. It was very beautiful. Little Sky Death turned into its human form. It looked at the 100-water pagoda forest and turned to leave. When it passed by the people who were talking, it stomped its foot. The few of them were aghast and hurriedly wanted to run. Little Heaven Death's eyes turned cold and he reached out. At this moment, a clear voice rang out, "Little Tiandai, this is the 100-water pagoda. Show some respect to your seniors." Little Sky Death stopped, looked in the direction of the voice, and sneered, "Don't be a hypocrite. Will your royal god mountain respect the 100-water tower? My royal god mountain respects every place in the spiritualized universe." The one who spoke was a woman. When she appeared, the entire 100 Waters pagoda became brighter. The 7 colors of the pagoda illuminated the surroundings. Everybody was stunned. That woman was really beautiful. The name of the woman who came was Rumu. She came from the royal god mountain. Those who had seen her called her painting in Jianghu. In other words, she was like a beautiful painting that fell into the mud of Jianghu. This woman's eyes were valiant and her temperament was graceful and luxurious. She seemed like someone from Jianghu, but at the same time, she didn't seem like someone from Jianghu. Her beauty was second only to the twin beauties of the heavens beyond heaven. Little Sky Death didn't want to waste its breath on Rumumu. It attacked the escaping people with its palm. The few of them were overwhelmed with shock and regret. They shouldn't have spoken so much. No matter how soft their voices were, they would still be heard. Rumumu waved her hand and blocked Little Sky Death's palm. She looked at Little Sky Death with a heroic gaze. Little Sky Death's gaze was fierce. "How dare you stop me?" Rumumu was calm. "This is the 100 Waters pagoda. If you want to fight, leave this place. Who do you think you are to stop me?" Little Sky Death shouted and attacked Rumumu. Both of them were spiritual warriors. Little Sky Death's palm power was shocking and powerful. Rumumu frowned. Her every move was gentle and beautiful, and she easily dissolved Little Sky Death's power. "You won't be able to revive your ancestor even if you vent your anger like this. The third master of the Dayu Manor is coming. Do you want to attract his attention?" Rumumu said. Little Sky Death's eyes widened. There was an unprecedented murderous intent in his eyes. The Dayu Manor. It was this Dayu Manor that killed his ancestor and weakened his bloodline in the 10,000 Beast border. If it wasn't for this, he wouldn't have come to Ring Sun City. Some people didn't even need to become famous through the 9 regions Ring Sun because the entire spiritualized universe knew about them. But now, he had to do something to uplift his bloodline. As for the third master of the Dayu Manor, he didn't dare to provoke him. He really wanted to kill that person, but he knew the gap between them was too big. "What about you? The Royal God Mountain doesn't allow marriages with the outside world. The Dayu Manor openly violated this rule. What do you want to do here?" Little Sky Death pulled away from Rumumu and stared at her. The surrounding people were curious. They didn't expect people from the Royal God Mountain and the 10,000 Beast border to come. If the third master was unhappy, he would kill them. Rumumu smiled faintly. "I'll meet the third master. Do you want to come?" Little Sky Death clenched his fist. He didn't dare, but he didn't expect Rumumu to dare. But now that he thought about it, the Royal God Mountain had never attacked the Dayu Manor. The Alan region also attacked secretly and didn't expose themselves. At this moment, there was a commotion. Everyone looked into the distance. Another important person had arrived. "It's young Master Yu," someone exclaimed. Rumumu was surprised. "Someone from the Zhikong region?" Little Sky Death also looked over. No one could ignore the appearance of the Zhikong region's successor. This time, it wasn't just young Master Yu, but also Master Li. Master Li was the protector of the Zhikong region's successor. He was extremely powerful, and his appearance had shaken Ring Sun City. Rumumu's eyes flashed, and she walked towards young Master Yu. Little Sky Death snorted and left in the opposite direction. In the corner, a man's lips curled up as he stared at Little Sky Death. This guy's experiences could also be collected. Most importantly, he had to find a way to collect the third master. In outer space, a group of people was always eye-catching. Luyin leisurely ate some fruit and took it from Palace Mr. Xiao. The fruit had a unique fragrance. He had to admit that this woman was pleasing to the eye. No wonder so many people were infatuated with her. Kaikaching was too cold, but she was also liked by many. On the carriage, the star-toad yawned. It was bored. Su Wang and Li Shou weren't tired at all while carrying the palanquin, and they didn't dare to be tired. When they noticed that someone was staring at them, they immediately praised the person, leaving Old Tao speechless. Young master, Ring Sun City is up ahead. We can't see it before the 9 regions Ring Sun constellation appears, Old Tao introduced. Luin looked into the distance. It's quite lively. I'm looking forward to seeing some familiar faces. He sensed Mr. Li's aura. Jikong Domain's path protector was also guarding the path protector. Luin would find an opportunity to force this guy into the appointment platform and increase the Tao of Karma. Aside from Mr. Li, there was more than one expert hidden in Ring Sun City. Luin had a premonition that there would be. Luin felt that there was a great harvest. Ring Sun City quieted down at this moment. Countless people looked up at the sky. That group was about to arrive. Most people had come for the 9 regions Ring Sun, but there were also some who had come to keep an eye on Lu Yin's group. When Luin arrived in Ring Sun City, the entire city's attention was drawn to him, and he looked towards the 100 water towers. The carriage was carried all the way to the 100 water towers. Luin sat on the carriage and ate some fruit. He didn't say anything and just looked at the 100 water towers. No one knew what he was thinking. On the other side of the 100 water towers, young Master Yu and Mr. Li both looked at Luin. Across the 100 water towers, young Master Yu nodded at Luin. He wasn't angry about being left behind in Limitless. Smart people didn't show their thoughts. Mr. Li was the same, but he was more cautious than young Master Yu. His Kui was still unstable because of his battle with the third master. This person had grasped incredible power, so he had to be careful when meeting him. Behind young Master Yu, Ru Mu and many other elites were looking at the other side. Was that the third master of the Dayu Villa? He was so young, but he could defeat Palace Mistress Xiao. How did Yushan and the others cultivate? Luin moved and reached out to take the fruit from Palace Mistress Xiao's hand. He tossed it and casually threw it at young Master Yu. The red fruit left a trail of red light as it passed through the 100 water towers and headed straight for young Master Yu. Young Master Yu's eyes narrowed as red filled his vision. He couldn't move, dodge, or escape. A hand appeared in front of young Master Yu and grabbed the fruit. It was Mr. Li. Everyone around the 100 water towers watched. No one had expected Luin to suddenly attack young Master Yu. The Jikong domain had a special status in the spiritualized universe, and young Master Yu was treated with respect wherever he went. It had been a long time since something like this had happened. No one dared to attack the heir of the Jikong domain, except for those on the dark spirit list who were already public enemies. Rumu was shocked, as she hadn't expected Luin to suddenly attack young Master Yu. Was this person really so lawless? Breaking the rules, provoking the outland, and snatching Palace Mistress Xiao. Every action was challenging the bottom line of the spiritualized universe. What gave Dayu Villa such confidence? She suddenly regretted saying that she wanted to talk to the third master in front of everyone. This person was too bold and didn't care about anything. Such people were the most terrifying. Mr. Li put down his hand and looked at Luin with fear in his eyes. Let's leave first. This person really knows how to attack. Young Master Yu didn't say anything, and his expression returned to normal. Scenes from the limitless realm appeared in his mind. No, this person seemed arrogant, but he was actually a reserved person. Let's go. Mr. Li reminded him. The more he faced Luin, the more uneasy he felt. He was afraid that Kui would collapse one day and fall from Dooku AI's level. Was Dooku AI so worthless to protect the heir of the Jikong domain? Of course not, as he hoped to use the Jikong domain to obtain a chance to break through to immortality. Yusang Tian had promised to restart the consciousness universe and the Tianyuan universe so that the spiritualized universe's experts could enter immortality. But was that really the case? Anyone with a brain would know that things weren't that simple. Young Master Yu didn't know what Yusang Tian was planning, and he didn't want to get close to Yusang Tian. His only path was through the Jikong domain. His goal was to get close to the Zhikong domain and protect the heir. He would use this as a price to obtain the opportunity given by the Zhikong domain and strive to enter immortality. Luyin was someone he didn't want to face. At that moment, Luyin raised his hand again. Mr. Li's expression changed, and he wanted to pull Mr. Yu away. Even though the secret transmission was the true successor of the Zhikong domain, the public transmission still needed to travel the world, and it was also indispensable. However, Luyin did not attack this time. Instead, he hooked his finger at Yu Gongzi and signaled for him to come over. Everyone was speechless, as this was a very rude action, but Luyin had still done it. He didn't care about the intelligible void domain, nor did he care about this special descendant of the spiritualized universe. Yu Gongzi lifted his foot and walked towards Luyin. No one had expected his reaction. How could the heir of the Zhikong domain be so spineless? Was he scared? But with Mr. Reason by his side, what was there to be afraid of? Mr. Li could not figure out the foolish young master's plan either. He reminded her in a low voice, "The closer you are to that person, the less I can protect you. Think carefully." Yu Gongzi did not hesitate and walked towards Luyin. Mr. Li had no choice but to follow along. His duty was to protect young Master Yu. If young Master Yu did not encounter an obvious assassination attempt, it would be very difficult for him to forcefully take young Master Yu away. After all, he was only a path protector and had no right to interfere with young Master Yu's actions. Luyin smiled as he watched Yu Zongzi walk over step by step. Whether it was openly or covertly, Yu Zongzi was very smart. The smarter a person was, the harder it was to deal with them, but the easier it was to get along with them. Palace Master Yao, Old Tao, and the others didn't expect Prince Yu to be so obedient. Soon, Yu Gongzi walked in front of Luyin. "We meet again, Third Master." Luyin leaned forward and looked at Mr. Yu. "The 5 regions are all empty, is this related to you?" Young Master Yu shook his head. "No." Luyin looked at Mr. Li and then at young Master Yu. "Give me your path protector, everything can be discussed." Yu Gongzi's eyes flashed. Mr. Li looked at Luyin warily. "Third Master, I am a guardian, not a servant." Luyin didn't mind and took a bite of fruit. "It's all the same." Mr. Li did not retort, as he did not want to clash with Luyin. The previous battle had left him too fearful, and if they fought again, he might not be able to keep Kuei in check. Prince Yu left without saying anything. Mr. Li could not wait to leave. He stood up and stretched before looking at the tallest tower. "Is that Xianxia's tower?" Old Tao replied respectfully, "Yes, the tallest water tower is Xianxia." Luyin was disdainful. "It's so small, it's useless. Wait until I break it down and show that old bastard Xianxia." Haha. The surrounding people were silent. Some were mocking him, and some were resentful. Luyin was too arrogant, to the point where no one could respond to him. He was so strong that even Mr. Li didn't dare to face him directly. Not long after, the group arrived at the restaurant. The entire Ring Sun City was made of water, including the restaurants. From the restaurant's position, one could see the entire 100-water pagoda. It was the best position in Ring Sun City. Ordinary cultivators couldn't even enter the restaurant. And this position could only be occupied by special people. Others couldn't even touch it. Luyin immediately sat down when he arrived. The restaurant owner was helpless and didn't dare to stop them. To be able to open a restaurant here, one had to have a powerful backer, which corresponded to Xianxia. Opening a restaurant was not to make money, but to rope in the elite geniuses. Whoever could enter the 100-water pagoda was worth roping in. All the restaurants, wineries, brothels, and so on in Ring Sun City were like this. Since Luyin could see the entire 100-water tower, those in the 100-water tower could naturally see him as well. Luyin was used to being stared at. Ever since they had arrived in the spiritualized universe, their every move had been scrutinized. "Sit anywhere you want. This restaurant is reserved by the owner today. No one else is allowed to enter." Luyin displayed his dominance. The restaurant owner wanted to say a few words, but in the end, he didn't dare. So what if he had Xianxia's backing? Even if Xianxia himself came, he guessed that the third master wouldn't care. He could only accept it. There were naturally people who were unhappy with such tyrannical behavior, but so what? Luin didn't care. He only cared about Xianxia and their tacit understanding. He would provoke the various powers of the spiritualized universe to reduce Xianxia's apprehensions and prolong the duration of the Tao of Karma. He would do his best to completely escape the backlash of karma. At that time, he would be free to stay in the spiritualized universe, return to the Tianyuan universe, or head to the consciousness universe. Owner, someone wishes to meet you. It's a girl named Rumu from Mount Royal, Old Tao respectfully inquired. To his left, Su Wang and Li Shou were sitting at a table, looking at the dishes on the table in confusion. Eating food? They didn't understand. These were just toys. Palace Mistress Xiao and Kai Keqing stood on either side of Luin. The star toad was perched on his shoulder. It was golden and festive. From Mount Royal? Let her in, Luin said as he ate. Rumu quickly entered the restaurant. The number of gazes around them didn't decrease at all. Little Skydeath's eyes were cold as it stared at Luin. It was this person, and if it had the chance, it would definitely kill him. Even though it hated him, it knew that it didn't have the guts to face him directly. Rumu had actually dared to go up. Many people admired her. For example, Mu was a goddess in the Royal God Mountain. Countless elites were infatuated with her. However, those outside the Royal God Mountain could only suppress their infatuation. Only the cultivators of the Royal God Mountain could pursue her. Many people said that Rumu would be the next Palace Mistress Xiao, and that she would definitely replace her position in Xianxia's heart. Coincidentally, Rumu had been exposed to the sequence since she was young, and it was the absolute reversal. Rumu's appearance stunned Luin, but it wasn't that he was stunned. He had seen too many beauties, and the word stunning was far from his reach. It was just that Rumu's temperament was too similar to Ming Yan's. When he'd first met Ming Yan, she'd been a princess of a manner. She was graceful and elegant, so beautiful that he couldn't look straight at her. After she'd stepped into the stars and taken charge of a brothel, her temperament had changed. She had the nobility of a royal family, but also the heroic spirit of a cultivator. Her appearance with two souls, the white-haired Ming Yan, was even more similar to this Rumu. Was this the so-called drawing into the world? Luin stared at Rumu, and she bowed slowly. Rumu of Mount Royal greets the third master. Rumu reminded Luin of Ming Yan, and it touched his heart. Unconsciously, his temperament had changed as well. The arrogance and insufferably arrogant feeling had gradually disappeared, and he'd become Luin again. No, he hadn't changed. Luin had always been Luin, and his arrogance was all an act. No matter how much he pretended, it couldn't change his nature. Luin had stepped into the stars since the beginning of his cultivation. Every step he took was fraught with danger. He had the ruthlessness and selfishness of a cultivator, but he also had the domineering and open-mindedness of a master of the starry sky, willing to shoulder the future of the entire universe. This temperament was also full of contradictions to outsiders, but this was Luin. Rumu looked up and met Luin's eyes. For a moment, she was lost in the endless starry eyes. What kind of eyes were these? They covered the stars and seemed to take her in as well. It was like a vortex that made it difficult to escape. She'd never thought that the third master would have such a pair of eyes. It had nothing to do with cultivation strength, appearance, or temperament. These eyes covered everything in the world. Luin looked away after Rumu looked at him. Go down. Rumu was stunned, thinking that she'd heard wrong. Old Tao, Palace Mistress Xiao, and the others were also confused. What did he mean? She just bowed and didn't say anything, and he went down? Rumu looked at Luin, puzzled. Luin waved. Rumu didn't know what she'd done wrong, but she still left the restaurant and waited quietly. Master? Is there something wrong with her? Old Tao asked tentatively. Luin didn't answer. Pour the wine. Palace Mistress Xiao obediently picked up the wine jug and poured wine for him. Lu Yin's gaze was complicated as he drank cup after cup of wine. Would he still have a chance to return to the Tianyuan universe? Would he still have a chance to see Yen'er? Another face appeared. It was Longxi. Although the karmic cycle was fake, the feelings he had for Longxi were real. He didn't know how to face it. Xiao Xiaoshuan was fake, but he knew that it was his first child. It was an illusion, but he had real feelings for it. It was a child that he would never meet again. He'd thought about it before. One day, he'd solve the crisis of the Tianyuan universe and return to the karmic cycle to see if he could still find his wife and child. As for Yan, he could have unfrozen her long ago. He'd been worried about the Eternals, but after the defeat of the Eternals and the crisis of the spiritualized universe, he'd never thought of unfreezing her. Why? Did he want to wait until the crisis of the spiritualized universe was resolved? Luin didn't know. He could face all the dangers in the world, but he couldn't face his feelings. Ming Yan and Long Shi weren't the only ones waiting for him. Bai Wuxian, who had fused with the consciousness planet in his heart, was also waiting for him. He couldn't face these feelings. Several days passed, and Luin remained in the restaurant, looking at the 100 water towers. Many people came every day, looking forward to the day when the 9 Realms Ring sun would become famous throughout the spiritualized universe. Luin looked at the 100 water towers and saw many people. Many people could see him as well. There was no lack of discussion about him in Ring Sun City. In front of the restaurant, Rumu stood calmly, waiting for Luin to meet her again. She was also very confused, but one thing was certain, things had changed. Her impression of Luin had completely changed. If a person didn't recognize themselves, they would be themselves. If they recognized themselves, they wouldn't be themselves anymore. Rumu now felt that she wasn't herself anymore. She was very clear that she might have developed a strange impression of the third manager. She had never had such an impression of anyone before, and once she recognized this change, she was no longer herself. The third manager invites you in, Old Tao said. Rumu took a deep breath and stepped into the restaurant again, stopping in front of Luin. Rumu of Royal God Mountain greets the third manager. Luin returned to normal and said frivolously, Royal God Mountain? You're the only one sent here? Rumu looked up at Luin, but his eyes were gone. She was shocked, this person's eyes had changed. Was that just an illusion? No one sent me here. I came here myself to see the third manager. Luin was curious. See me? Why? Third manager, why are you protecting Ba Lu and Yao? Rumu asked directly. Luin casually said, to be happy. Rumu wasn't surprised. The price for this happiness is a bit high. Luin smiled at her. I'm willing, no matter how high the price is. Rumu agreed. Third master is right. Dayuvilla has repeatedly violated the rules because of happiness. If my Royal God Mountain can make Third Master happier, I wonder if Third Master would be willing to give up protecting Ba Lu and Yao. Luin was curious. Happier? Let's hear it. Rumu's expression was solemn. Third Master, please dismiss your attendants. Old Tao and the rest subconsciously wanted to leave. Luin tapped his fingers on the table. No need. With your status and strength, you don't qualify for me to keep this a secret. Rumu was troubled. Third Master, this is important. Luin looked at Rumu and stared into her eyes. Little girl, there's a principle that perhaps your parents haven't taught you. Let me teach you today. If a person can't bear the value they bring, only destruction awaits them. Alright, let's go. Rumu looked deeply at Luin and hesitated for a moment before bowing again and retreating. Luin watched her leave. She really did have something to say, but whether it was true or not, he didn't want to hear it. The last thing he wanted was to provoke Sang Tion's sensitive nerves. Other than that, he could do anything. This girl came from Royal God Mountain, and her motives weren't simple. Rumu walked out of the restaurant and looked back. She saw Luin drink a cup of wine and had a complicated expression. What was this person thinking? Normal people wouldn't be unwilling to listen to her. He couldn't see through her or understand her. Too many people came to Sun Ring City every day, and there were many conflicts between them. Fights broke out from time to time. Luin felt like he was watching a play. His days were leisurely, and some fights were interesting. For example, Shikaku Boy came from Cloud Crane Domain and had a unique fighting style. There were also Blue Flame Man and Red Flame Man from Ghostfire Domain, and Third Lin and Chu Lin from Lingyu Sect. Master, that's Little Situ from Bo Fan Domain's Bitter Sect. Bitter sect cultivators mainly train their minds, and they're also people who like to collect their intents, Old Tao introduced. He knew too much about the spiritualized universe. Luin tapped his fingers on the table and stopped. His fingertips jumped up and down. To others, it was a strange movement, but only Luin could see a karma spiral entrenched at his fingertips. He tapped it lightly. Karma spirals swept out, piercing through one person after another. Regardless of whether it was the karma wheel or the karma heavenly Tao, they were all similar to techniques and not battle. Techniques. What Luin wanted was to find a way to use karma to attack. This method was very difficult to grasp. Sometimes, he was just short of a little inspiration, but that little inspiration could not be found no matter how hard he tried. The karma spiral continued to weave through Ring Sun City. The person who was penetrated felt it, but there was nothing. It was very strange. Through the karmic spiral, Luin could see various scenes that were related to why they had come to Ring Sun City. However, because there were too many scenes, he didn't plan on looking at them in detail. To him, these people were just passers-by. They were meaningless. He saw a lot of karma that was related to him, and they were all people who were watching him. Many experts had gathered in Ring Sun City. Luin glanced in a certain direction. Just now, when the karma spiral had pierced through little Skydeath's body, Luin had sensed the karma of hatred. This fellow hated him, and his hatred was extremely strong. Luin asked Old Tao to identify the person. Old Tao looked over and replied respectfully, "So it's Little Death Sky. Do you still remember the three-headed death that attacked Wu Jiang? That's his ancestor." Luin Ming by Ming didn't mind and continued. He quickly asked Old Tao to identify the person, and Old Tao recognized the aura of the Alan domain. Clearly, it was related to the battle there. The karma spiral continued to travel back and forth, and there were thousands of people who had karma with Luin. As the spiral returned, Luin stood up. There were many experts in Ring Sun City. Who is this person? Old Tao looked over and frowned. This person looks familiar, but, He's looking at me. At the same time, in a corner of the 100 Water Towers, a man was looking at Old Tao from a restaurant. The moment their gazes met, the man's expression changed and he turned to leave. Old Tao exclaimed, "It's him, Shu Qian, a 6 stars dark spirit on the black spirit list." Luin raised a brow. A 6 stars dark spirit? The black spirit list and the white soul list corresponded. The white soul list recorded the top experts of the spiritualized universe. Those who were on the list had a 90% chance of breaking through to the spirit prime realm. Even Zhang Tian had been on the list. On the other hand, the black spirit list recorded the greatest threats to the spiritualized universe and those who needed to be eliminated. They were the public enemies of the spiritualized universe. Luin had always been looking forward to a black spirit list expert joining the Dayu Villa to seek protection. Ordinary offenders didn't even have the qualifications to be recorded on the black spirit list. Only those who were recognized by Beyond Heaven as a threat to the spiritualized universe were qualified. In other words, almost everyone below the level of the sequence laws didn't qualify. Now that he had finally encountered a black spirit list expert, Lu Yin's interest was piqued. He took a step forward and disappeared. Within Ring Sun City, Shu Qian hurriedly left his original spot. How had he been discovered? He recognized Old Tao. The old man was extremely senior and was very familiar with the spiritualized universe. Shu Qian had heard of Old Tao's name when he had first stepped onto the path of cultivation. Since he had looked into the old man's eyes, he should have been recognized. He had to leave immediately. Once someone on the black spirit list was exposed, they would be surrounded and attacked. The reward for killing someone on the list was simply too great. It was so great that people would forget about life and death and surround him like moths to a flame. Suddenly, his shoulder sank as an unshakable force stopped him. "Why are you running?" A voice came from behind him, and Shu Qian saw a hand pressing down on his shoulder. This was the hand that had stopped him from moving. Luin pressed down on Shu Qian's shoulder and exerted a little force, causing Shu Qian to feel a sharp pain. "Who are you?" "Third Master." Shu Qian's heart sank. "I didn't offend Dayu Villa. Why are you attacking me?" "You're Shu Qian from the Black Spirit list?" Shu Qian did not deny it. "Yes. You've been watching me. Shu Qian continued, many people have been watching you, third master. I was just curious. Lu Yin's lips curled up, no, you're not curious. You have enmity towards me. No, it's not enmity. You have the intention to attack me. I'm curious, why? Shu Qian was shocked. How was this possible? How could this person tell? He hadn't revealed any killing intent at all, and he really didn't have any enmity with this person. More accurately, those on the Black Spirit list were on the same side as Dayuvilla. The reason he had the intention to attack was because of the spiritualized weapon. He wanted to collect this third master's experiences. This was just a thought that he hadn't shown at all. How did this person know? You've misunderstood, third master. I have no intention of attacking you. The difference in strength between us is too great. I can't possibly fight against Dayuvilla, Shu Qian denied. Lu Yin grabbed him and brought him back to the restaurant. Facing Lu Yin, Shu Qian was helpless against his overbearing strength. He was a master of the sequence laws, but was that useful? It was meaningless. Lu Yin had suppressed him with only one hand and parallel time. To Shu Qian, this difference in strength was no different from a natural chasm. He felt like he was facing Sang Tian. In the restaurant, Lu Yin and Shu Qian faced each other. Old Tao, I'd like to hear about him. What do you want to hear? Why is he on the Black Spirit list? Old Tao explained, the reason why Shu Qian is on the Dark Spirit list is that he keeps attacking people, no matter if they are rogue cultivators or from any forces. Moreover, his attacks are inexplicable and have nothing to do with hatred. At first, no one knew why, but gradually, people found out about it. He obtained a spiritualized weapon called the 10,000 Scrolls, which contains the experiences of 10,000 people. Each person's experience can help him gain insights into his cultivation. He's one of the rare spiritualized people in the universe. He's reached the sequence laws level, but he doesn't cultivate them. Instead, he cultivates intent-level battle techniques. He's comprehended 2 intent-level battle techniques and is extremely talented. Outside the restaurant, those who were staring at Lu Yin were shocked. That's Shu Qian? What? 6 stars Black Spirit? Shu Qian? He's working with Dayuvilla's third master? It doesn't seem like it. Why do I feel like he was captured by third master? That's impossible. In terms of power, Shu Qian is definitely not third master's match, but he's famous for his ability to hide. Even if he hid near us, he wouldn't be discovered. How could he have been discovered by third master? It's actually Shu Qian. The Black Spirit list and Dayuvilla are all jackals of the same tribe. They're all enemies of Outer Sky. We should think of a way to deal with them for Lord Yu Sang Tian. Back in the restaurant, Lu Yin learned more about Shu Qian. Although he recorded everyone's experiences, he didn't kill them. He looked at Shu Qian and said, let me see the 10,000 scrolls. Shu Qian obediently took out the 10,000 scrolls and placed them on the table. The 10,000 scrolls was a bamboo scroll. Lu Yin picked it up and flipped through it, but there was nothing there. It's called a record, but it's actually just a record. There are no words on it, Shu Qian said. Lu Yin thought of the Book of Destiny. Only those who cultivated the Book of Destiny could see it. You want to record my experiences as well? Shu Qian was helpless. Yes. You're too bold. I'm just thinking about it. You defeated Yushan and Palace Mistress Xiao, but I'm not strong enough to record it. I can't even get close. Lu Yin looked at the 10,000 scrolls in a daze. How many people's experiences are recorded? 3,791. Lu Yin raised a hand, and a karmic spiral appeared at his fingertips. He pressed it against the 10,000 scrolls, and the spiral pierced through them. At the same time, Shu Qian felt like he was being penetrated again. He had experienced this once before. Now that he thought about Lu Yin's actions, he understood that the third manager had used some method that he couldn't see to make a move. He hadn't just targeted Shu Qian, but rather the entire Ring Sun City. Shu Qian was shocked by this conclusion. No matter what, he was still a powerhouse of the sequence laws. Even if he didn't cultivate the sequence laws, he could still see the sequence particles. If he could even see the sequence particles, Then what kind of power did the third manager have that Xianxia couldn't see? When he thought of this, Xianxia felt a sense of reverence for Luin. He had to stay as far away from this person as possible. He didn't feel safe at all when he was too close, and he felt like he had been completely seen through. Xianxia had a good feeling, as he had indeed been seen through the 10,000 books. Lu Yin's karma spirals pierced through the scrolls and saw the karma of the 3,791 people. In that instant, he ignored his surroundings and everything else. It was as if he was immersed in darkness. Karma spiraled endlessly, transforming into lines. Countless lines circled around in a disorderly manner. These lines were karma. One end of the karma, and the other end of the karma. He casually waved his hand, and countless karma lines flew out, colliding with each other. Some were knocked away, while others were connected. The connected karma lines formed new karma lines that then collided with each other. Lu Yin's eyes lit up as he understood. The lines that were knocked away had no karma with each other, but the connected lines had karma with each other. For example, the line that he saw had two unrelated battles, but when they were connected, it led to an old case. The side that had died in the battle had created an old case, which had been investigated by the side that had caused the battle. The side that had died did not even know the reason. There had to be a source behind the seemingly inexplicable battle. Xianxia had recorded the karma of both sides of the battle, and in the end, they were connected by karma lines. Even Xianxia herself did not know this. Only Luin had seen through karma and used karma to find the cause. Everything returned to normal, and Luin laughed. Karma lines, ha ha ha. So this was karma. Everything had a cause, and karma was connected by karma lines. Similar karma lines could naturally be connected, but different karma lines could not be connected. The self-illuminating heavens technique had another way of using it, and this method was similar to a battle technique. Xianxia and the others were shocked by Lu Yin's sudden laughter, not knowing what he was laughing about. Lu Yin stood up, and karma spirals shot out from his fingertips, heading towards the entire Ring Sun City. They pierced through each person and formed karma lines. He did not know what those lines were, nor did he need to know. He had just casually formed them. He then waved his hand, and the karma lines collided. Some of them were connected, allowing Lu Yin to see karma. He looked at a person in Ring Sun City. This person was also very confused about how he could become the eldest senior brother of the Jade Tripod Alchemy sect. His talent was average, his opportunities were average, and he had no background at all. However, he surpassed many of his fellow disciples because his wife was the daughter of the Jade Tripod Alchemy sect's first elder. As for the one-word elder, he abandoned his wife when he was young and got together with the daughter of the sect master of the Jade Tripod sect. That was why he could become the Jade Tripod sect's great elder. He had always secretly taken care of his wife and daughter, allowing them to embark on the path of cultivation. At the same time, he thought of a way to kill his current wife, the daughter of the sect master of the Jade Tripod sect whom he hated. This person could be said to be a villain. He did not dare to tell his daughter about this because his daughter hated him. Only by not telling her would he be able to get along well with his daughter. As for his daughter's husband, he naturally took care of him and walked step by step to the position of the eldest senior brother of the Jade Tripod Alchemy sect. No one knew about this, but Lu Yin did. Lu Yin looked at a man and a woman. This man and woman both knew that the other party was their biological brother and sister, but they had to protect their identity as husband and wife. It was indeed a tragedy. They only found out after they got married. There was also the one with horns on his head. That was a fake. This guy was a human-shaped spiritual molt. In order to be with a woman who had undergone a spiritual molt in the beast form, he had disguised himself as a spiritual molt in the beast form and joined the beast territory. This was true love. There was also that wretched man. He had always been looking for his biological father, but he did not know that his biological father was his master. His master himself did not know that he was this man's biological father. It was also a tragedy. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio P. Luin saw the karma lines one by one, and he saw one thing after another. He felt like he was in control of everything. This feeling was similar to the integration of the dice's 6 pips, but he did not need to integrate them. It was much more convenient than the dice's 6 pips, but he also knew very few things. Ever since he had learned that spiritualized cultivators could not be integrated by the dice's 6 pips, Luin had lost that feeling of omniscience. Now, it had finally returned. Using the heavenly Tao of karma to suppress the backlash of karma, and using the karma lines to be omniscient and omnipotent, Luin was now confident that he could deal with Xianxia. He had always been at a disadvantage. Luin exhaled and slowly sat down. He could not let Xianxia know about this, or he would not be able to control himself and take action. Luin continued to experiment and cultivate the heavenly Tao of karma until he finally had some results. This was all thanks to Xianxia. She had recorded the experiences of so many people, which allowed Luin to see a lot of karma and comprehend the karma lines. "You're not bad, Xianxia," Luin praised. Xianxia was confused. Why is he praising me? Nobody could understand what Luin was thinking. 2 likes almost landed on Xianxia's face. They came from Su Wang and Li Shou, who had immediately given Xianxia a like. Xianxia had the deepest impression of Lu Yin's 2 white teeth. How had he lost his energy? Get lost. Luin was speechless. You came to Ring Sun City partly because of me, but that's not the only reason. What else is there? Xianxia glanced at the 10,000 scrolls in front of Luin and then turned to the 100 Waters Tower. I want to leave behind something in the 100 Waters Tower. You still care about the 100 Waters Tower at your level? Luin did not understand. Xianxia's tone was low. This is my master's last wish. He didn't fulfill it, so I'm helping him. Luin returned the scrolls to Xianxia. Let's go. Xianxia did not hesitate and left with the scrolls. Even though he was very curious about Luin, especially about what Luin had done to him, he knew that there were some questions that he should not ask. Right now, he was conflicted about whether or not he should stay. With Luin around, he did not feel safe at all. After Xianxia left, Old Tao said, he probably won't stay. It's the 9 Realms ring, and if he doesn't succeed this time, he'll try again next time. It won't be long anyway. No, he'll stay, and this is his only chance. Luin was certain. Old Tao was puzzled. Why is that? Luin looked outside. He's on the dark spirit list. Everyone's eyes were on me this time, so they won't do anything to him. Especially since he left safely, but it might not be the same next time. For him, it might not have been long, but it's the same for others. As long as he still wants to leave behind something in the 100 Waters Tower, he'll definitely come again. Others can afford to wait. Old Tao thought about it and quickly praised, Boss, your foresight is godly. This lowly one is fortunate enough to follow you in this life. I don't expect to see your back in the future, but I hope to walk the same path as you. I'll be satisfied if I can learn even a 10,000th of what you've done. Palace Mistress Xiao and Kai Kiqing were already numb. Old Tao's flattery along the way was enough to make one's scalp numb, and it was not repeated at all. Just this alone was impressive. Luin looked into the distance. Xianxia had indeed not left. This was his only chance, and there might be people surrounding him the next time. As for Luin, since he had let Xianxia go, he would not do anything to him. He couldn't see the third boss in his eyes. This person must have stayed in Ring Sun City for the sake of the 9 domains Ring Sunday. Thinking of this, Xianxia's eyes blazed. Then, she would show this third head how much she had prepared for the 9 domains Ring Sunday. He had specially created a concept-based battle technique for the 9 Realms ring. Concept-based battle techniques were not something that could be learned just because one wanted to. Luin was the only one who could learn the overturning sky palm that Lu Shaoxian had created, and the setting sun technique that he had created was similarly unattainable. Concept-based battle techniques focused on conception and comprehension. Concept-based battle techniques were similar to spiritualizing the universe's conception, but one referred to one's realm while the other referred to one's consciousness. Conception? Luin felt that he should go take a look. The consciousness that existed there should be something he could absorb. He had a reason to go, as Qi Guan was still in hell. Ring Sun City became even livelier because of Lu Yin's arrival, but as time passed and Lu Yin remained in the restaurant, everyone went about their own business. Aside from those who were watching him, Lu Yin also saw the liveliness of the Nine Realms Ring City. He ate many delicacies from various regions. He saw an exotic woman. He saw all kinds of battle techniques, some of which actually lit up his eyes. They were not useful to him, but rather inspired him. Lu Yin's location also became a shadow in Ring Sun City. Everyone who came to Ring Sun City would take a look at him and get to know the third master of the spiritualized universe. He was the one who had dared to challenge the spiritualized universe's top experts. No one could understand how Lu Yin could be so strong at such a young age. Some were unconvinced and wanted to challenge him, but they were knocked out by their elders before they could even make a move. It was not their place to step forward. The Nine Realms Ring will arrive in 10 days. This time, my Ghostfire region will leave a mark in the 100-water pagoda. Arrogant, your Ghostfire region is despicable and sneaky. How can you have such magnanimity? If there's one, it's my Cloud Crane region. Brothers, please don't argue. It's not just one person who can leave a mark in the 100-water pagoda. If you have the ability, you can all do so. A woman smiled. Her face was like a peach blossom, and her beauty was compelling. She looked at the restaurant and Lu Yin as she spoke, her eyes rippling with charm. A battle broke out in the distance. The closer it got to the Nine Realms Ring, the more fights broke out. Everyone was competing with their magnanimity. Lu Yin watched with interest, and his gaze gradually swept to a corner where a man walked out. He had arrived a long time ago and had been sitting motionless in the corner. Now that the Nine Realms Ring was approaching, he finally moved. The first step was to push away those who blocked his way. The second step was to push away those who blocked his way. The third step was to arrive in front of the cultivator from the Ghostfire region and strike with a palm. The cultivator from the Ghostfire region sneered. Red flames spread and burned the void, but they were dispersed by the palm. The fourth step was to face the Cloud Crane region's Shikaku boy. The boy shrieked, and a crane danced in the sky. This was the Shikaku region's ultimate technique, but it was also defeated by the man. The man's hands were torn apart, but he did not care. Shikaku boy spat out blood and fell to the ground, shouting, "Who are you? You want to cross the heavens in 9 steps and enter the 100-water pagoda? You're courting death." The charming woman attacked the man, but he did not turn around. He took 9 steps forward and did not retreat. No matter how the woman's army descended, he remained unmoved, his body radiating brilliance. Lu Yin was shocked. This was a sign that one had trained their body to the limit. He had done the same before. This person was an emissary with a power level of around 600,000 in the Tianyuan universe. He was about the same as these geniuses, but he had trained his body to the limit of his current realm. The woman could not break his defense at all. The woman's 100 weapons descended, but the man grabbed them with one hand and crushed them. She retreated helplessly, her face pale. "I won't stop you. I give up on the Nine Realms Ring." In the Nine Realms Ring, bearing was the most important thing. The man's fourth step was enough to suppress the crowd and force the woman to retreat voluntarily. Her bearing, including that of Shikaku boy, had all been defeated. There was no need to wait for the Nine Realms Ring. The man took his 5th step, and this time, he stared at a bald man. The bald man was dressed simply and his eyes were closed. He had not opened them since he had arrived at Ring Sun City. As the man appeared, the bald man opened his eyes and met the man's gaze. He combined his palms, 1,000 karmic palm. Someone exclaimed, 1,000 karmic palm? Isn't that 1,000 karmic demons move? This man is 1,000 karmic demon's successor. 1,000 karmic demon was once a 5-star dark spirit on the dark spirit list. He was an extremely powerful existence, but he died in the Ark region. Rumor has it that 1,000 karmic demon wanted to steal the Ark and cross the distance to the consciousness universe, but he died in battle. I didn't expect 1,000 karmic demon's successor to appear. Bang! The bald man and the man's palms collided. The man's physical strength had reached the limit of his current realm. Although the bald man had not yet reached it, he was very close and had the 1,000 karmic palm. Their palms were ferocious, and many people around them retreated. Only a few elders stood firm. Many people had been brought to Ring Sun City by their elders. Within Ring Sun City, the Nine Realms Ring was a competition between the younger generation, but there were also some elders who bullied the younger generation. At this moment, an elder's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he watched the two youths clash. He wanted to eliminate these two competitors for his young master's protection. Bang! There was another collision, and the bald man took a step back. The 1,000 karmic palm was still no match for the limit of physical strength of the same realm. The bald man did not want to retreat, but he had no choice. The man's palm descended once more, and the bald man was sent flying. This was the 5th step. At the 6th step, the man's gaze suddenly shifted to Luin. In the shadows, the old man who originally intended to make a move against the man hurriedly stopped and was shocked. This little fellow actually wanted to make a move against the third boss? He must be crazy. In his eyes, this man at the spirit battle level could only be considered a small fellow because he was the spirit ancestor. And in the eyes of the third master, he was also a little fellow. This person was simply too audacious. Yes, he was gambling, staking everything on the last step of the Nine Realms Ring Sunday. He didn't want 9 steps, but 6. The 6th step would be the third boss. Daring to face the third boss, his spirit was unparalleled. Luin raised an eyebrow and smiled. She actually wanted to use him as a stepping stone for the 6 steps to ascend the heavens. The man took his 6th step and faced the restaurant directly. He met Lu Yen's gaze and struck out with his palm. If this attack did not kill him, then his aura would subdue everyone. However, before he could take the 6th step, his body fell straight to the ground. No one knew what had happened. Luin made his move. This person was extraordinarily courageous, and he truly did not fear death. If he did not die with this step, he would definitely leave his name in the 100 Waters Pagoda. His bearing was already unparalleled, and he was challenging the heavens with the body of an ant. But was Luin the kind of person who would pave the way for others? If this had been the Tianyuan universe, he would have been happy to do so, but this was the spiritualized universe. The stronger the person, the more likely he was to be a threat to the Tianyuan universe. Then he would just fall. As for killing him, there was no need. An ant challenging the heavens was a gamble for survival. It was not a gamble for one's own strength, but rather for the heavens' carelessness. This person had succeeded. Luin did not kill him, but he also did not let him take the 6th step. The entire plan had been based on a single move. The difference in strength was not something that could be made up for by bearing. It had to be overcome step by step. The crowd dispersed, leaving behind the man on the ground. No one knew if he was dead or alive. The baldy stared at the man in a daze. He was very similar to this man, but this man had attacked first, and he had been defeated. They were all independent cultivators who had faced the pressure of various powerful organizations, and it had not been easy for them to walk out. They looked up at the restaurant. Luin continued to drink, occasionally listening to Old Tao's flattery. He was carefree. One day, he would be able to do the same and make the spiritualized universe not dare to underestimate him. The closer it was to the Nine Realms Ring, the more people would think of ways to increase their bearing and suppress others. There were all sorts of strange methods. There were even people who had learned from the Dayu Villa and provoked the realm beyond heaven, but they had been completely destroyed. Luin sympathized with them. One day before the Nine Realms Ring, someone had completed the 9 steps of bearing. The 9th step had been directed at Ru Mu, and he had defeated her by a single move. His bearing was unparalleled. This person's name was Yi Jun, and when he defeated Ru Mu and completed the 9 steps, his name was destined to spread throughout the spiritualized universe. Yi Jun was the image of a peerless young master that everyone had imagined. His bearing was unparalleled, and his eyes were like swords. He was perfect and unparalleled. Many girls' eyes lit up, as if they had seen another Yushan. But in the next moment, Sword Chi appeared out of nowhere and beheaded him. Even in death, he had a smile on his face. He had believed that he had reached the peak, but it had ended in his death. Many felt that it was a pity, as Yi Jun was definitely a genius. What a pity. No one knew who had attacked him, but there was no need to know, as no one had helped Yijun. Luin retracted his gaze. He had seen who had attacked him, but he would not interfere. Was it a pity? There was no other way, as this was the path of cultivation. This person was indeed a genius, but his edge was too sharp. If he could avoid this calamity, his future would be limitless, but how many people could avoid it? There had been too many geniuses since ancient times, but those who could reach the end were not necessarily geniuses. In Ring Sun City, Yijun was not the only one who had completed the 9 steps. Rumu had not completely revealed his strength. Advancing did not necessarily mean advancing. Sometimes, retreating was also advancing. Unfortunately, most people could not see it clearly. They had thought that Yijun's death would make them tremble in fear. On the contrary, the two of them had started the 9 steps. This was the most effective move. Under the 9 steps, they would win every step. It was as if they had defeated everyone in Ring Sun City. Who would not be moved? Bearing. If one could pass it, one would be unparalleled. If one couldn't, one would be arrogant. Regardless of whether it was unparalleled or arrogant, one had to go through it. A purple-haired girl attracted everyone's attention. She had completed the 1st step to the 7th step almost instantly. Her opponents were not weak, especially Bufanyu's Kumen. Little Situ. You have to follow the rules and regulations of the Umbrella Euro? The Bitter sect was extremely famous in the spiritualized universe. The cultivators inside mainly focused on tempering their minds. Willpower did not necessarily represent strength, but it represented perseverance and, to a certain extent, bearing. Little Situ of Kumen was not weak, and his willpower was as steady as a rock. Even Yijun didn't pick him as an opponent. Little Situ could be defeated, but if he wanted to suppress Little Situ in terms of bearing, it would be very difficult. He would rather die. However, the purple-haired woman chose Ku School's Little Situ, using a stalk of grass to make him lose his way, ultimately defeating him. This scene made the expression of Sikong of the Bitter sect, who was staring at Luin, turn ugly, but he did not attack the purple-haired woman. Some people could make a move, while others couldn't. This purple-haired woman was no different. In Ring Sun City, besides the 3rd headmaster, no one would attack the purple-haired woman. Behind her stood a ruthless man. On the 8th step, the purple-haired woman attacked a man with a round face who seemed to be no threat. The man was startled. Purple dress, did I provoke you? Why are you looking for me? The purple-haired woman smiled faintly. Stop pretending. Everyone knows that you are a master from the Heaven's Craftsman realm, but I don't believe that you are a master from the Heaven's Craftsman realm. The surrounding people were in an uproar. That little fatty is a master from the Heaven's Craftsman realm? That's impossible. How is that possible? I don't believe it. It should be true. Otherwise, Purple Dress wouldn't have chosen this little fatty as the person to attack on the 8th step. But that little fatty doesn't look like a master at all. You can't judge a book by its cover. Hearing the surrounding people's discussions, the little fatty's face turned red. He scolded angrily, "You are the little fatty. Your whole family is little fatty. Purple Dress, you asked for it. You can end this Nai Regent's Ring Sunday." After speaking, he opened his hand, and the silk threads condensed, forming a net that flew towards Purple Dress. The purple-haired woman laughed. Little fatty, you finally exposed yourself. Only a master dares to use the Heaven's Craftsman realm's 100 transformation spirit thread. Otherwise, you will be in trouble. You. Before she finished speaking, the little fatty wailed. His arms were cut by the spirit thread, and blood splattered on the ground. The surrounding people were stunned. Purple Dress was also stunned. What does this mean? The little fatty wailed in pain. I said I'm not a master, but you insisted that I am. Master, save me. Your cute disciple is going to die. Master. Everyone who saw this scene was dumbfounded. Then, they burst out laughing. The little fatty was also forced. The surrounding people's discussions made him unable to back down. He could only risk using the 100 transformation spirit thread, and this was the result. Purple Dress's face was as purple as her long hair. She was so angry that she was trembling. This bastard, she had been wrong all along. This damn fatty was unfathomable several times. She really thought that he had broken through and become a master, so she deliberately left the 8th step for him. She didn't expect things to turn out like this. Now, not only had the little fatty become a laughingstock, but she had also become a laughingstock. As for the presence of the 9 steps, there was no need to think about it. It had all been exposed. Purple Dress gritted her teeth in anger. The little fatty had only cared about looking for his master to treat his injuries. She wanted nothing more than to slap him to death. In the restaurant, Kai Keqing's lips curled up. Even she couldn't help but laugh at this scene. Old Tao smiled and shook his head. Purple Dress, it's over. I never thought that the presence of the 9 steps would be broken so easily. Luin looked at Purple Dress. He had seen this woman before in the tributary of the River of Time. She was one of the elite geniuses who had invaded the Tianyuan universe, and her strength was not bad. He then turned to look at the little fatty who was looking for his master everywhere. This little fatty was doing this on purpose. Interesting. He was very smart. Purple Dress was unstoppable. Since she had chosen the little fatty as her opponent for the 8th step, she had a certain level of confidence. The little fatty could have used the 100 transformation spirit thread, but he had deliberately failed. He had only cut his own arm to break Purple Dress' presence and reduce the number of competitors. It was so simple that there was no need to fight. In comparison, the little fatty was the smartest. What's the situation with the Heaven's Craftsman realm? Luin asked. Old Tao explained, my spiritualized universe is connected to a parallel spacetime portal. There are a total of 36 domains connected by spirit threads, and these threads come from the Heaven's Craftsman realm. The Heaven's Craftsman realm produces spirit threads and is good at making weapons. Weapons made from spirit threads are especially popular, and attacking in the 36 domains can increase one's strength to a certain extent. Thus, the Heaven's Craftsman realm has a very high status among the 36 domains. The strongest in the Heaven's Craftsman realm are also the best at making weapons, and they are called Grandmasters. Below them are Grandmasters, Grandmasters, and Young Masters. There are no titles below them. That fatty is a Young Master, and the difference between a Grandmaster and a Young Master is the 100 transformation spirit thread battle technique. Anyone who can use the 100 transformation spirit thread is a Grandmaster, because to make a spirit thread weapon, one must use spirit threads. So that's how it is. Of the 36 domains, some were ordinary while others were very powerful. In the distance, Ziyi's expression turned ugly. The old woman arrived and consoled her. Forget it. No one expected that fatty to be so disappointing. Next time, he'll definitely be able to pick a good opponent. Ziyi was unwilling to accept this. How could she become a laughingstock? She had always been the one to take the initiative, and she had provoked Origin Destroyer several times. That cat and the one hiding in the blanket were the true elites of the spiritualized universe. They had once taken a battleship together and had almost gone to the Tianyuan universe. These people had been fooled by her, and she had actually become a laughingstock. If news of this spread, how would she face the world? The 8th step. She had lost at the 8th step, so she had to raise her bearing. However, even if she defeated the number 1 person of the younger generation, she would not be able to make up for it. Suddenly, she looked up at the restaurant. There was only one way, and that was to challenge someone she could not defeat and use her unrivaled spirit to suppress everything. It was that person, the 3rd master of the Dayu Villa. Ziyi took a step forward and arrived at the restaurant to face Luin. Not far from her was the first man to reach the 9th step. He was still unconscious, and no one dared to check if he was dead. The old woman was shocked. Young master, what are you doing? Luin looked down at Ziyi. Another one had come. Was she trying to use herself as a laughingstock? She was too naive. Ziyi's dignity did not allow her to become a laughingstock. If she really did become a laughingstock, then she might as well die. In the distance, little fatty saw this and was shocked. It can't be, right? Is there a need to go so far? This beauty's ego is too strong. Everyone was stunned, and many of their eyes lit up. Great, if Ziyi died at the hands of the 3rd master, then the ruthless person behind her would definitely make a move. At that time, there would be a good show to watch. Only that kind of ruthless person would be able to uncover the secrets of the Dayu matter. Young master, don't be rash. The old woman pulled Ze, wanting to take her away. Ze was stubborn. Granny, if I don't take this step, I will become a laughingstock. The old lady said anxiously, young master, it's better to be alive than dead. This person doesn't even care about Master Xianxia. He even said that he would carve his name in the heavens beyond Supreme Celestial Palace. He doesn't care about Grandmaster Tian Shu and doesn't care about any Xianxia. Zi clenched her fists. Life and death will depend on this step. Young master. The old woman shouted and looked at the restaurant. She saw the coldness in Lu Yin's eyes, and her scalp went numb. She immediately hit Zi's neck and knocked her out. She carried her and ran without hesitation. Zi did not expect this. The old woman was her protector, and she never thought that she would be knocked out and taken away by her protector one day. Lu Yin did not stop her as she had not provoked him yet. The old woman was decisive. Who's behind Zi? Many people are waiting to watch the show. Lu Yin was curious. Old Tao sighed in relief. Zi Tianshu, a Xianxia level expert. She once became Xianxia but gave up her position. She is a true Xianxia level expert. Lu Yin was surprised. Became Xianxia and gave up Xianxia? Why? Old Tao shook his head. I don't know. Lu Yin looked at Palace Mistress Xiao. She said, I don't know. Lu Yin retracted his gaze. Became Xianxia and gave up Xianxia. He wanted to meet this person. These people all wanted to watch the show and hoped that Lu Yin would kill Zi to lure Zi Tianshu out and find out more about Dayu matter. Lu Yin's trip was to ease Xianxia's worries and increase the Tao of karma. He was not really going to war with the spiritualized universe. He would still take care of this. Zi was taken away, and the day before the 9-domain sun finally passed. Ring Sun City welcomed complete peace. No one would come again. Those who should come had come, and those who should leave had left. Countless people in the 9 realms waited for the end of the year to welcome a new day. They looked forward to seeing which elites would leave their names in the 100 water towers. These people might become Xianxia in the future and be recorded in history. Ring Sun City fell into darkness, the darkness before dawn. Lu Yin took a sip of wine as the first ray of light shone. The 9-domain sun had arrived. The dazzling light rose from the east and headed for the stars. Within Ring Sun City, everyone looked up at the blinding light with excited expressions. It was here. Charge, someone shouted and stepped forward, heading for the blinding light. The 9-domain sun used its light to illuminate the 9 realms. The closer one got to the sun, the more they would be seen by the 9 realms. Xianxia had once allowed the 36 realms to see clearly, and that moment had been recorded in history. It had become the highest point in the 100 water towers. Everyone wanted to achieve that moment. In the world of cultivation, strength was respected, and the 9-domain sun was one of the few celestial phenomena that strength could not determine. The 3-cup scholar was a role model for everyone. Legend had it that a down-and-out scholar had unintentionally come here. His cultivation was low, but his heart was loftier than the heavens. He drank 3 cups of wine with everyone he met, and he did not lower his head even when he met Xianxia. Everyone thought that it was fake. If he really met Xianxia, how could he not lower his head? This person had only said that to make sure that he would not meet Xianxia. Xianxia was someone who might not even meet the spirit ancestor, let alone a down-and-out scholar. However, in the 9-domain sun, this scholar had illuminated the 18 realms and shocked the spiritualized universe. This person's cultivation was as good as nothing, and any cultivator could defeat him. However, such a person had surpassed the spiritualized warriors and the spirit ancestor, illuminating the 18 realms, just like Xianxia of that era. This matter had shaken the spiritualized universe, and Xianxia had descended. The scholar drank 3 cups of wine and left with a smile. He did not accept any gifts or favors and finally enjoyed his old age. When he was alive, all the major factions had expressed their willingness to accept him. Xianxia was even willing to accept him as a disciple, but he was rejected. The three-cup scholar's heart was loftier than the heavens. The others were different. They hoped to have the three-cup scholar's bearing and walk to another height in life. If the three-cup scholar could do it, the others felt that they could do it. One figure after another headed towards the sun, followed by all kinds of arrogant words. Today, I, Xianxia, will illuminate the 36 realms and be comparable to you Xianxia. I have learned the martial arts of my clan since I was young. At the age of 10, I became a battle spirit molt. At the age of 15, I became a battle spirit wanderer. At the age of 20, I became famous in the starry sky. Among my peers, who can fight with me? Everyone in Ring Sun City is just an ant. Even Xianxia can be my friend. In the heavens and earth, only I am the supreme. Countless voices rang out, welcoming the light of the sun and illuminating Ring Sun City. In Ring Sun City, everyone looked up, hoping that someone could be higher and illuminate more regions. However, at this moment, no one could merge with the sun. Only by merging with the sun could one borrow the light of the sun to illuminate the 9 regions. That was the time to compete for bearing. Merging with the sun also required a corresponding bearing. Unfortunately, no matter how much these people said, it was useless. They could not get close to the sun. Some people used battle techniques to try to get close to the sun, but they could not do it. The sun in the 9 regions was a kind of celestial phenomenon. If there was a cultivator at the spirit battle level who could forcefully get close to the sun, it could be done. However, they could not merge with the sun. To them, the sun was just an illusory scene and was useless. This point, there were already experts at the spirit battle level who had tried it. Only bearing could subdue the sun and illuminate the 9 regions. Soon, the first person to merge with the sun appeared. Unexpectedly, it was a child who looked to be around 10 years old. He was arrogant and said, "When I grow up, I will step on the outer regions. I am born with horns and invincible spiritualized." Ring Sun City was shocked. It's the little salamander from the myriad beasts border. What? He's that little salamander? The myriad beasts border hides a group of old fellows. Most of them have been able to survive until now because of their special spiritualization. The old salamander is one of them. It's said that the old salamander is at the same level as Xianxia, so no one dares to provoke him. I didn't expect him to come. How come no one knew about it before? Shoo, I know. That little salamander has been hiding in the restaurant. That third master? The myriad beasts border and Dayu Villa are enemies. He's afraid of being captured by the third master. I see. In the restaurant, old Tao told Luin about the salamander's origins. Luin was surprised. Although he had used the karma spiral to pass through many people in Ring Sun City, he had coincidentally avoided the salamander. This little guy was deliberately avoiding him. Although that was the case, this little guy's bearing was extraordinary. Was he still underage? The sun shone brightly and illuminated the 9 filaments. Soon, the light spread throughout the 9 filaments, allowing countless people to see the elite geniuses that had appeared at the end of the year. In the past, many geniuses had been able to merge with the sun. After all, those with a bit of strength had powerful backgrounds, and their knowledge and experience far surpassed others. Naturally, their bearing surpassed most people. However, before the salamander could illuminate the 9 filaments, the sun moved. The salamander was furious. Who's so unruly? The others were shocked as well. Anyone who merged with the sun would not be disturbed. This was a rule that had been passed down for countless years. Otherwise, no one would be able to properly illuminate the 9 filaments. The salamander had been the first to merge with the sun, and the others could only watch. Anyone who broke the rule would become everyone's enemy. However, someone had clearly broken the rule and used their bearing to draw the sun away, preventing the salamander from illuminating the 9 filaments. How many years had it been since something so unruly had happened? The salamander was naturally furious. Within Ring Sun City, the salamander's protector was furious. He took a step forward and wanted to attack, but he suddenly stopped in place. Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead, and he didn't dare move. The sun wasn't moving in the same direction as it should, but rather towards Ring Sun City. Looking in that direction, everyone could only think of one person, the third master. Above the restaurant, Luin slowly stepped out and floated in the air. He looked up at the descending ring sun, its scorching light causing the water to boil. The 100-water pagoda was the tallest, and it began to melt as Ring Sun approached. There had never been a case of Ring Sun descending upon Ring Sun City. But at this moment, Ring Sun was about to descend, as if it couldn't wait to be subdued. Old Tao, Palace Mr. Xiao, and the others were shocked. They knew that with Lu Yin's ability, he could definitely illuminate many domains. He might even be comparable to Xianxia's 36 domains, but even Xianxia had taken the initiative to merge with Ring Sunday. What was happening now? Ring Sun was descending to merge with Luin? The cultivators heading towards Ring Sun avoided it as it swept past them and descended upon the city. The 100-water pagoda melted. The tallest pagoda represented Xianxia, and it was the first to melt. Ring Sun City looked like a red crystal lying in the starry sky, reflecting the rainbow-colored light. It was magnificent. Luin stood high in the sky and looked up. Bearing? What was bearing? Was becoming an unparalleled powerhouse bearing? Was challenging the impossible bearing? No, neither was it. Protecting a part of the universe, this was magnanimity. He, Luin, was the master of the Tianyuan universe. He had personally led the Tianyuan universe's experts on an expedition to the spiritualized universe. This was bearing. There was no need for words. Just by standing there, his bearing overshadowed everything else. At this moment, even if Xianxia was here, Luin was confident that he could surpass him. Ring Sun would only merge with him because he was the one with the greatest bearing. He had experienced too much, and he was indifferent to life and death. Who could compare to him in bearing a universe on his back? He not only represented himself, but also the Tianyuan universe. He represented the countless people who were facing despair and destruction. He had enjoyed the bliss of the world, carefree and unfettered. He had climbed up step by step from an ant to the abyss of death. He had experienced everything in this world, in this universe, and in this universe. The moment he arrived at Ring Sun City no longer had a choice. Ring Sun City was in an uproar. Everyone who saw this scene was about to go crazy. How could this be? How could something like this happen? Ring Sun completely descended and merged with Luin. Light suddenly erupted, piercing through the darkness, descending upon regions, landing in front of countless people. It wasn't just the 9 filaments. At this moment, all of the 36 filaments in the spiritualized universe saw Luin. There were some domains that had only seen the 9 regions Ring Sun once since ancient times, and it happened in Yusang Heaven. Right now, it was the second time. They saw an unfamiliar young man with his hands clasped behind his back. He didn't exude an imposing aura, but instead, he stood at the highest point and looked down on everyone. Regardless of whether they were in the 36 filaments or in outer space, everyone could only look up at Luin. In the land of 10,000 beasts, many eyes opened and looked up. Who is this person? My 10,000 beast border has seen the 9 regions Ring Sun 3 times since ancient times. This child is the 3rd master of the Dayu Mountain Matter. The Dayu Mountain Matter has killed the experts of the 10,000 beast border. We will not rest until we are dead. Old Salamander, your descendants have also gone to Sun Ring City, right? It doesn't matter. Life and death are up to fate. However, if this brat dares to attack my juniors, I will have to go to the Dayu Matter to demand an explanation. Within the Gate of Arts, the earth was churning. This brat is really something. He was able to show us that the Gate of Arts is close to the sky beyond heaven. Since ancient times, we have only seen the 9 domains Ring Sun twice. This brat is comparable to Xianxia. Who is he? I want to take him in as a disciple. You are not qualified. You are the one who is not qualified. My time is almost up, and I want to pass on my mantle before I die. Who knows how many elites and geniuses will fight over it? He is the 3rd master of the Dayu Matter. Everyone, be quiet. Zhang Ming's voice rang out. Everyone fell silent. They were indeed not qualified to be the Dayu Matter's disciple. The Zhikong domain, Lushan domain, Heaven's Craftsman domain, Boat domain, and many other domains that rarely saw the 9 domains ring sun looked up in surprise when they saw Luin. Within the sky beyond Heaven's palace, Xianxia looked up. They met again, Master Lu. In the Heaven's origin universe, Xianxia had fought against Luin in the sky above Heaven's sect. Now, a few decades had passed, and Xianxia saw Luin again in the spiritualized universe. Xianxia had taken the initiative, been passive, calculated, and schemed. Everything he had done was to fight against this person. Xianxia's eyes flashed with murderous intent when he recalled the tremors from before. If not for the fact that the time wasn't right, he definitely would not have allowed this person to continue living. This person was too dangerous. Soon. Everyone in the spiritualized universe looked at Luin. Luin could not see them, but he knew that everyone could see him, and that was enough. He raised his right hand and wrote in the void. The light constantly distorted as it headed towards the 36 domains. My Dayu Manor announces that all crimes will be lifted and that we will protect all those who are not evil. These words headed towards the entire spiritualized universe, constantly stirring up the nerves of some people. Inside and outside Ring Sun City, everyone looked at each other, not knowing what to do. They should stop this, but who could stop this? Shu Qian was bitter, as he had been defeated. The moment Ring Sun descended upon Ring Sun City, he had used his intent realm battle technique, sunrise illuminates my mausoleum in the east. This meant that even after he died, the light would illuminate his mausoleum, and everyone would worship him. This was an intent realm battle technique that had been specially prepared for the 9 domains Ring Sunday. He believed that he could definitely illuminate more than 15 domains and fulfill his master's wish. He had waited a long time for this moment. This intent realm battle technique was extremely difficult to create, but the moment he created it, he knew that he had succeeded. However, no one had expected that they would encounter the third master. Concept battle skills could not shake Huanri at all. Huanri had merged with the third master without any hindrance. What did he have? He wasn't the only one. Whether it was in the open or in the dark, many people had tried to seize Huanri, but no one had succeeded, including the masters of the sequence laws. No one could surpass Luin in terms of bearing. They had no idea what kind of opponent they were facing. They were not just facing one person, but the entire universe. In the past, Dayu Mountain Villa had let some people know that they were provoking Sky Beyond Heaven and Yusang Heaven. Now, the entire spiritualized universe knew about this. Luin was very clear that the more he did this, the more Xianxia would let go of his misgivings, which would give him more time to increase his karma. Stillwater? P.S. For the other experts in the spiritualized universe, there would definitely be a group of them who would make a move. However, most of them were smart and would not rashly make a move to court death. The 10,000 Beasts border was like that. Light flashed in front of Lu Yin's eyes, and the scene constantly changed. This light was coming from the distance. Luin sensed something and released his karma. The God Sealing Catalog's golden light instantly pressed down on Huanri City. Endless karma spiraled into the sky and extended along with the light. At that moment, Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he saw a shocking scene. This was the karma of the spiritualized universe. At that moment, another light suddenly appeared, crossing an unknown distance to arrive in front of Luin. It was accompanied by a finger and a claw. A projection? Old Tao cried out. The finger and claw suddenly descended in front of Luin. He had no idea where they had come from, but they brought with them an unparalleled killing intent that swept through the heavens, causing everyone to feel suffocated. A primordial realm powerhouse. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and he raised his left hand. With the Tao of Tianyi, his right hand formed a claw, the desolate god's claw. Bang! Bang! The void shook as darkness spread out in all directions, engulfing Huanri City. Everyone moved aside. Someone had used a projection to cross an endless distance and ambush Luin. The others did not want to be implicated. The person who dared to attack the third mistress had to be powerful, at least on par with Palace Mistress Xiao. Finger against finger, claw against claw, Luin seemed to see 2 pairs of eyes, both icy and sinister. Hiding your head and showing your tail. Do you think you can deal with me? Lu Yin's eyes widened as he exerted strength in his arms, shattering the two attacks. The sequence particle scattered in front of him. Was it a sequence technique? Someone was using a sequence technique to ambush him. At that moment, his mind rumbled as a boundless consciousness descended from an unknown place, smashing into Lu Yin's head like a morning bell. Lu Yin's vision darkened as his consciousness planet rotated in the starry sky above his heart. He shook his head vigorously and heard a faint voice. "Be careful." Behind him, an old woman walked out of the void with a sinister smile. "The Qi family isn't something you can offend." She then stabbed at Lu Yin with a spike, tearing through the void to reveal absolute darkness. This scene seemed to freeze in time. Everyone could see Lu Yin's head being separated from his body as his blood dyed Huanri City red. At the same time, this scene was transmitted to the entire spiritualized universe by Huanri's light. Everyone in the spiritualized universe stared at the sky, shocked by the scene. This was a shocking assassination. Two primordial realm experts had attacked with their full strength, and one of them had even used their consciousness to launch a sneak attack. In the end, the old woman had a chance, and the consciousness used to launch the sneak attack was equivalent to a primordial realm expert. In other words, 3 primordial realm experts had worked together to create this opportunity. The old woman was a 7-star dark spirit, and Lord Qi was also a primordial realm expert. This was the strongest assassination since ancient times. This scene would definitely be fixed in the minds of countless people, never to fade away. The spike was about to touch Lu Yin's neck. Then, it pierced through. The spike brushed past Lu Yin's neck, piercing nothing. Impossible. The old woman's eyes narrowed as Lu Yin turned around, his gaze as deep as the ocean. "Many pieces of trash want to kill me. You're just one of them." The old woman stared at Lu Yin blankly. Such a trap had actually failed? She hurriedly retreated, but Lu Yin paused and frowned. Innate gift? Using this opportunity, she pulled away from Lu Yin and stared at him in disbelief. "You didn't faint." Lu Yin looked at the old woman. "Was that your innate gift?" "Not bad, it's combined with space. Unfortunately, I won't let you escape a second time." At this moment, the sun disappeared, and the light dispersed. The 9-domain sun ring had ended. To the spiritualized universe's people, they had seen a shocking assassination attempt, but it had failed in the end. What had left the deepest impression on them was Lu Yin turning around. His gaze was as deep as the ocean, giving off an unshakable feeling. Who was this person? The various organizations in the spiritualized universe were shaken. They were all guessing who had done it. In Ring Sun City, Old Tao blurted out, "Lord Qi?" Lu Yin heard it. "So you're Lord Qi. You really are a 7-star dark spirit. You have some strength." Lord Qi was shocked. Some strength? Only this person would dare to say that. She was a spiritual primordial realm expert, someone who had once used her own strength to create a will, becoming a famous existence on the Black Spirit ranking. Today, she had already overestimated the third boss by working together with others, but she had still underestimated him. "Master, be careful. Lord Qi has an innate gift that allows her to freeze the void, similar to a spatial technique. This innate gift allowed her to be successful in her youth, and she was once called the top of the younger generation. No one in her generation could avoid freezing the void, but as her cultivation increased, more and more people came into contact with the power of space and time. This caused her innate gift's effectiveness to decrease, but it's still very useful for sneak attacks," Old Tao explained. Lord Qi glanced at Old Tao coldly. "Old thing, you've offended my Qi family. You'll die a horrible death." Old Tao did not want to offend the Qi family, but currying favor with Lu Yin was the right thing to do. If Lu Yin had just died, it would have been fine, but Lu Yin had even ignored such a situation. Old Tao was shocked, and he was certain that aside from Sang Tian, no one was a match for this third master. If he did not curry favor now, then when? When he thought of this, Old Tao became excited. "Old woman, you're the one who's courting death. You don't even know who you've offended. Our master is a god who came from a mythological land. How can a mere mortal like you compare to him? Close your dog eyes. Even looking at our master is an insult, and you want to kill him? Even thinking about it is sinful. You're not worthy. Bah! Lord Qi was furious and wanted to slap old Tao to death. She and old Tao were old acquaintances, and he had once called her Fairy June. Now, he was calling her old woman? How preposterous! How hateful! Lord Qi sneered, good, good, good. Old thing, just you wait. Once I deal with this person, I'll consign you to eternal damnation. With that, she threw the spike in her hand at Luin. She landed encircling Sun City and appeared in another location. There were a few people there, and they were working together. Luin looked over and saw a spirit treasure array. So that was how it was. It was a spirit treasure array with intent. No wonder there had been such a powerful consciousness attack. Lord Qi had teamed up with a few spirit ancestors and used a spirit treasure array to attack with a consciousness comparable to a spirit prime. Again. Lord Qi did not believe that Luin could withstand a few attacks. A spirit prime's consciousness had caused the spiritualized universe to suffer greatly, and there had been cases of bitter adversity cultivators dying to a spirit prime's consciousness. In her opinion, Luin was at most a spirit prime and he could definitely defeat this person. Luin grabbed the spike and casually turned it, looking into the distance, and waited for the consciousness attack. Old Tao was shocked. Master, be careful. That's a concept spiritual treasure array. Palace Master Yao, Kai Kaching, and the others all saw the spirit treasure array of the intent realm again. They were once part of the spirit treasure array. Anyone who had participated in the war in the universe of consciousness would be familiar with this numinous treasure array. To life forms in the universe of consciousness, this numinous treasure array formation was a shield to protect spiritualized cultivators, but to spiritualized cultivators, this numinous treasure array formation was a killing weapon. The Qi family relied on this spirit treasure array formation to intimidate the spiritualized universe. Qi Shangjuan didn't know how Luin had managed to withstand the first attack, but it didn't matter. This person definitely wouldn't be able to withstand the second, third, and fourth attacks. The Qi family had killed many of their enemies because of this, and Luin wouldn't be an exception. Luin stood tall in the sky and did not move at all. He looked at the numinous treasure array formation with a strange gaze. So that's how it worked. Using one's consciousness as the source of the sourcebox's killing intent to form a spirit treasure array that would allow the sourcebox's power to multiply. This was indeed a good method. Lu Yin's eyes lit up as he thought of something. On the other side, Qi Shangjuan had already sent out 7 consciousnesses to form the numinous treasure array formation. There were 3 spirit progenitors and a spirit prime like herself. Now, the 3 spirit progenitors were bleeding from all orifices, and they were on the verge of collapse. Although the numinous treasure array formation was powerful, it could not attack without limit. If not for the support of a spirit prime like Qi Shangjuan, the 3 spirit progenitors would only be able to unleash a consciousness attack at the level of a sequence law. They would not be able to reach the level of a primordial realm cultivator. Qi Shangjuan stared at Luin in a daze. This person was completely unharmed. How could this be? Everyone else guessed that Luin and the others were life forms from the universe of consciousness, but she knew, as did some of the spiritualized universe's upper echelons. Wu Jiang came from the Heaven's Origin universe. How could a cultivator from the Heaven's Origin universe withstand such a terrifying consciousness attack? Even if this person really was a life form from the universe of consciousness, he shouldn't have been able to do so. Countless life forms from the universe of consciousness had been killed by the numinous treasure array formation. Luin casually threw out a spike at Qi Shangjuan. She froze in the void, but the void shattered layer by layer. Finally, the spike pierced through her shoulder and then through the spirit progenitor's body, breaking the numinous treasure array formation. The other 2 spirit progenitors saw that the situation was bad and wanted to escape, but they were pierced by another spike from Luin. Blood stained the ground. Luin raised his hand and flicked his finger at Qi Shangjuan. His power formed a finger wind that pierced through Qi Shangjuan's body. Qi Shangjuan coughed up blood. She was shocked by Lu Yin's resistance to consciousness and his strength, but she did not retreat. Blood flowed like a river. She stood there and stared at Luin. Lu Yin's lips curled up. What are you waiting for? Waiting for the life's end chapter? Qi Shangjuan's eyes narrowed. How did you know? All this time, Xianxia had never revealed the sequence cultivation method. She had always cultivated consciousness, and the Qi family cultivated consciousness. However, Xianxia cultivated the sequence cultivation method, and it was the Life's End chapter, which was ranked 6th. This secret was only known by the Qi family and Xianxia. This was Xianxia's trump card. When she ambushed Luyin, she had already released her sequence particles to attack with the Life's End chapter. Even if she felt that Luyin would not be able to avoid the ambush, she had still done so. She had not expected Luyin to avoid the ambush and even ignore the consciousness bombardment. She had not expected any of this, but it was fine. She still had her final trump card, the Life's End chapter. This 6th-ranked sequence cultivation method was enough to bury this person. However, she had never dreamed that Luyin would recognize the Life's End chapter. The Life's End sequence cultivation method used the laws to analyze the opponent and turn it into a poison that only targeted the opponent. Meng Sang also cultivated the sequence cultivation method. This sequence cultivation method was not very useful in a fight, but once it was used, victory would be decided. If he had not fought with Meng Sang in the tributary of the River of Time, Luyin would not have recognized it and would not have been ambushed by Xianxia. Even so, he could still resolve it. The small boat could reverse for 1 second. 1 second was enough. Xianxia did not know how complicated her opponent's cultivation was. He had dabbled in everything and had even reached great success in everything. Lu Yin's recognition of the Life's End chapter caused an uproar. Old Tao was shocked. Xianxia had cultivated a sequence cultivation method? Or was it the 6th-ranked final chapter of life? Palace Master Yao, Sikong of the Ku Men, and the other experts didn't expect such a thing to happen. No wonder the Qi clan wanted to protect Lord Qi. Lord Qi was too talented. She was talented, cultivated her consciousness, and even practiced the sequence method. Until now, she had not used her spiritualization talent. This woman was truly worthy of being a 7-star black spirit. You have to follow the rules and regulations of the Umbrella Euro? If she was given time, she might be able to compete for the position of Sang Tian. Since Luyin knew about the Life's End chapter, it meant that this method was useless. Xianxia knew that he had been holding on for so long in vain. He wasn't as strong as Luyin, and now that he was heavily injured, he really would die if he continued to hold on. She had narrowly escaped the Intent Realm and had been protected by the Qi family until now. If she were to die like this, she wouldn't be willing, and the Qi family wouldn't be willing either. Third head, the Qi clan has grasped the Intent Realm. Let me live. If you have any conditions, feel free to state them, Xianxia said in a low voice. Luyin said disdainfully, the Qi family has grasped the concept? Are you joking with me? Then what is the War Alliance? Lord Qi gritted her teeth. The War Alliance and the Qi clan are not what they seem to be. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to escape even if I had a slim chance of survival. If the Daiyu Villa wants to change the structure of the spiritualized universe and remove the taboos, it's not as simple as defeating Yu Sang Tian. Before Yu Sang Tian existed, there were various taboos in the spiritualized universe. In particular, beast-shaped spiritual molts can't be combined with human-shaped spiritual molts. This has been passed down since ancient times and has never been changed. Luyin didn't care if Yu Sang Tian was the one who had set the rules. What he wanted was to find trouble and cause trouble. After all, this was the spiritualized universe, not the Tian Yuan universe. It didn't matter how much trouble he caused. However, Luyin was curious about Lord Qi's attitude. You don't seem to respect Yu Sang Tian that much. Lord Qi exhaled, and the blood at the corner of her mouth froze. As she spoke, the frozen blood tore open. A person who has been shackled since young will not want to break free. However, once they break free once, they won't want to be shackled again. Luyin nodded. That's right. You're quite lucky. If the White Willow hadn't been stolen, you would have been an obedient ancestor of the Qi family and protected the White Willow. You might not have been able to break through to the primordial realm even before you died. Now, not only have you broken through to the primordial realm, but you've also opened up the structure. You're no longer beneath Yu Sang Tian. Your horizons have surpassed most people. Not bad at all. Lord Qi let out a breath. Third boss, you're willing to let me go? The Qi family will definitely repay you handsomely. Luin suddenly struck out. His palm descended and covered Lord Qi's sky. It's a pity that the Qi family won't have such horizons. How can a family betray you, sang Tian? Do you think I'm an idiot? Lord Qi's eyes widened. She felt the threat of death, and her body flushed red. Third boss, you forced me. Every cultivator in the spiritualized universe would go through a spiritual molting. Spiritual molting was an inevitable process, but it was also a process that separated geniuses from mediocre people. Mediocre people couldn't spiritualize weapons. Only geniuses could. Lord Qi was obviously a genius. She could even be considered the strongest of an era. She naturally had spiritualization, but she couldn't use it in normal battles. She would only use it when she was putting her life on the line. This was her greatest secret. Even the Qi family didn't know about it. The Qi family only knew that she hid her spiritualization talent, but they didn't know what kind of talent it was. Lord Qi's spiritualization talent was very simple. She used her life to exchange for battle prowess. She burned her life. The more life she burned, the stronger her battle prowess would be. The reason why she could escape from the intent realm back then was not only because she had broken through to the spirit prime realm. How could a cultivator who had just broken through to the spirit prime realm fight her way out of the grand intent realm? It wasn't because of the Qi family either. It was because the Qi family had already decided to give up on her. Even though the Qi family had secretly helped her when she broke through to the spirit prime realm, they hadn't given her a way out. They had only allowed her to see a way out. She had truly escaped the intent realm because of her spiritualization talent. Breaking through from the sequence law realm to the spirit prime realm would cause one's life to undergo a metamorphosis. Breathing in the breath of the universe's beginning, one's life would be greatly extended if the laws did not get close to them. However, in order to unleash her intent realm, she had burned her life force. As a result, her lifespan would be much less than other spirit primes. This was her greatest secret that could not be revealed to anyone. Otherwise, the Qi family would not value her so much, to the point that she could become Sang Tian's future. At this moment, Qi Shangjuan was burning her life force again. This time, her lifespan would be even less than the sequence law realms, but there was no other way. This was the only way to survive. With the burning of her life force, Qi Shangjuan's entire body turned red. Dark red ripples appeared in the void and spread out in all directions. The air became scorching hot, and many parts of Ring Sun City evaporated. Inside Ring Sun City, everyone was fleeing. Qi Shangjuan was like another Ring Sun, one that posed a threat to many powerhouses. Back in the restaurant, Old Tao and the rest left as well. Circling Sun City should have been destroyed. The city had originally been made of water, but Luin had drawn encircling Sun City, which had caused part of the city to evaporate. Now, Lord Qi's actions were a disaster for the city. Palace Mistress Xiao looked at Qi Shangjuan in shock. At this moment, Qi Shangjuan had actually brought her danger. She believed herself to be the strongest under Sang Tian. Although it was somewhat exaggerated, her strength was definitely not fake. However, Qi Shangjuan had surpassed her and displayed a terrifying strength at this moment. Luin was not in a hurry to act. Qi Shangjuan's strength continued to rise as she stared at Luin. She was hesitating. Should she flee or kill this person? Burning her life force had greatly increased her strength, giving her confidence. However, Lu Yin's calm expression made her unsure. Was this person faking it, or was he really so calm that it made her afraid? Could she really kill this person if she acted? Qi Shangjuan was not confident. Luin shook his head and looked at her pitifully. This is your final struggle? Unfortunately, you still can't escape. Qi Shangjuan took a step forward and headed in another direction. She no longer hesitated. Even if she could kill this third boss, she would not act. This person was unfathomable and could not be defeated. She only wanted to live and make up for her lost life. She wanted to wait for the moment when the Tianyuan universe was reactivated. She had the right to wait for that moment. Boom! A loud sound rang out. No one else could hear it except for Lord Qi. Her head exploded violently, and her vision blurred. Her body swayed, and her escape slowed down. Her body was getting closer and closer to the ground, and the last thing she saw was Luin walking towards her step by step. This is consciousness. Xianxia had completely fainted. She had been knocked out by Lu Yin's consciousness. Xianxia's consciousness was not at the level of the primordial realm. He had only reached that level by working with the 3 other spiritual ancestors. Even though Lu Yin had absorbed some of the consciousnesses of Ruin, Monochrome, and Godless, the remaining consciousnesses were enough for him to reach the level of the primordial realm. Xianxia was unable to block the consciousness of a primordial realm expert at all. Even if she burned her life force to obtain great strength, her consciousness would not increase. She directly fainted. Circling Sun City had been completely destroyed, and everyone had fled. Only the water beneath Lu Yin's feet remained. No one knew how Lu Yin had defeated Lord Qi, but Lord Qi had clearly displayed his terrifying strength. The pressure from that strength had made it difficult for everyone to breathe, and even Shu Qian was terrified. But in front of Lu Yin, he couldn't even withstand a single blow. Just how strong was this third master? Only Xianxia could make a move. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. But why hadn't Xianxia made a move yet? Was even Xianxia not confident? Lu Yin tossed Lord Qi into the general appointment platform hell to increase his karma. A primordial realm expert would experience a lot of karma in their life, and Lu Yin did not know how much his karma had increased. Sage Dayu, Qi Guan, Lord Qi, and more would be tossed in. Lu Yin walked out of Circling Sun City. The last drop of water evaporated. The 9 regions Circling Sun still existed, but Circling Sun City was gone. Anyone who wanted to come would have to build a new one. The 100-water pagoda could not be restored. Lu Yin had purposely destroyed it and evaporated Circling Sun City. The stars were silent, and Circling Sun was still there. However, no one participated in the 9 regions Circling Sunday. Su Wang and Li Shou raised their poles and nodded at Lu Yin, their white teeth reflecting light. Lu Yin sat on the pole. Old Tao. Old Tao hurriedly answered, "Boss, are you here?" "I'm here." "Where's the intent?" "Intent? It's in the opposite direction from here. It's about 8 regions away. It's a bit far." "Go to the intent without stopping," Lu Yin said directly. Old Tao asked carefully, "Boss, are you going to cause trouble for the Qi family?" Lu Yin said coldly, "The Qi family is causing trouble for me. Qi Guan was rude and was suppressed by me. Lord Qi ambushed me. I have reason to suspect that the person who ambushed me with a finger and a claw is also from the Qi family. Go to the intent and destroy the Qi family." Old Tao was shocked. Destroying the Qi family was really like piercing through the heavens. No matter how much trouble the Dayu Mountain Villa had caused, even if they killed the experts of the 10,000 Beasts border, it could not be considered as directly facing a colossus. However, it was different now. The Qi family represented the intent, which was definitely a colossus in the spiritualized universe. It was as famous as the 10,000 Beasts border, the Gate of Arts, and Royal God Mountain. There were as many experts there as there were clouds, and they were especially skilled in consciousness. They had created spirit treasure arrays and became a banner for the expedition to the universe of consciousness. If he really destroyed the Qi family, what would happen to the Dayu Mountain Villa? He did not dare to say anything about the others, but those who were fanatical about the expedition to the universe of consciousness would definitely cause trouble. There were also the cultivators who returned from the universe of consciousness. Those captains had all cultivated in the intent before, and it was hard to say how many enemies they would attract. Old Tao wanted to persuade him. Lu Yin glanced at him. "What, you don't dare?" Old Tao was shocked and hurriedly said, "We'll do whatever the head says. Go to the intent and destroy the Qi family." Palace Mistress Xiao finally glanced at Lu Yin. This person was too ruthless to destroy the Qi family. What was the difference between destroying the Qi family and destroying Xianxia? Those who had been keeping an eye on Lu Yin's group were stunned. Annihilate the Qi family? Something big was about to happen. Shu Qian was full of admiration. The dark spirit list was not tolerated by the spiritualized universe, and there was no difference between the Dayu Mountain Villa and the dark spirit list. This third manager had dominated the universe and had threatened to carve the words "beyond heaven." Now, he wanted to destroy the Qi family. Zi had returned with the old woman. She was shocked when she heard that Luin wanted to destroy the Qi family. The little fatty from the Heaven's Craftsman realm sighed in admiration. The man who had been the first to take the 9 steps and had wanted to challenge Luin on the 6th step was convinced. He had awakened when Ring Sun City had melted and had been watching until now. He recalled that he had wanted to challenge the third manager, and it was fortunate that he had not died. Even further away, Ming Chuan from the Zhikong realm was twitching. Was he going to destroy the Qi family? With the Dayu Mountain Villa's strength, it might be possible, but it would not be easy. Qi. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The Qi family was supported by Yusang Tian and had grasped a domain. Everything else aside, one would first need to be able to resist the terrifying consciousness of a domain. This person came from the Tianyuan universe, and even if his consciousness was strong enough to resist a spiritual prime's consciousness, he would not be able to resist the consciousness of an entire domain. Aside from the beyond heaven, there were 7 other major entities in the spiritualized universe. Each of them had their own foundations, and they were all existences that even Yusang Tian cared about. The domain was one of them. If the third manager could really destroy the Qi family, then the situation in the spiritualized universe would change. However, nothing could happen to the domain. The 9 Zones Ring Sun had made Luin famous, but only as the third manager. The 9 Zones Ring Sun had been seen in all 36 zones. The elimination of taboos and the assassination had refreshed the understanding of countless people in the spiritualized universe. Now, the Dayu Mountain Villa's third manager had declared that he wanted to destroy the Qi family, which was even more shocking. Countless people headed towards the domain. Some were here to watch the show, while others were furious. How presumptuous! The domain nurtures consciousness cultivators, and they are all captains of consciousness universes. Their contributions to the spiritualized universe are enormous, yet this person dares to declare that he wants to destroy the Qi family? This is not just a provocation to the beyond heaven, but also to the entire spiritualized universe. This is a provocation to the kindness that we owe to our cultivators. How can we tolerate such a daring and ungrateful person? Rumor has it that the third manager is a life form from the consciousness universe. He's helping the consciousness universe deal with our spiritualized universe. The consciousness universe should be destroyed. Many consciousness universes that surrendered were captured by the domain. The third manager's goal might be them as well. How detestable. Return to the domain and kill the third manager. Return to the domain. Return to the domain. Many consciousness cultivators headed towards the domain. They wanted to live and die with the Qi family. Within the domain, the Qi family's patriarch, Qi Gong, looked towards the 9 Zones Ring Sun with a gloomy expression. On the 9 Zones Ring Sun, he saw the assassination attempt. The 2 people who attacked with the projection array were not from the Qi family. He did not know who they were. Qi Shangjuan wanted to attack, and he knew that it was his order. The Qi family could not lose face. Since the third manager dared to attack Qi Guan, he had to pay the price. Qi Shangjuan and the 2 people worked together coincidentally, but they still failed. Qi Gong did not know who was behind the 2 people. He only knew that the Qi family was in trouble this time. The third manager's strength was shocking. He must be at the level of Sang Tian, and he was heading towards the domain. However, it was impossible for him to destroy the Qi family. Many people from the Qi family wanted to see him. Qi Gong knew that they were panicking, so he let them in. Father, 12 captains have returned to protect the Qi family. Uncle, will the third manager really come? Patriarch, let's work with the Crusader Alliance. The third boss is fine even after facing the encirclement of 3 spirit primes, and she's even captured the venerable ancestor. She defeated Palace Master Yao before as well. She's the strongest below Sang Tian. If it weren't for Sang Tian, we might not be able to stop her. The domain will not be defeated. We are still waiting to destroy the consciousness universe and restart it. This is the future of the domain. How can it be defeated by the Grand Uvilla? Enough! Qi Gong barked. Everyone quieted down and looked at him with uncertain expressions. Lu Yin's battle achievements had truly frightened them. The outside world now only knew that Lu Yin was at the level of Xianxia, and this was only Lu Yin. The Grandeur Villa also had Xianxia, Zhong Yuanqi, who was also known as Zhong Yuanqi. They had always been successful in the spiritualized universe because of their domain, and few people dared to provoke them. Now that they were in danger, they naturally panicked. End of chapter 1. Qigong's gaze swept across the faces as he slowly said, "A mere Diyu manner can't destroy my Qi family. Don't forget, we have Lord Yu saying Tian behind us." Everyone's expression softened when they heard Yu saying Tian's name. "It's time for you to know something." Qigong raised his head and looked in the direction of the Nine Regions Sunday. He said in a low voice, "Patriarch Qizun is still alive." Everyone was stunned. Patriarch Qizun? That Patriarch Qizun who dominated the consciousness universe? How is that possible? Didn't he die a long time ago? He's an expert from the same era as Yuanqi saying Tian. Everyone was excited. Qigong sneered. If it wasn't for the intent realm, Patriarch Qizun would have been Yuanqi saying Tian. Even Zhong Yuanqi might not be Patriarch Qizun's match. Alright, let's disperse. Let the third head come and bring back Patriarch Qi Guan and Patriarch Qi Shangjuan. Yes. Also, don't spread this news. It's time for the outside world to know how powerful my Qi family is, Qigong said. The first thing that came to everyone's mind was the Slayer Alliance. The Slayer Alliance had relied on the genius Xiao to fight against the Qi family. No one in the Qi family could fight against Xiao in terms of consciousness cultivation. Even Patriarch Qi Shangjuan, who had broken through to the spirit prime realm, could not reach the celestial level. In the entire intent realm, only Xiao had reached the celestial level. Now that they knew Patriarch Qizun was still alive, it was different. Xiao could not compare to Patriarch Qizun. Not only the third head, but the Slayer Alliance was also finished. Qigong's eyes flashed as he watched everyone leave. On the other side, the Slayer Alliance was celebrating. The Qi family was the mountain that suppressed the Slayer Alliance. Now that someone wanted to move this mountain, as long as it could be moved, the Slayer Alliance would be supreme in the intent realm. The Slayer Alliance was made up of lone cultivators. They wanted the Qi family to be destroyed. Many of them had been bullied by the Qi family before. However, the news that Patriarch Qi was still alive spread. The Qi family was so big, it was impossible for the news not to spread. The Slayer Alliance fell silent when they heard Patriarch Qizun's name. If the intent realm was created by Yu saying Tian, then it was created by Patriarch Qi. Qizun had created the concept, and he was the strongest cultivator of the spiritualized universe's consciousness. No one could compare to him. Yu saying Tian was powerful, but in terms of consciousness, he couldn't compare to revered Qi. It was precisely because of his powerful consciousness that he was able to create a concept. He had once slaughtered his way in and out of the consciousness universe, and the consciousness universe could do nothing to him. Originally, this person should have died a long time ago. If he was still alive, who could contend against the Qi clan? The news quickly spread from the intent domain to the heavens before finally reaching Lu Yin's ears. Lu Yin was surprised. Reverend Qi? Old Tao was shocked. Senior Qi is still alive? How is that possible? Is this Reverend Qi very powerful? These two words caused Old Tao and Palace Master Yao's expressions to change. Also, those who were watching him in the open and in the dark were also discussing this word. Old Tao bowed to Lu Yin. Master, are we really going to kill our way to the Qi family? If revered Qi is really alive, then this trip will be very dangerous. Supreme Qi is the first person to spiritualize the universe's consciousness, the first person since ancient times. No one can compare to him, including Xiao, who founded the alliance. The alliance relied on Xiao's talent to fight against the Qi family, but even Xiao can't compare to Reverend Qi. Reverend Qi's most famous battle record is that he fought against the 13 celestial phenomenon of the consciousness universe and successfully captured one, bringing it to spiritualize the universe. Lu Yin was shocked. He captured one of the 13 celestial phenomenon of the consciousness universe? Old Tao nodded. This is already a legend, recorded in history. Even Yu saying Tian didn't have such a battle record. The 13 celestial phenomena of the consciousness universe were 13 cosmic realm powerhouses. Cosmic realm corresponded to the bitter adversity realm. In other words, this Reverend Qi captured a cosmic realm life form at the bitter adversity realm. This battle record shocked Luin, and he couldn't believe it. Is this true? Could it be the Qi family is exaggerating? Luin didn't believe it. With his current strength, it was impossible to capture a cosmic realm life form. Xianxia was powerful and could kill all 13 celestial phenomena, but it was impossible to capture one. Old Tao said, I don't know, but that's what history says. It's true. Palace Mistress Xiao said. Facing Lu Yin's gaze, she said lightly, Xianxia once mentioned that Reverend Qi did capture a cosmic realm life form, but he didn't mention the details. Luin looked away and tapped the rod lightly. This was troublesome. If it was true, it meant that Reverend Qi definitely had a cosmic realm consciousness. He might not be able to resist such a consciousness. Old Tao hurriedly said, Reverend Qi was from the same era as Xianxia, but because he had to create his domain, Reverend Qi didn't become Xianxia. Otherwise, Reverend Qi would have been Xianxia. He's definitely an expert at Xianxia's level. Luin frowned. Why was he said to be dead? It was rumored that he hadn't appeared for too long. After Xianxia went to the Tianyuan universe, Reverend Qi disappeared not long after he created his domain. After countless years, the Qi family was probed in all sorts of ways. Finally, they received news of Reverend Qi's death. Luin looked into the distance. Reverend Qi is still alive. Could it be that the Qi family purposely released him to scare people? Old Tao couldn't come to a conclusion. He didn't want to go to the domain at all. Even if Reverend Qi was dead, the domain still had the Qi family's experts and spirit treasure arrays. If they weren't careful, the third master might be able to survive, but they might not. Over the years, whenever there was a vacancy for Xianxia's position, there would always be people vying for it in the domain. This included the Myriad Beasts border and the Gate of Arts. The spiritualized universe had unified cultivation for far too long. Although such a solidified method couldn't bring about creation, it could quickly nurture powerhouses. No one knew how many hidden trump cards the various powers had. When they invaded the Tianyuan universe, Xianxia had given the order, and the various powers had only sent a small number of people. As for the 3 Xianxians, they had all wanted to go on their own. They wanted to restart the Tianyuan universe and obtain eternal life. The spiritualized universe had the upper extreme and the lower extreme, the immortal beyond heaven, and the 10 foundations. However, the 7 powers couldn't be underestimated either. They had all been passed down since ancient times. Right, you said that Reverend Qi captured a cosmic realm consciousness life form. Where is it? Luin suddenly asked. He wanted to go to the intent realm, not only because of Lord Qi's attack, but also because he knew that the intent realm had taken in a group of surrendered life forms from the universe of consciousness. He could absorb their consciousness. The intent realm was too suitable for him. Old Tao said hesitantly, it should be in the intent realm. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Are you sure? Old Tao smiled awkwardly. I can't be sure, but normally speaking, some of the lives that surrendered from the universe of consciousness would be taken away, while some would stay in the intent realm to prepare for the cultivation of consciousness. It's in the conception. Palace Master Yao said. Luin felt a headache coming on. One was Reverend Qi, and the other was a cosmic realm consciousness life form. Both of them were at the level of bitter adversity. How was he supposed to fight them? Not to mention, speaking of the intent realm, there were still many consciousness beings who had surrendered, as well as Xiao and the experts of the Qi family. He obviously couldn't handle it alone. But it was impossible not to go. Was this the foundation of one of the 7 great powers in the spiritualized universe? Old Tao stole a glance at Luin. He should have retreated in the face of difficulties. How could one of the 7 great powers in the spiritualized universe be easy to deal with? Unless he pulled the entire Dayu Villa over, it would be the same as the battle at the border. The Grand Entirety Domain was also one of the 7 great powers. Xianxia had pulled in many experts and even joined forces with the powerhouses at the border, but they still couldn't stop the Dayu Villa. But if it was just the third master alone, the intent realm wouldn't be a problem. Continue. Luin couldn't retreat. No matter what, he had no problem protecting himself, even if he couldn't destroy the Qi family. If the first time wasn't enough, he would try a second time. If the second time wasn't enough, he would try a third time. Each time, he would gain something. Every time he absorbed a little bit of consciousness, his strength would skyrocket. No matter how powerful Reverend Qi was, he couldn't suppress Luin. Luin still had this bit of confidence. In the entire spiritualized universe, only Yu Xianxia and Master Grass could suppress him. He wasn't afraid of anyone else. Right, there was still the hidden soul true God. There was no news about him at all. Along the way, he had asked around for Mingsong's whereabouts, but no one knew anything about her. He continued to slide his pole towards the intent realm. Luin was determined to cause trouble for the Qi family. In the intent realm, the Qi family's patriarch, Qi Gong, had an ugly expression when he heard the news. Was Sovereign Qi still alive? That was a lie. He didn't know if Sovereign Qi was still alive, but he had purposely said that to scare the third master so that he wouldn't dare to come to the intent realm. But he hadn't expected that this person wouldn't even care about Sovereign Qi and still head towards the intent realm. Those who believed that Sovereign Qi was still alive were no longer afraid. In their hearts, if Sovereign Qi attacked, Luin definitely wouldn't be able to stop him. Luin would be courting death if he came to the intent realm. Outsiders hoped that Luin would go to the intent realm to test the Dayuvilla's strength and the Qi family's strength. If Sovereign Qi was still alive, then they would have to re-examine these great powers and see if there were still any ancient monsters. Luin sat on the pole and said leisurely, "I'm talking about the toad." The star toad rolled its eyes and looked back at Luin. "If Sovereign Qi is still alive, then I'll leave him to you," Luin said. Old Tao, Palace Mistress Xiao, and the others were shocked. Would this toad deal with Sovereign Qi? There were many powerhouses in the Dayu Villa, and this toad had dealt with the powerhouse from the Myriad Beasts border. It was definitely a top expert, but could it deal with Sovereign Qi? The star toad refused. "He's an ancient powerhouse who's good at consciousness. I can't beat him." Luin smiled, "We're friends. Shouldn't you help a friend when he's in trouble?" The star toad wasn't afraid of Lu Yin's anger, but it was afraid of his laughter. The more he laughed, the more he felt like he had been tricked. "Master Lu. Call me Third Master." "Yes, Third Master. I really can't beat that Sovereign Qi." "If you're not confident, why don't you call Yuanqi or find someone else?" Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Find someone else? Who else could he find? Although Wu Jiang was unfathomable, only the progenitor and the star toad had truly crossed the bitter realm. Yuanqi had lost a bell and was half crippled. The others like Chui and Mu Zhu were only in the primordial realm. They could deal with weaker opponents like the star toad, but not Sovereign Qi. They still lacked top experts. Why was she here again? In front, Wutong bowed to Luin. "Greetings, Third Master. I'm Wutong." Luin looked over. "Why are you here again? You still don't want to give up on Sage Dayu?" Wutong smiled. "I'm not here for Sage Dayu. Even Lord Qi has been captured by you. The past is meaningless." Luin smiled. "That's true." Wutong bowed to Luin again. "I'm here with the goodwill of the Alliance, but there are some things that I have to say." "Speak." The intent realm represents the spiritualized universe's determination and strategy to conquer the consciousness universe. It has nurtured many consciousness cultivators to become the leaders of the various teams that attack the consciousness universe. If you really want to destroy the Qi family, the consciousness universe will benefit the most, regardless of what will happen to the spiritualized universe. There are many beings from the consciousness universe in the Dayu Villa. Since you can safely stay in the spiritualized universe, it means that you have been recognized by Yu Xianxia. Even if the origin provoked Yu Xianxia and rebelled against the spiritualized universe, your identity is not a problem. You have betrayed the consciousness universe. Under such circumstances, if the consciousness universe recovers, the Dayu Villa will not only face pressure from the spiritualized universe, but also from the consciousness universe. Third Master, please consider this carefully. Most people in the spiritualized universe thought that Lu Yin and the rest were beings from the consciousness universe. First, their aura did not belong to the spiritualized universe. Currently, only 3 universes were known. To the spiritualized universe, the Tianyuan universe was waiting to be reactivated. Even if the origin came from the Tianyuan universe, no one would suspect that Lu Yin and the rest belonged to the Tianyuan universe. They were more like beings captured from the consciousness universe by the origin. This was their disdain for the Tianyuan universe that was engraved in their bones. This was especially proven when Lu Yin resisted Lord Qi's consciousness attack. The spiritualized universe's understanding of the Dayuvilla's origins was polarized. Yusang Tian and the rest knew that they came from the Tianyuan universe, while those who did not know the truth all guessed that they came from the consciousness universe. If Lu Yin and the rest had really betrayed the consciousness universe, Wu Tong's warning was right. The Dayuvilla's provocation of the realm beyond Avalon had nothing to do with their origins. It was the origin's choice, at least on the surface. However, if the consciousness universe recovers, the people who betrayed the consciousness universe will be the unlucky ones. Lu Yin looked at Wu Tong and asked, "Did you come here specifically to warn me? With your wisdom, there's no need to remind me." Lu Yin looked at Wu Tong with a faint smile. "What else do you want to say?" They said it together. Wu Tong lowered her head and said, "No one knows whether or not revered Qi is still alive. I came here because I have something to tell Third Master. Although we have people in the Qi family, we haven't heard any news that Qi Zun is still alive." Lu Yin raised his eyebrows. "Did the Qi family spread the news on purpose?" "I don't know. Maybe some people from the Qi clan were exposed, but it has nothing to do with our Crusade alliance," Wu Tong said. Lu Yin was puzzled. "First, you reminded me of the importance of a mental state, and now you're telling me this. What are you trying to say?" "Wu Tong is just telling the truth to show my goodwill." Wu Tong smiled. Lu Yin laughed. "I understand." Wu Tong bowed deeply and then retreated. After Wu Tong left, Old Tao said, "They're separating the Qi clan from the Yu clan because they're worried that the head of the clan will cause trouble for the Yu clan." Lu Yin nodded. "That's a good thing. The Qi family is the Qi family, and their artistic conception is their artistic conception. However, this woman doesn't know the origins of the Crusade alliance. The only value of her words is information about Qi Zun. It seems that the Qi family deliberately spread the news of Qi Zun being alive to scare me." Palace Mistress Xiao said, "It's also possible that the Qi family doesn't know whether Qi Zun is still alive or not, so they can only do this." Not long after, someone else arrived and asked to see Lu Yin. Without a mental state, it would be difficult for our spiritualized universe to conquer the consciousness universe. Third Manager, since you've already betrayed the consciousness universe, you naturally don't want it to exist. Now that you want to attack the mental state, could it be that you're using revenge as an excuse to help the consciousness universe? Impudent! Old Tao shouted. Lu Yin looked at the man in front of him. "You're quite bold." The man was cold and arrogant. "Do you think I'm afraid of death? We've all returned from the consciousness universe alive. I advise you to think carefully. If you really attack the Qi family, you'll be attacking the entire spiritualized universe. Kill him." Old Tao attacked the man with a palm. The man was shocked. "You." Before he could finish speaking, the palm landed, and he was reduced to ashes. Old Tao shook his head. Did this man really think that he could be in the limelight? There was a price to be paid for being in the limelight. This person's death shocked many people, and those who had wanted to rush out stopped. Lu Yin looked around. "You're not afraid of death. I admire you. Let me see how many people in this spiritualized universe are not afraid of death." The possibility of dying and the possibility of dying were two different concepts. One could gamble, and one's name would spread throughout the universe. The other could not gamble, as one would definitely lose, and losing meant death. After this person was killed, those who supported the Qi family or those who had been instigated by the Qi family to stop Lu Yin's group from going to the mental state all calmed down. Nobody dared to stop Lu Yin as he passed through the various regions. Most people hoped that Lu Yin would face off against the Qi family and see how strong both sides were. The wise prince from the wisdom domain had arrived with Mr. Li. Mr. Li did not want to face the Third Manager at all, but he had no other choice. Luin looked at Mr. Li with interest. What, are you planning to give that guy to me? Mr. Li stared at Luin fearfully and was ready to attack at any time. Mr. Li said, I'm here hoping that the third manager can control himself. I'm sure you want to control yourself, but in this spiritualized universe, my control is definitely better than yours. The next moment, he was thrown out again. Mr. Li wanted to stop him, but he could not be careless with Lu Yin's attack. He had to ensure his own safety as he knew that Lu Yin really wanted to deal with him. As for Mr. Li, he would protect him if he could, but if he could not, there was nothing he could do. Mr. Li was thrown out for the second time, but he left calmly. Mr. Li turned back to look at Lu Yin. If Honorable Qi was still alive, what would happen if he fought with this person? Soon, half a month had passed, and Lu Yin was getting closer to the mental state. The mental state was facing a great enemy, and countless cultivators who had come from the mental state came spontaneously, wanting to join forces with the Qi family to deal with Lu Yin. The Qi family was chatting and laughing, as if they did not care. Only Qi Gong stayed in the backyard alone, refusing to see anyone. The Qi family could not escape, but it was impossible to stop the third manager. The only possibility was that the Grand Ancestor Qi Zun had captured one of the 13 symbols of the consciousness universe, a consciousness life form at the starry sky level. He would wait for a while longer, and he would not look for that life form until the last moment. He did not believe that the third manager was not afraid of the Grand Ancestor Qi Zun. In the boundless territory of the 100 Herbs domain, countless people from various forces were watching. Lu Yin's every move was being watched, and so was the boundless territory. One day, an old man came to the 100 Herbs domain. His white beard was withered and forked, and his eyes were cloudy. It was obvious that he was on the verge of death. The old man looked into the distance with a complicated expression. He sighed, the 100 Herbs domain, how nostalgic. I haven't been here for a long time, and I didn't expect it to become like this. Sigh, who would have thought that this would be my final destination? Forget it, this is fate. Then, the old man took a step forward, and his figure distorted before gradually disappearing. It was not that he was fast enough to leave this place, but that he had really disappeared, merging with the mountains, rivers, and the void as he walked towards the boundless territory. Along the way, the old man passed by many people, but he did not avoid them. Instead, he walked right through them, and they did not sense him at all. There were experts among them, but they also did not sense him. The old man continued to approach the boundless territory until he reached the bow of the ship, where he saw Yushan hanging from a tree. He only glanced at him for a moment before continuing deeper into the boundless territory. They passed by the users of the black energy source, passed by the Heaven Yuan army, passed by the second anima, passed by the hidden Luo Shan, passed by Suwan Tian, and passed by Heavenly Lord Victor. From start to finish, they didn't notice anything at all. The old man entered the boundless territory as if there was nothing there, and he continued walking as if he was looking for something. A voice suddenly sounded out, "What are you looking for?" The old man stopped and slowly turned around. He saw someone. "Who are you?" It was the primogenitor. In the entire boundless territory, only the primogenitor had sensed the old man's presence. The others, including the primogenitor, had not sensed him. "Just an old man who has been eliminated by the times," the primogenitor said. The old man smiled, "What a coincidence. I was also eliminated by the times, and no one remembers me now." "What are you doing in the boundless territory?" "Looking for someone." "Who?" "A little girl." "You won't be able to find her." "It's useless even if I find her. I can't take her away. I'm old and can't do anything." The primogenitor looked at the old man. "Your vitality has completely declined. Are you planning to be buried in the boundless territory?" The old man shook his head and looked in a certain direction. "I have no other choice." "You can leave." The primogenitor turned and left. The old man looked at him. "You won't attack me?" "There's no need. Go where you want to go. It's not too late." The primogenitor's voice gradually faded as he continued his seclusion. The old man bowed to the primogenitor's back. "Thank you." After that, he walked out of the boundless territory and stepped into the sky, heading in a certain direction. Home. That was the direction of his home. He wanted to be buried in his hometown. I'm sorry. I couldn't find her, and even if I did, I couldn't bring her back. The boundless territory can't be offended. You're on your own now. In the sky, Luin received news that someone had entered the boundless territory. It was an old man who had one foot in the grave and was looking for a girl. Luin frowned, looking for a girl? It must be Xianxia. The only reason he was looking for Xianxia was for the key to the Gate of Arts. Who? The Gate of Arts Xian family? Were you Xianxia? Not many people knew that the key was in Xianxia's hands, so these two were the most suspicious. But it was hard to say. If Xianxia could guess that Xianxia had taken the key, then Xianxia could also guess the same. Forget it, no matter who it was, the Xian family had to take the blame. This matter was more serious because the one who had discovered that old man was the primogenitor. Or rather, only the primogenitor could discover that old man. How many old men in the spiritualized universe could be buried at any time? Luin looked around. People from the Gate of Arts, come here. The surroundings were silent, and those who were staring at Luin looked at each other. They came from various large forces, and they all tacitly stared at each other, but they did not talk to each other. No one would ask where someone was from. It was not like there was something wrong with their brains. Brother, where are you from? Someone asked seriously. Killing intent flashed in the person's eyes. Scram. The person who asked rolled his eyes. Be magnanimous, just say it. We might be from the same hometown. I told you to scram. The person who was asked was furious, and he saw Lu Yin's gaze drift over. Was it because his words had attracted attention? This bastard, he did not want to die. The person who asked curled his lips. Petty. The person who was asked wanted to kill him, if not for the fact that the timing was not right. He would remember this person, so he waited. Come here. The person who was asked was startled, and he turned around in a daze, meeting Lu Yin's gaze. He was afraid, and he was about to cry. Not me, I don't want to talk, it's not me. Suddenly, someone patted his shoulder, and he almost fainted from fright. Brother, it's me. The person who had asked the question walked over to Luin. The person who was asked was stunned. What was going on? Luin looked at the youth who was jogging over. Are you from the sect of techniques? The youth smiled brightly. Yes, I am from the sect of techniques. Greetings, third leader. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Contact the sect of techniques and give me an explanation. The youth blinked. What explanation? Give me an explanation for Wu Zhang's matter. The youth did not ask any further, and he decisively contacted the sect of techniques. In the spiritualized universe, there was a method of communication similar to the Heaven's Origin Universe's Cloud Connection Stone. Because the entire spiritualized universe was connected, Cloud Connection Stones could be used to communicate with each other, unlike the Heaven's Origin Universe where wireless goo was used in many places. Here, third leader. The youth passed a communication tool similar to the Cloud Connection Stone to Luin, which was called a Spirit Cloud Stone in the spiritualized universe. Luin took it. Who is it? Zhanming. Xianxia, Zhanming? Old Tao, Palace Mistress Xiao, and the others watched as Xianxia was contacted. What is your name? Call me third leader. Everyone was speechless. Luin was the first person to speak to Xianxia in such a manner, but he had the right. Zhanming's expression didn't change. Third leader, why did you contact my sect of arts? Give me an explanation. What explanation? Boundless has been invaded by an old man who is about to die. Don't tell me you didn't instigate this. Zhanming frowned. It has nothing to do with me. I don't believe it. It really has nothing to do with me. I know very well that Xianxia shouldn't be in the boundless lands. You wouldn't leave her behind. I told you, but I don't believe you. Zhanming realized that he was unable to converse with this person. Wasn't this person too overbearing? They had always been the ones to say such rude words to others, but today, someone actually dared to be rude and overbearing to him. Yu Xianxia could suppress them, but Yu Xianxia would never speak to them like that. Everyone followed the rules, followed etiquette, and had a good demeanor, unlike this person. Third Master, what do you want? This matter has nothing to do with our school of arts. We can't give you an explanation, Zhang Ming said in a deep voice. You have to follow the rules and regulations of the Umbrella Euro? P. Luin sneered, either you convince me that this has nothing to do with you, or you give me an explanation. It's that simple. This was Zhang Ming's first thought. Wasn't this shameless? Back then, the 5 regents had sealed off the 100 Herb region and prevented people from joining the Dayu Mountain Villa. A few days later, the Battle of the 5 Regions are empty appeared. Everyone thought that Dayu Mountain Villa had already set up a trap in the spiritualized universe and grasped the information. Otherwise, how could they have found the 5 regions so accurately? In reality, it was the door of techniques that was helping the Dayu Villa investigate. There was no other way, as Zhang Yan and the key were in the Dayu Villa's hands, and Luin had plenty of ways to force the door of techniques to do so. Now, the situation was the same. Luin had grabbed the gate of techniques by the throat, leaving Zhang Ming helpless. After a while, Zhang Ming said helplessly, "What kind of explanation does the third master want?" "Admit that it was you who did it?" Luin asked. Zhang Ming said, "It has nothing to do with us, and we have no way of proving our innocence." "Third master, just say what you want. Is Reverend Qi dead or not?" Luin asked. Zhang Ming said, "Do you really want to destroy the Qi family?" "I don't want anyone to disturb me while I'm destroying the Qi family," Luin said. Zhang Ming immediately agreed, "Sure, the door of techniques guarantees this." Luin casually tossed the spirit cloud stone to the youth from the door of techniques. The youth caught it and smiled at Luin. "Third master, can I leave now?" Luin looked at him, "You're so young, but you're so lethargic." The youth exclaimed, "Third master has good eyesight. I'm in charge of sweeping the tombs in the door of techniques." "Whose tombs are you sweeping?" "All the old guys." Lu Yin's eyes lit up. "Are there many old guys waiting to die in the door of techniques?" The youth nodded, "Many, but I don't know the exact number. I'm not qualified to know who's dead and who's alive. My job is to sweep the tombs." "What's your name?" "I'm cautious." "I'm not asking about your personality." "That's my name." Luin praised, "Good name." "Thank you, third master. I'll take my leave." Zhang Ming left. Luin looked at the youth's back. The door of techniques had sent a tomb sweeper to keep an eye on him. What was the meaning of this? He couldn't figure it out. The intent domain was where the intent domain was located. It had always been a place that countless cultivators in the spiritualized universe yearned for. Every time the intent domain recruited people, all the major forces would try their best to squeeze people in because those who walked out of the intent domain were almost always captains in the consciousness universe. Although the number of people was small, the value was huge. Also, being able to learn consciousness cultivation methods in the intent domain was also a type of cultivation. Now was not the time for the intent domain to recruit people, but there were more people than when it was supposed to be. Everyone was waiting for Luin to arrive. According to the time, it would be soon. In the intent domain, Qi Gong walked out of the backyard and headed in a certain direction. "Master, the third master is about to arrive. Patriarch Qi Zun, please come out and deal with him," someone shouted. The others echoed, "We welcome Patriarch Qi Zun. Welcome Patriarch Qi Zun." In the distance, a group of people from the Alliance was also waiting. Would Patriarch Qi really appear? That was really an antique. Qi Gong looked at the crowd. "Who do you think Patriarch Qi Zun is?" Everyone was stunned and looked at Qi Gong in confusion. Qi Gong's gaze was gloomy. "Patriarch Qi Zun is the creator of the intent domain. He's above everything, second only to the Supreme Heaven Palace. Even Sang Tian can't be rude to him. A mere third master of the Dayu Manor wants Patriarch Qi Zun to come out. You think too highly of him." Everyone was confused. Patriarch Qi Zun wasn't invited? Someone's heart sank. It can't be. Was the news that Patriarch Qi Zun was still alive fake? Many people were talking about it during this period. They said that the Alliance had not found out that Patriarch Qi Zun was still alive and that the Qi family had deliberately leaked the news. Could it be true? The Qi family members' faces gradually turned pale. Qi Gong shouted, "My Qi family controls the intent domain. There's no need to invite Patriarch Qizun. If anyone dares to invade the intent domain, he won't be able to return. Wu Wei, it's time to fulfill your promise. The intent domain was turbulent. Everyone cultivated the power of consciousness. At this moment, their consciousnesses were trembling in fear. It was as if they had met their natural enemy, or as if they had touched another world. Qi Gong's face was also pale. His consciousness was on the verge of collapse. He was also at the sequence law level. Since Patriarch Qizun, the Qi family had almost all specialized in consciousness techniques. His consciousness was equivalent to the astral level of the consciousness universe. It was already very strong, comparable to Patriarch Qi Guan and Patriarch Qi Shengjuan. However, under this sudden consciousness, he could not even resist. There was more than one astral-level consciousness cultivator in the intent domain. They were all on the verge of collapse. The leader of the alliance, Lin, opened his eyes. He was the only astral-level consciousness in the intent domain. Patriarch Qi Shengjuan needed the help of the spirit treasure formation to raise his consciousness to the astral level. Lin himself was at this level. However, even he found it difficult to shake this terrifying consciousness. One of the 13 symbols of the consciousness universe, the astral level consciousness, Wu Wei. This was the deepest foundation of the intent domain. Unless the intent domain was destroyed, it would not make a move. When Patriarch Qi Shengjuan had escaped from the intent domain, Wu Wei had not made a move. The alliance and the Qi family had never thought of asking him to make a move. Now that Lu Yin was in danger, the Qi family had used their previous promise to ask Wu Wei to help. Very few people knew that Wu Wei was in the intent domain. Even Palace Master Yao and the others only guessed that it was in the intent domain. Only Lin, Qi Gong, and a few others knew. Wu Wei's consciousness was like a violent monster. It instantly occupied the starry sky and covered the entire intent domain. Outside the intent domain, Huali was slowly approaching. When Wu Wei's consciousness appeared, Lu Yin's pupils shrank. Stop. Old Tao looked ahead in shock. Is that the power of consciousness? In front of everyone's eyes, the intent domain was covered by consciousness. Everyone saw different things. Wu Wei was a passive consciousness life form. According to everyone's impression of consciousness, it formed a completely different image. In Old Tao's eyes, Wu Wei's consciousness, which included the intent domain, was a huge spider. He had once fought with a spider-shaped consciousness in the consciousness universe. His understanding of consciousness was that of a spider. In Palace Master Yao's eyes, Wu Wei's consciousness was like an ice crystal that froze the entire intent domain. In Kai Keqing's eyes, Wu Wei's consciousness was a blade with only 3 blades. In Lu Yin's eyes, Wu Wei's consciousness was like a dark cloud that covered the entire intent domain. Boss, do you still want to go? Old Tao was shocked. Wu Wei's consciousness was too terrifying and majestic. It reminded him of the peak powerhouse he had accidentally encountered in the consciousness universe, one of the 13 symbols. At that moment, he had truly seen what a cosmic realm consciousness was like. It was not something a human could resist. That encounter alone had wiped out dozens of teams. A cosmic realm consciousness was a disaster. They were neither human nor beast, they were a disaster. Palace Master Yao and Kai Keqing were equally shocked and unwilling to go. The pressure and shock brought by Wu Wei made them instinctively want to retreat. Those who had been watching Lu Yin both openly and covertly were also shocked by this Wu Wei. This was the foundation of the intent domain. Even if the news of Sovereign Qi being alive was false, the intent domain could not be trampled. Scram! A harsh shout shook the starry sky and blasted towards Lu Yin's group. In the intent realm, Qi Gong's expression changed. Wu Wei, you. Lin narrowed his eyes and looked up. Wu Wei had done it on purpose. His presence was enough to deter the enemy, but once he said that, the enemy would attack even if they wanted to retreat. Otherwise, how could they survive? Wu Wei had been captured by Qizun, so he had a deep grudge against the Qi family. He was doing this on purpose. Just as they had expected, the moment Wu Wei cursed, Lu Yin's face sank completely. He slowly stood up and looked at the intent realm. A cosmic realm consciousness was indeed powerful, but if he could absorb this consciousness, he would be able to fight Yu Sang Tian with just his own. Don't be rash, old Tao tried to persuade him. Luin ignored him and kicked the star toad toward the intent realm. Let me test it. The star toad was stunned. It hadn't expected Luin to do such a thing. This was a real beast. It wanted to turn back halfway, but Luin stared at it with a cold murderous intent. The star toad gritted its teeth and swallowed its anger. Humans said that the star toad was a beast, but Luin was the real beast. The star toad's body expanded, and its golden skin turned into a multicolored color. It held a pitchfork and a skull around its neck as it charged toward the intent realm. It would test it if it wanted to. No one had expected the toad to be the first to attack. The star toad's aura also caused the stars to shake. This was the aura of a bitter adversary. Although the star toad was at the bottom of this level, it was still terrifyingly powerful. Countless people watched as the giant star toad charged into the intent realm and stabbed out with its pitchfork. Go! Wu Wei's consciousness surged like a storm. In the star toad's eyes, Wu Wei's consciousness was like a dark cloud. Like Luin, the strongest consciousness he had ever seen was Su Jin. The pitchfork stabbed into the dark cloud and stirred up the void. The star toad felt dizzy, like a small boat in a storm. It could faint at any moment. It gritted its teeth and kept stabbing with its pitchfork. Go! 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 Every thrust of the pitchfork pierced through the consciousness realm and struck the intent realm. The intent realm cracked, and those who were cultivating there quickly fled. Some were directly sucked in by the force and turned to dust. The Qi family and the Killing League immediately took action, wanting to block the force of the steel fork. However, the strength of the star toad was not something that an ordinary person could withstand. Go, 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 go. Countless forces bombarded the intent realm. Qi Gong shouted, Stone Forest, you are responsible for the destruction of your artistic conception. Lin walked out of the alliance and his eyes widened. His consciousness whizzed out and swept across the land, forming a barrier on the ground. It belongs to the Crusader League. Protector intent. Qi family's intent of protection. All the cultivators in the intent realm released their consciousness and blocked the force of the steel fork. The star toad didn't purposely destroy the intent field. It only wanted to test Wu Wei's consciousness. Wu Wei was also attacking the star toad. As for the protection intent field, it had nothing to do with it. Although the star toad was at the bottom of the crossing bitter calamity level, it was still a crossing bitter calamity. Creatures that stepped into bitter calamity were all madmen, but they had an unusually firm belief in bitter calamity, so it was not easy for their consciousness to be shaken. Even Wu Wei, one of the 13 symbols. Qi Gong raised his head. He knew very well that Wu Wei's hatred towards the Qi family had led to the destruction of his intent realm. Wu Wei, you will never be able to return to the universe of consciousness. Never. Xianxia de Xian Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan P in the star toad's eye, the consciousness that enveloped the intent realm boiled. A majestic consciousness suddenly condensed, like a colossal creature emerging from the dark clouds, forming an object that resembled a millstone. Great skinning heavenly disk. A deep voice resounded in his ears. The starry skies were engulfed, and the concept was everywhere. Those who were planning on watching the show were all horrified, and blood flowed from their 7 apertures. The shock of consciousness directly turned some people into idiots. The remaining people hurriedly retreated. Some things couldn't be watched. If they did, they would have to pay the price. Above the consciousness of Lin and the others, everyone saw a huge millstone that was about to crush the sky. They weren't unfamiliar with this. Those who cultivated in the intent realm had to endure the crushing of this millstone every day, constantly tempering their consciousness. The crushing of this millstone made their consciousness tenacious, but it also made them wish they were dead. It was as if their entire body was being crushed. This was also the reason why a small number of people could cultivate in the intent realm. Those with weak willpower wouldn't be able to endure it. Every year, nearly half of the cultivators in the intent realm would be crushed into idiots. The millstone they encountered was very small, at most a few dozen square meters. The millstone above their heads was the biggest one they had ever seen. It was so big that it was boundless, as if it was going to crush the sky. When all the cultivators in the intent realm saw the millstone, they felt fear and coldness from the bottom of their hearts. Their instinctive fear of the millstone left a psychological shadow. This was Wu Wei's consciousness battle technique, the Great Skinning Heavenly Disc. All living things had consciousness. Otherwise, they wouldn't be called living things. Even if plants cultivated and had consciousness, as long as they had consciousness, they would be crushed by the Great Skinning Heavenly Disc. They couldn't escape. The Great Skinning Heavenly Disc had once created many disasters in the universe of consciousness, making spiritualized universe. Cultivators wish they were dead. Even Sherlin was afraid of the Great Skinning Heavenly Disc, as he couldn't guarantee that he could face it alone. The moment the Great Skinning Heavenly Disc appeared, the star toad spat out a mouthful of blood. It felt dizzy, as if it could see its great-grandmother squatting by the lake and waving at it. That lake was very beautiful, with different kinds of flowers blooming and rainbow-colored grass. Great-grandmother. A hand descended, grabbed the star toad, and tossed it away. Luine had arrived, and the star toad couldn't withstand it. The millstone's suppression of consciousness was extremely terrifying. This was the strength of the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators of the consciousness universe. Luine couldn't figure out how Qizun had defeated this creature. How could humans cultivate their own consciousness to such a level? It's the Dayuvilla's third master. He's made a move, someone exclaimed. A group of cultivators stared at Luine. This person had actually dared to make a move. Grind him to death, grind him to death. How dare he provoke an intent realm cultivator? Qigong's heart sank. This person had actually dared to make a move against the Great Skinning Heavenly Disc. Where did he get his confidence from? Sherlin frowned. How could this be? This person actually dared to make a move? He knew that this person wasn't from the consciousness universe, but rather the Tianyuan universe. More and more people from the spiritualized universe knew about this truth, but they didn't spread it out. How could a cultivator from the Tianyuan universe have such a powerful consciousness? How did he do it? Luine stood under the Great Skinning Heavenly Disc, and his entire body felt like it was being crushed by the millstone. His consciousness, in particular, was constantly being pulled by the millstone, squeezed, and crushed. So that's how it is. He looked up. Regardless of whether he used his consciousness to attack or not, it would still be pulled out. Once his consciousness was crushed, he would become an idiot as well. Normal cultivators wouldn't be able to resist such a terrifying millstone, not even the star toad. Could Qizun defeat this creature? This millstone reminded him of Yusang Tian. Deep. Luine took a deep breath and endured the crushing pressure of the Great Skinning Heavenly Disc. He raised a hand and waved it, setting Sunday, setting Sunday, setting sun, total afterglow. Whether it was one's spiritual force, physical body, battle technique, or will, everything would be burned by setting Sunday. Burn your martial power. The Great Skinning Heavenly Disc trembled, and cracks could be seen with the naked eye. Countless people were stunned, especially the cultivators who were in the intent realm. They couldn't believe that the Great Skinning Heavenly Disc had actually cracked. This was a battle technique that had broken through the Great Skinning Heavenly Disc. Sherlin's pupils shrank. This person actually knew a battle technique. Qigong's expression changed. This person had actually resisted Wu Wei's consciousness and even knew a battle technique that could break through Wu Wei's Great Skinning Heavenly Disc. How was this possible? How strong was this person? An intent realm battle technique? Wu Wei's low voice sounded out. Violent consciousnesses swept out from around Luine, crazily crashing into him. His consciousness planet was trembling, and his consciousness was constantly being pulled. His vision was also blurry. His consciousness couldn't catch up to Wu Wei's, and it was already quite impressive that he could resist it. Astral level consciousness. You're very strong. Wu Wei's voice spread through the sky, shocking countless people. Astral level consciousness? That third elder actually had astral level consciousness? No wonder he could withstand the Great Skinning Heavenly Disc. Sherlin's expression changed. Astral level consciousness was the same as his. This person came from the Tianyuan universe. How did he cultivate? Reaching astral level consciousness at such a young age? Luine waved his hand again, and setting sun continued to burn. The cracks on the great skinning heavenly disk grew larger and larger. Wu Wei said in a low voice, "I can't do anything to him. I've already fulfilled my promise to Qizun, so I won't attack from now on." Wu Wei suddenly retracted his consciousness and disappeared into the intent realm. There was nothing above the intent realm. Light sprinkled down, and only one figure stood in the sky, overlooking the intent realm. It was Lu Yin. Lu Yin exhaled and wiped his ears. There was blood. Was he bleeding from his 7 orifices? This Wu Wei was constantly attacking him with his consciousness, and even he found it difficult to withstand. Although it couldn't do anything to him for now, it would be difficult for him to defeat it unless he used all his strength. However, Wu Wei hadn't used his full strength either. As expected of a consciousness life form. Below him, a group of intent realm cultivators looked up at him. Lu Yin's gaze swept across the crowd, and he saw many consciousness cultivating experts. There were nearly 10 people here who had reached the progenitor realm, which was quite impressive. There were also majestic consciousnesses hidden below the intent realm. If he wasn't wrong, they should belong to consciousnesses that had surrendered. These consciousnesses tempted Lu Yin. Under the light, a shadow loomed over the Qi family. Qi Gong's face was pale. "Wu Wei, even if you didn't fulfill your promise, you're still a guardian of the intent realm. How can you not attack when enemies attack? Lord Yusang Tian won't let you off. You can't return to the consciousness realm anymore. You can only protect the intent realm." "Wu Wei, Wu Wei." No matter how he shouted, Wu Wei didn't respond. Sherlin said coldly, "This person wants to destroy the Qi family, not the intent realm. Qi Gong, you're on your own now." With that, he led the league away from the Qi family. The Qi family looked at Qi Gong expectantly, waiting for Qizun to appear. Only Qizun could deal with the third master now. "Father, please ask Patriarch Qizun to appear." Patriarch Qizun should appear." "Welcome, Patriarch Qizun." "Welcome, Patriarch Qizun." "Welcome." One by one, the Qi clan members kowtowed. The more they did this, the more it meant that they didn't believe that Qizun would appear. It meant that they knew some of the truth. However, they were unwilling to accept this truth. They hoped that revered Qi would appear and give them hope. Qi Gong looked at the kneeling Qi family members and felt weak all over. He raised his head and looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's gaze fell on him, but he didn't say a word as he continued to watch. Qi Gong clenched his fists. "Third Master, there is no unresolvable grudge between you and the Qi clan." Lu Yin sneered, "Qi Guan was disrespectful to me and Lord Qi even ambushed me, almost causing my death. How can this grudge be resolved?" Qi Gong gritted his teeth. "Qi Guan is at your disposal. Lord Qi has already betrayed the artistic conception and no longer belongs to the Qi family. Her actions have nothing to do with the Qi family." Lu Yin laughed heartily, "What a good plan. Unfortunately, I don't buy it. I said that I will destroy the Qi family, so I must destroy the Qi family. Even if Yusang Tian comes, it will be useless. You want to use honored Qi to scare me? You're underestimating my Dayu matter." After saying that, he raised his hand and pressed down on the Qi family. The Qi clan occupied a large area in the intent realm. The pavilions, terraces, and pavilions were magnificent. But now, Lu Yin's palm had completely blocked out the sunlight, bringing about the end of the Qi family. Qi Gong was furious. "Third Master, does your Dayu manner really want to fight to the death with my Qi clan? You're not worthy." Lu Yin's voice was emotionless as he slammed his palm down. Qi Gong's consciousness attacked from below towards Lu Yin's palm. At the same time, he shouted, "Qi family, attack." In the next moment, the cultivators who belonged to the Qi family continued to assemble the spirit treasure array. Their consciousnesses rushed out from all directions and blasted towards Lu Yin like rays of light from the 9 heavens. Xianxia de Xian Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Pi. Lu Yin stood alone in the sky like a towering mountain. He allowed Qi Gong's consciousness to bombard him, and a single palm strike caused Qi Gong to spit out blood. The people of the Qi clan were dumbfounded. Why hadn't Qizun made a move yet? Why? Could it really be fake? From the beginning to the end, Qizun would not appear? If they had known earlier, they would have fled. Why would they have waited until now? The shadows continued to descend. The pavilions shattered, the mountains and lakes cracked, and the Qi family's territory continued to shatter. Qigong coughed up blood. Attack. The Qi family was in charge of the artistic conception. Although the League of Doom had risen to compete with the Qi family, the artistic conception was created by Venerable Qi after all. The foundation of the Qi family was not something the League of Doom could compete with. For example, the League of Doom could not use the consciousness life forms that had surrendered, but the Qi family could. Beneath the ground, consciousnesses appeared one after another. Some were passive while others took the initiative to transform into life forms. They all belonged to the consciousness universe, and at this moment, they all attacked Luyin under Qigong's orders. There were dozens of consciousness life forms that attacked. Among them, there were 4-star rank consciousness, 9-star light rank consciousness, and dozens of consciousness with different strengths. Even the weakest of them had 9 consciousnesses, which corresponded to a half-martial ancestor. Those who were qualified to be brought into the realm were naturally not weak. Dozens of consciousnesses bombarded Luyin, but they did not affect him at all. His consciousness planet was as stable as a mountain. Unless one had a starry sky-level consciousness like Wu Wei, it would be difficult to shake it. Even if Lord Qi and the 3 spirit ancestors joined forces and blasted out their astral-level consciousnesses, it would only make Luyin dizzy for a moment. Lu Yin's palm descended, shattering the Qi family's mountains and rivers. Qigong spat out a mouthful of blood as his consciousness dissipated. The Qi family members howled in grief. At this moment, it was the end of the Qi family. In the distance, Master Feng shook his head and lamented, "Is the dignified Qi family going to be destroyed just like that?" He belonged to the Crusader Alliance and had reached the star rank consciousness. His strength in the sequence law level was second only to Sherlin in the Crusader Alliance. He believed that his consciousness strength was not weak. However, among the consciousness lifeforms that attacked just now, there were 4 who had reached this level, but they still could not shake Luyin. Unless a miracle appeared, the Qi family would be doomed. Sherlin looked on coldly. The outside world thought that the Crusader Alliance and the Qi family were opposing each other, but it was actually created by Xianxia for outsiders to see. Although the opposition was fake, there was no need for him to help the Qi family at this juncture. The Qi family had provoked someone they could not afford to provoke, and that was their business. The Crusader Alliance had also sent people to find the 3rd head, but why did the 3rd head find trouble with the Qi family? It was because of the Qi family's attitude. Even if he attacked, he would not be able to win against the 3rd head. Although he was confident that he could survive under Wu Wei's consciousness, it would be difficult for him to cause harm to Wu Wei. However, the 3rd head could. This person was definitely an expert on the level of Xianxia and could not be defeated. If the Qi family was gone, the Crusader Alliance would dominate the intent domain for a period of time. "Sherlin, why haven't you attacked yet?" Qigong roared. Sherlin was indifferent. Qigong despaired. No one could help the Qi family, and they were really going to be destroyed. He could not even beg for mercy from the 3rd head, because the Dayue Villa was at odds with outer sky. If he begged for mercy, Xianxia would not tolerate the Qi family. There was only death left. Why was this happening? Why was the Qi family in such a desperate situation? Qigong's eyes lost focus, and he slowly fell to the ground. Luyin stared at the ground beneath the Qi family and captured all of the consciousness lifeforms that had surrendered. As for the Qi family, he did not care. Ever since the Qi family created their domain, they had erected a stone tablet. That stone tablet was placed outside the Qi family's gate by Reverend Qi. Outsiders who entered the Qi family had to bow to the tablet to show their respect. That stone tablet represented the Qi family. As the Qi family continued to crumble, the tablet also began to crack. A group of Qi family members watched in despair as the tablet cracked and saw the Qi family's destruction. Suddenly, a vast consciousness surged out of the broken tablet and blasted towards Luyin. The moment this consciousness appeared, the intent domain changed. The sunlight froze, and everything became still. Luyin slowly lowered his head, and his consciousness blasted over. Accompanying it was a loud voice. "Who dares to be impudent? I am Qigong." Whoosh. In the intent domain, a beam of light pierced through the void and rippled out in all directions. At the same time, the sound spread in all directions. Countless people were stunned. Qigong? Old Tao, Palace Mistress Xiao, and the others were shocked. Qigong had really come out? Sherlin's expression changed. Was Qigong still alive? How was this possible? The Qi family members were stunned. Was Qigong really alive? Qigong collapsed on the ground, his gaze unfocused. When he heard the words Qigong, his eyes focused, and he looked up at the sky and laughed silently. Patriarch Qigong was alive. The Qi family was saved. The Qi family members all knelt down. Welcome, Patriarch Qi. Welcome, Patriarch. Welcome, Patriarch. High up in the sky, Luin retreated a few steps. The consciousness blasted his head like a hammer, dazzling him. He came back to his senses and wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth. It was a very powerful consciousness. Although it was not as majestic as Wu Wei's, it was terrifyingly tenacious. This feeling was very familiar. He looked down at the Qi family's gate and a broken tablet. The consciousness had come from there. Outside the tablet, a person could faintly be seen. The figure slowly took shape and looked around. Are the Qi family's juniors so useless? The Qi family members all knelt before him. We are useless. Patriarch, please kill the enemy and show the Qi family's might. Patriarch, please kill the enemy. Patriarch, you are invincible in the universe. Show the Qi family's might. In the distance, the Alliance Crusaders felt a chill run down their spines. Qigong was still alive. This was going to be troublesome. Qigong walked out of the broken courtyard with great difficulty, covered in blood. He knelt in front of Qigong. Junior Qigong of the Qi family greets Patriarch. Qigong looked at Qigong and his expression softened. You did your best. Qigong said sadly, I was useless. I couldn't protect the Qi family. Patriarch, please punish me. What about Wu Wei? Wu Wei attacked once. The great skinning sky disk failed. He didn't attack again. What's going on with those people? Zun Qi looked into the distance and saw the members of the Alliance. The Alliance Crusaders felt their scalps tingle. Sherlin calmed down. Qigong was an ancient strong cultivator. He didn't expect him to still be alive. He was extremely talented. Yusang Tian thought highly of him and gave him the right to create the Alliance Crusaders. He thought that no one could compare with him in terms of consciousness cultivation. However, everyone said that he couldn't surpass Qigong. Why? Qigong only had astral consciousness. He also had astral consciousness. How could he not surpass Qigong? Now that Qigong had appeared, he wanted to see how he would deal with the third leader. Qigong knew that Qigong was asking about the Alliance Crusaders. He didn't know what to say. He could only say in a low voice, Lord Yusang Tian gave him the right to create a force called the Alliance Crusaders to fight against the Qi family. Qigong understood and looked at Sherlin. This person is the leader of the Alliance Crusaders? Yes. Qigong sighed. It's good that the younger generation of the spiritualized universe can produce such a person. He then looked up at Luin, his gaze turning murderous. Who is this person? Before Qigong could answer, he waved his hand. Forget it. Since he wants to destroy the Qi family, I'll send him on his way. He then flew into the sky. The Qi family was excited. Qigong's appearance meant that the Qi family was saved. The third leader was definitely going to die. Who would dare to provoke the Qi family? Qigong's appearance would change the spiritualized universe's structure. At the very least, it would change its intent. The Alliance Crusaders no longer had the right to fight against the Qi family. Qigong's name meant that his consciousness was invincible. Sherlin couldn't compare to him. High up in the sky, Luin watched as Qigong approached. Are you done catching up? Qizun stared coldly at Luin. I don't care who you are. It's rare for someone as young as you to have such a high cultivation base. However, you shouldn't have provoked my Qi family and tried to destroy it. Luin couldn't help but laugh. Old man, do you think you can protect the Qi family? Junior, you're too arrogant. Qigong stared at Luyin as his consciousness surged. Luyin didn't move and faced Qigong directly. You're just a consciousness that's barely hanging on. That stone tablet is your spiritualized weapon, right? You should have died long ago, but you relied on your spiritualized weapon to preserve your consciousness. Is that all for the sake of protecting the Qi family? Unfortunately, you won't be able to protect it today. If Qigong was still alive, Luyin would be worried. However, the current Qigong was just a remnant of his consciousness. His physical body had long decayed. How could a mere consciousness Qigong be able to overturn the heavens? Qigong sighed. I've walked the path of consciousness for far too long. So what if I lose my physical body? Try and block my 3 tribulations first. He then took a step forward and bent his fingers to form a strange shape as he attacked Luyin. Luyin raised a brow. 3 tribulations? He waved a hand, and a sunburst appeared. The sunburst's afterglow was something that not even sentient beings could avoid. Below him, Qigong warned, "Be careful, ancestor. That's an intent realm battle technique that can break through an action's great sky-carving disk." Qizun watched as the sunburst dissipated. It was as if his remnant consciousness, martial arts, and Tao were being burned away. He retreated before the 3 tribulations could be unleashed. Lu Yin's expression changed. The 3 tribulations hadn't been unleashed yet, but he had already unleashed it the moment his palm formed. He had seen the karma. He didn't know what the 3 tribulations battle technique was, but it had created karma with him. In space, old Tao was shocked. 3 tribulations battle technique? That's terrifying. Kai Keqing was curious. 3 tribulations? 3 tribulations, rebirth fall. It's a battle technique that ends before it's unleashed. It has another name, formless tribulations. Old Tao's expression turned serious. This battle technique aims to strike the tribulations into the enemy's body, creating a calamity from the inside out. It looks ordinary, and many battle techniques can do the same. However, the most powerful part of this battle technique is the formless word. It's formless and formless, making it hard to grasp. The enemy won't even know when the word is struck. This is the most powerful part of the 3 tribulations. Thinking about it, Master has already been struck. If he can't resolve it, then it'll truly be a tribulation. Palace Mistress Xiao was solemn. Qizun used his intent realm to unleash the formless tribulations. No wonder he's the strongest sentient being in the history of the spiritualized universe. Even Yusang Tian couldn't compare. The toad's eyes widened as it stared at the intent realm, praying for Lu Yin's defeat. If he did, it would be free. It had to be defeated. Lu Yin and Qizun retreated at the same time. One was fearful of an intent realm battle technique, but the sunburst ignited it. The other was struck by the 3 tribulations. Qizun was shocked. Why was Lu Yin retreating? Had he realized that he had been struck by the 3 tribulations? Impossible. It hadn't been activated yet, so how had he discovered it? Lu Yin felt the stars in his heart, shattering the tribulations that had been struck. Qizun's expression changed. He had indeed discovered it. How? Formless Calamity Hands was his ultimate technique, and it had once silenced an entire era of the spiritualized universe. Even when he fought against Primal Beginning and the others at the same time, he wasn't at a disadvantage. Even Yusang Tian had praised him. Ever since his body had fallen, this combat skill had been lost. There were no elites in the spiritualized universe who had cultivated this combat skill, so it was impossible for this child to have predicted it in advance. What was going on? Lu Yin raised his head and looked at Reverend Qi. Not bad. Is it called 3 tribulations? Unfortunately, it won't change the outcome of the battle. Since you're dead, you better behave yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and waved it. It was still the setting sun. Qizun was extremely wary of such a light battle skill. His expression froze as he sat cross-legged in the air. A millstone appeared around him. This millstone was different from Wu Wei's great sky-flying disc, but it still caused Lu Yin's expression to change. This was a heart like a boulder. It was the second-ranked method of spiritualizing the universe, Yusang Tian's power. Reverend Qi had also cultivated a heart like a boulder. Below, the Qi family members were excited. That's right, the reason why Reverend Qi was known as the first spiritualized consciousness in the universe, and why Lin couldn't catch up to him, was because not only was his consciousness powerful, but he also cultivated the heart of rock. In the consciousness universe, he was fearless even in the face of 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators. In that era, Reverend Qi had brought disaster to the universe. Under the heart like a boulder, Reverend Qi's consciousness continued to solidify. It wasn't as majestic as Wu Wei's, but if Wu Wei's consciousness was water, then Reverend Qi's was mud. It had the softness of water, but the hardness of mud. Reverend Qi wanted to defeat Lu Yin with pure consciousness. Lu Yin's consciousness was similar to Reverend Qi's, both at the celestial phenomenon level. However, Lu Yin's consciousness was mixed. He had absorbed the consciousness of ruins, black and white soulless, and his own cultivation of consciousness. Even though he had fused them into a star, they hadn't completely fused together. On the other hand, Reverend Qi's consciousness had been strengthened by the heart like a boulder a long time ago. If it was a contest of consciousness, Lu Yin wouldn't be a match for him. Under the heart like a boulder, even Kanyang would find it difficult to shake Reverend Qi's consciousness. Against a life form without a physical body, Lu Yin's battle techniques wouldn't be of much use. As for karma, it didn't mean much. Reverend Qi was already dead, but his consciousness was still alive. He had the strength of an celestial phenomenon level consciousness, but he wasn't at the primordial realm or Kuai. Even the karmic will couldn't do anything to him. The only thing that could defeat him was his consciousness. Was that why the Qi family would remain in the domain forever? Only the domain could protect the Qi family. Within the domain, many consciousness cultivators used the sourcebox array to direct their consciousnesses towards Reverend Qi, using the heart like a boulder to strengthen themselves. Reverend Qi's consciousness encompassed the entire domain. He wanted to destroy Lu Yin and completely eliminate the threat to the Qi family. However, Reverend Qi didn't understand Lu Yin at all. If Lu Yin wanted to leave, Reverend Qi wouldn't be able to stop him. Even if the entire domain worked together, they wouldn't be able to stop him. However, Lu Yin didn't want to leave. His goal wasn't to destroy the Qi family, this was just a facade. Reverend Qi's consciousness continued to strengthen. The consciousness planet in Lu Yin's heart swayed, and cracks appeared. It couldn't stop Reverend Qi's consciousness at all. Reverend Qi himself was bleeding from his 7 orifices, and his vision was blurry. This scene caused Qi Gong and the rest of the Qi family to become agitated. This third manager couldn't stop Reverend Qi at all. He was finished. Lin looked up. Reverend Qi's consciousness was terrifyingly powerful, and he knew that he wouldn't be able to withstand it. It was no wonder that Reverend Qi was the strongest consciousness cultivator in the history of the spiritualized universe. Outside the domain, everyone who was watching unconsciously shed tears of blood. Although Reverend Qi's consciousness didn't attack them, it still affected the surrounding void and expanded its range. It was as if the entire universe was trembling. These people were also affected by Reverend Qi's consciousness. Their consciousnesses couldn't withstand it, and they shed tears of blood. Old Tao gripped the pole and felt a splitting headache. The manager can't leave. Tears of blood flowed from the corners of Reverend Qi's eyes. He looked at the domain and at the figure whose back was facing them. Was he really unable to leave? Palace Mistress Xiao frowned, but she wasn't affected. She was using Tian's whetstone, and even though she didn't cultivate her consciousness, her own consciousness was still growing stronger. Thus, she wasn't affected by this little bit of consciousness leakage. But how was this third manager? She didn't want anything to happen to him. The person closest to Yusang Tian had been taken away to be a maid. If the Daiyu Villa ended, she would be in trouble. Even further away, Xianxia was constantly sending messages to the Gate of Arts. This third manager wasn't reliable. Even an old monster like Reverend Qi had appeared. The various powers were watching the domain and the Daiyu Villa. If something happened to the third manager, how could the Daiyu Villa not have any experts to support them? In Beyond Heaven, Yusang Tian calmly looked into the distance. The domain was about to end. Had this person really gone to the domain to destroy the Qi family? Or did he have other motives? To be able to control the Heaven's origin universe, one must have a powerful spirit. His actions during this time didn't match his personality, and he was actually playing a game of chess with himself. Then why had he gone to the domain? He couldn't have known about that. Then let's see what you'll do. Let me see clearly. In the domain, Lu Yin's vision became more and more blurry, and he couldn't hear his surroundings clearly. He felt as if he was inside a spinning gear, and his body was numb. Reverend Qi sat in front of him, his heart like a boulder as he stared at Lu Yin. This kid's consciousness was even more boundless than he'd expected. His astral consciousness should have been defeated, but this kid was still standing. As soon as he thought of this, Lu Yin's body fell down toward the domain. Reverend Qi heaved a sigh of relief, as he couldn't hold on any longer. Below, Reverend Qi Gong shouted, "Kill him." A group of Qi family cultivators acted, waiting for Lu Yin to fall. The members of the alliance looked at each other, not knowing what to do. If they joined forces with the Qi family, they might be able to leave a good impression on Reverend Qi. If Reverend Qi was still alive, then the domain wasn't something the alliance could control. This consciousness was too terrifying. Even Wu Wei couldn't do anything to the third manager, but he still wasn't Reverend Qi's match. Reverend Qi was the strongest. Alliance leader, what should we do? Reverend Feng wanted to act as well. Shirlin watched Lu Yin fall. It has nothing to do with us. Reverend Feng said, attack now. Reverend Qi is there. So what? Shirlin looked at Reverend Feng. Do I need to curry favor with someone who's already dead? Reverend Feng hurriedly retreated, not daring to say anything else. If he did, Reverend Qi might hear what Shirlin said. Reverend Qi was dead, but his consciousness still existed. Even without a physical body, he could still suppress the third manager. This was something no one in the domain could do. Shirlin wasn't afraid, but he didn't dare provoke Reverend Qi. In the sky, Lu Yin's body fell faster and faster. Reverend Qi's consciousness was pressing him to the ground. Below, countless attacks were waiting for him. They weren't consciousness attacks, but battle techniques and other kinds of physical strength. The domain couldn't be provoked, and the Qi family couldn't be provoked either. From now on, the Qi family's position would be even more secure. Reverend Qi was enough to make Sang Tian fear him. Attack! Countless attacks rained down on Lu Yin, drowning him. Lu Yin's body slammed into the ground, shattering the surface and falling underground. Reverend Qi raised a hand and pressed down. His consciousness suddenly condensed into a beam of light that shot down from above. The beam connected the sky and the ground, and it was even more solid than before. This attack caused Shirlin's eyes to narrow. If he took it head-on, he would definitely be beaten into an idiot. This was the power of the Heart of Boulder. Legend had it that Sang Tian also cultivated the Heart of Boulder. Outside the domain, Old Tao and the others were pale. How was the third manager? Palace Mistress Xiao clenched her fists. Even she could feel the terrifying power contained in this attack. Reverend Qi didn't relax at all. He'd still managed to deal such a heavy blow at the last moment. This was the vigilance of someone who'd survived the consciousness universe. The Star Toad almost cheered. This consciousness was too terrifying. That brat definitely wouldn't survive. He'd be an idiot if he did. Above the domain, Reverend Qi's lips curled up. When Lu Yin had fallen to the ground, he didn't know if the brat was truly unable to resist or if he was just faking it. Regardless, he would go all out and not give Lu Yin any chance to retaliate. This time, it was all over. Just as he was about to retract his consciousness, Qi Zun's expression suddenly changed as he stared at the ground. Impossible. A storm raged underground, shattering the ground and sending a group of cultivators flying. Qi Zun's consciousness beam was like a crystal that pierced the ground, but it didn't hit Lu Yin's body. Instead, it was blocked by Lu Yin's consciousness. Sky Palace. Within the Sky Palace, one's power was limitless, and there was no consumption. Whether it was physical strength, battle techniques, or consciousness, there was no consumption. Qi Zun's consciousness had indeed pressured Lu Yin to the point of suffocation, and Lu Yin had indeed been pushed underground. However, that had been done on purpose, otherwise, how would he have found the surrendered life forms of the consciousness universe? Qi Zun's final attack had exceeded Lu Yin's expectations. He hadn't expected Qi Zun to be so cautious. It was obvious that he couldn't hold on any longer, but Qizun had still attacked fiercely, forcing Lu Yin to use his sky palace. Lu Yin's consciousness couldn't block Qizun's attack, but as long as he didn't consume any of it, he could still hold on. No one had expected that the seemingly exhausted Lu Yin would be able to block Qizun's strongest consciousness attack. Qizun's expression darkened. It was indeed a disguise. Domain, Spirit Treasure Array. At this moment, both the Qi family and the Alliance Crusaders subconsciously joined forces to form a Spirit Treasure Array, releasing their consciousnesses towards Qizun. The domain spread out in all directions, connecting with Qizun. Qizun sat with a heart like a boulder, constantly expanding and emitting thunderous sounds. The void exploded as he combined all the consciousnesses and merged them into one through his heart like a boulder. Above the domain, a terrifying behemoth had been formed. This consciousness surpassed what it had been before, and it wasn't much weaker than Wu Wei's cosmic realm consciousness. Outside the domain, everyone quickly retreated, not daring to be affected by this consciousness. Otherwise, who knew what would happen? Everyone's retreat caused the domain's surroundings to become empty. This only served to highlight the behemoth. Beneath the domain, Lu Yin looked up at the terrifying consciousness. It was no wonder that the sequence foundation created by the heart like a boulder could dominate the consciousness universe. The heart like a boulder was too suitable to deal with consciousness life forms. Their consciousness wasn't necessarily boundless, but it was terrifyingly sturdy. Lu Yin looked around. There were many consciousnesses underground, all of them from the consciousness universe that had surrendered. Some of these consciousnesses had physical bodies, while others didn't. They were all trapped underground. Lu Yin looked around him and released the starry sky from his heart. His consciousness planet rotated, and he decided to give it a try. Let's see if you're stronger when you're gathering the consciousness of a cultivator or if I'm gathering the consciousness of a universe's life forms. Above the intent realm, revered Qi pressed down with both hands. With a rumble, heaven and earth shook. Countless people's faces turned pale, and they unconsciously vomited blood. The terrifying consciousness distorted the void, forming a black ray of light that ruthlessly fell to the ground. Suddenly, a majestic consciousness gushed out from the ground, whizzing upwards and colliding with the black light. Boom! A thunder-like explosion sounded in everyone's ears. With the collision as the center, the consciousness turned into ripples and dissipated, spreading out to the surroundings like a tsunami. Old Tao and the others were aghast. Quickly dodge. At this moment, Palace Master Yao did not want to take it and hurriedly retreated. No one was willing to bear the brunt of this collision of consciousness. Many consciousness cultivators fell to the ground. Sherlin looked down at the ground in shock. How could this be? Where did this third master get such majestic consciousness power from? Even further away, a consciousness swept over. It was Wu Wei. He had thought that it was over, but he did not expect Lu Yin to explode with such a terrifying consciousness. It was vast and boundless, and even continued to increase. It had already surpassed the astral level and was heading towards the starry level. And it was gone. How did this human cultivate? Where did he get such a terrifying consciousness from? If he did, why didn't he use it from the start? Revered Qi vomited blood, his face pale. How could he block it? Ancestor, ancestor. Revered Qi could not believe it. He gritted his teeth and frantically attacked with his consciousness. Underground, Lu Yin also gritted his teeth, absorbing the consciousness of the surrounding life forms while resisting Revered Qi. He temporarily maintained a balance, but the life forms of the universe of consciousness continued to move away, and his absorption became slower and slower. At first, it was a sneak attack, but now. Since this was the case, Lu Yin spread out the sky palace, raised his hand, and pressed down with one palm. The earth was below, and the sky was above. Now that the earth was in the sky, it was bound to flip the sky, flipping sky palm. The flipping sky palm suppressed all the surrendered life forms of the universe of consciousness underground. These life forms of the universe of consciousness were aghast. This human can absorb our consciousness. Run, run. How can this human absorb our consciousness? Human, you will die a horrible death. Human. Absorbing the consciousness of the life forms of the universe of consciousness was not the same as absorbing their life forms. They had their own life core, and their consciousness was cultivated from this core. It was also a type of power. Lu Yin had noticed this the first time he had absorbed Black Wuxian's consciousness. This also made him think of another matter, Bai Wuxian's existence. Lu Yin had absorbed Black Wuxian's consciousness, causing his life core to dissipate. That life core included his consciousness, which was equivalent to the physical body of the life forms of the universe of consciousness. However, Bai Wuxian had poured into his consciousness planet, which Lu Yin did not understand. He had always felt that Bai Wuxian might not be dead. But he could not find him. Revered Qi had borrowed the consciousness of a group of cultivators to attack, but not the surrendered life forms of the universe of consciousness. This was because the consciousness of the universe of consciousness life forms could not be borrowed by outsiders. Lu Yin was an exception. This was why Black Wuxian had once said that he would be the greatest enemy of the universe of consciousness. Now, these surrendered life forms of the universe of consciousness also saw this fact, but they could not escape. Suppressed by the flipping sky palm, they could only become carriers of consciousness. Lu Yin's consciousness planet spun furiously, constantly plundering consciousness to strengthen his consciousness against Qi Zun. In the sky above and on the ground below, the two beams of consciousness continuously clashed. At first, Qi Zun's consciousness suppressed Lu Yin's, but as time passed, Lu Yin's consciousness gradually overpowered Qi Zun's and headed upwards. Honorable Qi was aghast. Impossible, impossible, impossible. How can you surpass this old man's consciousness? Who are you? Who is it? Outside the intent realm, everyone who was watching heard Revered Qi shout. They were all confused. What was going on? Wasn't that third head a life form from the universe of consciousness? Revered Qi couldn't be mistaken. Now that Revered Qi didn't know who this person was, it meant that he didn't belong to the consciousness universe. Then where did he come from? Who exactly was he? Stillwater? Old Tao and the others watched in shock as the two consciousnesses collided. The third master was too ferocious. His consciousness could contend against revered Master Qi, which was equivalent to becoming the first person to spiritualize the universe's consciousness. How did he do it? No one could figure it out. Even Honorable Qi couldn't figure it out. No one had expected Lu Yin to be able to contend against Honorable Qi in terms of consciousness. Underground, Lu Yin had absorbed the consciousnesses of all the universe life forms that had surrendered. After some calculations, he found that there were 2 astral beasts, 8 star beasts, 27 starlight beasts, and dozens of 9th chakra beasts. Altogether, his consciousness had been pushed to the cosmic realm. Even though his consciousness was mixed and not pure, the vastness of his consciousness was definitely at the cosmic level. This meant that Lu Yin had obtained the strength to overcome bitter adversity, which was his consciousness. This was also his goal in coming to the intent realm. The cracks on his consciousness planet were mended, and it expanded several times. It constantly rotated, giving Lu Yin a sense of majesty. However, he knew that even if he reached the cosmic level, he wouldn't be able to crush Honorable Qi's heart. Otherwise, how could Honorable Qi dominate the consciousness universe? He could only be considered an equal to Honorable Qi in terms of consciousness. With a boom, Lu Yin's consciousness dissipated. The 2 terrifying consciousnesses turned into ripples and disappeared. Everyone looked down at the ground. What had happened? Lu Yin walked out step by step in a sorry state. His clothes were tattered, and he was covered in dust. There were still bloodstains on his face and body. Even so, when he walked out of the ground, no one dared to speak. The entire intent realm was silent. Lu Yin grabbed his shirt and tore it open, revealing his firm muscles. He moved a bit and looked up at Honorable Qi. Old man, you're ruthless. Honorable Qi was stunned. He was ruthless? Who was the ruthless one here? This person had actually blocked his consciousness attack. This wasn't just him, but the entire intent realm and the combined consciousness of many cultivators. They couldn't suppress this person. Who are you? Honorable Qi's voice was dry, no longer as arrogant as before. Lu Yin sneered. I'm the 3rd master of the Dayue Villa. I'm going to destroy the Qi family today. Lu Yin's words echoed in the intent realm. Everyone in the Qi family was terrified. They looked at Lu Yin with fear. Honorable Qi had made a move, but he still couldn't do anything to this person? Qi Gong vomited blood. The alliance looked at the Qi family sympathetically. The Qi family was finished after being targeted by such a monster. Wu Tong returned to the alliance and looked at Lu Yin with infatuation. This person was so powerful. Her first impression of Lu Yin was that he was arrogant, but at this moment, Lu Yin gave her the feeling that he deserved it. With this kind of strength, she dared to point at Xianxia and scold him. Too powerful. The stone forest was shocked. They boasted that they had created the alliance and had the strongest consciousness, but compared to this person, they were nothing. This person was the strongest spiritualized consciousness in the universe. Even Honorable Qi couldn't compare to him. The intent realm was silent for a moment. Honorable Qi landed and looked at Lu Yin. His voice was much more helpless. Third Master, why must you destroy the Qi family? Lu Yin's lips curled up. Why? Do you want to make peace with me? Honorable Qi sighed. I died a long time ago. My consciousness lives only to protect the Qi family. If Third Master is willing to stop, the Qi family can pay any price. Lu Yin moved his finger. Water gathered and poured down from the top of his head, washing away the dust. At the same time, blood flowed down the water. It was much more comfortable. Old man, you almost took my life. The Qi family can't buy my life at any price, Lu Yin said casually. Honorable Qi shook his head. Kill everyone in this generation of the Qi family, leaving only the ignorant children. Protect the Qi family bloodline, and everything in the Qi family will belong to Third Master. What do you think? Lu Yin praised, that's ruthless. Then you should ask your descendants if they are willing. Why wouldn't I be willing to die for the Qi family? Honorable Qi glanced at Qi Gong and the others. Qi Gong closed his eyes. Ancestor, if we can protect the Qi family, we are willing. Yes. He wanted to say something but stopped. Honorable Qi frowned. Speak. Qi Gong was in despair. But this person is Lord Xianxia's enemy. He is the enemy of sky beyond sky. Thank you brothers for your support. Thank you. Here's the update, thanks. Qizun was shocked, and he looked at Lu Yin. You're Lord Xianxia's enemy? Then why are you in the spiritualized universe? Lu Yin looked at him playfully. Xianxia can't stop me. The spiritualized universe is mine to roam freely. Impossible. With your strength, you're definitely not Lord Xianxia's match. Qizun could not believe it. He had thought that this was just an internal conflict in the spiritualized universe, and with the Qi family's position in Xianxia's heart, he would be able to protect the Qi bloodline even if he paid a huge price. He had not expected this person to be Xianxia's enemy. This was beyond his understanding. Lu Yin smiled. Your junior wanted to tell you at the start, but you didn't listen. Now, tell him properly. Let's see what kind of price Senior Qizun will pay. Qizun looked at Qi Gong with an ugly expression. Qi Gong was helpless. He's the Third Master of Dayuvilla. Dayuvilla. While Qi Gong was speaking, Lu Yin's fingertip was wrapped in a karmic spiral that moved towards the intent realm. He wanted to complete his second goal in coming to the intent realm. The moment the 9 domains ring sun appeared, Lu Yin looked at the 36 domains and discovered a scene that could not be seen by those who did not cultivate karma. Only those who had cultivated karma could see it. The spiritualized universe looked normal on the surface, but when Lu Yin looked at it through karma, he saw a strange scene in that instant. The spiritualized universe was split into 7 karmic lands. He did not know how to describe it, but in that instant, he saw karma split into 7 parts, and one of them was in the intent realm. Along the way to the intent realm, Lu Yin had asked Old Tao and confirmed that the other 6 karmic lands belonged to the 6 major powers of the spiritualized universe. In other words, there were 7 karmic lands and 7 major powers. Not one more, not one less. Was this a coincidence? Lu Yin did not know, but this was also his goal in coming to the intent realm. While Qi Gong was speaking, Lu Yin used karma to investigate the intent realm. This spiritualized universe had a huge secret. Karma spirals shot out and headed towards the intent realm. This scene covered the sky for those who could see it, but for those who could not see it, it was nothing. Even Qizun and Wu Wei could not sense it. Countless karma spirals pierced through the intent realm, and Luin was certain of what was inside. Such majestic karma happened to be divided into 7 regions. What was this karma? The existence of karma originated from living things themselves, and it was only when a living being had a cause that an effect would be born. This was common knowledge, but Luin had comprehended the way of karma, and he had glimpsed into the word karma. While it was true that there was a cause for an effect, karma itself might have already existed. He had entered the karmic cycle many times, attempting to change the past time and time again. However, the future was always in a few directions. These few directions had long determined karma. Karma was a line. One could place living beings on this line, but it didn't necessarily have to be a living being to have karma. Just as Saruzan had once said, good and evil in the universe, karma, and cause and effect could all be quantified. But who could quantify it? Luin explored the concept of karma. However, not long after, he was interrupted by revered Qi. Do you really want to use the Dayu Mountain Villa to clash with the Outland? Provoking Lord Yu Sang Tian? Luin looked at Qizun. So, have you thought of the price? Reverend Qi's expression was gloomy. You must be from the Tian Yuan cosmos. Qi Gong explained the origins of the Dayu Mountain matter, including his guesses. Qi Gong was very certain that the guesses of the outside world regarding the people from the Dayu Mountain matter were wrong. They were not life forms from the consciousness universe, but from the Tian Yuan universe. Luin probed the concept of karma. He replied, give me a price that satisfies me. Otherwise, the Qi family will be destroyed. Reverend Qi shook his head. You don't understand the strength of the spiritualized universe. You don't understand Lord Yu Sang Tian at all. Then, he looked in a direction and shouted, in action, the concept is the key to survival. If you don't act now, the Qi family will be destroyed, and you won't be able to live either. A low voice came from afar. Don't threaten me, old man. You're no longer the Reverend Qi of the past. What's the difference between you and me? If you head to the consciousness universe, you'll only cultivate to become a life form from the consciousness universe. You're no longer a pure spiritualized universe life form. Reverend Qi's tone was cold. No matter what kind of life form I am, even if Lord Yu Sang Tian abandoned me, this concept and the Qi family will not be abandoned by Lord Yu Sang Tian. You're just a surrendered life form from the consciousness universe. If you can't protect your concept, what value do you have? Luin felt it was a pity. Death is like an extinguished lamp. Why do you think the Crusader League exists? Old man, your value is gone the moment you die. With that, Luin attacked. His consciousness planet rotated as a boundless consciousness bombarded Qizun. P. Qizun's rock-like heart reappeared. He sat on a millstone, unmoving like a mountain. Do you really think this old man is afraid of you? Your consciousness is a mess. No matter how many you have, you won't be able to defeat this old man. The only reason I let Wu Wei take action was to keep you here. Even if it didn't take action, you can forget about destroying the Qi family. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Is that so? Then try your best to block it. The starry sky in his heart was released, and the blue sky heavenly palace spread out. The terrifying consciousness did not attack Venerable Qi, but was released in a frenzy. The consciousness planet spun faster and faster. Venerable Qi's pupils shrank. It was this move again. This person's consciousness had clearly been inferior to his before, but this move had allowed him to block Venerable Qi's consciousness attack. Now, this person's consciousness had exploded, and he was using this move again. Wu Wei, are you really not going to take action? Domain cultivators, release all of your consciousness and release all of the consciousness life forms that have surrendered. This old man promises that once your domain survives this calamity, you will all be free. The ground exploded as Venerable Qi prepared to release all of the consciousness life forms that had surrendered. However, the ground was silent, and there was nothing. He did not know that the consciousness life forms that had surrendered were already gone. Many domain cultivators, including the Rebel Alliance, took action from all directions, sending their consciousnesses into Venerable Qi's rock-like heart. Venerable Qi suddenly charged out, using his rock-like heart to ram into Luin. Luin watched as Venerable Qi charged over. Did he still have this move? Forcefully colliding with Venerable Qi was like a rock crashing into a river. Even though the river itself would not be affected by the rock, the riverbed would be broken, causing the river to scatter. This was Venerable Qi's goal. However, Venerable Qi had already taken on a physical form. In the distance, Qi Gong was shocked. Ancestor, this person specializes in physical strength. Venerable Qi did not hear him at all, as he only had Luyin in his eyes. Luyin raised a hand. Boom! The ground caved in, and the heavens were turned upside down. A terrifying collision shot into the heavens, as if the universe had been split in two. Around the domain, the crowd watched in a daze. This battle was too intense, and it was definitely a battle on the level of Xianxia. The shockwaves from the collision made it so that no one dared to approach. Within the domain, Venerable Qi stared blankly at Luyin, who had single-handedly blocked the millstone. How was this possible? Luyin looked at Venerable Qi, who was right in front of him. I thought that it would take some effort, but since you've turned from nothingness into reality, let's end this. He then struck out with his left palm, causing the millstone to crack. Lu Yin's consciousness followed the crack in his heart. Venerable Qi was struck by a boulder. Venerable Qi howled in agony as his body retreated, becoming more illusory with each step. He was not a physical body to begin with, but rather a remnant of his consciousness. Now that his consciousness had been severely damaged, he looked like he was about to disappear. The world spun, and Venerable Qi forgot everything in that instant. His mind went blank. Luyin raised a hand to suppress Venerable Qi into the hell of the general appointing platform. Venerable Qi's consciousness would not exist for much longer, but his existence would be accompanied by karma. With karma, the heavenly Tao of karma would increase. Today, I'll put you in prison. This is the result of opposing me. Qi Zun finally reacted. No, this old man won't die. This old man's consciousness lives on. This is the path to immortality. Let this old man go. This old man is willing to pay any price. Let this old man go. Let this old man go. Venerable Qi's voice gradually faded away as he was pushed into the hell of the general appointing platform. The Qi family despaired at this scene. Qi Gong knelt on the ground and stared blankly, his eyes lifeless and devoid of color. In the distance, Shirlin was silent. The dignified Venerable Qi had fallen to such a state. Master Feng and the rest of the Alliance Crusaders trembled. This third master was too terrifying. How could he be so strong? He was so strong that it made them despair. This was equivalent to using his own strength to suppress the entire domain. How had he done it? Luyin retracted the starry sky in his heart. Venerable Qi's consciousness was enormous, but he could not absorb it. After all, this consciousness represented Venerable Qi himself. He looked up and saw that everyone was looking at him with eyes full of fear. Even the Alliance Crusaders in the distance felt the same. The domain was in tatters, and this region was half destroyed. Lu Yin's sorry state meant that this battle would not be easy, but he had still won in the end. Clang! The blade fell to the ground with a soft sound. Someone from the Qi family fell down powerlessly, his eyes glazed over as he looked up at the sky. Why? Why is this happening? Even the forefather appeared. Why? The Qi family despaired. They had actually experienced despair when they saw the Qi family's courtyard being destroyed. At that moment, they had already accepted their fate, but Venerable Qi's appearance had rekindled their hope. They had thought that they could win, but in the end, this was still the case. Why did you give us hope, but make us experience despair? Why? 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 Qi Gong spat out a mouthful of blood, his body swaying as he slowly fell down. The Qi family was in tatters, just like the domain. Not long ago, the Qi family had never imagined that this would happen. Qi Guan, Lord Qi, and Qi Gong were all powerhouses of the sequence laws. The Qi family had obtained Yu Xiangtian's protection, controlled the domain, and nurtured geniuses who could invade the consciousness universe. Even when the Alliance Crusaders appeared and split the domain into two, no one dared to offend the Qi family. Now, the Qi family was in such a state. No one from the spiritualized universe helped them, and no one from the realm beyond heaven helped them. Why? Were they all afraid of this third master? Luyin was no longer interested in the Qi family, but since he had said that he would destroy the Qi family, he should end this matter. He looked at Qi Gong. The Qi family is gone. As the head of the Qi family, you should be suppressed by me like your forefather. He then raised a hand and pressed down on Qi Gong. Qi Gong looked at the black shadow that enveloped him, his eyes lifeless. At that moment, a low voice sounded from Wu Wei. Third Master, the Qi family has been destroyed, and Venerable Qi has been captured by you. How about we end this matter here? Luyin looked in a certain direction and his eyes flashed. You didn't attack earlier, but now you want to attack? It's enough that the battle has reached this stage. The intent domain is on the verge of shattering. If third leader attacks again, this intent domain will be gone, and I will be gone as well. Third leader, please give me some face, Wu Wei said bluntly. Luyin laughed. I can't give you that much face. Now, what attracted him the most was, firstly, to investigate karma, and secondly, to do nothing. He could absorb Wu Wei's consciousness. Once he succeeded, in the 3 universes, perhaps only the legendary universe-level consciousness life forms could surpass him in the field of consciousness. He would be invincible in the path of consciousness. This temptation was not small at all. Even if Wu Wei didn't make a move, he would think of a way to make him do it. In any case, Yu Sang Tian could not make a move. He could do whatever he wanted in the spiritualized universe. How many of the 7 great Sang Tian could come? At this time, he would increase his strength as much as he could. Third Master, are you really not going to give me face? Wu Wei's voice became lower and lower. I heard you were captured by Sovereign Qi. Even Sovereign Qi isn't my match, so where do you get the confidence to threaten me? Wu Wei sneered, Supreme Qi? Do you think he can catch me? You underestimate the 13 celestial phenomenon, heavenly phenomenon. Many cultivators were shocked. Wasn't Wu Wei captured by revered Qi? The Qi family was also shocked. This news was just as shocking as Qizun's capture. The pride of the Qi clan for many years was that revered Qi had captured Wu Wei. This was their pride, their belief. Could it be fake? Outside the intent realm, all the cultivators who were watching were astonished. Was this fake? Old Tao and Palace Master Yao looked at each other. They had not expected the entire spiritualized universe to know that Wu Wei had been captured by Senior Qi. That was why Senior Qi had become the strongest person in the spiritualized universe. What did Wu Wei mean by that? Wu Wei's voice slowly echoed in the world. From the results, it seems that I was indeed captured by Qizun and brought to the spiritualized universe. Eh? But before he caught me, I was already heavily injured, and most of my consciousness was gone. I only managed to recover after staying in this spiritualized universe for many years. If that wasn't the case, would he even be qualified to catch me? What a joke. Luyin narrowed his eyes. Then where does your confidence come from? Great skinning skyboard? Wu Wei said, Third boss, the consciousness universe's 13 celestial phenomenon is the ruler. It's equivalent to the spiritualized universe's Sang Tian. Do you think it's that simple? Now that I've recovered, the Qi clan has been destroyed, and your goal has been achieved. Please leave. If we fight again, neither of us knows what the result will be. Lu Yin's eyes surged with battle intent. Your words make me want to test the strength of the 13 celestial phenomenon ascendants even more. Third Master, do you really want to fall in the intent realm? You can't do it. In the direction that Luyin was looking at, Wu Wei's consciousness suddenly exploded and blasted towards Luyin. Lu Yin's consciousness planet rotated, and he launched a similar attack. The collision of the 2 starry sky-level consciousnesses caused another explosion. Most of the cultivators in the intent realm were stunned. Lin shouted, Third Master, please stop. The Qi clan has been destroyed. Why are you implicating the intent realm? Luyin ignored him. This Wu Wei's consciousness was similar to his. They were both as majestic as the abyss, but they were not as solid as Qizun's. If the collision between Luyin and Qizun's consciousness was like a river crashing against a rock, then the collision between Wu Wei's consciousness was like a river crashing against a river, or even an ocean crashing against an ocean. Not only the intent realm, but the starry sky outside the intent realm was distorted, and the range was expanding rapidly. Everyone retreated again and again. Qizun's heart was like a boulder, and he suppressed the collision of consciousnesses to a certain extent. But Luyin and Wu Wei did not. They wantonly attacked each other's consciousnesses, competing with the majesty of their consciousnesses. Around the intent realm, the consciousnesses turned into a tornado, sweeping the entire intent realm. Outsiders could not even see what was happening inside the intent realm. The great skinning sky board appeared again, but this time, it was bigger and more real than before. Wu Wei was one of the 13 celestial phenomenon ascendants. How could he be defeated by Lu Yin's setting sun? He had only attacked because of his promise. His mission was to protect the intent realm, not the Qi clan. Now that the Qi clan was destroyed, Lu Yin could only attack. The great skinning sky board pulled and crushed Lu Yin's consciousness. Lu Yin released the sky palace and allowed it to be crushed, but his consciousness did not seem to be exhausted. The great skinning sky board was trapped in the sky palace and was under unimaginable pressure. It suddenly shattered. However, the shattered great skinning sky board turned into violent consciousness blades that slashed in all directions. Lu Yin stood on the ground and used himself as the eye of the storm to grab the blades. The blades shattered and turned back into consciousness, condensing into the great skinning sky board. He was shocked. So that's how it is. Wu Wei's great skinning sky board was not very powerful, but it was similar to the sky palace. It felt like an infinite combination. The sky palace allowed Lu Yin to not use up any energy, and the great skinning sky board allowed Wu Wei to continuously reassemble his consciousness. Although it did not have the same ability as the sky palace, it was very resilient. It was not easy to rely on the sky palace to defeat the great skinning sky board, and it would take a long time. Third Master, you don't have to waste your intent realm. Wu Wei's voice sounded again. In Lu Yin's eyes, it was a dark cloud, similar to the image of ruins. Lu Yin looked up at the dark cloud. You can be considered to have passed the bitter calamity. Wu Wei did not understand why Lu Yin suddenly said this. That's right, so you should retreat. An expert who has passed the bitter calamity will not be defeated so easily. Lu Yin smiled happily. That's interesting. With that, karma appeared and pierced through the sky, forming a wheel, the karma wheel. The karma wheel was useless against a dead old man like Reverend Qi, but it was different for Wu Wei. Wu Wei was a life form in the consciousness universe. Since it was a life form, it also pursued immortality. In order to pursue immortality, one had to pass the bitter calamity. This was the same for all life forms because Wu Wei was a life form in the consciousness universe. It was different from Reverend Qi. Humans had their own bitter calamity, beasts had their bitter calamity, and even plants had their bitter calamity. Consciousness life forms also had their bitter calamity. Every life form in the universe had karma. The karma wheel moved towards the great skinning sky board and passed through it, disappearing into the dark cloud. The great skinning sky board suddenly stopped moving. Lu Yin stared at the dark cloud. He did not know what the bitter calamity of life forms in the consciousness universe was like, but karma was the same. Suddenly, the dark cloud shrank, and the great skinning sky board disappeared. The consciousness that permeated the world also disappeared. Lu Yin stared at the sky and saw a sword falling from the sky, stabbing towards him. Celestial sword, Wu Wei's voice rang out. Lu Yin's pupil shrank, and his scalp almost exploded. The moment that sword stared at him, all his hair stood on end. This was a feeling that could only be felt when one was in mortal danger. How could this be? How could Wu Wei make him feel mortal danger? Right now, only Yu Sang Tian could make him feel this way. The celestial sword stabbed towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin knew that he could not dodge it. The void? Time reversal? No, he could not dodge it. He did not know why, but he felt that he could not dodge it no matter what. This sword was not aimed at him, but at the end. He was destined to be stabbed by the sword. Destined? Why was it destined? Lu Yin used his sky palace and the Tao of Tianyi and pointed out. His finger touched the sword's edge, and blood flowed. Light flashed, and Lu Yin retracted his hand. If he had not reversed time by 1 second, his hand would have been gone. What was going on with this sword? How could Wu Wei know such a sword technique? This was a sword technique that used one's consciousness, and Lu Ying had never seen such a terrifying technique before. The sword fell, not caring about the process, only the result. This sword technique pierced towards the end. The celestial sword pierced through the ground and chased after Lu Ying. The Sky Palace's power and consciousness continuously flowed around Lu Yin's body, bombarding the celestial sword. The celestial sword continued to shrink, but Lu Ying still felt the danger. The sword continued to approach, causing Lu Ying to feel a chill run down his spine. Above the intent realm, Wu Wei's consciousness was weak. He had never thought of using this sword, but Wu Wei had done something that made his bitter calamity unstable. He had no choice but to use it. The celestial sword was his trump card, and not even Xianxia knew about it. After this battle, anyone who saw this sword would die. Below the intent realm, the sword continued to approach, getting closer and closer. Lu Ying stared at the sword's edge and pierced towards the end. Where there was an effect, there was a cause. A karmic spiral revolved around his fingertip as he pointed towards the celestial sword. The karmic spiral collided with the sword, and the world rumbled as everything turned white. When he opened his eyes again, Lu Ying saw a strange scene flash by. He saw karma forming a city wall, and he also saw a piece of land covered by karma. He could not explain this scene, as it should not have appeared here. Was it an illusion created by karma? Or did this collision allow him to see the cause of this sword technique? Still, Lu Ying felt as if he had touched something. In front of him, the celestial sword trembled and shrank by more than half before slowly coming to a stop. He pointed out, and the karmic spiral once again moved towards the sword's edge. The world rumbled as the scene appeared once more. This time, Lu Ying could see it even more clearly. Not only did he see the city wall formed by karma, but he also saw the piece of land covered by karma, as well as the drop of liquid on top of it. He subconsciously reached out to grab it. The celestial sword suddenly slashed horizontally, cutting through everything that Lu Ying could see. It was even sharper than before. Lu Ying hurriedly dodged, and his body flickered as he stepped into the intent realm. Beneath his feet, the celestial sword pierced through the ground and shot towards the dark clouds. The intent realm continued to split apart, and a third of it completely shattered. This was where the Qi family was. Everyone from the Qi family had fainted on the ground, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Lu Ying looked up at the dark clouds, his eyes filled with intense dread. He had thought that karma had stopped the celestial sword, but he had not expected it to explode with such power. This Wu Wei was not someone that Reverend Qi could deal with. It had been heavily injured in the consciousness realm. Had Xianxia made a move? Above the intent realm, Wu Wei was similarly apprehensive. The scene that had just happened was incomprehensible, and it had no choice but to stop and stare at Lu Ying. The celestial sword could not be exposed, but he could not kill this person. If he could not kill this person, then there was no need to kill the others, as they did not understand the celestial sword at all. Only this person. The intent realm was quiet. One was in the sky, and the other was on the ground. They both looked at each other. Shirlin's voice rang out. "Third Master, this battle has lasted long enough." Lu Ying retracted his gaze and looked at Shirlin. He also saw Wu Tong behind Shirlin. Wu Tong bowed to Lu Ying. "Greetings, Third Master." Lu Ying smiled and stretched. "It's been long enough. I'm a little tired." "Alright, I'll give you some face." Shirlin heaved a sigh of relief and looked up. "Senior Wu Wei, please leave." Wu Wei was a consciousness life form that had surrendered. Although it was powerful, it had no right to speak in this intent realm. Shirlin told it to leave, so it had to leave. The dark clouds quickly dispersed. In Old Tao's eyes, the huge spider had left. In Kai Keqing's eyes, the saber had left. Different people saw different things when they looked at Wu Wei. Lu Ying watched the dark clouds disperse and looked at Shirlin. "I don't want the Qi family to have any right to speak in this intent realm." Shirlin said naturally, "Third Master, you can take the Qi family away." Lu Ying disdainfully said, "There's no need. I won't attack these people." Then, he stepped out and left the intent realm. Shirlin looked at Lu Yin's back and heaved a sigh of relief. It was finally over. After this battle, the Intent Realm was greatly damaged, but it also showed the outside world the strength of the Intent Realm. They lost honored Master Qi, but they still had Wu Wei, who was comparable to Xianxia. The Intent Realm's status was still unshakable. This battle had made the third master even more famous. Only Xianxia could defeat him. What was Lord Yu Xianxia thinking? The Intent Realm was almost destroyed, but he didn't make a move. Outside the Intent Realm, countless people looked at Lu Ying with fear and dread. If they had guessed before, they were now certain. The third master had the strength of Xianxia. Lu Ying casually sat on the pole and changed his clothes. He exhaled tiredly. "Let's go." Old Tao said respectfully, "Yes, master. Let's go." He glided into the distance, and the people who had been watching Lu Ying both openly and covertly retreated a little further away. This was a ruthless person who could destroy the Qi family. Honored Master Qi and Wu Wei couldn't stop him. If this person targeted them, they would be finished. Thinking of this, many people wanted to retreat. This was a battle at Xianxia's level. What did it have to do with them? Why did they have to be targeted? They didn't want to die. The Battle of Wills had reduced the number of people watching Lu Ying by more than half. The rest were from the 7 major forces or their subsidiary forces. They wanted to retreat, but they couldn't. As the news of the Battle of Wills spread, the outside world's perception of the third master of the Dayue Villa was constantly refreshed. He was now comparable to Xianxia. Previously, whether it was the battle with Palace Master Yao or the assassination attempt on Jiu Jiesun, he had only guessed that Xianxia was needed to suppress the situation. Now, he was absolutely certain. As long as Xianxia didn't appear, the third master was invincible. He had the terrifying physical strength to suppress Yushan and the consciousness power to defeat Qizun. Even Xianxia might not be able to do anything to him. In the spiritualized universe, there was the Imperial Mulberry Sky and the 7 major Mulberry Skies. Other than that, there were also the 7 major powers. Some Xianxia were the masters of the 7 major forces, but most of them had nothing to do with the 7 major forces. Zhang Ming was the leader of the School of Arts. He had Xianxia's identity and the School of Arts. Bao Qi, Meng Sang, and the others had nothing to do with the 7 major powers. In Outer Heaven, many cultivators gathered and requested Yu Xianxia to come out of seclusion and suppress the Dayue Villa. Bao Qi Xianxia personally entered Sky Beyond Sky and found Yu Xianxia. "You want to do it?" Yu Xianxia was calm. Bao Qi said in a low voice, "Everyone says that Xianxia can't take down the third master. He's too arrogant." Yu Xianxia found it funny and looked at Bao Qi. "In the entire spiritualized universe, I don't think anyone is more arrogant than you." Bao Qi used a shortcut to become Xianxia. He was much younger than Zhang Ming and the others. He was the youngest of the 7 major Xianxia. Because he cultivated the sound sequence, he was arrogant. Bao Qi was confident. "I have the qualifications. Let me deal with the third master." Yu Xianxia looked away. "Deal with him? Of course not." In time, Bao Qi died in the Tianyuan universe. He seemed to have died at the hands of Master Lu. Although he didn't know the details, Bao Qi definitely had karma with Master Lu. He couldn't let Master Lu make up for the karma. "You don't have to do it. The 10,000 Beasts land won't let the Dayue Villa go." Many of their experts died at the hands of the Dayue Villa. 10,000 Beasts land? They can't do it unless Wu Huang returns. He's coming back. Bao Qi was stunned. Wu Huang is coming back? What about the consciousness universe? Yu Xianxia's gaze turned cold as he stared at Bao Qi. "I shouldn't have let you become Xianxia. How could you forget such an important day?" Bao Qi stared at Yu Xianxia in a daze. Suddenly, his eyes widened. "The day of the spirit sacrifice." Yu Xianxia said coldly, "Have you forgotten how miserable the competition for the position of Xianxia was? The Gate of Techniques, the Royal God Mountain, the 10,000 Beasts land, and even the Zhikong domain all had people. If I hadn't given you the cauldron bell at the last moment, how could you have become Xianxia? Don't think that your position is secure. There are many people eyeing the position of Xianxia. Some are beyond your imagination. Don't provoke the Dayuvilla. It's fine if you win, but if you lose, you'll lose your position. Baoqi was unwilling to accept Yu Xianxia's words. He wanted to prove himself. Everyone said that his position of Xianxia was given to him by Yu Xianxia. If not for the cauldron bell, he wouldn't have been able to become Xianxia. This was also why he was anxious to find Yu Xianxia to deal with Luyin. Baoqi had always been arrogant, so how could he tolerate such talk? However, Yu Xianxia's words struck his soul. If he lost, he would lose his position. Would he lose? Impossible. With the cauldron bell, he was Xianxia. How could Xianxia lose? Baoqi stood in place, his expression changing. Yu Xianxia had allowed him to leave, so he wouldn't restrict Baoqi. However, if Baoqi really went to find trouble with Luyin and was defeated, then his position as Xianxia would be gone. Xianxia could not be defeated. This was the highest position in the spiritualized universe, second only to Yu Xianxia himself. The word defeat was not meant for Xianxia. Anyone who lost would not be qualified to become Xianxia. No matter how arrogant Baoqi was, he still had a brain. At the same time, in outer space, Old Tao mentioned the day of the spirit sacrifice. What's the day of the spirit sacrifice? Luyin was curious. Old Tao respectfully explained, if the 9 domains ring sun is the end of the year for the 9 domains, then the day of the spirit sacrifice is the end of the entire spiritualized universe. Legend has it that this day is the birth of supreme extremity, and it is also said that this day is the day when the spiritualized universe unifies all cultivation methods. Some even say that this day is the day when the spiritualized universe's 36 domains form the word spirit. In any case, there are all sorts of legends, and they vary from place to place. However, the result is the same. On this day, the entire spiritualized universe will celebrate, pray, and bless. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation P. Yu Xianxia will lead the 7 great Xianxia guardian spirits. When the time comes, even Wu Huang and the 9th spirit, who are far away in the consciousness universe, will return. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Wu Huang and the 9th spirit? Of the 7 great Xianxia, he had met Yi Xianxia, Meng Sang, Baoqi, and Yuan. There were 3 that he had not met before. They were Zhan Ming, Wu Huang, and the 9th spirit. He had interacted with Zhan Ming before and was no stranger. To a certain extent, he could threaten this person. But Wu Huang and the 9th spirit were complete strangers. Especially Wu Huang, who represented the 10,000 beasts border and was his enemy. Once this person returned, he would definitely compete with the Dayuvilla. What is Wu Huang's personality like? Luyin asked. Old Tao was wary. Wu Huang is domineering. With him around, no one dares to provoke the 10,000 beasts border. Even the 7 great powers like Will's, Imperial God Mountain, and Heaven's Hand have to retreat. Whoever offends the 10,000 beasts border will be personally beaten up by Wu Huang. Luyin laughed. You mean that he will definitely come looking for trouble with me? Definitely. Old Tao did not hesitate. Palace Mistress Xiao interjected, Wu Huang once said that he did not want the Xianxia to succeed, but that the Xianxia must have him. So arrogant? Luyin was surprised. Palace Mistress Xiao's gaze was wary. He has the qualifications. Perhaps you have heard of a title. After a pause, her gaze turned serious. Undying Wu Huang. Luyin had heard of this title, but thought it was just a title. Old Tao reminded him, Wu Huang's most famous battle was against 3 Xianxians at the same time. That was a true battle of life and death, witnessed by Yu Xianxia. The cause of that battle was long forgotten, but the result was recorded in history. Wu Huang used his own strength to beat the 3 Xianxians half to death. He himself was also half dead, but the 3 Xianxians could not kill him. At most, they could suppress him. But given some time, he could counterattack. In the end, Yu Xianxia determined that the battle was a draw. Luyin was curious. Which 3 Xianxians? Yi Xianxia, Meng Sang, and one who died long ago. Luyin praised, that's really powerful. Yi Xianxia did not have too many killing moves, but the sealed world was not to be trifled with. That thing belonged to the round-faced elder. Meng Sang's physical strength was strong, and with the sixth life's final chapter, it was a sure kill move. He believed that Wu Huang would be prepared, but with the three Xianxias working together, they would definitely have a way to use the final chapter. Even that could not defeat Wu Huang. He was worthy of that title. How long until the day of the spirit sacrifice? Some time, but according to the usual pattern, Wu Huang will return early. Palace Mistress Xiao said. Lu Yin patted the rod. All right, to the myriad beasts border. Lu Yin's words shocked Old Tao and the others. Even Star Toad could not help but stare at Lu Yin. Master, to the myriad beasts border? Yes. Wu Huang will return early. Rather than wait for him to find trouble with me, I'll go find him first. Was that the logic? Old Tao was stunned. Palace Mistress Xiao could not help but speak up. Other than Wu Huang, there are also a group of old fellows in the myriad beasts border. They are said to be hiding in the myriad beasts border because they do not like Xianxia and do not want to be used as a tool to create the sequence foundation. The myriad beasts border is not to be trifled with. In terms of overall strength, even the intent realm cannot compare. Lu Yin rolled his eyes. Nonsense, if the intent realm did not have Reverend Qi and Wu Wei, I could defeat them with one hand. If the myriad beasts border had such strength, then Wu Huang would not have the right to be arrogant. If that is the case, Master still wants to go to the myriad beasts border? Old Tao asked carefully. The myriad beasts border was not to be trifled with. Thank you brothers for your support, thank you, thank you. Lu Yin casually said, I like to nip trouble in the bud. I know where the myriad beasts border is, and it's on the way to beyond heaven. Let's make a trip there. There are so many people in the spiritualized universe who want to know more about me, so I'll go check out the myriad beasts border first. Old Tao and Palace Master Yao exchanged glances. Since they couldn't persuade her, they could only brace themselves and go. They had spoken so much about Emperor Wu in hopes that Lu Yin wouldn't provoke him. Even if Emperor Wu returned to cause trouble for him, he would just deal with him. Emperor Wu was an old monster from the same era as Genesis, and there was no shame in losing. They had not expected Lu Yin to take the initiative to cause trouble for Emperor Wu Huang. If they had known, they would not have said anything. Facing Wu Huang, Palace Master Yao was terrified. He was one of the few experts who could argue with Xianxia. He glided his pole toward the starry sky. I just remembered something. Is there a gigantic tree in this spiritualized universe? Black. It sounds familiar, right? Where did it go? It said that it interferes with the formation of the word Ling, so it was moved away. Right, it was moved to the Tianyuan universe. What is the significance of that big tree in the spiritualized universe? I don't know. Lu Yin ate some fruit as he looked into the distance. The myriad beasts border was one of the 7 karmic lands, and he wanted to see it more clearly. The myriad beasts border was quite a distance away from the intent domain, and it just so happened that it was on the way to beyond heaven, so it could be considered on the way. No one had expected Lu Yin to go there. Stillwater? Along the way, Old Tao kept thinking of ways to stop Lu Yin from going to the myriad beasts border, but he couldn't come up with a suitable excuse. The cultivation model of the spiritualized universe was the same. With the spirit molting as the division, there were 2 branches. One was the human-shaped spirit molting, and the other was the beast-shaped spirit molting. Even though humanoid spirit molting was the mainstream of the spiritualized universe, 90% of the cultivators would still maintain their human form. However, there were also 10% of cultivators who molted as beasts. After countless years, even though only 10% of the cultivators were beast-shaped spirit molting, there were still many beast-shaped spirit molting experts. Due to the uniqueness of the beast-shaped spirit molting species, some beast-shaped spirit molting cultivators had much longer lifespans than ordinary people. No one knew how many beast-form spirit molting experts were hidden in the 10,000 beast border. These hidden old fellows were just like the old fellows in the Door of Arts who were waiting to die. They didn't have the strength to go out and fight, but they could still protect their own territory. If the 10,000 beasts border went on an expedition to the universe of consciousness, they might not be very powerful. Many of the old fellows might have died before they even reached the universe of consciousness. However, if the universe of consciousness attacked the 10,000 beasts border, that would be completely different. It would bring a huge surprise to the universe of consciousness. At this moment, Old Tao felt like he was on an expedition to the myriad beasts border. He was courting death. No matter how powerful the third master was, it was difficult for two fists to fight against four hands. Even if he could hold on, what about them? He was definitely dead. Along the way, Old Tao had a bitter expression. It was just like when he wanted to kill his way into the intent realm and learn of Qizun's existence. Old Tao. Boss, I'm here. Although Old Tao was depressed, he didn't dare to show it in front of Luin. Luin asked, do you know of a guy who uses a throwing knife battle technique? Old Tao was startled, but his expression did not change. Flying dagger? There are many such weapons in the spiritualized universe. What's so special about them? Luin thought about it. Special, huh? Right, this guy's flying dagger can threaten me, but he doesn't train in this sequence. Palace Mistress Xiao looked at Luin and recalled the battle at the Jadewater Palace. That person who had been killed by Luin had used a flying dagger to ambush Luin. Why was he asking this now? Even if he wanted to ask, he should be asking her. Old Tao thought about it. That sounds familiar. It should be the suppressing hand flying dagger, Booyah. Booyah? Old Tao said respectfully, this Booyah is an assassin of the Heaven's Hand and is ranked very high. He uses flying daggers to kill people and doesn't train in this sequence. I was ambushed by this person and almost died. Does that mean that the Heaven's Hand sent someone to kill me? It's possible. Old Tao was solemn. Luin nodded and did not ask any more questions. What's up ahead? Old Tao said, Boss, it's an ordinary heavenly city. There are too many such cities in the universe, and they are all outside the Spirit Silk Road. They can be said to be all over the universe. Let's go rest. Luin decided. Old Tao was delighted. Yes. The later they went to the myriad beasts border, the better. Soon, the sliding pole entered the heavenly city. The people who had been watching Luin also followed him into the heavenly city, and they could finally rest for a while. After entering the city, Luin announced that he would be in seclusion for a few days. He had suffered some injuries during the Intent Realm battle and needed to rest. Old Tao directly booked a large courtyard in the city, and the rest were scattered around to protect Luin. Many people were secretly discussing how serious Lu Yin's injuries were, but there was no conclusion. None of them dared to enter the Intent Realm to watch the battle since they were too far away. Luin had not been injured, and he did not rest. Instead, he left the courtyard and kept an eye on someone. After leaving the Intent Realm, the number of people watching him decreased by more than half. Those who dared to watch him either had no choice or had ulterior motives. Luin saw through the karmic threads, and when they collided, he realized that one of them was related to Old Tao. That karmic thread involved himself, Old Tao, and Booyah. That was strange. During the battle at the Jadewater Palace, Booyah had tried to assassinate him, so it was normal to have karmic ties with him. But what did that have to do with Old Tao? Because of this, he had specifically asked Old Tao about Booyah. Otherwise, there was no need to ask about a dead person. There were too many people in the spiritualized universe who wanted to kill him. In particular, Sovereign Qi had said that he did not belong to the consciousness universe, so there was only one explanation left, the Tianyuan universe. More and more people in the spiritualized universe knew that he came from the Tianyuan universe, which led to many people wanting to kill him. Yusang Tian was one of the reasons why Luin had not made it clear. Yusang Tian had allowed the Dayu Villa to enter the spiritualized universe, which puzzled the various powers, and they were all watching from the sidelines. As long as Yusang Tian made his stance clear, the Dayu Villa would definitely be attacked. Luin knew that Yusang Tian would not make it clear, and neither would he. They both tacitly acknowledged each other's existence. As for what would happen to the various powers in the spiritualized universe, Yusang Tian did not care. Luin had his own goals. He wanted to expand the heavenly Tao of karma to the point where he did not need to compensate for karma or suffer any backlash from karma. However, Yusang Tian had not made any moves, which made Luin uneasy. It seemed like he had comprehended the heavenly Tao of karma and had turned from passive to active, but the longer this dragged on, the more passive he would become. This was because he did not know Xianxia's plans. He had to think of a way to test Xianxia. Within a heavenly city, Luin found the person whose karmic threads were connected to Old Tao and Buya. He followed the person to a corner of the city and personally saw the person contact someone. Number 4 is currently following the third master. Yes, I'm sure it's number 4. I can't contact him. Number 4 is very close to the third master. Yes, I understand. Soon after, the person finished contacting Luin and was about to leave when he bumped into him. The person fainted before he could even see Luin clearly. Luin did not expect to gain anything from the interrogation, so he directly checked the karmic threads. A single person had too much karma, and Luin needed to check the karmic threads that were connected to him. Eventually, he would be able to trace them back to find more clues. After a while, he sighed and tossed the person into the commander appointment platform. He then disguised himself as the person and headed to the courtyard. Skyhand had a way to contact him, and it was extremely secretive. Through the karmic threads, Luin learned how to contact Skyhand, and he used this method to contact Old Tao. Old Tao was watching from outside the courtyard, and when he saw that Skyhand was trying to contact him, he acted as if he did not see it and ignored it. Luin tried a few times, but Old Tao did not respond. Only then did he leave. Lu Yin's eyes flashed as he looked at the item in his hand that resembled a cloud stone. He originally wanted to contact Skyhand, but once he did, he would be easily seen through. Since that was the case, he looked at Old Tao in the distance. In the courtyard, Luin called Old Tao in. Old Tao faced Luin with an extremely respectful expression. "Master, you called for me?" Luin smiled at Old Tao. "I'm injured." Old Tao was sorrowful. "I didn't expect that the intent realm could injure you. It's all because of supremacy Qi and Wu Wei. They're just consciousness lifeforms that have surrendered. How could they have the guts to attack you? Don't worry, Master. When my strength soars, I'll definitely find trouble with Wu Wei and make him kowtow and apologize to you." Luin found it funny. "What I mean is that I'm injured. You can make a move now." Old Tao was confused. "What are you talking about? What move? I don't understand." Luin leaned forward and stared at Old Tao. Number 4. Old Tao's body shook, and he looked at Luin in disbelief. "Master, what happened to you? How did I know?" Luin looked at Old Tao in admiration. "To be honest, I'm also surprised that you were able to hide it until now." It wasn't that Luin hadn't used the karmic spiral to pierce through Old Tao, but Old Tao had completely concealed his identity as number 4 of the Heaven's Hand. He hadn't revealed anything, or rather, he hadn't thought of it at all. Karma wasn't like a die with 6 pips. Everything could be seen clearly, and only some things could be seen. For example, the person with the Heaven's Hand had been watching Luin. Luin was the cause, and that person's actions were the effect. But why did this cause occur? There was also karma above. It was Buya's assassination attempt that had come from the Heaven's Hand. It was also the Heaven's Hand that had let that person know that Old Tao was number 4. This chain of karma allowed the karma threads to be seen, collided, and overlapped. Only then could Luin see the truth. Without this karma, Luin wouldn't have been able to see all of this even if he had used the karmic spiral to pierce through that person. Old Tao was just like that. He had completely forgotten that he was number 4 of the Heaven's Hand. Even when Luin checked his karma, there was no such thing. This old guy was too good at hiding things. When he thought of this, Luin thought of the person wrapped in the blanket. Why hadn't that person been pierced through by karma? Could it be that that person's existence didn't have any karma? "Master, I definitely didn't have any intentions of plotting against you. Master, you must investigate clearly. I didn't intentionally get close to you. You were the one who forcefully took me away from Torch City. You even gave me the title of Second Master. I've been wronged. I've been wronged." Old Tao wailed, afraid that Luin would slap him to death. Luin rubbed his ears. "Be serious and tell me clearly. Otherwise, your life will end here. What's the name of this heavenly city?" "Forget it, there's no need to remember." Lu Yin's words sent a chill down Old Tao's spine. He hurriedly explained, your subordinate is indeed Heaven's Hand number 4, but this has nothing to do with the third master. Your subordinate's mission was to wait for the right time to assassinate Xianxia. Who knew that the third master would take him away? Your subordinate has no intention of disrespecting the third master, let alone assassinating him. That bastard Buya must have acted on his own. Otherwise, Heaven's Hand would not have provoked the Dayuvilla. Heaven's Hand is not stupid. How could someone from the mythological lands? Luin interrupted, why didn't you contact Heaven's Hand? Old Tao was solemn. Because I'm already a member of the Dayuvilla, and I'm the second master. Luin stared at him. If that's the case, why didn't you tell me this? Old Tao was helpless. Heaven's Hand's people are not honorable. They either do assassinations or assess the black and white spirit lists. These things are not good in the spiritualized universe, and it would be troublesome if their identities were exposed. I only want to follow Third Master through fire and water for the rest of my life. I don't want to cause trouble for you. Luin believed Old Tao's words. This old fellow had been forced to follow him from the beginning, and he could not have known that Wu Jiang would arrive at Torch City. Furthermore, this fellow had been in Torch City for many years, and Luin had not even been born at that time. Hearing Old Tao profess his loyalty, Luin sized him up. I didn't expect that a random guide would have such an important identity. Heaven's Hand, one of the 7 major powers, is not simple. Old Tao's expression was bitter. If I had a choice, I wouldn't join Heaven's Hand either. I heard that there's an old fellow in Heaven's Hand who is comparable to Xianxia and has been around for a long time. Is that true? Yes, there is an old fellow, but I don't know his exact strength. You can still contact Heaven's Hand? Old Tao did not know what Luin wanted to do, but he thought about the wretched state of the Intent Realm and Lu Yin's plans to go to the Myriad Beasts border. He cautiously reminded him, Boss, Heaven's Hand is different from the Intent Realm and the Myriad Beasts border. It's a very secretive power and will not directly clash with you. Answer my question. Yes, I can. I can contact Heaven's Hand. Contact him and see what Heaven's Hand wants you to do. After all, you're now with me. Old Tao didn't dare to refuse and began trying to contact Heaven's Hand. Lu Yin's hand. Number 4? Tell your men to withdraw. If you keep watching, the third master will discover you. How is your situation? Old Tao glanced at Luin and replied in a low voice, I'm fine. What is Dayumanor's goal? I don't know. I haven't entered the course circle yet. Investigate thoroughly. Heaven's Hand will not treat you unfairly. We can protect you. Old Tao put on a mocking expression for Luin to see. He wanted Luin to know that he didn't believe Skyhand's words. I understand. Is there anything else you want me to do? The third master is injured and in seclusion. I only have this one chance to contact you. The other party was silent for a moment, as if asking for instructions. After a while, he replied, think of a way to get the third master to help us eliminate some threats, such as Zhen. Old Tao was surprised. Zhen? You know these people. If you do well, the position of Master of Heaven Hand will be yours. Remember, don't let the third head find out. The connection ended. Zhen? Luin looked at Old Tao. Old Tao replied politely, Zhen is an expert who once fought for Xianxia's position. He's a spirit prime. Back then, Xianxia's position was vacant. Many experts fought for it. In the end, Baoqi became Xianxia's successor because of Ding Zhong. If not for Ding Zhong, no one would know who would have taken the position. At that time, Baoqi Xianxia called those who fought for the position of Xianxia mad dogs. Luin understood. So that was how the term mad dogs came about. In the Mirage domain, a tributary of the River of Time, Baoqi had said before his death that there would be a bunch of mad dogs fighting for the position of Xianxia. So it was these people. Many of them? Old Tao said, I'm not sure. They're all old monsters who live in seclusion. Even Yu Xianxia doesn't know if they're dead or alive. They only come out when Xianxia's position is vacant. Zhen is one of them. Everyone thought that he died in the battle for Xianxia's position with Baoqi. No one expected him to still be alive. Luin found it strange. Even if he's alive, what does it have to do with Skyhand? Why does Skyhand want to eliminate him? He's not on the dark spirit list. Old Tao said solemnly, because Skyhand wants to compete for Sang Tian's position as well. Luin understood. Yuanqi had returned and provoked beyond heaven, which meant that he wanted to rebel. His position as Sang Tian would not last for long. As soon as Yu Sang Tian came out of seclusion, he would immediately be stripped of his position. At that time, there would be a group of people fighting for the position. Although Skyhand was one of the 7 great powers, it did not have Sang Tian. Is Sang Tian really that attractive? Luin did not understand. Those who could become Sang Tian, even if they were not Sang Tian, still had extremely high statuses in the spiritualized universe. Why would they fight for Sang Tian's position? Old Tao did not know either. Perhaps Sang Tian has other benefits that others don't know about. Luin immediately contacted Wu Jiang and asked about Yuanqi. He had never asked about this before, and he had assumed that it was a symbol of status. When the spiritualized universe had invaded the Tianyuan universe, Sang Tian had been the leader. Although there had been many other experts, there had not been many of them, so Luin had not thought too much about it. It was normal for experts to hold a higher position. But after coming to the spiritualized universe, he had learned that there were so many experts fighting for Sang Tian's position. Baoqi had even called him a mad dog, which made Luin wonder. Why did they have to become Sang Tian? There had to be a reason. Yuanqi quickly recovered. Because only Sang Tian can enter the depths of the extreme palace and see the illusory supreme extremity. Although we have never seen it before, the supreme extremity is very likely to be an eternal realm expert. Even if there is only a 1 in a billion chance of meeting such an expert, we are still willing to wait. Only Sang Tian can become Yu Sang Tian. The current Yu Sang Tian was once Sang Tian. Especially on the day of the sacrifice spirit. Only Yu Sang Tian and the 7 great Sang Tian can host the sacrifice spirit. On that day, we might be able to see a different scenery. Luin was surprised. A different scenery? Yuanqi replied, I did not see that. The other Sang Tian also said that they did not see it, but they would not say whether they saw it or not. Yu Sang Tian once said that seeing a different scenery might make Yu Sang Tian, and he saw it. Because of this, even if the other Sang Tian saw it, they would not admit it to prevent being targeted. Although this is just a rumor, and it might be Yu Sang Tian's technique, no one wants to give up. Also, Sang Tian has the right to mobilize any resources in the spiritualized universe and any power, including the 7 great powers. Becoming Sang Tian was not just a matter of status, it was also related to reaching the pinnacle and becoming Yu Sang Tian. It was no wonder that so many people were vying for the position of Sang Tian. Luin ended his communication with Yuanqi. Where is this Shen? Are you going? Old Tao asked. Luin moved his arm. I want to find the world's experts, and Skyhand helped me find them. Why wouldn't I go? But Skyhand is using you, Master. That's fine. Only valuable people have the right to be used. Lead the way. Old Tao nodded helplessly. Not long after, Huali set off from the heavenly city. And headed in a certain direction. Luin seemed to have forgotten that he was going to the heavens beyond palace to engrave some words, as no one could understand his itinerary. He had clearly said that he was going to recuperate in this heavenly city after being injured, but how long had it been? He had set off again, and this time, he clearly had a goal. Everyone looked in the direction that Huali had headed. What was in that direction? That's the direction of the Intellicon domain. Is Third Master going to the Intellicon domain? Someone exclaimed. Someone else guessed, it's not impossible. If the domain can't stop Third Master, then the Intellicon domain might not be able to either. That's the Intellicon domain, which controls the distribution of the spiritualized universe's resources. Its history is even older than Lord Yu Sang Tian's. Hurry up and follow him. If he's really going to the Intellicon domain, I'll wait. Everyone wanted to know more about the Intellicon domain, but no one dared to. The Intellicon domain was the only organization that Yu Sang Tian had confirmed could not become Yu Sang Tian, so everyone was curious. If Third Master was really going to the Intellicon domain, then it would be interesting. Huali continued to travel through the void at a fast speed, and only the spirit progenitors could keep up with him. This speed was much faster than when he had gone to the domain. The various great organizations hurriedly sent people to follow him, including some organizations that had already retreated. Third Master's goal was obvious, and he was definitely going to the Intellicon domain. A few days later, as the direction changed, everyone was confused. Was he not going to the Intellicon domain? The location that Skyhound had given them was getting closer and closer, but there were no 36 domains in this area. There was only a chaotic asteroid belt, and there was not even a heavenly city. It was a desolate land. Huali stopped. Toad, go and try. The star toad gritted his teeth. Me again? That can't be. That's true. The star toad blinked. Was he that easy to talk to? Luin looked at Palace Mistress Xiao. Go and find Jin. She was shocked. Me? You know him, right? Jin isn't dead? She was even more shocked. She did not know where they were going, but she had not expected them to be looking for Jin. She knew Jin, as she had also taken action when Baoqi had fought for Sang Tian's position. However, she had not been the strongest person below Sang Tian at the time, and there had been a gap between her and Jin. She had only taken action once from afar, and she had personally seen Jin deal a blow to Baoqi. She had thought that Jin was dead, but he was still alive. Had Baoqi not sought him out for revenge? Is Jin here? She asked. Luin took a sip of his drink. Lure him out. There were some things that did not need to be done personally, otherwise, why would he bring these people along? He still needed to have style, and he had to act for the people around him. Palace Mistress Xiao frowned and slowly walked out. I'm not Jin's match right now. She did not wait for Lu Yin's reply and stepped into the asteroid belt. Those who had been staring at Lu Yin were at a loss, not knowing what he was doing. What could be in this desolate land? Palace Mistress Xiao stepped into the asteroid belt, her body surrounded by jade water that transformed into swords that slashed out. Invincible jade water. The asteroid belt shattered, and invincible jade water seemed to turn this place into a second jade water palace. Suddenly, the flames boiled and evaporated the water. Palace Mistress Xiao's gaze turned cold as she raised her hand. The sword of jade water? Your Palace Mistress Xiao? A shocked voice rang out as the flames burned the sky and distorted the starry sky. A figure walked out, bringing with it a boundless pressure that swept across the starry sky. Everyone who was staring at the figure felt stifled. That's Jin? What? That old monster Jin? The one who fought with Baoqi's Sang Tian? He's still alive? He's actually still alive. No one had expected Jin to still be alive. Back then, he had attacked Baoqi, causing him to almost lose his chance to become Sang Tian. During that battle, he had been buried by Baoqi's sound sequence. Everyone had thought that he was dead, but he was still alive. The water around Palace Mistress Xiao continued to press down, trying to suppress the flames. Palace Mistress Xiao, how did you know I was here? And why did you attack me? Jin's tone was low as flames burned around him like a red continent. The pressure forced Palace Mistress Xiao to back away. She was known as the number one person under Sang Tian, but that was only if those old monsters did not appear. Many people had fought for Sang Tian's position, but not many had left a deep impression on her. Fighting for Sang Tian's position did not mean that one was close to it. Some people fought for Sang Tian's position just for show, such as Death with Three Heads or the powerhouse from the Myriad Beast territory with no Emperor Radiance. Since he had no Emperor Radiance, he had placed himself below the Emperor Radiance. Openly fighting for Sang Tian's position was just to increase the Myriad Beast territory's status in the spiritualized universe. However, some people were truly fighting for Sang Tian's position. The list that Skyhound had given them was the same. Baoqi had called these people mad dogs. Jin was one of them. He was a loner who had cultivated 16 levels of blazing glory. It was difficult to find a match for him in the universe. Not to mention the current Palace Mistress Xiao, whose spiritualized weapon was suppressed in Beyond Heaven. Even at her peak, Palace Mistress Xiao might not be able to defeat Jin. Her face paled as her sequence particles spread out. This was an absolute reversal sequence technique that could overturn any battle. However, Jin did not give her a chance. Her sequence particles were blocked by 8 shadows. The 8 doors sealing 8 hands? Palace Mistress Yao's eyes narrowed. In the distance, Lu Yin's eyes lit up. It's this technique again. During his battle with Meng Seng in the tributary of the River of Time, he had witnessed the Gate of 8 Directions being sealed by the foundation of the echelon, the 8 tribes. Since ancient times, it had been formed by 51 powerhouses who had cultivated the gate sealing 8-hand sequence. It could seal off all sequence laws. At that time, Lu Yin had tried to use the starry sky in his heart to repel her, but it had been useless. He had still been sealed, and Meng Seng had been able to escape. However, Meng Seng also lost the octatic spectral squad. Now, the foundation of the sequence of the 8 was also a karma that needed to be filled. Blocked by the 8 hands, Palace Master Yao was unable to execute her sequence art. Jin appeared before her eyes, and a blazing brilliance appeared between her palms. I don't care why you attacked me or how you found me. Die. As his palm fell, the void was obliterated. He did not care about the beauty of Palace Master Yao at all. Palace Master Yao watched as Jin's palm fell. At the same time, she raised her palm, and blue water gathered. Bang! When their palms collided, Jin was surprised. How could Ji Futian block his palm? Palace Master Yao panted heavily. If Bai Shui had not been suppressed in Sky Beyond Sky, she would not have been so passive. Her sequence weapon, Bai Shui, could strengthen the surrounding blue water and prevent it from being easily evaporated by flames. It was hard to say who would win if she fought Jin. She was no match for him now, but if Jin wanted to kill her, she would not die as long as she wanted to escape. However, her mission was over. Beside her, Lu Yin walked out and faced Jin. Are you one of the mad dogs who fought with Bao Qi for the position of Xianxia? Jin's gaze fell on Lu Yin, and his eyes flashed as he felt a sense of danger. He had cultivated for many years and experienced many life and death situations. Regardless of whether it was within the spiritualized universe or the consciousness universe, he had fought countless times. He was very sensitive to danger. The moment this person appeared, he felt a sense of danger. His thoughts raced. How had his location been exposed? This person had obviously come to find him. Palace Master Yao had also acted under this person's orders. Who are you? Zhen asked. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. You don't need to know who I am. Consider yourself unlucky. Go to hell. He could find powerhouses to increase the way of karma and weaken the number of powerhouses in the spiritualized universe. Why not? Zhen's gaze turned cold, and he turned to leave. He had no intention of fighting. His goal was to fight for the position of Sang Tian, and he would do anything to achieve it. However, he did not want to be targeted by others. Now was not the time to fight for the position of Sang Tian. Lu Yin took a step forward, and everything around him froze in time. Jin's gaze followed Lu Yin's movements. Although he did not use the power of time, he could see through other people's usage of it. He was a spiritual prime powerhouse. Flames burned the sky as they pressed down, forming 16 layers of blazing glory. Above Lu Yin's head, 16 red continents pressed down, and each layer of flames grew stronger. This was Jin's famous technique, and it was rumored that he had used this technique to defeat Bao Qi. As the flames pressed down, Lu Yin raised a hand, and all 16 layers of blazing glory vanished into his palm. Jin's eyes narrowed. How could this be? In the distance, Palace Master Yao was shocked. She had just experienced the might of Jin's blazing glory and knew how powerful it was. She was not surprised that Lu Yin could defeat Jin, but how had he done it? It was impossible to control all 16 layers of blazing glory unless this person had also cultivated all 16 layers of blazing glory. In the distance, everyone was shocked. I'll return this to you. Lu Yin struck out with his palm, condensing 16 layers of blazing glory in his palm. It was as if he was holding a sun in his hand. This was a technique created by progenitor Chen, and it could be used to attack both oneself and the enemy. Even if he was trapped in the landscape painting, he could use the boundless horizon sequence particles to attack, and not even the primordial origin could trap him. Even the one true God had marveled at this technique. Xian was struck by the palm, and a palm print landed on his shoulder, causing it to protrude and leave a bloody scar. He spat out blood as he retreated, and the sequence particles spread out as the 8 hands of sealing door spread. 8 shadows appeared to seal off Lu Yin. Lu Yin's heart released a starry sky that repelled the sequence particles. He could not repel the 8 sequence particles because there were too many of them. After all, they were the foundation of the sequence. However, this person's 8 hands of sealing door was far inferior to the 8, it was just a sequence technique. The 8 hands of sealing door was immediately repelled. Xian had not expected the 8 hands to deal with Lu Yin, he had only wanted to buy time to escape. However, he had not expected that it would be completely useless. The starry sky in Lu Yin's heart repelled the sequence particles too quickly, to the point that it was abnormal. Even in his wildest dreams, Xian had not expected Lu Yin to absorb the 8 sequence particles. Although he could not use them due to the backlash from karma, the familiar sequence particles could be absorbed quickly and repelled even faster. Just as Xian pulled away, Lu Yin caught up and grabbed at him. Everyone who saw this felt their mouths go dry. This kind of attack was only possible when the gap between the two sides was too great. It was like an adult bullying a child, and one could grab him with one hand. Xian turned around. "Who are you? Where did this old monster come from?" He felt a suffocating pressure as he retreated, but his speed could not match Lu Yin's. He watched as Lu Yin's hand reached out. It was just like how he had wanted to kill Palace Mistress Xiao. Xian gritted his teeth, and an incomparably deep light appeared in his palm as he struck out at Lu Yin. The two palms collided. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold as his palm melted, and a heart-wrenching pain shot through his body. The stream of light shuttled back and forth for a second. Xian was shocked, it was the power of time again. This person. Before he could react, his consciousness whizzed past, and Xian felt his brain explode before he lost consciousness. Lu Yin watched as Xian fell to the ground, raised his hand, and looked at his palm. His own palm had actually melted, and he knew how strong Xian's physical strength was. Especially when he was in danger, he could use battle force at the palm realm, but even so, he could not block it. His gaze landed on Xian's palm, and the deep darkness attracted his attention. Was this it? Was this a spiritual weapon? Palace Mistress Xiao walked over. That's Mu Blazing Glory. Xian used the 16th layer of Blazing Glory as a cover to attack Bao Qi, leaving a permanent mark on his body that cannot be recovered. Mu Blazing Glory? It's really powerful. Lu Yin sighed in admiration as he grabbed at the Mu Blazing Glory. In the distance, the crowd was bitter, Xian had been defeated. Xian, who had once competed for the position of Sang Tian and had even attacked Bao Qi's Sang Tian, had been defeated so miserably. They had been separated by a great distance and could not see the battle clearly, but time had passed quickly. The third master had won by a landslide. This was the power of Sang Tian. Within the asteroid belt, Lu Yin touched the Mu Blazing Glory. Without Xian's support, the Mu Blazing Glory was not as hot, but he could still feel the burning pain. This was good stuff. Lu Yin wondered if he could use his dai to upgrade it. Even if he could not, this thing could still be used at a critical moment. After all, if even his own physical strength could not withstand it, Lu Yin could not imagine who could. As expected of the mad dog that had competed with Bao Qi for the position of Sang Tian, Lu Yin pushed Xian into the judgment platform hell, and he looked forward to seeing how much his karmic Tao had increased. Who's next? Old Tao rushed over and respectfully said, "Carefree old man." Palace Mistress Xiao frowned. He's still alive? How did you know? Old Tao smiled bitterly. I didn't expect the carefree old man to still be alive. Just like Xian, he fought for the position of Sang Tian. However, he didn't fight against Bao Qi. It was Meng Sang Tian who fought for the position of Sang Tian. That's quite ancient, Lu Yin said. Palace Mistress Xiao's tone was gloomy. Carefree old man is almost from the same era as Origin Sang Tian and Wuhuang Sang Tian. He reached the spiritual prime realm long ago, but he has yet to undergo bitter adversity. I don't know why. When Meng Sang Tian competed for the position of Sang Tian, he did make a move, but it was only once. He did not seem determined to win. When Baoqi competed for the position of Xianxia, he did not show up at all. Everyone thought that he was dead. Carefree Valley has already changed a few valley masters, and it's completely weakened. Then let's go. Luin decided. Soon, they were heading towards Carefree Valley. Carefree Valley was located in one of the 36 filaments, the Open Zone. The Open Zone was currently ruled by the Gate of Revelation, and it was located below the word Ling among the 36 filaments. Its strength was below average, and it was even weaker than the Great Ming Domain. The Enlightenment Gate did not have a specific gate master. Instead, the three Venerables of Revelation were in charge. The three of them decided everything in the open region. This situation was relatively rare, but it was not unheard of. The three of them were all sequence law powerhouses and cultivated the same sequence technique, stop at a certain point. Luin was curious about this point. Stopping at a certain point is ranked 25th among the 88 sequence techniques. It's not a low ranking, but very few people cultivate it because it requires a kind of belief. The universe is a living creature. Luin was surprised. The universe is a living creature? Old Tao nodded. That's right. This is the prerequisite for cultivating the sequence technique. Only by believing that the universe is a living creature can one cultivate it. Stopping at a certain point is to use sequence particles to tap the acupoints of the starry sky. All living creatures have acupoints. Once tapped, they will not be able to move, and the starry sky is the same. For those who firmly believe that the starry sky is a living creature, sequence particles can tap its acupoints. This is because the sequence law originates from the starry sky and is similar to the blood of the human body. Once an acupoint is tapped, the starry sky within an area will not be able to move. In theory, if one cultivates stopping at a certain point, time, space, and everything can be tapped and immobilized. Luin praised, there's such a sequence technique? Interesting. Who created it? Old Tao shook his head. I don't know. Some of the 88 sequence techniques have origins, while others don't. No one has traced them back. The Enlightenment Gate specializes in cultivating stopping at a certain point. All the disciples inside firmly believe that the universe is a living creature. The three Venerables of Revelation have all cultivated stopping at a certain point. With the three of them working together, no one dares to covet the open region. As he spoke, he slid his pole towards the open region. Many people became more and more confused. Lu Yin's direction had deviated again. He was getting further and further away from beyond heaven, but closer and closer to the border. Was he trying to escape? There were all sorts of guesses. At this moment, ancient battleships were closing in on the area between Flame Torch City and the spiritualized universe. They came from the consciousness universe and were heading towards the spiritualized universe after a short rest in Torch City. They were all cultivators who had returned from the battle in the consciousness universe. Among them were ancient powerhouses and elite geniuses. Fortunately, Lord Yusang Tian stopped the expedition to the Tianyuan cosmos several decades ago. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had the chance to go. A young man had a jade-like complexion. His body was enveloped in light as his arrogance soared into the clouds. There was also a beautiful woman beside him. She smiled and said, "That's right. We're lucky. After the day of the sacrifice, we'll definitely go on another expedition to the Tianyuan universe. We'll show those little guys from the spiritualized universe that we're not old. Ha 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 ha, competing with them is just a game. I wonder how many elite geniuses have appeared in my hometown over the years. I'm really looking forward to it. Brother, be gentle. Don't scare those little guys." No, I know what I'm doing. He's finally back. On the day of the sacrifice, Sang Tian will be present. Will Xianxia still be in Torch City? Sang Tian has paved the way for him, but we will not give up. Xianxia might not be able to suppress us one-on-one. I keep feeling that there's something wrong with Xianxia when we met in Torch City, but I can't put my finger on it. I had the same feeling. Sister, are we still going to send this batch of consciousness life forms to the intent realm? Humph, of course not. How is it possible for the intent realm to control all consciousness life forms? It's not easy to defeat the consciousness universe. We don't know which of the 13 celestial phenomena are dead and which are still alive. I'm looking forward to the trip to the Tianyuan universe. Don't underestimate the Tianyuan universe. I saw the words left behind by the ancestor in the family's ancient books. The reason why we invaded the consciousness universe and sent Xianxia saying Tian to the Tianyuan universe wasn't because we didn't care about the Tianyuan universe. On the contrary, the layout of the Tianyuan universe was more important. The ancestor mentioned a term, future scale. Future scale? That's right. Among the 3 universes, the Tianyuan universe's future scale is the highest. It's also the most feared by our spiritualized universe. Once the Tianyuan universe rises, it will be troublesome. Therefore, Xianxia saying Tian was sent to weaken the Tianyuan universe's future scale and suppress it. We'll wait until we defeat the consciousness universe or have the confidence to start a war at the same time. What does Lord Yu saying Tian mean by stopping an expedition to the Tianyuan universe? Either there's no need for the expedition, or it's meaningless. Sigh, my head hurts. Let's not think about it. Sister, you haven't thought about your marriage? Your body is different from the others. Humph. Who in the universe can marry me? So what if my body burns up? The person who can marry me is either an invincible tyrant or has a domineering aura. The state of enlightenment was a unique place. In the eyes of others, those who lived in the state of enlightenment were all mentally challenged, including ordinary people. The gate of enlightenment occupied the state of enlightenment and firmly believed that the universe was a living creature. Any outsider who entered the state of enlightenment and conversed with the cultivators of the state of enlightenment had to pay attention to this point. If anyone questioned this point, they would be surrounded by all the people of the state of enlightenment. It was a debate. There was no fighting or scolding. It was just a simple debate. Until now, countless cultivators in the state of enlightenment had been surrounded and experienced a nightmarish debate. It was impossible for outsiders to win a debate because they were facing the entire state of enlightenment. This had led to the birth of a unique occupation in the state of enlightenment, the debater. The debater didn't need to have a strong cultivation base. They only needed to be eloquent. The more eloquent one was, the more powerful the debater would be. The debater had an extremely high status in the state of enlightenment. They specialized in a war of words with others. Due to the high status of the debaters, they didn't lack resources. As a result, almost every debater was a powerful cultivator, creating the illusion that the cultivators of the open realm were all eloquent and eloquent. Although they were eloquent, outsiders secretly said that these people had nothing better to do. This was a phenomenon. There was another phenomenon in the state of enlightenment that existed in the Forgotten Worries Valley. Forgotten Worries Valley was a place where one could forget their worries and troubles. The people living there were very happy. Outsiders couldn't even find a reason to cause trouble there. The people there were very friendly to outsiders. They were so friendly that they would smile back at you if you hit them. Their smiles would make you feel embarrassed. If one went to the state of enlightenment and entered that kind of atmosphere, they might be surrounded and debated. They might even run into people from the Forgotten Worries Valley, who wouldn't retaliate at all. As a result, outsiders had the impression that the state of enlightenment was sick and that everyone in the state of enlightenment was mentally challenged. Fortunately, there weren't any unique resources in the state of enlightenment that attracted outsiders, so they didn't go there often. On this day, Huali arrived at the state of enlightenment and entered. Those who had been watching Lu Yin's group felt strange, as they didn't understand why the third master was going to the state of enlightenment. Along the way, Old Tao had already told Lu Yin about the state of enlightenment. Lu Yin wasn't in a hurry to go to the Forgotten Worries Valley. Instead, he went to the Gate of Revelation. "Boss, why are you going to the Gate of Revelation?" Old Tao was curious. Lu Yin grinned. "To have a quarrel." Old Tao was confused. Quarrel? Huali flew over the state of enlightenment and slowed down considerably. Those who had been watching Lu Yin's group also entered the state of enlightenment and warned each other. "Be careful what you say. There's something wrong with the people of the state of enlightenment. Just keep an eye on the third master and don't cause trouble. I don't need you to remind me. Who doesn't know about the state of enlightenment? Warn those juniors." "I'm sorry, senior." I don't know about the state of enlightenment. Then get lost and don't come in. Master told me to follow the third master. We told you to get lost. I don't know about the state of enlightenment either. Can you tell me more? Xianxia asked carefully. Several cultivators around him glared at him, but when they saw that it was Xianxia, they were afraid and didn't dare to scold him. After all, he was from the Gate of Techniques. Helpless, they could only warn him. The people of the state of enlightenment believe that the universe is a living creature. Just don't argue with them on this point. Xianxia blinked. The universe is a living creature? Impossible. The people around him hurriedly warned him, lower your voice. Don't worry about whether it's possible or not. Just don't argue with them. How can this be? How can we let these people be deceived? The universe is a living environment. How can it be a living creature? Cultivators like us not only need to be wise, but we also need to teach others, especially those ordinary people. They haven't even embarked on the path of cultivation and are already very pitiful. How can we let them be deceived? Xianxia said seriously, his entire person becoming exceptionally solemn. The people around him were speechless. Don't worry about this. What does it have to do with you? Xianxia clenched his fists. I just can't stand these deceptions. Fine, then go tell them yourself. Stay away from us. Do you believe that the universe is a living creature? What does it have to do with me? I'm just telling you. I'm just asking. If you believe it. Of course not. Good, that's right. Are you crazy? The person was furious and turned around. A stranger suddenly appeared and stared at him. Sir, you don't believe that the universe is a living creature? And who are you? I'm the Realm of Revelation debater. Please enlighten me. As soon as he finished speaking, more and more cultivators appeared and surrounded the people who were staring at Luin. May I ask if you believe that the universe is a living creature? May I ask if Sir believes that the universe is a living creature? May I ask if Sir believes? Everyone was stunned. They were surrounded just like that. It was all that Gate of Technique's fault. Xianxia walked out. I don't believe it. None of us do. The debater smiled. Then let's debate it. Bring it on. Xianxia shouted. Everyone was stunned. This guy was a bit stubborn. He doesn't believe it, but we do. The others hurriedly said, we believe it, we believe it. Let us go. It wasn't that they couldn't fight their way out, but this was the realm of revelation after all. They might not be able to win if they really fought here. The debater looked at everyone seriously. Tell me why you believe it. Everyone was speechless. This debater was also very stubborn. They were caught by a group of people with mental problems. On the other side, Luin looked back. What was going on? He hadn't even started arguing, but the other side had already started. The atmosphere was very lively. Kaikichin gave a rare smile. Seeing this scene, Old Tao was speechless. This is the apocalypse, and the debaters exist in every corner of the apocalypse. Their cultivation might not be high, but their ears are definitely sensitive. Furthermore, the debaters are recognized by the door of revelation, and anyone who attacks them will be hunted down. That's just words, not actions, Luin said. Old Tao nodded. That's the apocalypse's specialty. Boss, we're almost at the door of revelation. As they spoke, a rather strange building appeared in the distance. This building style was different from the ones they had seen in the spiritualized universe, but it had some technological flair. The entire building was triangular and arranged horizontally. It looked rather old-fashioned, but it also had a special rhythm to it. Who are you? Stop at the door of revelation. Old Tao stepped forward. The third master of the Dayu Villa is here. The door of revelation shook, as they had not expected the third master to actually come here. No matter how special the apocalypse was, it was still a domain that existed in the spiritualized universe, so it understood what was happening in the outside world. This third master was not someone to be trifled with, as he had dealt with experts that even the apocalypse felt were unreachable. Why would such a person come to the door of revelation? Fortunately, they were polite and did not force their way in, which meant that nothing would happen. Inside the door of revelation, 3 elders opened their eyes at the same time. They each sat on a triangular chair, stood up, and walked out. They stepped into the air and arrived in front of Luin, politely saying, "The third venerable of the door of revelation greets the third master." Luin smiled. "The universe is not a living creature." The third venerable was stunned. There were many debaters in the door of revelation, and they immediately rose into the air to debate Lu Yin's words. This was their instinct, but it was suppressed by the door of revelation. The third venerable looked at each other and gestured for Luin to enter. "It seems like the third master has his own opinion. Then, please enter. We are willing to discuss it in detail with you." Luin had Old Tao and the others wait outside while he entered the door of revelation alone. Old Tao could not understand what Luin was doing, so he could only wait outside. The door of revelation only had the third venerable who were at the level of the law sequence, and even if they worked together, they could not give Luin any pressure. Soon, Luin was brought back to where he had been. "Third master, please do as you please. This is our meditation land." Among the 3 venerables, the one who was obviously the oldest said politely. Luin replied, "There's no need for that. I've just offended you, and I'm just here to divert attention. What the third leader said just now is not an offense to our revelation gate, but an insult." Among the 3 venerables, the old man on the left spoke. Luin stopped and looked at him. "You should know that I don't mind offending people." The oldest old man in the middle smiled. "Of course we understand, but the Order of Revelation is not a place where we fear death. We are willing to sacrifice our lives to save the Order of Revelation's face." Luin laughed. "Just because of one sentence?" He used the Gate of Revelation as an excuse to go to the Forgotten Sorrow Valley to find the Forgotten Sorrow old man. Old Tao's words gave him an understanding of the Carefree Elder. If he were to attack Carefree Valley directly, the old man would likely flee. After all, the outside world believed that he was dead. Luin could only find a pretense. As long as he could enter the Carefree Valley, he could ensure that the carefree old man would not be able to escape. The old man on the right side, "The Revelation Gate has always offended people, and the outside world is like this. We are also clear about how they evaluate our Enlightenment Gate. We don't care about the way they look at us or the discussions behind our backs. We are all trying to maintain this perception." "It's faith," Luin retorted. The old man shook his head. "It's not faith, it's recognition." The old man in the middle said solemnly, "The universe is a living creature. This is our understanding. As for whether this living creature is good or bad, and what attitude we should have towards it, that is another matter. That is faith, and we, the School of Revelation, only want to protect this understanding and tell the entire universe that this understanding is correct." "Stillwater? Is that necessary?" Luin asked. The elder on the left said, "There is a need. There are many things that need to be done first. There has to be someone walking on a path that is not understood by others. Only then can this path be continued. The path that you're walking is the correct one. No matter how rugged the path is, I don't think that the path that you're on is the correct one," Luin said. The elder in the middle smiled and said, "Then why did the sequence method succeed? You'll have to ask the person who created this sequence. It has nothing to do with me. The third master has been cultivating for so long. Have you never had any doubts about this universe? The birth of humans, the things they experience, the good and evil thoughts they produce, and the history is always surprisingly similar. What does this have to do with living creatures? Third leader, have you ever thought that there are also invisible creatures living in our bodies? These creatures live in our bodies, and they have their own way of living. In fact, they might even have their own way of cultivation. Our body's temperature and living habits will ultimately affect those creatures. To those creatures, these might be the signs of the stars, and we are their universe." Luin put his hands behind his back. "I don't deny your view because I haven't seen through this universe. I'll come back and debate with you when I reach the eternal realm. Humans, from the moment they were born, some invisible creatures have already taken over them. Then, when they die, this experience is like the destruction of the universe to them. Can we understand it this way? Can they take over another person's body through cultivation? The death of the previous person represents the destruction of the universe they know. If the current person dies, it represents the destruction of the universe they know. If the current person dies, it also represents the destruction of the universe. Isn't a similar history more similar to a person's birth to death? And to them, the death of a human body is no different from the destruction of a parallel universe that we have seen. To them, it's just a repeated experience. It's just a circle. Luin was about to leave when he heard this sentence. He suddenly turned back and looked at the old man in the middle. His eyes flickered. The universe is a circle? The old man in the middle looked at Luin. The universe is a living creature. Luin and the old man looked at each other. The atmosphere froze, and there was silence. After looking at each other for a while, Luin nodded. I respect your understanding. Not refuting it doesn't mean that I agree. At the same time, I apologize for insulting your understanding just now. The old man on the left looked relieved. The old man in the middle slowly bowed. The third master's cultivation is unparalleled. If you want, you can easily destroy the revelation gate. Such a person respects our understanding. The three of us thank the third master on behalf of the revelation gate. Luin looked at them. It was me who offended you first. The old man on the right suddenly bowed again. This old man has a request. I don't know if the third master can agree. The old man in the middle yelled, Don't talk nonsense. This matter will be solved by the revelation gate. It has nothing to do with the third master. The old man in the middle was not pretending. He really didn't want to ask Luin to help. Luin could see this. He was curious. What is it? The old man on the right looked sad. There is an abyss in the revelation gate. The other two old men trembled and bowed their heads silently. Third master, do you know about the Forgotten Sorrow Valley? Luin nodded and walked to the triangular chair to sit down. He was not in a hurry to leave. Was it related to the Forgotten Sorrow Valley? The old man on the right said in a low voice, The people in the Forgotten Sorrow Valley have no worries and are open-minded. The third master may have heard of this before. In fact, these people are not willing. Their nature has been taken away. Luin was puzzled. What do you mean? The old man in the middle sighed. A person has a personality no matter what, but the people in the Forgotten Sorrow Valley don't. Even if you beat them or scold them, they will let it go. It's not that they are open-minded and have no worries. It's just that their nature has been taken away. They don't have emotions like anger, anxiety, happiness, and sadness. Instead of saying that they are people, it's better to say that they are empty shells with the appearance of humans. How can they be human if they have lost their nature? Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Corpse King? He thought of the everlasting race. Continue. The old man on the right said, The person who took away their nature is the Forgotten Sorrow Valley. From the outside, the Forgotten Sorrow Valley looks very ordinary. The Revelation Gate is the master of the Revelation Gate, but in fact, the hidden abyss in the Revelation Gate is the Forgotten Sorrow Valley. There is an extremely powerful old monster in the Forgotten Sorrow Valley. We once wanted to attack the Forgotten Sorrow Valley, but a fatal crisis occurred before we could do anything. We know that this request will make things difficult for the third master, but the third master has challenged all the experts in the world before, which gave us confidence. Otherwise, we would not have implicated the third master. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. How long has this been going on? Are those who have lost their nature different from ordinary people in terms of appearance or body structure? There is no difference. Other than losing their nature, they are no different from ordinary people. Luin nodded. It seemed that it was not the Corpse King. That made sense. The only true God cooperated with the spiritualized universe, but the spiritualized universe was still ruled by humans and would not allow the existence of the Corpse King. Was their nature taken away? It should be the carefree old man actually, if it was just their nature being taken away, although it would be very cruel to those people, they would still be alive and would not make things difficult for us. After a pause, the elder in the middle said solemnly, The main thing is that those people did not just have their nature taken away. The emotions and memories that once existed in their bodies have all been messed up. The son killed his father, the husband killed his wife, and the face that was stained with blood still had a smile on it. The people who died still had a smile on their faces. What a strange scene this is. They can bathe in blood and drink freely in a mountain of corpses. They have lost their loved ones, and those loved ones were even killed by them. They have lost all the morals that humans know. This is not something that a single person can bear. If they wake up, what kind of sorrowful past would they have to bear? It would be enough to drive them crazy. As the third venerable spoke, Lu Yin's expression gradually darkened. In the world of cultivation, death was very common, but this kind of thing should not happen. To many people, death was not the most frightening thing, and waiting for death was not the most frightening thing. The most frightening thing was to personally end one's loved ones, the people closest to them, and still have to live on to bear this sin. This was the most frightening thing. As he listened to their narration, Lu Yin recalled the scene that he had seen in the Book of Destiny. He had personally massacred the Above Heaven sect, killing the people closest to him. At that moment, his heart had been in so much pain that it had been difficult for him to breathe. Just thinking about it was enough to suffocate him, but the people of Forgotten Sorrow Valley had endured it. The three venerables knelt down and said, "If Third Head is willing, please help the open realm fill this abyss. We are willing to go through water and tread on fire for Third Head." Lu Yin did not respond. The three looked up, but Lu Yin had already disappeared. They looked at each other, not knowing if Lu Yin would help them, but they had no other choice. The spiritualized universe indeed had a unified cultivation model. The heavens beyond heaven ruled over everything, but the 36 domains were still separated from each other. Even if they reported this matter to the heavens beyond heaven, the heavens beyond heaven would not care, nor would they have the energy to help them. The 36 domains had to deal with their own affairs. If Lu Yin didn't help them, then they would have no other choice. The murderous aura in Forget Worries Valley made it impossible for them to resist. The Gate of Revelation was not afraid of death, but they could not die for nothing. On the other side, Lu Yin had left the Revelation door without anyone noticing that he had gone to Forgotten Worries Valley. He had to take a look at what the Third Lord said. Regardless of whether it was true or not, the carefree old man had to be dealt with. Spiritualized universe experts could increase the heavenly Tao of karma. If they were kind, they would be released when they returned to the Tianyuan universe. If they were evil, they would be dealt with. No matter what, it would reduce the number of elites in the spiritualized universe, so why not? In fact, he had a deeper thought, the starry sky in his heart. If he had really created a starry sky, why couldn't these people live in the starry sky he had created? If a human created the starry sky, then was the starry sky he was in now created by someone else? The Gate of Revelation said that the universe was a living creature. He did not agree, but he did agree that this universe was definitely not what they were currently seeing. What they were seeing might still be the surface. Xianxia de Xian Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan P. Just like the pond civilization in the starry sky tree, they were not necessarily not in the same pond civilization. With that in mind, he arrived at Forgotten Worries Valley. The people here were indeed very happy, and they all had smiles on their faces when they saw Lu Yin. However, when Lu Yin scanned the area with his domain, he saw that the dark corners were filled with bloodstains. Within the closed courtyards and houses, there was a terrifying scene that made his hair stand on end. Just as Third Reverend had said, those innocent smiles were stained with blood. This scene reminded Lu Yin of the first time he had visited the Eternal Kingdom. It was impossible for the Corpse King to coexist with humans, but if the Corpse King wanted to coexist with these people who had been stripped of their nature, it would be very simple. It would be as simple as, the same kind of creature. Lu Yin retracted his gaze and took a step forward. The moment his foot touched the ground, the entire open realm shook. Old Tao and the others suddenly looked into the distance. What was this? Inside the Revelation Gate, the three supreme experts walked out. They gazed into the distance in the direction of Forgotten Sorrow Valley. They were excited. The third boss had taken action. Further away, Xianxia was still debating with the debaters. They were all surrounded and could not escape. Those people wanted Xianxia to quickly admit that the universe was a living creature, but they underestimated Xianxia's persistence. That persistence was shining. In contrast, the debaters' bodies were also shining, and their gazes were so persistent that no one dared to look them in the eye. Don't even think about leaving. Don't even think about leaving. No matter what happened in the outside world, there had to be a winner and a loser in this debate. In Forgotten Sorrow Valley, the ground cracked as Lu Yin's foot stomped down. One cultivator after another rushed out, wanting to attack Lu Yin. These people had not been stripped of their nature. However, with a wave of Lu Yin's hand, they were all sent flying. In the depths of Forgotten Sorrow Valley, the old man opened his eyes and looked up. What a young fellow, but he gave off a sense of danger. He did not hesitate to tear through the void and leave. Now was not the time to reveal himself. No matter why this person had attacked Forgotten Sorrow Valley, the old man did not care if it was destroyed. However, in the next instant, the void distorted, and he could not leave. The old man looked up again, and at this moment, Lu Yin's gaze also fell. Forgotten Sorrow Elder? The old man's gaze turned cold. Was this person actually looking for him? No one should have known that he was still alive. Who are you? If this old man has offended you, then I apologize. Lu Yin stepped out again. Get out here and talk. Terrifying power obliterated the earth and rushed towards the old man like a dragon. The old man's expression changed as the suffocating pressure caused the space around him to tremble. What terrifying power! He pushed through the void in an attempt to resist this power, but soon after, the power rippled and continued to spread. The old man suddenly thought of someone, Yushan. Yushan was Yu Xianxia's disciple, and he had single-handedly destroyed the 100 Herbs realm. The old man had seen this person before, and he was an absolute powerhouse of the sequence laws. He was second on the White Soul list and specialized in strength. The ripples caused by this power were not easy to deal with. Both this person and Yushan specialized in strength. The old man walked out of the ground and avoided the ripples, facing Lu Yin with a single palm. I don't care who you are, but I have never offended you. This battle is not what I wanted. He then struck out with a palm. Lu Yin was surprised. The art of forgetfulness? No, it was very similar, but different. This was a battle technique that could cause one's mind to go blank, just like the art of forgetfulness. However, it was much more powerful. Lu Yin waved his hand at the same time. This was setting sun, sharing afterglow. The two battle techniques clashed in the Forgotten Valley. This was a power that ordinary people could not comprehend. One wanted to make people forget their past, while the other wanted to burn their opponent's martial arts. Both were unfathomable. This was a battle of wills. The old man had not expected Lu Yin to have comprehended a battle technique at such a young age. Killing intent flashed in the old man's eyes. This person was so young, and his wills could not compare to his own. He should be able to defeat him. Lu Yin's setting sun had been comprehended from Wu Tian's firmament. His wills were both his and Wu Tian's wills. The Three Realms' 6 Daos were the disciples of the Tianyuan universe's progenitor. The only reason they had not broken through to the primordial realm was because they had been suppressed by the progenitor. Otherwise, the Three Realms' 6 Daos would have broken through to the primordial realm long ago, or even reached the level of transcending misery. In terms of wills, Lu Yin was not inferior to the old man's. However, he was unable to defeat the old man. The two wills clashed. The old man had not expected a draw in a battle technique. This person constantly gave him a sense of danger, one that surpassed even the battle with Dream for Xianxia's position. He could not fight to the death. Now was not the time. The old man's white hair fluttered in the wind, extending endlessly to cover the sky. This was clearly some sort of battle technique. Lu Yin tapped out with his Tao of Tianyi. The white hair that covered the sky could not trap the Tao of Tianyi. Chu Yi's Uniword incarnation could see through the old man's weakness. In terms of cultivation, Chu Yi was on par with the old man, but in terms of experience, the old man could not compare to Chu Yi. If the Three Realms and 6 Daos had not been suppressed by the primogenitor, they could have all reached the level of passing bitter adversity. The spiritualized universe had unified the cultivation system for countless years, and many powerhouses had reached passing bitter adversity. The Tianyuan universe had been schemed against by the spiritualized universe from the very beginning, but even so, the 3 realms and 6 daos could still reach passing bitter adversity. They had only been unable to do so because of the primogenitor. If they wanted to, they could break through to the primordial realm at any time and reach passing bitter adversity. This was something that the spiritualized universe's powerhouses could not compare to. Ignoring their current strength, the only ones in the spiritualized universe who could truly compare to the 3 realms and 6 daos were Yuanqi, Huangwu Huang, and the older generation, Sang Tian. A majestic power constellation flowed and gathered at the tip of Lu Yin's finger as he pointed at the old man. Sequence particles appeared in front of the old man, causing the power of Lu Yin's finger to disappear. Lu Yin raised a brow. "What's this?" The old man was afraid and kept retreating. "You've attacked me several times, and I've tolerated it. I hope that you'll take care of yourself and clear up any misunderstandings. If it's my fault, I'll give you a satisfactory explanation." "You can't afford it." Lu Yin took a step forward and paralleled time. The old man was shocked. The power of time? The old man did not hesitate to surround himself with sequence particles, but they instantly dissipated. The laws could not get close to him? Lu Yin pressed down on the old man with one hand and stepped out from behind. The old man turned around and used his intent realm battle technique. At the same time, the sequence particles continued to press down on Lu Yin. The old man could not understand. This person looked young and was definitely not a spiritual prime powerhouse, so how could the laws not get close to him? No matter what, the old man would not be able to easily repel the power of his sequence particles. The stacking sequence, right? Lu Yin's voice was calm. The power of his finger had not truly disappeared, it had simply been stacked. The sequence that the old man cultivated was exactly the same as Xianxi's. It was the stacking sequence. The stacking of power would strengthen the power of Lu Yin's finger, but when the power would explode was determined by the master of the sequence. In other words, even if the power of Lu Yin's finger was strengthened, he could not control the timing of the attack. Xianxia had used this sequence to baffle everyone in the Tianyuan universe. It was considered a rather strange sequence. The old man was not surprised that Lu Yin knew about it. Although this person was not a spiritualized universe creature, he must be a being from the consciousness universe to be able to exist in the spiritualized universe. The old man was in seclusion all year round and did not pay attention to the outside world, so he did not think that Lu Yin was related to the Tianyuan universe. This was also the reason why he wanted to retreat. He guessed that Lu Yin was a being from the consciousness universe, so his strongest power must be his consciousness. The old man was not confident that he could deal with a powerful consciousness. The old man clapped his hands, and the valley suddenly shook. It was as if it had come to life and pressed down on Lu Yin from all directions. Lu Yin's gaze was piercingly cold. "I see. This valley is your spiritualized weapon." Entering the valley was a matter of thought. This was Forgotten Valley, the old man's spiritualized weapon. He wanted to use Forgotten Valley to suppress Lu Yin and use the time to escape. He wanted to figure out Lu Yin's identity first. However, the next moment, something unbelievable happened. Forgotten Valley shrank and tried to suppress Lu Yin. Lu Yin raised his right fist and punched to the right. The unbelievable power instantly shattered a corner of the Forgotten Worry Valley. The old man was shocked. Impossible. Countless cultivators in the spiritualized universe sighed when they saw Lu Yin attack. It was impossible. It should have been a miracle, but it had happened to Lu Yin time and time again. This was a power that surpassed the limits of a living being. The old man was certain that his Forgotten Valley could temporarily suppress the limits of a spiritualized universe creature. He had deliberately tested it on such a creature, which was why he had placed Forgotten Valley outside. He wanted to fight for a chance of survival against a strong enemy. However, he had not expected Lu Yin to destroy it with a single punch. Lu Yin threw a punch at Old Man Wang from afar. Using brute force to break everything was a waste of time. It was not worth it. Old Man Wang's pupils constricted, and the half-destroyed Forgotten Worry Valley immediately blocked in front of him. With a bang, the valley was completely shattered, and the fragments slashed across Old Man Wang's face, leaving behind a trail of blood. The moment Carefree Valley was destroyed, Old Man Carefree's gaze turned sinister. He slowly rose into the air and stared at Lu Yin. Carefree. Many pairs of eyes stared at Luin. He did not know where they came from, but they were numb, cold, and smiling. Their smiles were horrifying and emotionless. These gazes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts, and they instantly covered everything Luin could see. He was assimilated by these gazes and lowered his arm. His memories were in chaos. Who was he? Luin? Lu Xiaoxian? Who was Ming Yan? Who was Jiang Qingyue? Who was Bai Wuxian? Who was Long Shi? Right, he was Jiang Chen. My name is Jiang Chen. No, I'm Luin. Who killed my father? Was it Jiang Chen? Was it Ku Wei? Who was Ku Wei? Was it my master? Who was Mr. Mu? The only true God was my master. Countless chaotic memories caused Lu Yin's mind to go blank. He was like an empty shell as he stood there blankly. The carefree old man coughed up blood. He had been hiding in the Carefree Valley for so many years. He did not even participate in the battle for Xianxia with Bao Qi, all for the sake of Carefree. Carefree was a perfected intent realm battle skill that he had derived after many years of seclusion. He had derived it based on the intent realm battle skill Carefree. The moment he derived it, he knew that once he mastered it, the position of Xianxia would be at his fingertips. There was no one in the same realm who could compete with him for the position of Xianxia. The only ones who could be his opponents were those in the Bitter Calamity realm. Moreover, even those in the Bitter Calamity realm would be unstable after being hit by Worryless. No one in the Bitter Calamity realm would fight him to the death. This was his confidence in the Great Perfection realm battle technique, Worryless. This was the reason why he had been hiding in Forgotten Worry Valley. However, Worryless had never been able to reach Great Perfection. He had taken a shortcut, constantly stripping people of their nature and prying into their lives after they lost their nature to explore the path of Worryless. You have to follow the rules and regulations of the Umbrella Euro? If he was given more time, he would definitely be able to cultivate it successfully. But this person just had to come at this time, and was terrifyingly strong. He could only forcibly use Worryless. Although this kind of unsuccessful worry-free caused this person to be affected, causing his memories and emotions to become chaotic, it also caused him to suffer the backlash. Fresh blood dripped onto the ground, and the carefree old man looked at Luin, who was still standing in his original spot with his head lowered. He was muttering to himself, this was the price he had to pay for losing his memories and emotions, he had denied himself. The carefree old man slowly walked towards Luin. This was his only chance to kill this person. Step by step, he walked forward with great difficulty. At the same time, his memories were also in disarray. He had become one of those people who had their nature stripped away by him. He had killed his own lover with his own hands. He had killed his own son and killed his own father. Painful emotions spread and drowned him. It was so heavy that he could not breathe. His hair and beard fell off one by one. His cold gaze became pained. He took a step forward, but his body could no longer support him. He knelt down and wailed. I didn't want to, ha 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 ha. I didn't want to. Why is it so painful? Father, I'd rather you kill me. Ling where are you? This is the smell of blood. It's too scary. Did I do it? Why? Why am I so happy? And why am I in so much pain now? Ha 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 ha. The carefree old man knelt on the ground as if he had gone mad, laughing and crying at the same time. He was enduring extreme pain. A shadow loomed over him. Luin stood in front of him. This person had reaped what he had sown. The carefree old man had stripped away those people's nature and used the carefree old man's domain battle technique to train in Worryless, which had caused him to suffer losses. However, the carefree old man did not know that the stolen nature had also been transferred to Luin. He had stripped away the emotions of others, and the accumulated emotions had been transferred to him, causing his emotions to grow even heavier. The actions of those who had been stripped of their nature had also been transferred to him, causing him to suffer dozens of times the pain. It did not matter what an emotionless person did, but if this emotionless emotion was restored or even multiplied by dozens of times, then he would have to bear the pain of what he had done in the past. The carefree old man's hair fell off, and before it fell off, his hair had turned white overnight. The pain that the carefree old man had to endure was not something that Luin was willing to endure. The greatest pain in the world did not originate from the body, but rather from one's emotions. This was a human's weakness, but it was also a human strength. Luin suppressed the carefree old man in the general appointment platform's hell and exhaled. He looked around and saw that those who had been stripped of their nature could not recover, and they had all died along with the carefree valley. However, they could still rest in peace. At that moment, Luin once again thought of the tributary of the river of time. Baoqi's words before he had died, mad dogs. Those who fought for Xianxia's position were indeed mad dogs. Zhen had used matriarch blaze to burn Lu Yin's body. The carefree old man had messed up his emotions and memories. These old fellows all had their own trump cards, and they could not be underestimated. It was no wonder that Heaven's Hand wanted to use Luin to deal with these people. If Heaven's Hand wanted to deal with them directly, then the price that Luin would have to pay would be unimaginable. If all of them came out and attacked the Tianyuan universe for Xianxia's position, Luin did not dare imagine what would happen to the Tianyuan universe. In any case, the Tianyuan universe would not be able to stop them. Even if these mad dogs were dealt with, the Tianyuan universe would be finished. This was the foundation of a spiritualized universe. After so many years of unified cultivation, there would always be some hidden old monsters. Luin clenched his fists, as he was even more anxious to deal with these old monsters. Regardless of whether they were hiding or pretending to be dead, Luin would do his best to get rid of them. Before the Dayue Villa was besieged, Luin would try his best to deal with some of the threats. Yu Xiangtian had not explicitly given the order to besiege the Dayue Villa, but he had his own plans. This deep plan made Luin apprehensive, but Luin could only continue on his own path. He would increase the Tao of Karma and eliminate the threat of the Tianyuan universe. This was his responsibility as the master of the Tianyuan universe. No one could replace what he was doing, not even the primogenitor. The battle in Carefree Valley seemed intense, but it did not cause much of a commotion. It was only after Luin had left that people arrived and saw the battlefield. Xianxia, Gu Hou, and the others had been surrounded by the debaters, but not everyone who had been watching Luin had been surrounded. There were still some who had been watching the Gate of Revelation. They had only gone over when the battle in Carefree Valley had erupted. By the time they had arrived, it was already too late, and Luin had returned to the Gate of Revelation. Facing the Third Venerable's expectant gaze, Luin sat down rather tiredly. It's done. It's the carefree old man. The three looked at each other and knelt down. Thank you, Third Master. Luin waved a hand. We're even now. The old man in the middle smiled bitterly. Third Master, you're exaggerating. How can we be even? We will never forget the kindness that you've shown us. We will not hesitate to go through fire and water for you. Luin stood up. All right, let's go. He took a step forward. He left the Gate of Revelation and sat down on the pole. Let's go. Within the Gate of Revelation, the Third Venerable watched from afar and bowed once more. The people around them were stunned. The Third Master was at the Gate of Revelation? Then who had caused the commotion in the battle just now? Some people had gone to Carefree Valley, while others remained outside the Gate of Revelation to watch. There was also a group of people who had been surrounded by the debaters with Xianxia and could not leave. They were somewhat desperate because Xianxia was still arguing. He did not believe that the universe was a living creature, and he would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. More and more debaters joined in. Come on, do you think I'm afraid of you? Drown me with your saliva. If you can't drown me, I'll fight it out with you. We're being reasonable. You're all liars. You're a debater. You're the debater. Your whole family is debaters. The people around them despaired. You're all debaters. As the poll passed by, Luin looked at the scene strangely. Young people are really energetic. The battle in Carefree Valley had not caused a huge commotion, as it was not Lu Yin's style. Some people said that the battle had nothing to do with him, while others said that it had been caused by him. As for Luin coming out of the Gate of Revelation, no one cared. He could have gone to Carefree Valley without anyone noticing. As time passed, some of the older generation's powerhouses arrived at Carefree Valley and saw traces of Carefree's intent realm battle technique. They concluded that Carefree Elder was still alive, and one of the people involved in the battle had been the old man. This conclusion shocked countless people. Although Carefree Elder was not very famous, and only many of the older generation had heard of him, his deeds were enough to shock countless people. He was a powerhouse who had fought for Xianxia's position in an era and had fought with Meng Xianxia. He had even made a name for himself in the universe a long time ago. He was an absolute powerhouse, and his seniority was even higher than Jin's. Everyone had thought that Carefree Elder was dead, and no one had expected him to still be alive. However, no one knew what had happened to him now. They looked at Luin again and thought of Jin. They guessed that Luin had attacked Carefree Elder. Now that Luin was alive and kicking, eating fruits, and teasing Palace Mistress Xiao, it was obvious that something had happened to Carefree Elder. How was this third master so sure that Carefree Elder was still alive? And why had he attacked Carefree Elder? Countless mysteries appeared in everyone's minds. If this third master had really attacked Carefree Elder, then his target in the open zone was Carefree Elder. If Dayuvilla knew that Carefree Elder was in the open zone, then it must have been plotting against the spiritualized universe for a long time, just like the Five Realms War. This speculation made the various great powers even more fearful. Suddenly, a guess was made. Dayuvilla's third master wanted to fight for Xianxia's position. This guess seemed laughable, but when combined with his repeated attacks, it was not that laughable. Was there a conflict between challenging Yu Xianxia and obtaining Xianxia's position? Yu Xianxia had always ruled over the spiritualized universe, which gave people the impression that he was the master of the spiritualized universe. However, in reality, it was Yu Xianxia and the seven great Xianxians who ruled over the spiritualized universe. The seven great Xianxians could influence Yu Xianxia's decisions. Originally, Xianxia had violated the rules, which might have represented himself or Dayuvilla. However, it did not necessarily represent this third master. If this third master left Dayuvilla and joined Beyond Heaven, then even if he challenged Yu Xianxia and did not join Zenith Palace, he might still be able to obtain Xianxia's position. All he had to do was eliminate all the competitors for Xianxia's position. That seemed to be what he was doing right now. Ah? Achieve greatness? Me? Luin was shocked. Old Tao said, "That's what the outside world is saying." Luin laughed. "What achievements do I have? I'm almost at the Extreme Palace." Palace Mistress Xiao looked at Luin, and her eyes flashed. The Imperial Mulberry Sky is one of the seven great mulberry skies, and it rules over the spiritualized universe. In theory, the Imperial Mulberry Sky and the seven great mulberry skies can influence the future of the spiritualized universe. Only the Supreme Extremity can decide everything with a single word, but the Supreme Extremity has yet to appear. The Imperial Mulberry Sky is also very powerful, and it established the Imperial God Mountain. Actually, as long as Xianxia's position is vacant, anyone can compete for it. Luin raised an eyebrow. "I'm from the Tianyuan universe?" Old Tao was very certain. "As long as the other 6 Xianxian agree, it will be fine." Luin looked at Palace Mistress Xiao. Palace Mistress Xiao nodded. Her beautiful face had an indescribable expression. "That's right. If Yu Xianxian opposes it, the worst-case scenario is that there will always be a vacant Xianxian position. However, this vacant position won't last for long, because the Guardian Spirit Day is coming. At that time, Yu Xianxian will have to lead the 7 great Xianxian Guardian Spirits. As long as you can fight until no one dares to compete for the position of Xianxian, the position of Xianxian will definitely be yours." Was it Xianxian? To be honest, he had never thought about it before. How could a person from the Tianyuan cosmos like him become Xianxian? But now, on the day of the sacrifice spirit, as long as he could beat everyone to the point that they couldn't become Xianxian, it would be fine? "Are you sure you can force Yu Xianxian to acknowledge me on the day of the spirit sacrifice? What if he insists on appointing Xianxian?" Luin retorted. Empress Xiao's lips curled up, and this was the first time Luin had seen her smile. "Then let's fight. Xianxian cannot be defeated. If he is defeated, then he is no longer Xianxian." A defeated Xianxia does not have the right to be a guardian spirit. This is the understanding of the spiritualized universe. Xianxian de Xianxing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Pi Lu Yin's eyes lit up as he looked into the distance. Xianxia. Xianxia. Was he really going to become Xianxia? Xianxia was qualified to enter the depths of the extreme palace and wait for an audience with the supreme extremity. Xianxia could see the wonders of the day of sacrifice. Xianxia could mobilize all resources, including the 7 major forces. Xianxia was an indispensable link in the spiritualized universe's culture and represented the highest. Primordial Origin knew that Xianxia had a big secret like the small spirit universe, but Xianxia still could not kill Primordial Origin because Primordial Origin was Xianxia. Xianxia's identity seemed to be a good protection. Old Tao said respectfully, "Head, if you obtain Xianxia's identity, you can even influence the spiritualized universe's attitude towards the Tian Yuan universe." This thought flashed through Lu Yin's mind like a flash of inspiration. The only problem is that Dayu Mountain Villa violated the rules. This is a taboo for everyone in the spiritualized universe. This. Old Tao was in a difficult position. Lu Yin didn't mind. Breaking the rules? Who did he offend? Xianxia? I really don't care about him. His imprisonment is worthless to me. My prohibitions are prohibitions. My rules are rules. Help me find out who is vying for the position of Xianxia. I will go and cause trouble for him. Old Tao carefully asked, then what about the extreme palace's carvings? Not for now, Lu Yin replied. If they really wanted to fight for the position of Xianxia, then the provocation of the extreme palace's carvings could wait. What could destroy the spiritualized universe more than Xianxia? It could even disgust Xianxia. Old Tao relaxed. It was good that Lu Yin wasn't going. Palace Mistress Xiao also relaxed. Even Kaikaching and Star Toad relaxed. Just thinking about the extreme palace's carvings made their hearts tremble. Xianxia would definitely come out to stop them. Ever since leaving Dayu Mountain Villa, Lu Yin had encountered many experts along the way, but none of them were easy to deal with. The extreme palace was definitely the most powerful. Who's next? Lu Yin asked. Old Tao hesitated for a moment before answering, Dancing Butterfly. Palace Mistress Xiao was shocked. Dancing Butterfly? Kaikaching also looked at Old Tao in shock. Lu Yin was curious. Is that their name? Old Tao respectfully replied, those are their names. They are Butterfly Dance and World's Edge. These two are husband and wife. For some reason, they hate each other, but they never leave each other. During Bao Qi's battle for Xianxia, they also took action, and their threat far surpassed Shin's. If not for their conflict, the position of Xianxia might not have ended up in Bao Qi's hands. Lu Yin was interested. They're that powerful? Palace Mistress Xiao's expression turned serious. They are powerful, and I can deal with one of them alone. But if they work together, I'm definitely not their match. Lu Yin no longer had much of an impression of Palace Mistress Xiao, the number 1 person under Xianxia. He had encountered too many experts in the spiritualized universe, such as Zhan and Carefree Old Man. Which one of them was easy to deal with? Although Palace Mistress Xiao wasn't weak in comparison, she was still far from being the number 1 person under Xianxia. Old Tao said, if the two of them work together, they can be called the number 1 person under Xianxia. Of course, that's if they work together. Boss, their strength can't be underestimated. The best way to deal with them is to sow discord and prevent them from working together. Lu Yin rolled his eyes. I'm not that despicable. Let's go find them. They'll also compete for Xianxia's position. There will definitely be competition. Old Tao was certain. Then that's fine, Lu Yin said. He then thought of something. Tell the people behind you that I'm looking for Bao Qi. Palace Mistress Xiao didn't understand what Lu Yin was saying. The people behind Old Tao? Old Tao thought about it. I'll give it a try. Lu Yin looked at him. I'm not just giving it a try. I must find Bao Qi. If Xianxia doesn't strip the original Xianxia of his position, then I'll let him reap what he sowed and leave the position empty. Bao Qi is also very suitable. If the people behind you don't help me, then I'll go find them. You can tell them directly. Old Tao smiled bitterly. Yes, I understand. Asking Luin to find Skyhand? Skyhand had a headache. No one wanted Luin to go, as the third master's strength was shocking. Even if they could deal with him, the price would be too great. If this had been in the past, Old Tao wouldn't have been troubled, and Skyhand would have been willing to help Luin find Baoqi. However, now that news had spread that Luin wanted to compete for Sang Tion's position, Skyhand might not be willing. Skyhand wanted to use Luin to deal with the hidden powerhouses because he wanted to eliminate the competitors for Sang Tion's position. If they had to compete with Luin in the end, Old Tao could guess what they would think. Not long after, the gliding pole landed in a heavenly city, and Old Tao contacted Skyhand. Baoqi? Yes, the third master wants to find Baoqi. He said that he won't make a move until he finds Baoqi. He originally wanted to find trouble with the dancing butterfly horizon. Let me ask you, does this person want to compete for Sang Tion's position? Skyhand's people were apprehensive. Old Tao didn't hesitate. No, the Dayu Villa has violated the rules, and the third master can't leave the villa. He naturally won't compete for Sang Tion's position. I'm certain of that. Skyhand paused for a moment. You must remember that you are the fourth Skyhand, not the Dayu Villa. The Dayu Villa will eventually be destroyed. You can't imagine how powerful Lord Yu Sang Tian is. The Dayu Villa provoked the realm beyond heaven and is doomed. If you still want to leave the Dayu Villa, you have to help Skyhand. Old Tao promised, I will definitely side with Skyhand. Don't worry, it wasn't easy for me to climb up. It's good that you know. What about Baoqi? We will help him find Baoqi. We will take him to deal with the dancing butterfly horizon first. The call ended. Old Tao was helpless. It seemed that both sides had tacitly acknowledged each other's existence. Otherwise, Skyhand wouldn't have said that last sentence. It was just that they didn't mention it. They were both using each other, and it was just a matter of who would end up using the other. The dancing butterfly horizon was different from Zhan and the carefree elder. Everyone knew that they were still alive, and their lives were shocking. The spiritualized universe's 36 filaments were just a path formed by the spiritualized universe's spirit threads. Compared to the entire spiritualized universe, these filaments were still very small. The 36 filaments controlled the spiritualized universe, but they couldn't represent the entire universe. On a barren land, red rain fell from the sky. In the distance, tornadoes connected the sky and the earth. There were black, white, and blue tornadoes. This was a place where ordinary people couldn't survive, but two figures were fighting. Boom! Boom! The ground cracked, and the sky exploded. A man and a woman fought against each other, and this had been going on for many years. They fought like this without speaking. The ground continued to shatter, but it was constantly restored by the nourishment of the red rain. A long time ago, many people had watched from afar, but after a long time, those people had all left. No one was watching anymore, and their battle seemed to be never-ending. In a corner of the land, there was a paradise that was completely different from the harsh climate of the land. It was filled with pink peach blossoms, and there was a small bridge over flowing water. When they were tired of fighting, they would return to the paradise to rest and then fight again. This cycle repeated itself. When Lu Yin's group arrived, they were still fighting. Lu Yin's group's arrival attracted quite a few people. These people were all staring at Lu Yin, and now, they were also looking at the land. That third master's target is the dancing butterfly horizon? He really dares to attack. The dancing butterfly horizon is fine if he's alone, as he can't even compare to Qizun and Wu Wei. But when the two of them work together, even Kujia's powerhouses fear them. It looks like the third master's target is the Sang Tion's position. Otherwise, why would he attack the dancing butterfly horizon? The dancing butterfly horizon has vowed to fight for the Sang Tion's position. Once the primordial land's position is taken away, they'll have to compete for it. It makes sense for them to attack now. I wonder how this battle will turn out. Lu Yin sat on a pole and watched the battle on the land. It seemed intense, but it was actually very ordinary. How should he put it? There was no technique involved at all. It was more like the two sides were just venting their boredom and playing around. It would be impossible for others to see the dancing butterfly horizon through this battle. However, for those who had not reached Lu Yin's level of vision, the battle at the dancing butterfly horizon was still quite intense. It could even be said to be tragic. Old Tao was dumbfounded. On the land, every move made his heart tremble. He knew that if he stayed on the ground, he wouldn't be able to last more than a few moves. B-boss, they've been fighting for many years. Although there's no clear victor, they've been fighting each other. But the more they fight, the more they understand each other. Once they work together, their strength will increase exponentially. Are you really going to attack them? Lu Yin stood up and stretched. They're destined opponents. There's no other way. After he finished speaking, he took a step forward and appeared on the ground in an instant. End of chapter 3483. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.